This is a vast realm populated by various superheroes. Upon awakening in this dimension, Chen Ze discovers he possesses the formidable ability to devour, and he grows stronger through this power. Super serums, biochemical warriors, Venom. Countless abilities converge within him. Earth, the solar system, the celestial palace, the universe. His footprints are imprinted across the cosmos. Chapter 1. The Horrors of Saw. Sizzle. The horrifying sounds of tearing flesh and splattering blood filled Chen Ze's retinas and eardrums. His mouth agape. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Moments prior, to his left, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was bound to the third iron stake as the device activated. Her fragile jaw was brutally torn apart by the immense force it exerted. The woman, rendered voiceless, could hardly emit a scream. All that remained were the sounds of blood spraying and the gurgling gasps from her throat, choked by the crimson fluid, colliding in a grotesque symphony that, oh my God, please don't do this to me. The other terrified individuals, momentarily stunned, soon succumbed to sheer panic, wailing and soiling themselves in fear. The acrid scent of urine and excrement permeated the air. Yet Chen Ze could scarcely focus on them. A singular thought echoed in his nearly vacant mind. Should I surrender my right hand? Steady your nerves. Steady your nerves. To his right stood a portly African-American woman clad in a tight-fitting police uniform, her belly straining against the fabric, creating a cascade of folds. As she uttered these words, her face contorted with sorrow, she extended her trembling hands toward the bottle before her. The bottle, composed of an unknown material, contained a potent acid that seemed impervious to corrosion at the bottom. A key was visible beneath the translucent liquid. Chen Ze remained bewildered by the situation, realizing he had seemingly fallen victim to a deranged individual imitating the gruesome scenarios of Saw. An iron apparatus encased his head, with a bifurcated mask poised to dislocate his jaw at any moment, just as it had done to the unfortunate woman moments earlier. This was the epitome of cruel punishment, to contemplate having one's jaw forcibly wrenched away, yet remaining alive. The agony was unimaginable. The woman, her body convulsing, had not yet succumbed to death, enduring an excruciating torment. Chen Ze recalled tales of a criminal during the Yongjing era who suffered the fate of being cut in half, lingering long enough to etch 7 tragic characters in blood with his finger, a tale that horrified the emperor and led to the abolition of such a brutal punishment. Perhaps it was a similar suffering she now endured. Yet the most terrifying aspect was that this device was clamped upon his head, and the only means of liberation lay in retrieving the key from the bottle filled with corrosive acid, as exemplified by the woman beside him. You, gather your courage. The black woman to Chen Ze's right emitted a soundless scream, and after enduring the foul odor and the sizzling sound reminiscent of meat being grilled, she finally extracted the precious key from the corrosive acid. However, her right hand, which had plunged into the caustic substance, was now reduced to mere bones, with only a few strips of crimson flesh clinging to the skeletal remnants. This grotesque spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all present. Gritting her teeth against the waves of dizziness, the woman unfastened her mask and collapsed to the ground, clutching her mangled hand in anguish. With such a target in sight, among those captured and faced with this harrowing life-or-death dilemma, aside from one individual who had lost their jaw and another who had just sacrificed their right hand, there remained 5 others, including Chen Ze. This moment, some among these 5 were retching, as the stench of blood mixed with the acrid odor of flesh dissolving in acid enveloped them, nearly inducing a faint. Before them, the scene flickered like an old television set from the 70s or 80s, a moment of static followed by a distorted image revealing a figure adorned with a white mask, streaked with crimson paint. My dear, beloved, unfortunate prey, you have 1 minute left. Listen, just 1 minute. After that, you will have no opportunity. Prepare to experience the exquisite sensation of your jaw parting from your body. Chen Ze's skin crawled as he gazed upon this figure. His heart plunged into the depths of despair. This was the unmistakable visage of the Jigsaw from Saw. He had truly fallen into the clutches of the Jigsaw. Panic consumed him. Why? Why was all of this happening? Why had he suddenly found himself in this wretched place? He had merely graduated from university, celebrated with a meal, and stepped outside to relieve himself. How had he lost consciousness and awakened to find himself ensnared by Jigsaw? Most crucially, the thought of plunging his hand into the acid. How excruciating must that be? And this would irrevocably ruin his hand, that yet if he did not retrieve the key, he would perish. In the most horrific manner, his jaw forcibly torn away, left to bleed out in agonizing torment. Please, spare us, Upon seeing Jigsaw on the screen, a middle-aged white man beside Chen Ze cried out desperately, "I beg you. I can offer you money. Pray, savor your choice. Choices always carry such allure." "Farewell, my dear prey," Jigsaw replied, seemingly indifferent, whether due to the one-way communication or a refusal to engage further. The screen once again filled with static, and Jigsaw vanished. "Oh my God, why must you do this? Why?" The middle-aged man, stripped of hope, murmured to himself, terror gripping him at the thought of the choice laid before them, as it was a torment that pierced the heart regardless of the outcome. Spider-Man, please come and save us. I beg you. Iron Man, Flash, even Batman, anyone will do. A middle-aged African-American man in his 40s shouted loudly. Despite the dire circumstances, Chen Ze felt an overwhelming urge to retort, almost choking on his own blood. "Can't you think of something more plausible?" However, an odd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Given the man's age, it was unlikely he was simply being juvenile. He didn't appear to have lost his sanity. Coupled with Chen Ze's inexplicable arrival in this terrifying place, a peculiar notion took root in his mind. Could it be that he had crossed over into another dimension? Others who had crossed over often boasted of becoming nobles or heroes, while he had become a mere pawn in this narrative, a notion that had grown tiresome with repetition. The issue was that while they might start as underdogs, they eventually rose to prominence. But what about Chen Ze? Even if he were to find himself among the princes of the Qing dynasty, it would be far preferable to being trapped in the world of Saw. What a hellish place this was. Such musings were merely complaints and did little to alleviate the harsh reality of a situation. Now, Chen Ze faced a critical decision: to plunge his right hand into corrosive acid or to endure a gruesome death, his jaw ripped apart in excruciating pain. The television screen, after a flurry of static, transformed into a countdown. 51 seconds remaining. Numerous times he hesitated, his trembling right hand reaching for the key, but the gruesome image of the African-American policewoman, her flesh hanging from the stark white bones, caused him to instinctively recoil. Yet, time was slipping away. A scream pierced the air. The middle-aged white man could no longer suppress his fear and had finally grasped the key. Only 20 seconds remained. "Thought as long as I survive, as long as I have a chance, I will ensure your dismemberment." Chen Ze gritted his teeth, finally making his choice. Before acting, he shouted this phrase in his native dialect. The surrounding individuals could not comprehend Mandarin, let alone the more obscure Wu dialect. Resolutely, Chen Ze plunged his right hand into the acid, retrieving the key with the utmost speed. The familiar sizzling sound resonated, reminiscent of meat grilling. He swiftly reached in, but, the pain he felt was beyond description, a torment that made his entire body convulse. It obliterated all coherent thought, driving him to the brink of wishing for death. He dared not look at his right hand as he transferred the key to his left. The cunning Jigsaw had positioned the bottle in such a way that it could only be accessed by the right hand. So now, to survive, Chen Ze had to transfer the key into his left. Then he fumbled to unlock the padlock, hurriedly removing the hood, while the steel restraints binding his hands and feet simultaneously fell away. The agony forced Chen Ze to collapse onto the ground, curling up in a fetal position. Sweat poured from him as if he had just emerged from a bath. He could utter no words, not even a scream, only pain, pain, pain. The countdown on the television displayed a mere 14 seconds remaining. However, the mechanical click and the sound of flesh being torn apart resonated ominously, indicating that the device had activated prematurely. Thus, the only individuals who managed to escape this contraption were an African-American female officer, a middle-aged white man, and Chen Ze. The remaining 4 individuals were engulfed in despair, awaiting the chilling embrace of death. "Congratulations, Prey. You have survived," echoed the repugnant and hopeless voice once more. Yet, drenched in sweat, Chen Ze and the others had no time to regard him. Only hearing him ramble on, it is courteous to look into someone's eyes while conversing. "As punishment for your rudeness, I have decided to introduce a new toy for your entertainment." Upon uttering these words, Chen Ze and his companions felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble ominously, as if they were being conveyed forward by a conveyor belt. When the belt halted, a sharp click resounded, revealing a gaping opening in the ground, filled with an array of knives, all pointing menacingly upwards. "So, dear prey, behold what lies before you, a chainsaw. Under normal circumstances, it is utilized for cutting wood on a lumber mill, but now I require this chainsaw to sever your remaining left hand, commencing between the ring and middle fingers. If any one of you fails to use the chainsaw to cut through your left hand up to the wrist, then the trap will activate, and you will all experience the exquisite agony of being pierced by those blades. So make your choice." I recall stating that choices are always enticing. You have 6 minutes to decide, So do not dawdle. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the two individuals. What had once seemed like a glimmer of hope now morphed into the cruelest of dilemmas. To saw through from the junction of the middle and ring fingers to the wrist, such a thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Chen Ze had barely passed his English proficiency exam, and as the chainsaw's speed of speech escalated, he replayed the words in his mind, slowly grasping the meaning. Nightmare, please awaken swiftly, the middle-aged white man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. I beg you, let me wake up. The African-American officer stood in a daze. Chen Ze's hand throbbed with pain, and he was left with an icy sense of despair. This chainsaw, was designed solely for the amusement of torturing the living. There was no choice at all. In that fleeting moment, boom! A sudden explosion erupted, and the roar of an engine filled the air as a shadowy figure charged into the scene. Riding a peculiar motorcycle with oversized wheels, a masked individual cloaked in black attire executed a dramatic drift before coming to a halt. Upon witnessing this familiar figure, Chen Ze's mind went blank once again. Holy cow, is that really Batman? Chapter 2. The Devouring Power. With a thunderous roar, the moment the obsidian motorcycle came to a halt, the floor beneath it fractured, creating a gaping chasm. Just as the motorcycle was on the verge of plummeting into the abyss below, a mysterious figure clad in a tight black suit and a flowing cloak, adorned with a mask, flicked his right finger. Suddenly, an orange blaze erupted from what appeared to be the exhaust, propelling the motorcycle skyward and sending it soaring to the opposite side. Simultaneously, the figure's left hand flicked upwards, securing a black rope to an overhead steel beam. The cloak billowed dramatically as the enigmatic hero launched himself into the air, extending 3 ropes from his right hand to ensnare the bodies of Chen Ze and his companions. In that fleeting moment, the floor beneath them cracked open, nearly subjecting them to a perilous fate amidst a forest of blades below. Is that Batman? A voice cried out. Chen Ze realized he had somehow entered the realm of Batman, though he pondered whether Batman's adversary was not the Joker. Was it an unexpected crossover? He had previously heard whispers of Batman, Spider-Man, and Superman. Did they all truly exist? Amidst a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Ze found himself being whisked away by Batman's ropes, the dark cloak billowing in the wind as the trio was bound together. Dear gentleman and lady, it seems you must endure further trials. Yet this is a mercy compared to the methods of the Saw. Batman's voice resonated, low and laced with arrogance. The ropes tightened around them, and the wounds on their right hands caused cold sweat to cascade down their brows, rendering them nearly breathless with agony. Thank you, Batman. Chen Ze managed to utter through gritted teeth, his focus on the pain overriding any disdain he might have felt for Batman's hubris. In his darkest hour, Batman had brought him a glimmer of hope. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the demeanor of the two individuals beside him seemed oddly disconcerted, as if they held an aversion to their savior. At that moment, Batman abruptly cautioned, "Be careful, something approaches." No sooner had he spoken than, boom, boom. The sound erupted beneath the immense ceiling as several colossal iron spheres hurtled toward Batman at high velocity, followed by a massive net descending from above, intent on ensnaring him. Realizing the impending danger, Batman's heart sank. He deftly cast his cloak to the left, using calculated force to hurl Chen Ze and his companions safely to the ground. He had to devote his full attention to the iron spheres and the encroaching net. As a technologically equipped, affluent superhero, Batman lacked any mutant abilities, rendering him vulnerable against such threats. He began to maneuver through the air, skillfully evading the incoming dangers, yet the intricate mechanisms proved exhausting, leaving him unable to safeguard Chen Ze and the others. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures with green skin, towering approximately 2.5 meters, emerged from the ground. Their grotesque features and fearsome pointed ears signaled an ominous approach toward Chen Ze and his companions. Chen Ze and his companions were nearly left speechless as they struggled to disentangle themselves from their cloaks, only to be confronted by 3 terrifying green-skinned monsters. In a panic, the elderly man let out a shriek and fled in the opposite direction, while the African woman, her right hand dripping blood, sprinted ahead. At that moment, the 3-headed green beast began to accelerate, its immense strength creating deep craters with each step. As its power transformed into speed, every stride propelled it forward by several meters, whipping up a tempestuous gale. Soon, the creature stood before Chen Ze. What to do? What to do? Chen Ze had merely been a university student before this harrowing encounter, and the bizarre terror nearly stripped him of his sanity. Yet, in that instant, he realized he had no choice but to flee. Moreover, his hatred for these green monsters, particularly the one lurking in the shadows, had reached a boiling point. He yearned to unleash every conceivable punishment upon that individual. In a moment of dire urgency, Chen Ze trembled on unsteady legs, slightly bending his knees as he faced the charging monster. Just as the beast was about to collide with him, he concentrated all his energy and rolled forward, narrowly evading a crushing blow. In that fleeting moment, his pain was momentarily suspended. As he regained his footing and glanced back, he saw the green monster had caught up with the female officer and the middle-aged man, turning them into a gruesome pulp with a single strike. This shocking scene sent a jolt through Chen Ze's stomach, but there was no time for sentiment. He understood that against 3 green monsters, victory was an impossibility. The Batman in the sky seemed unable to resolve the conflict anytime soon. Thus, he steeled his resolve and devised a plan. Come. Chen Ze's legs trembled. His right hand, now a mere skeleton, ached with fatigue. Yet, the primal instinct for survival surged within him, compelling him to remain composed. He lured the green monster that had been pursuing him towards the edge of a pit filled with blades. Damn it! The creature uttered words at a leisurely pace, confirming Chen Ze's suspicion of its low intelligence. The monster quickened its pace, seemingly intent on closing the gap. Seizing the moment, Chen Ze sprinted back 2 steps, exerting all his strength to pivot sharply at the edge of the blade pit. The dim-witted green monster lunged forward, miscalculating its leap and plummeting into the pit. Impaled by the blades below, green blood splattered everywhere, but Chen Ze had no time to revel in his cleverness. He noticed the monster that had slain the African officer approaching him. He began to run, only to find the second green beast launching itself into the air, barreling towards him like a cannonball. With brute force overcoming finesse, the creature's slow pace stemmed from its stiff joints, but its raw power translated into speed during its leap, closing the distance before Chen Ze could react, sending him tumbling into the blade pit. Good grief! As Chen Ze's curse was yet to escape his lips, he felt the icy tip of a knife pierce his chest, his waist, and his legs. His neck and head were mercifully spared, yet his lungs had been entirely perforated. The sensation of air escaping was startling, causing Chen Ze's eyes to widen as he gasped for breath like a ravenous glutton, but the air was futilely leaking away, refusing to be retained. My God! He could utter not a single word, while the towering green-skinned beast pressed down upon him, shattering nearly all of his ribs. With his lungs punctured, he resembled a deflating balloon, the knife having also pierced his waist and completely penetrated his thigh. Blood foam gradually rose, obstructing his throat, rendering his breathing increasingly labored. Faced with the specter of death, Chen Ze found his mind devoid of memories from his life. Instead, it was consumed by panic and an overwhelming will to survive. He yearned to shove the green-skinned monster aside, to escape the pit of blades, to cling to life. Surprisingly, the intense pain was somewhat alleviated by the adrenal rush, as the green-skinned creature, also wounded by a knife, struggled to rise, flailing helplessly like its fallen companion. Yet this behemoth, towering at 2.5 meters and weighing over 200 pounds, was beyond Chen Ze's capacity to move. The creature's green blood stained Chen Ze's body, and despite multiple futile attempts to push it away, he refused to surrender, even as his ability to breathe dwindled. With life possibly slipping away in mere seconds. If ever I return, I shall repay this debt. Chen Ze's mind seethed with thoughts of the jigsaw's visage, pondering if he would indeed miss his chance for vengeance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a powerful sensation surged from the depths of his being, as if his vitality was waning, transforming him into a figure of extreme hunger, compelling him to consume something to stave off the encroaching death. The means of sustenance seemed to lie in using his skeletal right hand to defeat the green-skinned monster. With death looming and breath having escaped him for over 10 seconds, Chen Ze gritted his teeth and lifted his bony right hand, pressing it against the creature's wound. The moment they made contact, while the monster's blood did not flow into him, Chen Ze felt a strange force emanating from the beast, rushing towards him like a torrent, coursing through the bones of his hand and into his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Ze sensed his heart pounding fiercely, a warm current spreading from his heart along his veins, reaching his lungs. Shortly thereafter, the warmth that had originated from the green-skinned creature made its way to his heart, and then to his lungs, and within moments, Chen Ze discovered that he could once again breathe. He inhaled deeply, as if fearing he might not be able to breathe again in the next moment. Thus, Chen Ze felt an urgent need to rise swiftly, as if his lungs were mending, compelling him to stand and prevent them from becoming irreparably bound. With renewed determination, he pushed against the green-skinned creature, only to discover that the once immovable being, thrashing about with fervor, was now toppled by his effort, though exerting considerable strength. The feat was nonetheless astonishing. As he pushed the creature aside and stood upright, he sensed a severance of the connection between them. Once more, he placed his right hand upon the creature's wound, and a warm energy radiated from his heart, enveloping his entire being. The pain began to subside, and he could even feel his body rejuvenating. To his utter astonishment, Chen Ze realized that the creature's power had been absorbed by him. It appeared he had acquired the ability to devour. In Chapter 3, Bruce Wayne, the first green-skinned creature now lay with drooping eyelids, devoid of any glimmer of life. Its form deflated. Chen Ze recognized that he had truly assimilated the creature's strength beyond a shadow of a doubt. Without hesitation, he placed his right hand upon the wound of the green creature beneath him, and the same sensation surged through him once more. Cautiously, Chen Ze navigated the gaps in the blade-ridden ground, reaching the edge of the pit. The creature above made no attempt to leap down, instead gazing at him with confused eyes. With a mighty effort, Chen Ze propelled himself upward, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly as he leapt over 2 meters high, grasping the edge of the pit with his left hand. With an impressive surge of strength, he hoisted himself out. The creature appeared momentarily stunned, but soon charged towards him. A cacophony of roars erupted as the green creature approached. Channeling all his energy, Chen Ze summoned his spirit to its zenith, his leg muscles tensing as he anchored himself firmly to the ground. The creature swung its massive arms towards him, and gritting his teeth, Chen Ze met its assault with a powerful left punch. The impact resonated like thunder, threatening to shatter his eardrums, as he felt a violent tremor within, causing him to stagger back several meters. The creature, too, was pushed back a distance, yet its tough exterior seemed to recover first, prompting it to charge at Chen Ze once more. Chen Ze sidestepped, attempting to use the creature's momentum to send it tumbling back into the pit. However, the creature maintained its balance, swaying slightly, but not losing its footing. In that fleeting moment, with a resounding crack, Chen Ze's left fist struck the creature's head with tremendous force, followed by another unreserved blow. After 2 punches, the creature was sent reeling back over 3 meters. Its green eye socket shattered. Chen Ze pressed on, enduring the pain coursing through him, once again elevating his spirit to its peak. At that moment, having just resolved a perilous aerial crisis, Batman landed back on the ground, witnessing this astonishing spectacle unfold. With a single punch, Chen Ze struck the green-skinned creature, creating a deep indentation around its eye socket. Seizing the moment, he extended his right hand, channeling a torrent of energy into his heart once more. However, he soon realized that the energy he absorbed from the green-skinned beast diminished with each encounter. If he had initially harnessed 3 units of energy from the first creature, the second yielded only 1.5, and the third merely 3/4, the absorption steadily decreasing. By the time he had fully drawn upon the creature's power, Chen Ze felt a significant recovery in his wounds. His broken ribs and jostled organs had healed considerably, yet perhaps due to fatigue or the strain on his heart. After accomplishing this, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness and discomfort washed over him, causing him to faint. Upon awakening, Chen Ze beheld a face both familiar and foreign, an elderly Caucasian gentleman in his 70s, who inquired about his well-being. To Chen Ze's astonishment, he realized his command of English had improved remarkably. The old man's words were as easily comprehensible as his mother tongue. The visage was somewhat reminiscent of Alfred, the butler from Nolan's Batman. A flood of memories surged back into his mind, and Chen Ze squinted slightly, greeting him. "Hello, Alfred. You know me?" Alfred replied, "Yes. Because I am aware of Bruce Wayne." Chen Ze calmly responded, "Thank you for being here. It's no trouble at all. You find yourself in a rather unique location. We discovered you unconscious on the outskirts of the city, but sensing something unusual about your condition, we did not take you to the hospital," Alfred explained, bemused. "Thank you," Chen Ze replied succinctly, revealing little surprise. His calm demeanor puzzled Alfred, yet he continued with his agenda. "I am pleased to see you awake. I have some matters to attend to, so I will return in an hour. A nurse will be here to care for you in the meantime." Moments after Alfred departed, a silent black bat fluttered through the window, clad in a dark cape and a form-fitting combat suit. It exuded an unusual sense of power, the contours of its attire resembling a mass of bulging muscle. The half-mask adorned with pointed ears evoked the likeness of an actual bat. Batman stood before him, radiating a formidable presence, the sheer force of his dark aura palpable. "Congratulations on your survival," he declared. "Thank you, Batman. Without you, I would have perished," Chen Ze replied. Strangely, after regaining consciousness, he found his previous tendency to chatter had nearly vanished, leaving only an extraordinary calmness in its stead. "This is a minor matter," Batman remarked. "What intrigues me is your physique. How is it that you can absorb the powers of those genetic warriors? Are you a mutant or a superhuman?" "Apologies, Mr. Wayne, but I cannot explain this phenomenon." The power appeared quite unexpectedly. Aside from the matter of his own traversal, Chen Ze candidly expressed, "I feel an immense power within me." Suddenly, Batman turned to Chen Ze, asking, "What did you just call me?" Taken aback, Chen Ze realized he had inadvertently let it slip. However, since Batman had brought him here, knowing his identity was no longer a concern. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, I was not at a conventional hospital. I encountered your butler, and after he departed, I witnessed Batman, who rarely appears during the day. Therefore, I must commend your deductive skills. Bruce Wayne removed his cowl, revealing the visage of Christian Bale, his face slightly gaunt, a testament to years of tireless effort, with eyes that betrayed an undeniable weariness. In truth, I seldom remove this, he confessed. Chen Ze shrugged, remarking, a superhero traversing the shadows might require this. He intended to gauge whether Batman was the incarnation from Nolan's films, speculating if he was currently embodying the Dark Knight, bearing the weight of all sins. Who exactly are you? Wayne inquired sharply, taking a cautious step back, sensing that this individual seemed to know everything about him. From your actions today, I discern that you are a good person, Chen Ze stated. I refuse to believe the malicious conjectures from the outside world. Thank you, Wayne replied, somewhat skeptical. He then pulled a chair beside Chen Ze's bed and pondered before stating, we have previously diagnosed your condition, and I must convey some unfortunate news. While your body has replenished its strength and is capable of recovery, the skin on your right hand has entirely peeled away. The bones remain intact, but flesh can no longer regenerate. Chen Ze let out a bitter chuckle. Glancing at his right hand, which was starkly white, the remnants of flesh severed at the wrist, revealing a patch of fresh, crimson tissue that had stopped bleeding, seemingly developing a unique protective layer. This sight sent a chill down his spine, and he wryly mused that his practice with the sword using his left hand had become quite adept. Simultaneously, a surge of intense hatred for Jigsaw flooded his mind. Chen Ze vowed to obliterate this individual, for he now possessed sufficient strength to exact his revenge. I suggest you temporarily wear a mechanical glove. I previously had such a glove custom-made by Stark Industries. With some modifications, it can be utilized. In due course, we can seek opportunities for restoring your fingers, Wayne advised. Chen Ze nodded, resigned. This was a world of superheroes, abundant with possibilities for limb regeneration, and he held faith that he would eventually find a solution. However, he was intrigued by Wayne's remark regarding Stark Industries. What is your relationship with Iron Man? Oh, that arrogant playboy? My relationship with him is rather indifferent, Wayne replied, shrugging. He has no notion of what it means to be discreet or to conduct oneself properly. Chen Ze had indeed confirmed that Iron Man existed in this world. However, at present, such knowledge served little purpose for him. His sole focus was on vengeance. Vengeance. Of course, he also yearned for the restoration of his dexterous right hand, with the long-term aspiration of returning to his original world where his parents awaited him. Chapter 4. The Strike. Very well, Mr. Wayne, I appreciate all your assistance thus far, but I must audaciously pose 2 inquiries, Chen Ze remarked to Bruce Wayne. As you wish. Firstly, I seek to acquire all pertinent information regarding Jigsaw. Chen Ze clenched his left fist, a glimmer of hatred illuminating his eyes. His right hand twitched, its pale knuckles a chilling sight that drew a sharp breath of pain from him, yet he persevered. Secondly, Mr. Wayne, I wish to know how I may be of service to you. Wayne regarded him with a quizzical expression, for Chen Ze's initial request was comprehensible. One would undoubtedly seek revenge after enduring such torment. But the second question, had he already discerned Wayne's intentions? Contemplating this, Wayne replied, very well, I shall address your first question. Jigsaw is an associate of the Joker, as you know. All of the Joker's minions are rather deranged, and Jigsaw is the most notorious among them. Wait, I recall that Jigsaw originally only punished those who did not cherish life, correct? That information is quite outdated. Wayne narrowed his eyes, his handsome visage reflecting an unusual intensity. The original Jigsaw is deceased. His son has now taken up the mantle, and he serves the Joker. Behind the Joker, there may lurk something unfathomable. The current Jigsaw delights in capturing innocents and subjecting them to unimaginable torment. Just last month, I heard about a typical high school student who was abducted, subsequently mutilating his own left hand and disemboweling himself. Such occurrences are alarmingly frequent, and thus, I wish to eliminate him. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. Chen Ze ground his teeth together, the sound echoing ominously. I understand. Please deliver him to me. I seek revenge, not solely for myself. Wayne studied Chen Ze, recalling his own youthful desire for retribution. He cautioned, hatred can render you fearless, but it may also lead you astray. You must find a balance. I comprehend. Now, to answer your second question, my response is indeed related to the first. I have uncovered traces of the Joker and Jigsaw. They are likely to be found with the triads. Therefore, we can act in unison to apprehend these 2 scoundrels. That is not merely assistance, Mr. Wayne. Although Chen Ze recognized Batman as a true hero, he sensed that Wayne had ulterior motives for his involvement. It felt as though he would not have appeared without a purpose. This is indeed assistance, for I seek to obtain something from them, Wayne elucidated. The Joker currently possesses the last remaining vial of super soldier serum, a substance from the last century that has bestowed immense power upon the recently resurrected modern man. Their variant of this serum has been modified, and it would prove invaluable to me. The resurrection of modern man. The super soldier serum? A thought flickered through Chen Ze's mind. Are you referring to Captain America? Indeed, that antiquated figure. Batman remarked. Chen Ze nodded, yet added. I assumed you would not require such things. Throughout my ongoing battles against malevolent forces, I have discovered my strength to be insufficient. Over the years, I collaborated with Osborne Industries in pursuit of extraordinary power, but alas, it merely granted me a strength just over twice that of an ordinary adult. I need that serum. Ah, now it becomes clear. Chen Ze comprehended that even Batman sought to enhance his own prowess. Thus, he nodded affirmatively. I am willing, Mr. Wayne. Let us embark on this endeavor together. Thank you. By the way, I still do not know your name. Chen Ze. Chen Ze responded. Chen Ze. Wayne pronounced the name with a slightly unusual cadence. Click, click. After donning the mechanical gloves, Chen Ze found himself adept at controlling them. Although not as nimble as his former fingers, they were certainly an improvement over his exposed bones. Moreover, these mechanical gloves contained shock-absorbing features, and his arm, having nearly recovered from the peculiar energy interference, now caused him no pain while wearing them. Strike this machine with a punch. Wayne, clad in a tailored black suit, gestured toward an upright black apparatus before Chen Ze. Very well. Chen Ze nodded, channeling all his might into his left fist before delivering a powerful blow to the machine. A tremendous sound resonated, and the excellent shock absorption ensured that Chen Ze felt little pain in his left hand. The liquid crystal display above the apparatus registered a figure, 889. The force of this punch approached 900 kilograms. This was a straight punch. Subsequently, Chen Ze's chopping punch reached an astonishing 1470 kilograms, surpassing all limits. An adult's right chopping punch can peak at around 700 kilograms, while the left may reach a maximum of 500 kilograms, achievable only by those who have trained to perfection. The average individual manages just slightly over 200 kilograms. Chen Ze was nearing 1,500 kilograms. Although this figure represents theoretical extremes, in genuine combat, the opportunity to unleash such maximum force rarely arises. Nonetheless, as a demonstration of his utmost potential, it was truly impressive. Wayne, upon witnessing such numbers, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Next, I shall introduce you to your weapon. Additionally, we will formulate a combat strategy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The punching force testing machine continued to vibrate, as just moments ago. Chen Ze's chopping punch had registered an astonishing 1840 kilograms. Over the past 3 days, while aware of Chen Ze's formidable recovery abilities, Wayne insisted that he rest for a while longer, while also imparting some techniques to better control his body. Consequently, Chen Ze's punching force had surpassed 1,000 kilograms, and his physical strength remained formidable. Moreover, Wayne also instructed Chen Ze in the use of firearms. Lacking precision, Chen Ze could only resort to using a portable submachine gun, which, fortunately, was not particularly difficult to master, and he quickly learned the ropes. As for marksmanship, that was the domain of Batman. His role was merely to eliminate certain adversaries and, if necessary, assist Batman. It seemed that Chen could absorb power upon killing. With such preparations in place, to prevent any unforeseen complications, that evening, Chen Ze and Batman arrived at the outskirts of the city in the black Batmobile, from which he leapt out. Batman, astride his black motorcycle, suddenly surged forward, igniting a burst of flames that blasted open the gates, after which the Batcycle charged inside. Clad in a specially designed bulletproof suit, helmet, ballistic glass mask, and mechanical gloves, Chen Ze followed closely behind Batman. The thought of potentially confronting Saw sent a rush of adrenaline through Chen Ze's veins. Chapter 5, The Assault Swish. Swish, swish, bang, bang, bang. Shrapnel flew through the air. Batman's tranquilizer gun struck true with every shot, and his figure darted unpredictably, with most of the bullets deflected by his gear, allowing him to swiftly penetrate the interior. Chen Ze followed in his wake, but by this point, many of the foes had already been dispatched by Batman, leaving Chen Ze to deliver the finishing shots. Suddenly, a bullet struck Chen Ze in the abdomen, but his bulletproof vest absorbed the impact, causing only a slight discomfort. For an ordinary person, such a blow could easily fracture ribs, but Chen Ze, thanks to his superior equipment and what seemed to be physical enhancements, was largely impervious to typical harm. He retaliated with a volley of bullets, turning his assailant into a sieve. Chen Ze felt little remorse over this act, as hatred burned fiercely in his mind. Furthermore, the deceased had not suffered the cruelty of having their hands submerged in acid or their jaws cruelly pried apart. Thus, he felt no discomfort witnessing the scene before him. He pressed onward, firing relentlessly. The accuracy of the submachine gun was limited, yet the immense magazine capacity allowed him to fire 70 or 80 rounds without running dry, only stopping to reload when he rolled into a corner. The The fire of battle surged in his throat. Bullets howled from the barrel. What should have been a terrifying scene of gunfire was instead imbued with an exhilarating rush. Batman appeared to have an intimate understanding of the layout, navigating each route with precision as if he had calculated them countless times. In the comics, Batman is depicted as a meticulous strategist, having even devised contingencies within the Justice League to prevent any potential betrayal by its members, embodying the epitome of righteousness. Chen Ze followed Batman into a room, where Batman first hurled several grenades inside, causing the ground to tremble violently before charging in. The acrid smoke spread throughout the space, and Chen Ze recklessly began firing indiscriminately. Batman quickly communicated over the radio, "Do not fire recklessly. There may be numerous substances inside." Chen Ze, bemused, thought to himself, using explosives is undoubtedly more severe than firing a gun. However, he kept this sentiment to himself, and the two advanced deeper into the room, nearly back to back. As the smoke gradually cleared, they found the interior had been devastated by the grenades. After a brief inspection, they discovered nothing further of interest and proceeded until they encountered a thick door. Batman approached the entrance, instructed Chen Ze to step aside, and then detonated a miniature bomb to blast the door open. He tossed in a few more grenades before charging inside, with Chen Ze following closely behind. Once inside, they were met with a formidable pane of glass, riddled with tiny, dark holes that seemed to beckon ominously. Batman scrutinized the scene with keen eyes, while Chen Ze surveyed his surroundings. Just as Batman's hand was about to touch the glass, brilliant red lasers suddenly emitted from the holes, intricately crisscrossing and sealing off the space surrounding the serum. At that moment, the face that nauseated Chen Ze the most, Jigsaw, suddenly appeared before them. With a resounding bang, Chen Ze lost all control over his emotions upon seeing him. Gripping his submachine gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire towards the figure. Batman did not intervene, however. The glass outside the screen was impervious to the gunfire, seemingly crafted from an unknown material. Jigsaw appeared to be laughing, exclaiming, "My little prey has come out. I have a choice for you. The serum of super soldier blood is within, and you may retrieve it, but only if your hands can survive the lasers. Of course, the glass protecting the serum can withstand the lasers. Choose wisely." "Damn it." Chen Ze's composure shattered as he angrily cursed. "You better pray you never get caught by me." "Oh, I am most eager for that," Jigsaw replied with a sinister chuckle. Batman then interjected, "Chen Ze, refrain from speaking too much to avoid revealing weaknesses." Batman's words, though spoken in Mandarin with a somewhat awkward tone, were understood by Chen Ze. He was about to question how Batman knew the language when he recalled Batman's extensive travels around the world. It was hardly surprising he could speak Mandarin. "What weaknesses?" Chen Ze thought. "You'll find out soon enough," Batman replied, glancing at the serum within and the intricate web of lasers surrounding it. "Mr. Batman, I believe you must make a decision swiftly as time is not on your side." "Move," Batman declared decisively. "What?" "I said we must go." With that, Batman swiftly drew two compact submachine guns from their holsters. Yet, to their dismay, the very door through which they had entered suddenly slammed shut. "Do not leave, my friend." On the screen, the visage of the Jigsaw killer vanished, replaced by a ghastly face adorned with a crimson smile. The Joker, Batman's arch-nemesis. "You cannot escape, or rather, you may choose to flee, but you must leave your companion of yellow skin behind." The Joker spoke languidly. "Did you truly believe Catwoman could procure that serum? If all goes as expected, she should have been apprehended by now." A sudden lump formed in Batman's throat. As his communication with Chen Ze relied on a voice recognition device affixed to his throat, Chen Ze heard it distinctly. It appeared that Batman had encountered a dilemma. But what of Catwoman? What serum? What was transpiring? And why did the Joker desire his presence? Contemplating Jigsaw's methods, a shiver coursed through Chen Ze, and an unprecedented yearning for power surged within him. He had read tales of transmogrification in a Superman. If he were Superman, what Joker, what Jigsaw? What schemes could withstand the might of his iron physique, reduced to mere words, one punch to obliterate? Yet, Batman's expression remained somber as he inquired, "Why do you wish for him to stay?" "Because this child possesses peculiarities," the Joker replied with unsettling candor. "We witnessed the footage from that day. He is neither a mutant nor a superhuman, yet he can absorb the abilities of others. Such a power is intriguing. No, he is my friend." "Very well. Then you must forfeit your own chance, and Loki shall grant our desires." The Joker continued, "Soon, a rather delightful acquaintance will arrive to greet you. He shall capture your companion of yellow skin." "The Tesseract? Loki? The very Loki who instigated the Battle of New York? What schemes was Batman concocting?" Chen Ze's mind buzzed with confusion, but a fleeting clarity emerged, only to be eclipsed by another troubling thought. Chapter 6. The Winter Soldier. Who could this delightful acquaintance be? Chen Ze mused, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl. The Joker, once an adversary of Batman, was now entangled with the foes of the Avengers. And this serum, a relic from Captain America's era, led Chen Ze to a startling realization. "Batman, be cautious." Chen Ze suddenly shouted, "The Winter Soldier is coming." The Winter Soldier, a super assassin rescued by Hydra to execute clandestine missions, possessed combat prowess nearly on par with Captain America. Batman's strength was limited, although he could absorb abilities. He had not yet consumed anything beyond the three-headed green-skinned creature. The Winter Soldier is capable of going toe-to-toe with Captain America, and although Captain America is a strategic hero, he can wield his shield to withstand the assaults of Thor. This speaks volumes about the formidable strength of the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? What a peculiar name, Batman mused. An antiquated relic. Before Chen Ze could finish his thought, the side door unexpectedly burst open, revealing a masked figure clad in black armor, with a silver mechanical arm on the left. Indeed, it was the Winter Soldier. Chen Ze cleared his throat, asserting his left arm is a mechanical prosthetic, and his body has been enhanced through serum modifications on par with Captain America, rendering him immensely powerful. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Chen Ze spoke, he rolled to the ground, while Batman swiftly turned, using his cape to shield himself from the furious barrage unleashed by the Winter Soldier's submachine gun, which belched forth a long tongue of fire. If he could defeat the Winter Soldier, he could absorb his energy and significantly amplify his own strength. However, the reality was that he was no match for this opponent. Just as Batman pivoted, the Winter Soldier, like a gust of wind, appeared at his side. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches. The Winter Soldier's speed was astonishing, forcing Batman to collide with him using nothing but his flesh and blood. The mechanical arm of the Winter Soldier struck Batman's arm, nearly shattering it. Although Batman's suit could not compare to Iron Man's, its defensive capabilities were undeniably robust, confirming the Winter Soldier's prowess. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Batman had the chance to soothe his aching arm, the Winter Soldier's submachine guns began to unleash a hail of bullets. Fortunately, Batman reacted in time, raising his arm while simultaneously crouching low. However, as he evaded the barrage, the Winter Soldier delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The massive shadow was sent hurtling backward. Batman, having fallen, sprang back to his feet with remarkable speed, yet Chen Ze was acutely aware that the kick had inflicted serious injury. The Winter Soldier would not be like the cinematic villains who leisurely approach their foes to deliver the final blow. He raised his weapons, ready to eliminate Batman. In that critical moment, Chen Ze had no choice but to unleash his left fist with all his might, channeling over a ton of explosive force into a powerful strike aimed at the Winter Soldier. Boom. But the Winter Soldier, agile and relentless, retaliated with a kick to Chen Ze's abdomen. Chen Ze's left hand swung wide, following in Batman's footsteps as he fell to the ground. Nevertheless, he rolled to the right with all his strength, narrowly escaping a series of bullet holes where he had just been. Even so, Chen Ze was struck by 3 bullets. Fortunately, the quality of Wayne Industries' bulletproof vest proved exceptional, leaving him relatively unscathed. At this juncture, both Chen Ze and Batman found themselves perilously close to doom. How could they possibly contend against such a robust adversary, armed with 2 submachine guns? Fortunately, after a series of gunfire, the Winter Soldier seemed momentarily out of ammunition. It was at this juncture that Batman began to assert his prowess, producing a compact firearm from an unknown source and directing it towards the Winter Soldier. The searing projectile soared towards the very spot the Winter Soldier had just occupied, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. However, Batman's weapon also prevented the Winter Soldier from closing the distance, as he had recently sustained injuries from shrapnel. Chen Ze had hastily informed him that although the Winter Soldier wielded firearms, his true strength lay in hand-to-hand combat, possessing immense power and combat skills. Thus, Batman could not afford to let him approach. Chen Ze seized a submachine gun, initiating a barrage to cover the Winter Soldier's advance. Yet, the adversary was clad in bulletproof attire, and as for the upper part of his head, he effortlessly raised his mechanical arm to deflect the onslaught. This situation was untenable. Should their ammunition deplete, both Chen Ze and Batman would face dire consequences. Suddenly, Batman crossed his arms, wielding the submachine gun in his left hand to sweep towards the encroaching Winter Soldier, while his right hand discharged the firearm, shattering the previously impenetrable glass and revealing the serum of the super soldier within. In that moment, Batman urgently instructed Chen Ze, "Your mechanical gauntlet is laser-resistant. Retrieve the serum and inject it immediately. If miracles are to be found today, they reside within you." Chen Ze felt a jolt of realization. "But this is your objective. I cannot utilize it now. You must grow stronger." Resolutely, Chen Ze ceased regarding Batman and focused on extending his right hand into the laser's path. Remarkably, the laser was deflected by the mechanical gauntlet, revealing that the Joker's calculations had underestimated Batman's innate abilities. Without hesitation, Chen Ze extracted the super serum and injected it into his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of power coursed through his arm, as if it had been directly transferred to his heart. He felt as though he had been bombarded thrice. The force of it caused blood to erupt from his mouth. Unlike Captain America, who had the benefit of advanced apparatus and optimal conditions when receiving the serum, Chen Ze was left to endure the effects solely with his body. Consequently, he was beset by dizziness. His body felt limp and powerless, waves of agony crashing through his very core. To the astonishment of both Batman and Chen Ze, the injection of the serum had rendered him devoid of combat efficacy. At that moment, the Winter Soldier had closed the distance to Batman, utilizing both hands and feet. While Batman was exceptionally skilled in close combat, his techniques paled in comparison to the Winter Soldier's, especially given that he lacked even a quarter of the latter's strength. Thus, Batman was left to rely on his suit for minimal defense, having already sustained numerous internal injuries and facing life-threatening peril. Should Batman fall, it would not be long before Chen Ze met the same fate. As Chen Ze observed the intertwining figures, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a technique that could alter the course of events, for if he did not act decisively, doom awaited him. Without further ado, Chen Ze exclaimed. Chapter 7. The Outburst Technique, Verbal Evasion. Bucky, do you remember Steven? You both participated in the Super Soldier program. He has been resurrected. Chen Ze's voice resonated loudly, causing the Winter Soldier to momentarily pause in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Batman leaped from the fray, his gauntlet aimed directly at the Winter Soldier. Simultaneously, he communicated to Chen Ze through the vibrations of his throat. What is happening? Chen Ze moved his lips but emitted no louder sound. Replying to Batman, he was once Captain America's ally, now under Hydra's control. Who are you? The masked figure of the Winter Soldier asked with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Do not let Hydra manipulate you any longer. They are the very foes you should have been willing to sacrifice your life to combat. Without elaborating, Chen Ze continued. Do not serve as their pawn any longer. Who are you? The Winter Soldier reiterated. I am Steven's comrade. Chen Ze could only blurt out. Captain America needs you. The Winter Soldier was ensnared in confusion, his eyes swirling with uncertainty. Fire. Blast him to oblivion. Chen Ze vociferated to Batman, then turned to the Winter Soldier. Bucky, you deserve a life of integrity. Those vile scoundrels at Hydra wish to control you to eliminate those you once held dear, so cease your resistance. Bucky's gaze was increasingly clouded with confusion as he murmured to himself. Who am I? Chen Ze felt a surge of joy. He had succeeded. For Bucky indeed bore psychological scars. A bewildered individual, regardless of their strength, is rife with vulnerabilities. However, the torment within Chen Ze intensified, akin to 1,000 daggers slicing through his muscles, veins, and bones, rendering him nearly incapable of enduring it. Thus, he urged Batman to incapacitate the Winter Soldier with his gauntlet. After all, the Winter Soldier was no Hulk or similarly formidable entity. He was merely a super soldier. Flesh and blood could not withstand the gauntlet. Yet, Batman paid no heed to Chen Ze's pleas. At that moment, the Winter Soldier clutched his head in agony. Batman remained inactive, and Chen Ze hesitated to confront him, fearing that a single blow would not fell the Winter Soldier, but if provoked, both he and Batman might meet their demise here today. What on earth are you doing, my wing? Chen Ze lamented inwardly, conveying his distress to Batman through the vibrations of his throat. Batman remained silent. Boom, boom. The thunder roared. The sound caused the entire room to tremble, gradually rousing the Winter Soldier from his stupor. However, his awakening was accompanied by Hydra's memories, and his gaze grew clearer. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The Winter Soldier unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire from his submachine gun, forcing Chen Ze and his companion to dodge for their lives. Amidst the chaos, Chen Ze felt a searing pain as a bullet pierced through his bulletproof vest. No armor, no matter how formidable, could withstand such a continuous onslaught. An agonizing throb coursed through his body, yet he dared not pause for a moment. Lacking the agility to evade the bullets, he resorted to a frantic rolling maneuver. The thunderous cacophony of gunfire persisted until, at last, the sound abruptly ceased, replaced by the roar of a motorcycle. The Winter Soldier had vanished from sight. A glance revealed that Batman's Batcycle had burst through the door, offering a glimmer of hope. A fleeting thought of salvation crossed Chen Ze's mind. Indeed, Batman continued to fire his submachine gun at a target, then skillfully leaped onto his motorcycle. Without awaiting instruction, Chen Ze dashed to the rear of the bike, the pain in his body a distant concern for the moment. The Batmobile roared to life, surging into the night. Bullets whizzed past his ears. The orange trails stark against the inky sky, their piercing shrieks accompanied by the violent sound of shrapnel slicing through the air. Chen Ze felt a few bullets strike his back. Suddenly, a sharp crack of a projectile echoed, prompting Chen Ze to deduce that this was no ordinary bullet. Indeed, Batman swiftly jerked the handlebars to the right, nearly sending the injured Chen Ze tumbling off the bike. In that very spot, a bomb detonated with a thunderous explosion, the scorching shockwave almost dislodging him from his precarious perch. "Hold on tight, or you'll be thrown off," Batman shouted, and at that moment, a dark, metallic contraption materialized in the night sky, its ominous cannon aimed directly at them. With a series of deafening booms, the mechanical beast descended, extending two peculiar robotic arms which seized the Batcycle, lifting both Batman and Chen Ze skyward. Thus, they were whisked into the cockpit of the Batplane, the immediate danger alleviated. "Let us return and obliterate that wretched place with your cannon," Chen Ze urged Batman, convinced that the latter had refrained from using explosives earlier to protect his valuable cargo, but now could unleash devastation without restraint. At that moment, Batman removed his mask, revealing a troubled expression, his brow furrowed in discontent. "No," he replied slowly. "Why? I must avoid public visibility. Otherwise, they might think I am harming innocent civilians. Furthermore, I promised Clark not to cause excessive disruption." Chen Ze furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could he dare to say such a thing? His great battle destroyed countless cities. Never before has such devastation occurred. Batman shook his head. He is a good man. The two emblematic superheroes of the Justice League, Batman and Superman, stand in stark contrast to Marvel's sardonic Iron Man, the disdainful Thor, and the rage-fueled Hulk. Indeed, they embody righteousness. Hearing Batman's words, the clash between Superman and that general has yet to unfold. Pain surged like a tide, and Chen Ze felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet sleep eluded him. To distract himself from the pain, he initiated a conversation. "Why didn't you fire at the Winter Soldier?" "Because there are no more bullets," Batman replied, expressing his frustration. "I see," Chen Ze responded weakly, pondering. At that moment, Batman cast a glance at Chen Ze, falling silent, leading him to sense that Batman was on the verge of revealing something, but refrained. However, the pain intensified, and water flowed uncontrollably, resembling the legendary scenarios in fantasy novels where one consumes a potion and expels impurities, a foul odor permeating the air. Yet, he also felt his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation for the better. Chapter 8. Departure. Aware of Batman's reticence, Chen Ze remained silent. At that moment, his mind was flooded with countless enigmas. Why had he suddenly arrived in this world? Why was he endowed with the ability to absorb others' energy? Furthermore, what was Batman's connection to the cosmic cube? And what was the deal with Catwoman stealing potions? The entirety of these puzzles left Chen Ze in a state of disarray. But one certainty remained. Batman was undoubtedly concealing something from him. Additionally, there was another pressing question. Why were Hydra's agents interested in him? Contemplating Hydra's exasperating organization, a sense of unease crept into Chen Ze's heart. While pondering these matters, he managed to shift his focus away from the pain somewhat. Meanwhile, outside the Batplane, the landscape had nearly become transparent. Looking down, the sprawling city shimmered with radiant lights, a dazzling display of brilliance. Batman suddenly remarked, "What a beautiful city." "Indeed, it is beautiful." Chen Ze seldom had the opportunity to gaze down upon a city, witnessing those lights unfurling extravagantly before his eyes, and an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Unfortunately, this was the United States, and Batman organized his thoughts. A mere bonsai. Yes, a bonsai. Those stained with the blood of the innocent, the filthy underworld. Layer upon layer, there the parasites clinging to the bonsai. Chen Ze fell into a contemplative silence. These matters held little significance for him, particularly since this was America. If the villains of America oppressed ordinary people as fellow humans, he would undoubtedly rise to their defense given his immense power. But to eradicate the malignancies of this nation? To rid the American empire of its own tumors? They themselves are the greatest malignancy on Earth, aren't they? However, he understands that Batman is committed to these matters. Regrettably, the Joker repeatedly demonstrates to Batman that certain issues cannot be resolved solely through violence and cunning. The decay of a city or even an entire societal system cannot be rectified by a single superhero. "I have visited your country, and I sense that they are also undergoing a transformation akin to ours." Batman inquires, "Is this regression or progress?" In that moment, Batman has removed his rather unsightly mask, revealing a face that, though handsome, bears the marks of fatigue and premature aging. Perhaps, when compared to Superman, Batman lacks the celestial powers and illustrious lineage from another world. Yet, he possesses a significant distinction from Superman and many other superheroes. Should Superman lose his powers, he becomes an ordinary man. Conversely, even without Wayne Industries and despite his reliance on advanced technology, Batman remains Batman, forever contemplating how one might change the world. Chen Ze gazes at this Batman, feeling a peculiar sense of safety emanate from him. "Let fate handle these matters. I cannot bear the weight of them all." Chen Ze shakes his head, casting aside some of the burdens he associates with Batman, and clenches his left fist, feeling the pain subside. All I desire now is to dismantle the jigsaw in pieces. Upon hearing this, Batman sets the aircraft to autopilot, gazes intently at Chen Ze, and states, Chen Ze, once we land, recuperate at my place before departing. Chen Ze furrows his brow as pieces of his thoughts begin to connect. I can temporarily assist you here. Thank you for your kindness. I understand that after acquiring the super soldier serum, you could indeed aid me. Yet trust me, leaving now is the wisest choice. Batman replies, Hydra seems to have set its sights on you. They may resort to any means necessary. I lack the ability to protect you and might inadvertently expose your location, considering the multitude of skilled individuals over there. As for others, they are most likely to turn you over to S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D? Indeed, S-H-I-E-L-D has made considerable contributions to Earth, but they strive to maintain control over every potential threat. I suspect they would not let your situation slip through their fingers. Chen Ze, feeling a surge of agitation, allows his frustrations with the world to erupt. Why? Why are they targeting me? Are there not countless superpowered beings and mutants? Why focus on me? Batman waits patiently for Chen Ze's emotions to settle slightly before asking, Very well, I shall pose a few questions. What? First, how did you know about me from the outset? Second, how do you know about the Winter Soldier? Third, what accounts for the peculiarity of your abilities? Batman continues, After this encounter, I believe I may begin to understand you, but I cannot guarantee your safety here. I can only allow you to leave for a place unknown to me. In truth, there is no need for S-H-I-E-L-D, as all individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities would naturally fear your powers and choose to distance themselves from you. After all, no one can guarantee that you wouldn't suddenly attack and absorb their abilities. Chen Ze attempted several times to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, he couldn't simply admit that his understanding of the plot stemmed from having watched a film. Could he? As for explaining his ability to absorb powers, this was an enigma that eluded explanation. Speculation among individuals is inevitable. Isn't that the very essence of the Dark Forest theory? It appears that his abilities might indeed render him a thorn in the side of others. However, he came to a realization. It seems I comprehend your intentions now. You wish to take me to acquire the serum of a super soldier primarily to gauge my character and ascertain whether I possess a malevolent nature. Simultaneously, this serves as a diversion, for your true aim is to shield Catwoman, who is currently pilfering control serum from Dr., preventing the threat posed by Jean. After articulating these thoughts, Chen Ze felt a sense of disbelief. Inexplicably, his mind was remarkably clear. He could fathom everything with ease. You are truly remarkable, always able to deduce the majority of matters. I am unaware of your origins, thus I would prefer you to remain concealed. Batman replied, based on my assessment, I do not perceive you as a villain. Therefore, I must advise you not to allow hatred to cloud your judgment, but rather to transform that hatred into fearlessness. Fearlessness? Chen Ze pondered this word, recalling Bruce Wayne's lineage and the struggles he faced in the comics, battling his former ally Superman while burdened by the weight of age. Suddenly, he grasped a deeper understanding. Perhaps these 4 words embodied the essence of Batman. Blinded by hatred? Chen Ze chuckled softly. I possess such abilities that it won't be long before I ensure that Jigsaw meets his demise without a resting place. After that, hatred may cease to exist. Batman fell silent for a moment. In truth, it may not be perilous. I am merely considering the worst-case scenario. After all, if Hydra is interested in something, I believe S-H-I-E-L-D would be as well. As Chen Ze gazed at Batman, he sensed that the latter had made up his mind, making it difficult for him to persuade him to allow his stay. It is indeed true that being with him is more dangerous. Perhaps it could provide protection against malevolent forces, but what of the other superheroes? Can he truly guard against them? Very well, Mr. Wayne. I appreciate your care over the past few days. Please land the aircraft. I shall depart now. However, Bruce Wayne shook his head in response. I concur with your decision. Yet it is advisable for you to return to the Batcave with me, as your health is not in optimal condition. I cannot permit Hydra to capture you. Chen Ze contemplated this and nodded. All right. Wayne then remarked with a peculiar expression, additionally, there is another reason. You require a place to bathe. Goodness, I must say. You currently emit a stench that even my highly advanced aircraft's air conditioning system cannot counteract. Oh, I comprehend. Chen Ze's face flushed crimson. A torrent of water cascaded down the entrance of the Bat Cave, as the Bat plane surged through the deluge into the depths of the cave. Chapter 9. Enormous power upon the aircraft's opening. Chen Ze clambered down, only to realize he could no longer walk. Batman, with a wry smile, remarked, my friend, I would very much like to lend you a hand, but your Chen Ze understood that he was being referred to as quite foul. He could only grimace and reply, "Sir, no one has requested your assistance." "Apologies," Batman responded, still wearing a bittersweet expression. Chen Ze continued, "You need not concern yourself with me. Once I regain my strength, I shall locate a place to bathe in my residence. Thus, you should hasten to devise a plan to rescue Catwoman." "I truly regret this," Wayne said. "However, regarding the matter of saving the lady, I will contact Clark immediately, hence I cannot attend to you at this moment. Should you require anything, you may reach out to Alfred via the communicator. He will assist you." Chen Ze nodded, acknowledging that both Batman and Superman were reluctant to aid one another. Yet the circumstances had changed. "Wait." At that moment, Chen Ze called out to Bruce Wayne, who was already turning to depart. "Be cautious. That Loki possesses the ability to control minds. He is no ordinary foe." "I am aware. Thank you for the warning," Batman replied, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Ze. After Batman left, Chen Ze sensed a shift in his condition. Alfred approached, inquiring if he needed anything, but was repelled by the overwhelming odor, standing awkwardly several meters away. Observing Chen Ze addressed him, "Alfred, please tend to your own tasks. Once I am well, I shall summon you." "Very well." After Alfred departed, Chen Ze felt engulfed in excruciating pain, akin to being set ablaze, as if his entire body had been doused in corrosive acid. "Am I to perish beneath this super soldier serum?" Chen Ze recalled that among the batch of super soldier serum, only a scant few had survived, with a survival rate of less than 1%. Lacking any mechanical aid or means of healing, would he endure? The pain intensified, causing him to writhe on the ground, his cries echoing through the bat cave like a cacophony of despair. Chen Ze harbored no intention of concealing his agony. His lamentations resonated far and wide. After enduring this torment for over an hour, Chen Ze felt a resurgence of consciousness, as clarity gradually returned to his mind. His previously myopic vision had now been restored to normalcy. An overwhelming sense of power coursed through him, though it was accompanied by the foul stench of the bat cave. Reminiscent of countless decaying corpses, Chen Ze proceeded into the shower room. Bang, bang, bang. Each step he took reverberated with a resounding thud, causing the floor to tremble beneath him. He realized that he struggled to control the immense strength coursing through his body, akin to a 5-year-old child suddenly wielding a sword capable of slicing through iron. Not only was this weapon difficult to manage, but it also posed a risk of inflicting harm upon himself. However, if the child were to gradually familiarize himself with the sword, he would harness a formidable power, far surpassing that of his tender age. Chen Ze entered the bathing area at a cautious pace, and by the time he arrived, he had gained a modicum of control over his strength. Yet, as he turned on the faucet, crack, the fixture snapped right off. Cold water cascaded down upon him, chilling him to the core. Nevertheless, as the water flowed over his sculpted muscles and trickled down to his heels, he experienced an exhilarating sense of refreshment. Thus, he chose not to seek Alfred's assistance, instead relishing the invigorating sensation of the shower. As he examined his pectorals and abdominal muscles, he noted that they lacked the exaggerated bulk of a Mr. Olympia or Wolverine, embodying instead a perfectly streamlined physique. While his muscles were not overtly pronounced, they concealed a latent explosive power within their aesthetic form. Grabbing a towel, he wrung it out beneath the water, only to find it snapped in his grasp. Frustration washed over him as he recalled the Captain America from the movies, who, upon the successful completion of his experiment, immediately acquired immense strength and remarkable agility. Why, he pondered, did his own agility remain relatively unchanged despite his newfound power? Due to the overwhelming stench emanating from him, Chen Ze spent over an hour cleansing himself, using 2 bars of soap in the process. He scrubbed away a substantial layer of grime, which nearly clogged the drain. Fortunately, being in Batman's domain meant that the facilities were state-of-the-art, and the issues were swiftly resolved. Outside, Alfred had prepared several sets of clothing for Chen Ze to choose from, all impeccably tailored. Among them was a suit that appeared to be handcrafted, exuding an air of sophistication. The lives of the wealthy, it seemed, were indeed lavish, even as Batman and Iron Man dedicated themselves to saving the world. Batman, in particular, maintained a degree of restraint, as Wayne was a man of strict self-discipline, ensuring that a life of luxury did not extinguish his fighting spirit. Opting for a black suit, Chen Ze attempted to don it, only to hear a rip. The fabric tore apart in his hands, and his face paled. "I must apologize, but may I inquire about the cost of that suit?" he asked. $50,000, sir," Alfred replied. "Damn, $50,000, that's equivalent to 350,000 RMB, and I've just ruined it. It matters not, for here lies a peculiar scene." After tearing 3 garments, Chen Ze finally managed to don a piece of clothing, albeit of a lower caliber, transitioning from an exquisitely tailored suit to a more casual denim ensemble. It appears that formal attire is not destined for me. Chen Ze shrugged his shoulders and remarked to Alfred, perhaps this is what fate has ordained for me. Quite dashing, sir, Alfred responded with a smile. Expressing gratitude, Chen Ze approached the mirror. Though the denim attire was of lesser distinction, it suited him remarkably well. It seemed that Batman had already assessed Chen Ze's physical measurements. Could it be that my secret of size 28 has been uncovered? Chen Ze jested in a playful manner, amused by his own humor, disregarding Alfred's bemused expression. For Chen Ze, the foremost concern was mastering the control of his newfound strength. Chapter 10. Physical Assessment Data Regarding the Matter of Controlling Strength. I believe you might seek guidance from others. Clark encountered similar challenges in the beginning. Batman analyzed. However, I observe that your control over strength has improved significantly. Perhaps you do not require as much assistance, would you not agree? Very well, Chen Ze replied. I am merely curious. Captain America, upon successfully receiving the serum, transformed into a super soldier endowed with immense strength, capable of agile movements between buildings. Why do I find myself in this predicament? Have you witnessed the birth of Captain America? Batman inquired. Nay, Chen Ze admitted, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. I merely speculate, for according to certain records, Captain America, shortly after acquiring the super soldier serum, eliminated several Nazi foes. Where did you acquire such information? Upon noticing Chen Ze's discomfort, Batman refrained from pressing further and continued, since your serum has been modified, there may exist certain discrepancies. Such occurrences are inevitable. I apologize for the troubles this has caused you. It is not your fault. On the contrary, I am grateful for the strength you have bestowed upon me. Chen Ze acknowledged, understanding the reasons behind his situation. Well then, let us proceed to assess your physical metrics, Batman stated. Before Chen Ze lay an entire array of professional testing equipment, each designed for various measurements. With a powerful left hook, Chen Ze struck the punching machine, producing a resounding tremor. He then sprinted 100 meters at his utmost speed. In no time, a report materialized before Batman and Chen Ze. Impeccable. The data elicited a snap of approval from Batman. Standing barefoot, he measured 174 centimeters in height and weighed 85 kilograms, completing the 100 meters in a staggering 57 seconds, with a body fat percentage of 24. The maximum force of a straight punch registered at 758 kilograms, while a chopping punch reached 107 kilograms. As these figures were unveiled, even Chen Ze found himself astonished. Such a physique concealed within an 85-kilogram frame. Hey, buddy, you are simply remarkable. Wayne exuded an air of sophistication, exhibiting no trace of regret after relinquishing the super soldier serum to Chen Ze. Rather, he genuinely rejoiced in Chen Ze's fortune. Indeed, Chen Ze, equally astonished, remarked, with my current physical assessment data, if I were to compete, I would be dunking and sending everyone flying. With an ungraceful sputter, Batman unintentionally sprayed coffee from his mouth. My heavens! A super soldier, a being with a punch force exceeding 6,000 kilograms, actually contemplating bullying ordinary individuals. What an aspiration. I was merely speaking figuratively, Chen Ze replied, slightly embarrassed. Nonetheless, I must ask, why has my height seemingly diminished by 6 centimeters? What is the explanation for this? Wayne regarded him with palpable skepticism. I distinctly recall your height being the same as it is now when I first encountered you. There is a saying in China, to speak nonsense with one's eyes wide open, Chen Ze articulated in Mandarin. Though I am not well educated, do not attempt to deceive me. Batman, thoroughly entertained, responded in Mandarin. I trust my eyes. Your struggles are futile. Chen Ze pouted. In truth, his height had indeed shrunk by 1 centimeter, likely due to denser bones, but certainly not by 6 centimeters. On that day, Chen Ze engaged in extensive strength control training, feeling his mastery over power increasingly improve. His peak punch force had surged to 6,000 kilograms. For several days, Batman had been enigmatic, and Chen Ze refrained from inquiring about Catwoman. Since Batman chose to remain silent, it felt inappropriate for him to pry. Eventually, as Batman's demeanor softened, he approached Chen Ze for a brief chat. Just then, Chen Ze's stomach audibly rumbled, eliciting a moment of embarrassment, but Batman had already summoned a substantial platter of meat. Chen Ze, unreserved, began to feast. His appetite had dramatically increased in recent days, particularly on the day he received the serum, when he had consumed at least 50 pounds of meat. Fortunately, his appetite had since normalized significantly, though it remained notably higher than that of an average person. Thank you, Bruce, Chen Ze addressed him more casually. Having grown familiar with him, I truly appreciate your support during these days. It is my honor, Wayne replied. However, I must express my apologies, as I still require you to depart first. I understand, Chen Ze said, his eating slowing slightly. I can manage. This is a preparation from Bruce. On that day, as Chen Ze prepared to say farewell, Alfred revealed to him the array of items Batman had provided. There was a form-fitting black bodysuit, a bulletproof helmet, a pair of technologically advanced shoes, and a brand new mechanical glove that appeared significantly more sophisticated than the one he currently wore. Additionally, there were various cosmetics for disguise, capable of transforming his appearance with a mere application. Alfred addressed Chen Ze, stating, "This bodysuit boasts exceptional ballistic resistance, capable of withstanding impacts from firearms with calibers up to 10 millimeters. As for your mechanical gloves, they are custom-made, tailored to complement your current strength." Chen Ze felt a wave of gratitude. After all, Batman had shown him considerable kindness. Without his assistance, he was uncertain how he would navigate this unfamiliar world. "Please convey my thanks to Mr. Wayne," Chen Ze interjected. Alfred responded, "Certainly, but allow me to introduce you to these shoes." Chen Ze interrupted again. "If I am not mistaken, these must be the latest model, capable of flight through flamethrower propulsion, and can also control attacks against foes, akin to exoskeletal armor. The soles can launch miniature missiles, and even deploy titanium knives to swiftly incapacitate adversaries. I find them quite appealing." Alfred raised his hands in a gesture of apology. "I admire your imagination, Mr. Chun, but these are merely ordinary shoes, albeit equipped with specialized cushioning technology for enhanced shock absorption. They lack flight capability, missile launchers, or exoskeletal features." Chen Ze, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "All right, goodbye," as he stepped onto the bustling street, where the cacophony of vehicles and noise enveloped him. The flood of sunlight illuminated every cell in his body. Away from Batman, he felt a curious sense of freedom, despite the loss of security. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and as he glanced at the intricate, towering buildings around him, he tucked his right hand into the ample pocket of his coat and continued forward. His next objective was to locate the saw, and of course, to find a way to restore his right hand. Chapter 11. Darkness. After departing from Wayne Enterprises, Chen Ze realized that an urgent matter loomed. Whether Batman had carelessly forgotten or had no intention of assisting him, Chen Ze now found himself utterly penniless. Previously, he had a mere 37 yuan left from a dinner invitation, which was just slightly more than $5. Nevertheless, he felt that Batman had already been generous enough, and he deemed it unnecessary to ask for more. Thus, he needed to devise a means of earning money. How could he possibly refrain from seeking income? Chen Ze's appetite had grown significantly. Even a modest meal would likely cost him several dozen dollars. Without additional resources, he feared he might face starvation. This was a crucial moment in the transformation spurred by the super serum. Without ample energy to sustain him, he risked meeting the same fate as those in horror films, drained of their essence. Therefore, he must find a solution. Although possessing such formidable power should facilitate earning money, his current circumstances dictated that he could not reveal his identity. Moreover, Chen Ze was resolutely opposed to exploiting the weak. Despite the somewhat lackluster effects of moral education from a young age, Chen Ze, though previously seen as a less than virtuous individual, cursing, drunkenly urinating by the roadside, was not inherently malevolent. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. On a moonlit night, amidst the bustling traffic and the glaring streetlights lined up like sentinels, it was now the second evening since Chen Ze had emerged from the shadows of his Batman-like escapades. Famished to the point of desperation, he felt as though he could consume the most unsavory of meals. Yet, he maintained a boundary, refraining from succumbing to utter depravity. If he were to consider himself a superhero at this moment, he would surely be the most forlorn of them all, he thought with a wry smile. Unlike Spider-Man, who, despite his plight, managed to earn a living through selfies, Chen Ze found himself without such recourse. Finding a darkened corner, he donned a form-fitting black suit. Formidable though it was, it lacked breathability and comfort, compelling him to wear it solely during combat. Over this, he layered his original jacket and laced up his combat boots. After securing his equipment in an abandoned nook, he pulled the hood over his head, merging into the nocturnal ambience. His plan was neither sophisticated nor clever. It was, in fact, rather crude, striking at the heart of darkness. Over the past days, he had been observing various shadowy corners, finally witnessing the exchanges of a few drug dealers. With a stroke of fortune, he identified a drug transit point, lightly guarded and ripe for an attempt. Chen Ze reframed his intentions as merely a dark form of retribution rather than a noble crusade against drug trafficking. He had no desire to entangle himself in a mission cloaked in moral righteousness. As he emerged into the night, the transit point revealed itself as a dilapidated structure on the outskirts of a slum. Ahead lay shattered streetlights, pockmarked roads, ragged beggars, and emaciated sex workers. Malnourished children scampered about, starkly contrasting the opulence of the affluent. The sight of this impoverished enclave was jarring, evoking thoughts of the news he had seen during the day. A question suddenly pierced his mind. Why, in a world teeming with superheroes, did crime persist? Why, despite America's global dominance, did so many live in destitution? Yet, this contemplation quickly faded as he focused on the task at hand, storming the drug den. Under the cover of darkness, Chen Ze stealthily approached, concealing his presence until he was approximately 20 meters from the two henchmen, their waistbands bulging with concealed firearms. In an instant, his leg muscles propelled him forward like a charging leopard. Piercing the veil between shadow and light, he materialized before them. Chen Ze arrived in just over a second, leaving his two assailants only enough time to draw their firearms, yet they did not have the opportunity to fire. With a resounding thud, his right fist, clad in a mechanical glove, struck the head of the assailant on the right, the tremendous force rendering his skull into a pulp akin to a watermelon. Following this, Chen Ze lifted his left leg and delivered a devastating kick to the chest of the assailant on the left, the nearly 10 tons of force collapsing his ribcage. Unless one resorts to weapons of mass destruction, the only effective means of dealing with superheroes is through superheroes themselves. Just as tanks are best countered with tanks and aircraft with aircraft, the sheer power possessed by Chen Ze is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. He showed no mercy to the two men, fully aware that sparing them could lead to a hidden gunfire from behind. Although he was clad in a bulletproof vest, the uncertainty of the situation loomed large. Eliminating these two was not as simple as quenching thirst, yet he experienced no psychological barriers in doing so. The door was locked, but with a thunderous crash, Chen Ze forcefully kicked it open, disregarding the fact that it was iron. He charged inside, greeted first by a low-ceiling corridor, narrow and disadvantageous for his advance, yet he had no choice but to push forward. As he sprinted up the corridor, a barrage of submachine gun bullets rained down upon him. Faster, even faster. Chen Ze braced himself with his bulletproof helmet and vest against the hail of gunfire, propelling himself upwards with all his strength, the corridor trembling beneath his powerful strides. His strength transformed into velocity, wreaking havoc upon the structure, threatening to shatter the stairs beneath him. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. The bullets struck his body, inducing pain, but Chen Ze countered their impact with his formidable power, surging upward like a wild beast. Though his bulletproof vest was of exceptional quality, he anticipated it would not withstand the gunfire for long, urging him to ascend with utmost speed. With a fierce shout, Chen Ze leapt, breaking the stairs beneath him as he propelled himself to the next level. Then came a series of rapid, decisive strikes. In a flurry of punches and kicks, those who had just opened fire upon him now found themselves succumbing to his relentless assault, each contact proving fatal. Chapter 12. Murder and plunder. Despite having endured 2 days of hunger, Chen Ze unleashed the full force of his spirit and vitality, akin to a bomb detonating, obliterating all resistance in his wake. With another fierce shout, he reduced the last of the henchmen before him into a gruesome mess, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that he had undoubtedly killed over a dozen men, their bodies strewn across the floor in disarray. This is a superhero. We must flee swiftly. The others find themselves at a loss when confronted by this formidable figure, scrambling to escape from someone impervious to harm, yet capable of delivering death with a mere touch. Chen Ze watched helplessly as they ran away, realizing they might be heading to alert their superiors. However, he found himself unable to pursue them due to a lack of ranged attack capabilities. If he chased after them, who could say whether he would have another opportunity to reclaim his coveted riches? Thus, Chen Ze began to rummage through the various drawers in the vicinity, even scouring the individuals around him for any valuables. At last, he stumbled upon a stack of pristine dollars hidden within a corner cabinet, easily identifiable by the Arabic numerals emblazoned upon them. After a rough count, he realized he had amassed over $500,000. Over $500,000? Chen Ze was astounded. No wonder tales of fantasy often depict the thrill of murder and plunder. The prospect of acquiring such wealth in an instant was exhilarating. In his previous existence, his monthly living expenses barely reached 1,000, and the most he had ever possessed at one time was a mere 20,000. And that was in renminbi. Yet now, more than 500,000 US dollars, equivalent to over 3 million renminbi, was within his grasp. It was time to make his exit. Chen Ze suppressed his exhilaration at this newfound fortune, stowing the money in a bag slung over his shoulder. While 2 scavenged submachine guns hung at his chest, he then leaped from the second floor, a drop of over 3 meters, which for his enhanced physique felt akin to jumping from knee height in his former self, without a scratch. Upon landing, he sprinted along a path he had previously scouted. Who was this individual? A man clad in hip-hop attire furrowed his brow as he observed the footage from the surveillance camera. He had never witnessed such an audacious robbery executed by a superhero. Yet, given the man's bulletproof nature and lethal strength, it was clear he was indeed a superhero. Contemplating the situation, he realized he needed to promptly report these developments. In the face of a superhero's assault, they could only summon the appropriate personnel to handle the threat. Dispatch our elite super soldiers to apprehend him. The Joker, having recognized this individual as one who had previously allied with Batman, noted his unusual abilities and deemed him worthy of study, thus immediately sending out the super soldiers. They rarely employed these formidable warriors, as the government's tolerance was limited. Although their power was on the rise, the American government had opted for a policy of appeasement, refraining from dismantling them when their strength began to resurge, instead seeking to suffocate their various channels and confine them. Who knows? Later emerged the super genius Gene Bing, who nearly consolidated a significant portion of the American underworld. Consequently, they became a formidable entity, deeply embedded within the fabric of societal life and various governmental networks, resembling a vast spider's web. While it may be feasible to dismantle a fragment, uprooting the entirety would only lead to devastation. The cost of confronting them now would be exponentially greater than before. Naturally, this dilemma extends beyond mere concerns of excessive destruction. The American government operates as a consortium of merchants. To expect a high sense of justice from these commercial factions is utterly unrealistic. This destructive process is rife with corruption and moral decay, which explains why individuals akin to Batman would utter such words to Chen Ze. However, to avoid truly provoking the nerves of the American government, they would not overstep their bounds, for the United States remains the singular superpower of the world, its national strength unfathomably robust. If it were to resolutely decide to excise a festering sore, survival would be exceedingly difficult for them. Yet today, the Joker resolved to employ several super warriors to capture Chen Ze. This individual possesses exceedingly peculiar abilities. Moreover, judging by his current actions of attempting to rob a drug den, it seems he is in dire financial straits. His organization could undoubtedly supply him with funds, potentially swaying him to their side. Chen Ze dashed through the darkness, clutching a substantial sum of money, his heart racing with urgency as he sought to escape swiftly. He harbored suspicions of surveillance in the vicinity. The technology in this world is far more advanced than he had previously known. He had even witnessed the kind of aerial train tracks, resembling veins, that only existed in Batman. The war begins. Under such circumstances, he instinctively sensed looming threats. Should he fail to flee, unforeseen calamities might ensue. Initially, he had intended to take some money to aid the destitute souls he had encountered in the slums, but he soon realized he lacked the time for such altruism. He arrived at the abandoned factory, locating his previous cache, and opened the box to stow his money within. The factory was utterly silent, devoid of human presence, with even the light scarce and reluctant to illuminate the surroundings. In the profound stillness, punctuated only by distant, intermittent sounds of vehicles that drifted like smoke, Chen Ze suddenly heard strange mechanical whirring, as though something were flapping in the air. With vigilance, he scanned his surroundings. In the monitoring room, a shaky camera captured his alert gaze directed towards that location, seemingly having detected something. Suddenly, bang! The screen erupted into static, plunging into darkness. "They found us. Get those fools moving," someone shouted from the monitoring room. Chen Ze swiftly swatted a flying object the size of a wasp to the ground, and upon closer inspection, it indeed turned out to be a surveillance camera. He comprehended that he was being watched and that an overwhelming number of adversaries would soon converge upon him. Unbeknownst to him, their capabilities were formidable. Chen Ze slowed his pace, intending to make his escape. However, his voice echoed heavily in the darkness, rendering it painfully audible. Thus, he had no choice but to halt, unable to rein in his own strength. At that moment, a sudden burst of radiant white light pierced through the oppressive gloom, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 13. A desperate situation. Bang! Bang! The sound of footsteps reverberated against the earth, causing the ground itself to tremble slightly. The booming echoes intensified, prompting Chen Ze to draw the submachine gun he had acquired earlier. To conceal his position, he spent 5 seconds stealthily crouching beside a massive steel pipe. Alas, his luck was lamentably poor. A powerful searchlight sliced through the darkness, spotlighting him in its blinding glow, rendering him utterly exposed. The brilliance of the beam momentarily disoriented him. Yet he did not shield his eyes. Instead, he unleashed a volley of bullets towards the source of the light. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of bullets striking the wall mingled with the resounding clang of metal on metal, some crisp, others dull, yet it was evident that he had not hit anyone. Whoosh, buzz. Visible projectiles traced long arcs against the night sky, their piercing whizzes causing the air to tremble, creating a cacophony of sound. Dust erupted from the surrounding walls as bullets whizzed past. 2 waves of gunfire surged toward Chen Ze from either side. Several super soldiers had come to besiege him. The earlier searchlight and his own gunfire had revealed his location, resulting in a hail of bullets directed at him. Thud, thud. Chen Ze was soon struck by several rounds. But thankfully, the ballistic vest from Wayne Industries proved its worth, leaving him unharmed. The current predicament made it clear to Chen Ze that his submachine gun seemed ineffective against them. While they illuminated him in the darkness, he remained blind to their positions. Thus, he made the swiftest decision possible, to flee towards the light. Otherwise, he would stand no chance. At present, Chen Ze's sprinting speed was just over 7 seconds per 100 meters, and his stamina was remarkable, capable of sustaining this pace for at least 2 minutes. Bullets rained upon him, but he understood that in a confrontation against such opponents, who possessed light while he was shrouded in darkness, only death awaited him. The super soldiers, however, were swifter than Chen Ze, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. A strange vibration resonated, more violent and intense than before, and the sound of slicing air grew even more pronounced. What on earth was that? The moment Chen Ze heard the peculiar noise, he instinctively rolled to the ground. Boom! The searing gust of air surged forth, accompanied by splashes of dust and debris. Chen Ze's bulletproof vest shielded him from these elements, and the sheer force of the blast prevented him from being swept away. Nevertheless, the impact left him feeling as though he had been struck all over, his ears ringing with a persistent buzz, and a sense of dizziness clouding his mind. He instinctively reached for a nearby crate, grateful for its sturdy construction, thus safeguarding his hard-earned possessions. However, to his dismay, these adversaries possessed artillery. Chen Ze sensed the gravity of the situation. If he continued his flight, he would likely meet his demise at the hands of these explosives. Yet, he pondered, why had they not employed bombs from the outset? Initially, they aimed to capture him alive, aware of his bulletproof vest and his seemingly devouring abilities, which alleviated their concerns about accidentally killing him with gunfire. Now that he sought to flee, they resorted to bombs. In a dire circumstance, it was preferable for him to perish than to escape. After this delay, several assailants closed in on Chen Ze. He dashed forward, now rolling left and right to evade their grasp. Despite his efforts, he still felt the sting of the explosions. One blast, even rupturing a section of his vest. Emerging into the light, he finally discerned his pursuers. They were indeed human, perhaps even ordinary, yet donned in peculiar armor that bore resemblance to the soldiers from Edge of Tomorrow. This appeared to be the true exoskeleton armor. The weaponry they wielded was capable of rending flesh. There were 4 of these formidable beings. The distance between Chen Ze and them dwindled significantly, and one warrior brandished a long knife on his right hand. Chen Ze felt a sense of foreboding. He could hardly hope to combat such overwhelming numbers. Bang, 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 bang. Despite the odds, Chen Ze instinctively aimed his submachine gun at several of them. The sound of clashing steel resonated as the bullets ricocheted off their armor. The exposed areas of these beings were equipped with bulletproof devices, rendering Chen Ze's gunfire ineffective. Soon, his weapon was out of ammunition, and he discarded it in desperation. At that moment, the 4 machines formed a crescent shape, slowly encircling him. Chen Ze unburdened himself, placing his pack on the ground. He realized that the machines seemed intent on capturing him alive. Otherwise, they would have torn him to shreds with their guns and artillery. Each machine revealed a blade from its right hand and a shield from its left. In a swift motion, the first machine lunged its blade towards Chen Ze. As an ordinary individual endowed with newfound strength, but lacking combat training, he instinctively recoiled. Yet, the speed of the blade was relentless. In a moment of peril, a strange instinct prompted Chen Ze to slightly pivot his body, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike of the blade. However, the hand of the second machine lunged directly towards its own body, prompting Chen Ze to helplessly grasp it with his gloved hand. The excruciating sound of friction accompanied by sparks erupted as he swiftly retreated, pain surging through the connection between his mechanical glove and his own hand. The third super soldier then closed in, delivering a swift knife hand strike. In this moment of peril, Chen Ze instinctively tapped into his combat instincts, rolling to evade the blow, only to be met by a kick from the fourth machine that struck his chest with brutal force. Crack! His rib was shattered by the impact. The agony made him break into a cold sweat, and his body was sent flying. The bulletproof vest merely prevented penetration, while blunt force proved devastating against it. Faced with these impervious entities, Chen Ze found himself in a dire predicament, realizing that his strength was of little use at this juncture. However, in that fleeting moment of being propelled backward, he noticed a mechanism on the back of the super soldier's armor, from which their protective gear expanded. The more advanced the technology, the more fragile and intricate it often appeared, proving less effective than simpler, more direct methods. At this moment, another super soldier lunged at Chen Ze from behind. He swiftly pivoted, seizing the soldier's knife hand with his mechanical arm and exerting force to wrench it. The weapon did not break, evidently. The alloy of the knife hand was remarkably resilient. Chen Ze's right hand bore the brunt of the action, with some skin tearing and a sting of pain. Yet he released the super soldier's weapon and darted to the side of another warrior, delivering a powerful left hook to the soldier's bulletproof helmet. Crack! While the helmet did not shatter, spiderweb-like cracks appeared across its surface. At that moment, the other super soldiers closed in. Chen Ze deftly maneuvered behind the previous super soldier and struck the mechanism on his back with force. The shoes gifted by Batman were particularly effective, allowing him to collide without feeling pain, while the back of the super soldier crumbled under his assault, rendering that machine useless. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Chen Ze gasped for breath, realizing that the incapacitated armor momentarily hindered the soldier's movements. Yet, he found no opportunity to eliminate this adversary. The remaining three sensed the imminent danger, positioning themselves back to back, leaving Chen Ze with no vulnerabilities to exploit. 3 minutes later, his bulletproof vest bore several deep gashes, and his body was marked with numerous wounds. As Chen Ze's stamina waned, he reflected on the cinematic action heroes who effortlessly endured physical trials, seemingly immune to fatigue. Yet, for those untrained, the harsh truth awaited. Stepping into a boxing ring for merely a minute could deplete one's energy reserves. Although Chen Ze's endurance had significantly improved over time, the toll of previous ambushes, relentless pursuits, and ongoing battles, compounded by fresh wounds, left him in a dire state, essentially at the end of his tether. In stark contrast, the three mechanical adversaries remained largely unscathed. In a mere half-minute, his demise loomed. Chen Ze realized that despite wielding formidable power against such foes, he could inflict only minimal damage unless he could exhaust their energy sources. His options were limited to ranged attacks or penetrating their outer shells, neither of which he currently possessed. At that moment, a critical vulnerability was exposed, with a gaping wound at his back. Several super soldiers launched nets, intending to ensnare him. Despair enveloped Chen Ze. Memories of the Jigsaw's cruel methods flooded his mind, rendering him paralyzed with dread at the impending confrontation, a terrifying situation where even self-destruction seemed unattainable. Just as hope dwindled, the nets surged upwards, flung away in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar that pierced the air near him. Then came the thud of a heavy impact. One of the super soldiers had been launched mid-air, crashing violently to the ground. The other super soldiers turned to witness a figure illuminated by the harsh light. A humanoid creature clad in a black-red upper garment and blue-black trousers, hands on hips, exclaiming, "Hey, are you throwing a party? You can't have a party without me, buddy." It was Spider-Man. Chen Ze recognized him instantly, noting that this was the superior Spider-Man, not the original, as the latter would never utter such whimsical banter. Harnessing the momentum from afar, Spider-Man delivered a powerful kick that sent the previously airborne super soldier flying. "You all look ridiculous in those mechanical suits. They make you resemble giant shrimp," Spider-Man quipped. "So, I'll send you back to your ocean." As he jested, he skillfully deployed his webbing, ensnaring one super soldier's arm. With a swift tug, he leaped into the air, executing agile somersaults, and as he landed, he forcefully kicked the super soldier down to the ground. Chen Ze was also capable of toppling super soldiers. Based on Spider-Man's remarkable strike, he estimated that Spider-Man's punching power might exceed his own by approximately double. However, Chen Ze was aware that this was merely a casual blow, and Spider-Man too. The hero effortlessly halted a train, showcasing a strength that could be measured in dozens of tons. Throughout his appearance, Spider-Man exhibited an unhurried demeanor, revealing his unparalleled ease in combat, a testament to his extensive experience and remarkable agility. His nimbleness made him seem like a butterfly flitting through the fray. Yet when the moment called for force, Spider-Man's strength was formidable, the perfect amalgamation of power, speed, and agility. Reflecting on his own inability to fully harness his strength, Chen Ze felt a twinge of envy. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining super soldier attempted to strike Spider-Man with a knife-hand blow. Yet Spider-Man evaded with the grace of a nimble cat, rendering all attacks futile. When the assailant drew a gun to aim at Spider-Man, the hero reacted swiftly, using his webbing to disarm him. "Using a gun is hardly wise," Spider-Man quipped, then ensnared the two adversaries with his webbing. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ze dismantled the mechanism on the back of the soldier Spider-Man had previously kicked, binding that individual within the mech as well. Thus, the four super soldiers were efficiently subdued. Chen Ze was genuinely awed by Spider-Man's abilities, his agile maneuvers combined with thunderous strikes, augmented by the support of his webbing. An impulsive thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could absorb his energy? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Not only did he hold a deep admiration for Spider-Man, the heroic figure, but he also could not forsake his morals for personal gain, especially since Spider-Man had just saved his life. Moreover, even if Chen Ze were to act, Spider-Man would undoubtedly handle him with ease. After dispatching the foes, Spider-Man clapped his hands and turned to Chen Ze, inquiring, "Who are you? Your strength is considerable. From whence do you hail?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ze replied, "I am merely an ordinary individual who has received a serum. I just destroyed one of their drug outposts, which is why they came after me. Very well, I understand. Farewell. Spider-Man responded, departing without further ado, a stark contrast to Batman, who had spent considerable time with him. Chen Ze was left momentarily stunned. You are leaving? In the sky, only the silhouette of Spider-Man remained, drifting away. Chen Ze stood in disbelief. Was Spider-Man truly this aloof? Chapter 15, Daily Necessities in the Firmament. Spider-Man's figure flickered amidst the dimming light, vanishing moments later. Reflecting on the entire encounter with Spider-Man, Chen Ze suddenly recalled a detail. The hero was not clad in the traditional red and blue, but rather in hues of black and red, and black and blue. If this were not an illusion caused by the dim light, then Chen Ze understood that the current Spider-Man had undoubtedly fallen prey to an extraterrestrial invasion. When he traversed dimensions, the film Spider-Man 3 had not yet been released. However, based on the events depicted in Spider-Man 3, it was evident that Spider-Man had succumbed to the corruption of an alien entity, the sinister black substance that transformed him into the Dark Spider-Man. When he finally overcame his emotional turmoil and resolved to rid himself of this malevolent force, it was snatched up by a reporter harboring a grudge against Peter Parker, who, together with Sandman, instigated a colossal confrontation. Having grasped this, Chen Ze felt compelled to warn Spider-Man, particularly as he had just been rescued. Moreover, to speak candidly, Spider-Man was his favorite among the superhero films he had watched in his previous life. He had seen many superheroes, the immensely powerful Superman, the eccentric Iron Man, the towering figure of Justice Batman, the affluent and handsome demigod Thor, the solitary Captain America, and the roaring Hulk. Each of these heroes possessed a unique allure. Yet it seemed that Spider-Man still held his heart. This was largely due to Peter Parker's character. His background and internal struggles offered a sense of relatability. Additionally, Chen Ze was enamored with the exhilarating blend of speed, strength, and agility that characterized Spider-Man's dazzling combat style. However, pondering how to locate Peter Parker or Spider-Man, Chen Ze questioned whether the current state of Peter Parker would even permit him to accept his counsel. After much contemplation, he ultimately dismissed this notion. At that moment, he glanced at the armored figures and the individuals within. The first to escape from the armor had already crawled out. Upon seeing Chen Ze, he dared not utter a word, fully aware that he was no match for him, and sought to flee. Chen Ze swiftly pursued and lightly struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Although these individuals claimed to be super soldiers, in reality, their physicality was only marginally superior to an ordinary person's, at most. They reached the level of special forces, which paled in comparison to Chen Ze's strength. The remaining few found themselves in a tragic predicament, uncertain whether to emerge from their confines. Chen Ze considered that these individuals might soon dispatch reinforcements to trouble him. Thus he resolved to swiftly deal with the current inept lot. But should he truly extinguish their lives? In the heat of battle, thoughts of death and survival were minimal, simply eliminating them sufficed. Yet now, faced with these defenseless individuals, Chen Ze felt a twinge of conflict. After considerable deliberation, he decided, consider yourselves fortunate. Inform me how to disable your surveillance, and I shall spare you. The three conscious individuals quickly complied, eager to avoid death. Chen Ze listened attentively, finding no significant complications. After all, Hydra's technology had not yet advanced to the point of constant, omnipresent surveillance. Consequently, he dismantled the nearby monitors and, with a clap of his hands, dashed toward a shadowy direction. However, upon reaching a public telephone booth, he inquired, "Hello, is this 911? What is your number?" "Oh, I assure you, I did not intend to deceive. I merely wished to report a fight I had just witnessed." This particular booth was somewhat secluded, equipped only with a solitary camera, which Chen Ze had noticed quite early on. He cleverly disabled the camera by throwing stones into its blind spot. Yet, this endeavor proved exceedingly arduous. Despite his considerable strength, the initial stones merely shattered the glass surrounding the booth without striking the camera. After 4 or 5 minutes of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in rendering the camera inoperative. By the time Chen Ze completed his call, he noticed that the police, intent on investigating the vandalism of the public telephone booth, were swiftly approaching. Seizing the moment, he made a hasty getaway. $500,000. Such a substantial sum. Chen Ze felt a surge of exhilaration. He casually entered a nearby shop to purchase a new outfit and a backpack, stuffing his belongings within, including his bulletproof vest, which had been damaged by shrapnel. With his hunger mounting after 2 days of deprivation, an ordeal he had never before experienced, he resolved to indulge in a hearty meal. After amassing such wealth, a grand feast was in order. He sought a suitable establishment to satiate his appetite and, 6 minutes later, ordered 2 family buckets. Upon dining at KFC, he realized that the flavor did not quite align with the Chinese palate, given that KFC in China has undergone significant adaptations. Chen Ze then hailed a taxi and sought out a Chinese restaurant, where he savored a robust hot pot. His stomach rumbled contentedly, as he had become increasingly attuned to the sensations of his digestive processes after his appetite had expanded. This feeling brought him a sense of reassurance. After his meal, he contemplated his accommodation predicament. Having spent the previous night lurking beneath a bridge, he acknowledged the complexities of life in contemporary America. Without any form of identification and leaving no trace of his existence, he was forced to navigate this grim reality. Chen Ze decided to seek assistance in obtaining identification. As he had no intentions of engaging in any nefarious activities, he merely wished to secure a room in a hotel. The following day, Chen Ze awoke on a park bench. After stretching, he removed his mechanical glove, having gradually acclimated to the sensation of his severed limb, managing to avoid any involuntary reactions. However, he was dismayed to see the toll the night's escapades had taken, as the glove had caused abrasions on his hand and his bones ached painfully. The sight of his injury brought to mind the figure of Jigsaw. Yet, recalling that Jigsaw was affiliated with Hydra, Chen Ze understood that unless he significantly enhanced his strength, he would remain powerless in his quest for vengeance. Without long-range capabilities and lacking a bulletproof vest, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. Even with protective gear, he would still be vulnerable to larger calibers of bullets and artillery. However, he chose to temporarily conceal the power of revenge within his heart, believing that one day he would unleash an even greater capability, ensuring that his adversary would find no escape from life or death. The previous night's tumultuous activities had left Chen Ze physically drained, and if he did not secure a place to rest soon, he feared his energy would be entirely depleted under such circumstances. Chen Ze began his search for someone who could forge identification documents. After disguising himself, he bore a striking resemblance to an Indian. After a busy morning, he finally succeeded in obtaining a driver's license, albeit one that could only be used in small inns. Otherwise, larger hotels would expose his ruse. Chen Ze invested $1,000 to secure a month's stay, collapsing onto a bed that was not overly soft. The exhaustion from the previous night surged upon him, weighing his eyelids heavily until he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was already night. Chen Ze placed his right hand in his pocket and strolled around the vicinity. Yet he failed to locate a Chinese restaurant and had no choice but to purchase a few packets of instant noodles. After his meal, he began to contemplate his current predicament. The previous night, he had witnessed the vast chasm between himself and Spider-Man, not merely a disparity in brute strength, though that too was significant, but rather a fundamental lack of control and ranged combat capabilities. While Spider-Man's webbing may not have the extensive reach of Iron Man's arsenal, it nonetheless proved effective in resolving numerous dilemmas. In contrast, Chen Ze found himself bereft of anything beyond sheer strength, which he struggled to harness. Moreover, he realized that without the energy absorption ability, his body's recovery rate had considerably diminished. The ribs he had fractured the night before had yet to mend. Although his robust physique mitigated the impact of the broken ribs on his mobility, he yearned for a swift recovery. Observing Spider-Man's combat techniques revealed to Chen Ze the power of finesse. Such agility could amplify one's fighting capabilities manifold. He believed that had Batman been confronted with the four machines, he would have handled them with remarkable ease, despite Batman's strength being far inferior to his own. In essence, Chen Ze recognized that he was currently a brute with a simplistic mind, lacking the necessary armament. He pondered the mechanical gauntlet encasing his right hand, which significantly impaired his combat effectiveness. This train of thought led him to consider Oscorp. He recalled Batman mentioning a collaboration with Oscorp personnel and with Peter Parker's involvement. It was evident that Oscorp existed. Thus, Chen Ze commenced his inquiries on the hotel computer, delving into the network to research Oscorp. He perused a plethora of information, primarily focused on biopharmaceutical endeavors. As a former humanities student with a specialization in the seemingly mystical, yet tragically futile field of philosophy, he found himself at a loss and merely skimmed over the details. However, after witnessing certain occurrences, he could no longer suppress his excitement. Regeneration of severed limbs. The technology under investigation by Oscorp is on the verge of making this a reality. In the Spider-Man films, Oscorp initially explored insect-based technologies, aiming to prevent their two leaders from succumbing to diseases. The first antagonist of Spider-Man was a scientist who failed in this very pursuit. Chen Ze meticulously pondered this matter, subsequently embarking on a quest for all information regarding limb regeneration. He soon discovered that Oscorp was seeking volunteers, akin to laboratory mice. This call for volunteers came with enticing conditions. Oscorp would provide their latest concoctions along with financial rewards. As for the monetary incentives, Chen was indifferent, for he currently possessed 500,000. However, he desired the serum. Upon acquiring the serum, he recognized the uniqueness of his constitution. While others would surely perish upon receiving such a serum, His method of absorption involved a specialized process of devouring, allowing him to assimilate only the beneficial elements while expelling the detrimental ones. This was the reason he survived the near-impossible odds of death. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to forego participation, setting aside the fact that he currently lacked any identification, even a simple ID card. He was acutely aware that his abilities might render him vulnerable, becoming mere prey on Oscorp's operating table. He had always known that Oscorp was far from benevolent. Furthermore, despite his recovery being significantly swifter than during his time as an ordinary individual, it paled in comparison to his healing rate while absorbing the green-skinned monster. Chen Ze resolved to wander the city, seeking solitary superhuman criminals to confront. Light and darkness are inherently intertwined. In a world teeming with superheroes, there naturally exist numerous offenders whose powers surpass those of ordinary individuals. Chen aimed to locate such beings, inflicting damage and absorbing their energy to amplify his own strength while simultaneously hastening his recovery. Should he manage to absorb the abilities of a long-range attacker, it would be a substantial gain for him. However, Chen also had to consider whether he possessed the means to counter a long-range assailant. After several days of aimless wandering, Chen had only managed to rescue a few vulnerable individuals threatened by thugs wielding knives, without encountering any superhumans. Oh, and last night, he did catch a glimpse of Iron Man soaring overhead, though there was no exchange of pleasantries. On this day, the streets were bustling with activity. Once again, Chen disguised himself as an Indian and ventured onto the thoroughfare. The streets remained as lively as ever, and while waiting for a red light on one side of the street, he intended to cross over to dine at a restaurant known for its decent fare. At that moment, in the very center of the street, a piercing scream erupted, followed by the blaring alarm of a vehicle, its sound jarring to the senses. The cacophony of screams swiftly filled the air, echoing along the thoroughfare. Chen Ze, taken aback, cast a glance and beheld a large white truck, beside which stood 3 armed police officers clad in black uniforms, brandishing their weapons menacingly towards the top of the vehicle. Suddenly, a gnarled, yellowish hand, reminiscent of tree bark, emerged from the roof of the truck, scraping against its side. The resounding crash reverberated harshly against the eardrums. The colossal truck, a steel behemoth, appeared alarmingly fragile beneath the grip of that coarse, monstrous hand. The officers instantly drew their firearms and commenced firing, as the crowd screamed and scattered. In Chen Ze's gaze, an immense, grotesque creature began to rise atop the truck. Bullets struck its form, creating wounds that seemed to have little effect on the monstrosity. With a thunderous roar, the creature's right hand lunged forward with tremendous force towards the 3 officers. In that fleeting moment, Chen Ze leaped across the street, positioning himself before the officers. The creature's massive right hand collided with Chen Ze's left hand with a resounding impact. The force propelled Chen Ze backwards several meters before he crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. In that instant, he felt increasingly powerless. Yet, he recognized this creature, Sandman, the formidable adversary of Spider-Man, the one who had slain his guardian. He had merely sought to gauge the possibility of absorbing Sandman's powers. But the current situation rendered that nearly impossible. Suddenly, a recollection surfaced of how Sandman was defeated in Spider-Man 3. Yes, that's the approach. Above, the sky was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, which billowed rapidly from the truck's roof, resembling a tempest sweeping through the bustling street. The officers in black uniforms glanced at the man who had just saved their lives, believing that he, having been struck far away by Sandman, must surely be dead. Guilt welled within them, compelling them to rush over and ascertain the fate of the man. To their astonishment, the man, who had been flung far, abruptly sprang to his feet and pursued the direction in which the sand was blowing, each step propelling him forward by 3 or 4 meters. The officers stood in disbelief. Could he be a superhero? When had such a figure emerged among them? Overhearing their incredulous remarks, Chen Ze nearly choked on his blood. I'm merely disguised. Do you not understand? You are the true fool, and your entire family as well. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed individuals, God, Wu Mengsheng, Tu Chingwei, and the angels, for their generous support. Thank you all. Chapter 17. The Battle with the Armored Truck. Bang, 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 bang. The surroundings whizzed past as Chen Ze sprinted down the street, each footfall creating a deep pit in the ground. With each leap, a sizable crater would emerge, and each jump would cover several meters. Vehicles, battered by the fierce winds and struck by sand, lay scattered on either side, their alarms blaring, while people screamed and retreated in panic. Though the Sandman soared through the air, his speed was not exceedingly rapid, only marginally quicker than Chen Ze, whose might had transformed into velocity. Chen Ze had just suffered a significant wound from the Sandman's strike, yet his singular focus was on absorbing the Sandman's power. After all, should he acquire that power, he would transcend mere physical strength and truly embody a superhero. After navigating 2 corners, Chen Ze stumbled upon a celebration, where a red and black Spider-Man hung upside down in midair, kissing a blonde beauty, albeit with the kiss separated by the mask of the Spider-Man. No, it wasn't he merely a mask. Chen Ze had previously discerned that this Spider-Man was not clad in a costume, but had genuinely transformed. Otherwise, the black alien would not have directly altered his body into hues of blue-black and red-black. But at that moment, he could not concern himself with Spider-Man, who was 2 blocks away. What was atop the truck? Inside the armored vehicle, the driver, his face etched with anxiety, glimpsed a shadowy figure in the rearview mirror. His companion trembled, eager to roll down the window for a better look. But with a thunderous crash, the sturdy roof of the armored truck was suddenly breached, a large circular hole forming. Above the hole, a desiccated yellowish head, its features faintly discernible, roared in fury. A beast-like growl emanated from that head, prompting the armored truck employee to hastily draw his shotgun in defense, but a deluge of sand cascaded down, burying him within its depths. Having traversed 2 blocks, Chen Ze finally spotted the armored truck, just as a figure clad in red and blue streaked swiftly through the air. Spider-Man, as agile as a swift swallow, maneuvered through the sky with grace, using his webbing to propel himself forward. With a slight sway of his body and a shake of his chest, he maintained his balance and precision, almost pausing in midair before effortlessly leaping into the gaping hole created by the Sandman in the armored truck. As Chen Ze closed in, he saw Spider-Man being forcefully ejected from the vehicle, yet he used his webbing to swing back inside. However, the multitude of vehicles obstructed his path, necessitating careful navigation and frequent use of his webs. Spider-Man leapt high once more, his hands flicking as globular strands of web coalesced into clusters, hurtling towards Sandman and creating several large holes in him. Yet, in an instant, the fierce battle erupted anew. Chen Ze struggled to keep pace with the armored cash transport, relying solely on the strength derived from his speed, finding it arduous to catch up with this metallic beast. However, upon witnessing Spider-Man execute a flawless front flip and land deftly on the ground, sweeping Sandman's legs from under him, Chen Ze felt a sense of calm wash over him. After a tense 30 seconds, Sandman, wielding a cash box, directly smashed Spider-Man into the vehicle. It was clear that Sandman had no intention of finishing off Spider-Man, as he transformed into a swirling mass of sand and ascended into the sky. As Spider-Man freed 2 cash transport officers, launching them from the vehicle, the sand surged toward the rooftop of a nearby building. Yet, in that very moment, a powerful jet of water erupted from the ground, cascading upwards and engulfing the sand, rendering it thick and viscous. The air filled with the monstrous roars, the sound reminiscent of a mouth glued shut. Chen, wielding a fire hydrant, realized that while the water supply was still plentiful, he could not completely wash the Sandman into the sewer. The impact from Chen's assault revealed Sandman's fear of water, prompting him to spiral away. As Spider-Man rose from the ground, he cast a glance at Chen Ze and remarked, "Aren't you that Indian? Using water against the sky? Brilliant idea." Without waiting for Chen's response, Spider-Man soared into the air. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chen Ze shook his head with a sigh. However, a thought struck him. Since the Joker and his cohorts had already set their sights on him, they might be observing this grand spectacle unfold. He realized he must hastily retreat, otherwise, when he found a suitable moment to act, he could very well be discovered and ambushed by these villains. With this in mind, Chen Ze entered a narrow alley, confirming that no surveillance cameras were present before removing his disguise. He stepped out of the alley, casually found a clothing store, purchased an outfit, and emerged transformed from an Indian into a Chinese man. Panting heavily, Chen Ze collapsed onto his bed. The pain radiating through his body was excruciating. Being struck by Sandman was no trivial matter, and he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of fracturing. Movies often portray discrepancies in strength, where a single punch from Sandman can shatter a cash transport vehicle weighing several tons, yet at other times, he appears feeble in combat. Such inconsistencies serve the narrative. But in reality, the force of his punch is as formidable as it is. Fortunately, Chen Ze's physical resilience had significantly increased, and his recovery abilities were astounding. Though the pain was intense, he sensed that his body was indeed on the mend. It must be said that today has indeed been a case of failing to catch the chicken and losing the rice instead. Chen Ze did not manage to confront Sandman, and instead found himself battered and bruised. However, he would not be deterred. He recalled that there was to be a fierce battle between Spider-Man and Sandman later that evening, albeit within the confines of a subway. Yet, where precisely was this subway located? Chen Ze strained to remember the subway fight scene from Spider-Man 3, subsequently scouring the internet for the various subway lines in the city. By sheer luck, he stumbled upon a subway entrance that bore a striking resemblance to the one from the film. Having located it, he resigned himself to fate. Should he encounter Black Spider, Spider-Man and Sandman in a fierce clash. Absorbing Sandman's energy would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, it would be prudent for him to seize any opportunity during the unfolding battle. Chapter 18. The mysterious cloaked figure. Alas, Chen Ze was destined to return empty-handed. He failed to find the location of the battle between Spider-Man and Sandman. In that subway-like area, he discerned no sign of the two combatants. In reality, however, the clash between Spider-Man and Sandman had already commenced. Deep within the subway, Spider-Man's form had morphed into an inky blackness. Boom! Sandman was hurled downwards by Black Spider, crashing through countless abandoned steel pipes and landing violently on the ground. Drawing upon the experience Chen Ze had gleaned from battling Sandman, Spider-Man ascended to a massive water pipe, securing himself with hands and legs, and began to unscrew the pipe in an attempt to extinguish Sandman with a deluge of water. However, the butterfly effect instigated by Chen Ze's actions manifested. While Spider-Man understood the necessity of using water against Sandman, the latter had also learned to evade Spider-Man's watery onslaught. Just before the white spray erupted, Sandman leaped into the air, transforming into a gust of sand that swirled away. Spider-Man immediately soared after him, but Sandman glided through a vent, leaving Spider-Man powerless to intervene. Damn it! As Spider-Man's transformation waned, he reverted to Peter Parker, standing there with reddened eyes. In the comics, Spider-Man fashioned his own suit and crafted web shooters. Yet how could a mere human create such durable and well-tailored attire? How could he possibly manufacture web shooters that function flawlessly? Thus, in Chen Ze's reality, Spider-Man transformed directly. With a mere thought, he morphed once more into the Black Spider, launching himself skyward with his webbing. Emerging from the sewer, Chen Ze was met with the blaring of police sirens and vehicles racing wildly through the city. He pulled down his hood, shrouding much of his face in shadow akin to Green Arrow, taking swift strides to blend into the darkness. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding, accompanied by the cacophony of dust and debris, pierced his eardrums, intermingled with the roars of beasts. Chen Ze pondered for a moment, checking his mechanical gloves, and slowly approached the source of the noise. There, he beheld the scene before him. In the dim light, a figure clad in oversized denim trousers and an ochre-hued upper body, adorned with countless fissures resembling a massive stone carved with myriad crevices, stood before Chen Ze. Intricately etched within the gaps of its head were facial features. Chen Ze, burdened with a myriad of neurotic afflictions, compulsions, insect phobias, and a dread of clusters, found himself repulsed by the grotesque sight. However, having endured the excruciating experience of having his hand reduced to mere bone by corrosive acid, his capacity to withstand revulsion had significantly fortified. At a glance, he recognized this creature as the Thing, a character from the Fantastic Four. Having been transformed into a stone being due to cosmic radiation, possessing immense strength. At that moment, the Thing was rampaging, unleashing fury upon his surroundings, effortlessly demolishing walls with powerful punches, turning bricks to dust. Surrounding him were several individuals clad in dark green cloaks, their hands contorted in peculiar gestures. With his current vision, Chen Ze could discern their lips incessantly moving, chanting some incantation, while before them, streams of purplish-black energy surged towards the Thing. Was it magic, perhaps? The Fantastic Four were renowned as noble superheroes, thus their adversaries must surely be malevolent. The attire of these cloaked figures suggested they might be practitioners of dark sorcery. The stone giant roared in agony, yet appeared unscathed by any mortal wound. It seemed that his formidable defenses rendered him impervious to harm, implying that the attacker's power was rather limited. A plan began to form in Chen Ze's mind. Regardless of whether the cloaked figures were benevolent or malevolent, they were undoubtedly superpowered individuals. He could absorb their strength, which would expedite the regeneration of his broken ribs. Nevertheless, he hesitated to confront them directly, as his own strength was likely a mere fraction of the Thing's, and the capabilities of the cloaked figures were presumably formidable as well. Currently, 6 cloaked figures had positioned themselves strategically, taking turns to assault the Thing, effectively trapping him in their midst. No matter which direction he attempted to flee, he would be met with an onslaught from the opposing side, ensuring his continued confinement. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ze steeled himself and charged forth. With a resounding thud, he struck the cloaked figure to his left, sending him sprawling 3 meters against the wall. Chen Ze noted the solid feel of his punch, as though the figure were little more than skin and bones, and he suspected he had fractured a rib. This blow disrupted the balance established by the cloaked figures, allowing the enraged stone giant to surge forth, delivering a fatal blow to one of the cloaked adversaries. Recognizing the peril, the remaining cloaked figures hastily retreated while directing energy beams at the Thing. In his current state, Chen Ze found himself less agile in wielding his power than the Thing, failing to evade the incoming energy and being struck directly. Thus, Chen Ze was thrust backward, crashing against the wall, his elbow creating a significant gash in the surface. A fiery pain searing through his chest, and blood likely seeping from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a great burst of flames surged in, incinerating the remaining cloaked figures in midair. At the mouth of the alley stood a man with a proud smile, tall and handsome. Upon witnessing his extraordinary abilities, Chen Ze recognized him as Johnny Storm, the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Your abysmal efficiency is truly worrisome. Let me tend to your injuries with fire, Johnny declared, a flame igniting beside the Thing, who had already sustained some injuries and was now provoked by Johnny's taunts. With a leap, he lunged at Johnny, transforming into flames midair. Johnny replied with a chuckle, "All right, buddy, let us not turn on each other. You should take a look at the person who was just beside you. I dare say he is not faring too well." At that moment, he turned to Chen Ze, only to find that the individual who had just been smashed against the wall had vanished. In truth, during their brief skirmish, Chen had seized the cloaked figure he had struck and dragged him into an adjacent corridor. The cloaked figure, seemingly rendered powerless, found himself ensnared by Chen's grip around his neck, lacking any strength to resist. Upon entering the shadows, Chen swiftly removed his mechanical glove, revealing a menacing hand that reached toward the cloaked figure. A peculiar energy began to emanate from the cloaked man's body, and an indescribable terror manifested upon his partially exposed face. A crying child gets the milk, Chen mused. Chapter 19. Spider-Man's abode. The energy extracted from the cloaked figure was indeed distinctly different from what Chen had previously encountered. This energy did not rush directly to his heart, but surged into his mind. Then, with a resounding boom, it felt as though something had exploded within his head. Chen felt no fear, for he was aware that this energy would not harm him. Indeed, following this explosion, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind, akin to drinking a strong cup of tea while drowsy. Deep within his forehead, a unique energy seemed to reside, though he could not yet harness it. He merely sensed it stored within his mind, awaiting the day it could be summoned. Upon absorbing this energy, the cloaked figure's head tilted, his eyes wide yet devoid of life, having lost all vitality. Conversely, Chen's mind became exceptionally clear, and the surrounding world appeared to shimmer with strange phenomena, albeit elusive and difficult to discern. Furthermore, the absorption of this energy alleviated the pain from his earlier injuries, though the relief was not profound. What could be the cause of this? Chen Ze pondered deeply. Previously, when he had devoured the green-skinned monster, he had sustained severe injuries that healed remarkably swiftly. However, today, the absorption of this individual's energy seemed rather ineffective. Was it a matter of vitality? As a philosophy student with a firm grasp of logic, he began to deduce that the green-skinned beasts he had absorbed were massive creatures brimming with life force. In contrast, the cloaked figure before him appeared emaciated. What vitality could such a being possess? Thus, if he were to expedite his healing, he would need to absorb the essence of something with significant life force. While the vitality of a healthy, robust individual was indeed potent, Chen Ze could not bring himself to harm innocent lives for their energy. That was simply beyond him. Nevertheless, after absorbing the energy of the super soldier, his self-repair capabilities were astonishingly rapid. For now, he would have to be content with that. Once he had sorted through his thoughts, Chen Ze began to contemplate the energy residing within his mind. It seemed that the cloaked figures had utilized something akin to magic earlier. Magic was not mere physical strength, it required specific energy. Could it be that the energy he now harbored was of a magical nature? Chen Ze speculated wildly, attempting to mentally manipulate the energy he sensed within. To his surprise, with a modest effort, he found that he could indeed direct that energy, albeit with some difficulty. Yet, he quickly abandoned the notion, for the intricate network of nerves and blood vessels in his brain made him wary of potential damage. As the energy returned to its previous state, Chen Ze felt a slight diminishment, perhaps a result of recent exertion. He intended to reflect on other matters, but at that moment, Ben and Johnny had already approached his side. Ben exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Thank you, my friend, for breaking their formation." Johnny, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stood there with a smirk that was both teasing and enigmatic. Chen Ze refocused his thoughts and scrutinized the two members of the Fantastic Four, finding them reminiscent of their cinematic portrayals. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Johnny, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I just saw you over there." Chen Ze furrowed his brow, disinclined to engage with such a tone. Instead, he offered a polite smile to Ben. "No worries, are you all right? I saw you crash through the wall. What is your ability?" "My ability is merely enhanced strength. Nothing more," Ben responded. Noticing Chen Ze's disregard for Johnny, who had sensed the tension, he merely huffed before transforming into a wisp of flame and departing. Ben nodded in understanding. "You needn't mind him. That's just how he is. It's fine. I must take my leave now," Chen Ze replied. "All right, farewell." With that, Chen Ze pulled his hood low over his face, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Ben observed Chen Ze's retreating figure, lost in thought, before retrieving a small camera from his belt, his recording device. Though they are not official members of SHIELD at present, they frequently carry cameras to document the unfolding of battles, sometimes for the purpose of analyzing adversaries, and at other times to avert disputes. Chen Ze intended to review the footage of his previous encounters, scrutinizing every newly emerged superhero, though, at this stage, they cannot truly be regarded as superheroes. Currently, Chen Ze is merely an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Having departed from the district, Chen Ze surveyed his surroundings and found nothing amiss. He removed his hood on a different street, revealing his face, and signaled for a taxi to stop, intending to return to his hotel. The taxi traversed several streets, when suddenly, whoosh, a sound pierced the air, and then, from the side of Chen Ze's window, Spider-Man swung in on a web, gliding gracefully from afar. Leaving a long trajectory in the air, his dark form glimmering with the faint reflection of lights, before vanishing with a whoosh through the atmosphere. The taxi driver chuckled, remarking, "That must be Spider-Man returning from a mission. He is indeed a good person." Chen Ze nodded absently, pondering the unfortunate reality that even in a taxi, he could not pursue him. The taxi continued through several more streets until it neared its destination. Chen Ze gazed out at the brilliantly lit windows when, all of a sudden, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure, a tall, slender man whose profile bore a resemblance to Peter Parker from the film The Amazing Spider-Man he had seen in another dimension. At that moment, the man carried a backpack. A black camera hung around his neck, his right hand tucked in his pocket, and a hood obscured his head. Could this possibly be Spider-Man? Chen Ze swiftly instructed the taxi to halt, then followed Peter Parker aimlessly for a while. After traversing a street, Peter Parker entered a residential area, a middle-class neighborhood. Outside, he encountered an elderly lady returning home, and they exchanged pleasantries before proceeding through the gate. Upon seeing the woman's visage, Chen Ze was certain this was indeed Spider-Man, for she resembled May Parker, Peter's aunt from The Amazing Spider-Man. By happenstance, Chen Ze had uncovered Spider-Man's address, which he quietly committed to memory before hailing another taxi to return to his own accommodations. Chapter 20. Venom scheme in Chen Ze's mind. A refreshing sensation began to spread. A flicker of energy, though faint, seemed to dwell in an unknown realm, a place as profound as the starry sky. The marvels of the human body unfolded before Chen Ze's consciousness in such a transparent manner. Regrettably, he lamented, "I do not possess the incantations nor the techniques. Otherwise, I could acquire long-range attack capabilities akin to those cloaked figures." Chen Ze felt an increasing certainty that this must indeed be magical energy, though the origins of those cloaked individuals remained elusive. In the realm of American comics, numerous characters wield magic, both heroes and villains alike. Among them is the formidable Dr. Doom, whose magical prowess is remarkably potent. The Marvel Universe is replete with supernatural entities, including Odin and his celestial domain, the Ghost Rider on his motorcycle, and the realms of magic. Thus, it would not be surprising for magical energy to manifest in this world. However, the cloak wielders, who are adversaries of the Fantastic Four and possess magical abilities, raise the question of their potential connection to Dr. Doom. Chen Ze's mind wandered, contemplating this intriguing possibility. The menace posed by Loki, the involvement of Batman and his allies, and the current circumstances surrounding the Fantastic Four and Winter Soldier. All these elements are brewing a tempest. Should another conflict in New York erupt, it would undoubtedly differ from the cinematic portrayal in the Avengers. Regrettably, Chen Ze felt his own strength was still inadequate. He removed his mechanical gloves and placed them on the table, observing the remnants of crimson flesh barely clinging to the skeletal remains, sending shivers down his spine. He resolved to enhance his abilities. If he could locate more cloak wielders, perhaps he could directly absorb their mastery of magical energy. However, finding them proved elusive. Fortunately, there was a readily available option, Venom. This entity, which had once possessed Spider-Man, transformed him into the Black Spider. According to the narrative of Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man would eventually cast off Venom, allowing another journalist to acquire the powers of the Black Spider, with his own devouring abilities. If Chen Ze could consume the power of Venom directly, he would gain the agility he so desperately desired. Additionally, Spider-Man wielded the weapon of web shooters. Admittedly, Chen Ze's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Black Spider. Yet he was aware of the latter's vulnerability to the sound of metal colliding, an advantage he could exploit. Chen Ze began to devise a battle strategy. Determined to acquire Venom's powers, he envisioned a significant enhancement to his combat effectiveness. At present, he felt relatively weak compared to other superheroes, but obtaining such abilities would catalyze his explosive growth and strength. In this critical moment, it was essential to contact Peter Parker. He resolved to seek out Peter Parker. as this connection could facilitate the absorption of Venom's powers. If he could absorb Venom the instant Spider-Man expelled it, he would mitigate numerous risks. With a plan in mind, Chen Ze acknowledged that it was late, intending to visit Peter Parker the following day. On the other side of the city, he thought, "Hey Reed, this is my operational record for tonight." Ben handed over his recorder to Reed, the leader of the Fantastic Four, who possessed the extraordinary ability to morph his body into various shapes. "You can take a look at that rather peculiar individual," Reed suggested. "All right. Johnny just mentioned this to me. Please show me." Reed inserted the memory card into the computer before him. After scrutinizing the footage multiple times, he crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, a hint of perplexity evident in his demeanor. "This person is indeed rather odd. Johnny mentioned that after he incapacitated a henchman, he vanished abruptly. Moreover, considering both your accounts, and having observed the glove on his right hand, I feel he bears a resemblance to an individual S.H.I.E.L.D. has recently been seeking. S.H.I.E.L.D. A flicker of disdain flashed in Ben's eyes. What can they possibly find? Just days prior, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered a dossier from one of the Joker's hideouts and apprehended several of his minions. They learned of a Chinese man donning mechanical gloves, whose power, while not particularly formidable, possessed a rather alarming trait. "What is it?" Ben inquired. "Consumption ability," Reed replied. "He can absorb the powers of others." Upon hearing this, though Ben's stony visage revealed no color, his surprise was palpable. Indeed, as the Dark Forest theory suggests, people are perpetually skeptical of one another. The existence of an individual capable of devouring others' abilities instills a profound unease among both superheroes and supervillains alike, making harmonious coexistence exceedingly challenging. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently in search of this individual. After reviewing your recorder, I am nearly certain this is the same person, Reed asserted. "Is that so? However, I don't perceive him as a villain," Ben remarked. "I trust my instincts." "Indeed, I understand. Nevertheless, we must relay this video to S.H.I.E.L.D. This matter requires their attention," Reed stated with gravity. Ben pondered for a moment. Though he was inherently good-natured, it did not imply he was naive. He recognized that, under normal circumstances, he would prefer to avoid interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. and limit his connections with them. In fact, most superheroes harbor an instinctive aversion to S.H.I.E.L.D., as they often seek to maintain control over every situation, reminiscent of the American government. This approach does not resonate well with the rebellious spirit of superheroes, leading to the formation of alliances such as the Justice League and the Illuminati, which, while just, remain independent of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, given the alarming nature of Chen Ze's abilities, it would be unwise to withhold information from S.H.I.E.L.D. for them to manage. "Where did you obtain this intelligence?" "It seems rather confidential," Ben questioned, casting a quizzical glance at Reed. "I received the information from Matt," Reed replied, referring to Matthew Murdock, known as Daredevil. "Is that so? Very well, as you wish. However, I am unaware of what those paranoid individuals at S.H.I.E.L.D. might do." Chapter 21. Slumber that is beyond my jurisdiction. Reed inquired of Ben, "Let us discuss tonight's battle. What is the combat prowess of those victor's minions? You have seen the recording device, have you not?" Ben replied, "Their strength is rather feeble. Yet they evidently possess knowledge of some ancient magical formations." At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a sweet, melodious female voice echoed. Though no figure could be seen, "Susan, cease your invisibility and reveal yourself." Reed had already deduced the identity of the visitor, Invisible Woman, Susan, a member of the Fantastic Four and sister to Johnny. In addition to her ability to become invisible, she could also manipulate force fields. Susan materialized in midair, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, her figure striking, with a slender waist and long legs, yet her face bore a gentle and serene expression. These skeletons are equipped with a certain technology that allows them to alternate their energy sources. When facing physical adversaries, they utilize physical bullets, but against magical foes, they switch to magical energy for their assaults. Moreover, the firearms they wield are rigged to self-destruct upon contact, capable of breaching my force field, she recounted. A hint of trepidation still evident in her tone. "Are you unharmed?" Reed asked with concern. "I am perfectly fine," Susan replied, frowning. "It is merely that Victor seems intent on something here, dispatching so many of his men." Reed proceeded to display some images on his computer, prompting both to exclaim in astonishment, "The Tesseract." Indeed, the Tesseract has been seized by Loki's lackeys. According to reliable sources, Loki has arrived on Earth. The power of the Tesseract is something I trust you both comprehend. I suspect that Dr. Doom's motives revolve around it. The number of individuals drawn to the Tesseract is already beyond reckoning. Ben reflected. It appears that a grand conflict is now inevitable. Indeed, Reed concurred. Shortly, I will report my calculations along with the matter of the Devourer to SHIELD. Their level of concern is their affair. The Devourer? Susan, unaware of recent events, inquired. A mysterious figure. I believe Ben would be more than willing to elucidate, Reed responded. Once Chen Ze's information was uploaded to SHIELD's database, it garnered immediate and significant attention. Plans commenced, and numerous orders were issued, resulting in a flurry of activity within SHIELD. However, their most pressing dilemma was not Chen Ze, but rather the theft of the Tesseract, for no one could predict the catastrophic actions Loki might undertake with it. Their forces were severely lacking, rendering them unable to reclaim the Tesseract. The Hulk harbored a deep disdain for the authorities, and his power was difficult to control, while Thor was unable to return to Earth due to complications with the Bifrost. In summary, SHIELD found themselves in a precarious position, almost entirely on the defensive. Furthermore, they were unaware of the Tesseract's current whereabouts. Nonetheless, SHIELD remained acutely focused on the issue concerning Chen Ze and initiated preparations regarding this matter. When Li Chunkan awoke, a sensation of weakness enveloped him, compelling him to recline for over 10 minutes before he could rise. Upon standing upright, the feeling of frailty gradually dissipated. He was oblivious to the events that had transpired. Remarkably, the fractured rib in his chest had healed completely. What had truly occurred? Chen Ze unconsciously glanced at the electronic calendar, only to discover that he had slept for 4 consecutive days. No wonder he had felt so enervated. His rib had fully mended. Yet, why had he fallen into such a deep slumber, or rather, a 4-day coma? What on earth was happening? Was someone scheming against him? Chen Ze surveyed the room, noting no signs of forced entry, nor any indications of a narcotic presence. At that moment, he felt an unusual clarity in his mind, a hint of energy within him that he sensed could be harnessed, although he had yet to ascertain how. Could the prolonged slumber be linked to this newfound energy? Contemplating this conundrum, he could only arrive at this conclusion. Thankfully, his body had recuperated, but he was ravenous. After refreshing himself, he ventured outside and indulged in an extravagant meal, devouring a large bowl of hot pot until he felt uncomfortably full. Gradually, the sounds of gastric movements echoed within him, a noise only he could hear, which faded away after a brief interval. Returning to his room, he gazed out the window to see the bustling streets below, where vehicles and pedestrians hurried by. In the sky, a figure clad in red and blue soared swiftly. Spider-Man, following his transformation into a super soldier. Chen Ze's eyesight had sharpened significantly, enabling him to discern Spider-Man darting across the street, now devoid of black attire. Damn it! Chen Ze clenched his fist in frustration. Given the current circumstances, his plan to absorb Venom's powers while Batman discarded him was thwarted, as Batman had already rid himself of Venom. Thus, Chen Ze realized that his only recourse was to await the clash between Sandman, Spider-Man, Venom, and Green Goblin to seek an opportunity to position himself for the impending battle. He needed to find Peter Parker and remain by his side, ideally trailing him to the ultimate confrontation. After spending the day in the hotel, Chen Ze descended his hood in the evening and, relying on his memory, took a taxi. After a 20-minute journey, he arrived outside Peter Parker's home. Contemplating briefly, he approached the door and knocked. The door was opened by Peter Parker's aunt. "Child, who are you looking for?" The gentle, elderly woman inquired at a leisurely pace, her eyes reflecting a weariness that was nonetheless imbued with affection. "Hello, I am looking for Peter," Chen Ze politely stated. Mary Parker nodded and replied, "Child, please come in." "No, I can wait for him here," Chen Ze insisted. Mary Parker did not press further and turned to call for Peter, though she harbored a curiosity about when Parker had acquired a friend with such a yellow complexion. Chapter 22. Making friends. "Hey, it's you." Peter Parker, upon spotting Chen Ze, almost uttered those words, but he abruptly swallowed them, adopting a different tone instead. "Who are you? Why are you at my house?" "I don't know you." Chen Ze was well aware that Peter Parker was feigning ignorance to conceal his identity from his adoptive mother, as Peter had always wished to keep his secret as Spider-Man hidden. Observing that Mary Parker had no intention of eavesdropping, as she was engrossed in watching television in the living room, he leaned closer to Peter's ear and whispered, "Spider-Man, I know it's you. I have something to discuss with you today." A flicker of wariness and hostility surged in Peter Parker's blue eyes, as if he were prepared for a fight at any moment. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to befriend you," Chen Ze said. "Can we talk?" Although Spider-Man's vigilance did not entirely dissipate, After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced, saying, "As you wish." The night breeze swept through the city, casting a chill over the evening, prompting pedestrians to pull their collars high against the cold. Peter Parker spoke. "Go ahead. What do you want from me?" "I would like to be your friend," Chen Ze replied. "Additionally, I want to express my gratitude for saving my life." "It was nothing. You needn't feel so obliged. I have saved many people. And if everyone were to treat me like you, my aunt would eventually grow weary of me," Peter Parker remarked, his hands raised in an indifferent gesture, concealing a subtle undertone within his words. Chen Ze chuckled resignedly. "Very well. I had initially intended to invite you for a drink. But if my presence is a cause for concern, I shall forego it. In truth, today's Spider-Man is much improved compared to the indifferent one I encountered previously. However, if he remains unwilling to converse with me, I shall have no choice but to follow him in secret, awaiting the day to confront Venom." "A drink?" Peter Parker mulled over the suggestion in his mind, taking a moment before responding. "All right, let's go." "You agreed?" Chen Ze asked, slightly taken aback. "But, my friend, we must establish one thing. You will be treating me today as I am broke." "Of course," came the reply. In the bar, the two found a private booth, where the ambient sound was pleasantly muted. In America, the laws regarding alcohol consumption are quite stringent, designed to prevent the corruption of minors. Thus, public drinking is permitted only in restaurants and bars, and one cannot even be seen walking down the street with a bottle of alcohol. "Please share your story," Peter Parker said to Chen Ze. "I must admit, my demeanor towards you the last time we met was less than cordial." "No harm done," Chen Ze replied. "For I was pondering whether your mindset might be influenced by certain experiences you've encountered. Forgive my candor, but I noticed that your aura seemed to have undergone a transformation." "You are quite the astute observer," Spider-Man squinted at Chen Ze. "Or perhaps you've been observing me all along." "Observe me? Come now," Chen Ze retorted, striking a pose akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I am merely a perfectly ordinary heterosexual male. It was merely a fleeting association. Your imagination is truly vivid." "Very well," Peter Parker sighed, taking a sip of his drink. Yet, Chen Ze could discern that, following such playful banter, their rapport had grown more amicable, the chill between them dissipating. "So, how did you come to know who I am?" Peter Parker inquired. "Your identity is hardly a secret among superheroes. My awareness of it is not particularly remarkable, is it?" Indeed, within the realm of superheroes, Peter's identity as Spider-Man was not a closely guarded secret. "All right, I understand. Shall we enjoy our drinks then?" "Of course." After clinking their glasses and taking a sip, Spider-Man remarked, "What happened to your right hand?" In truth, he had noticed it previously. Chen Ze did not conceal the incident involving the Jigsaw and Batman's timely intervention, though he refrained from revealing the part about devouring the Green Goblin. "Damn the Joker. Damn Jigsaw." Upon hearing Chen Ze's account and observing his hand, Peter Parker couldn't help but gasp in shock, followed by a string of curses. "Rest assured, I will seek information on him and will notify you at the earliest opportunity," Peter Parker assured Chen Ze, his anger genuine and not merely a facade. "Thank you," Chen Ze replied gratefully. As the evening wore on and the drinks flowed, their conversation flourished as alcohol served as a splendid catalyst for camaraderie. Gradually, Peter Parker began to share more of his thoughts with Chen Ze. "It has been 6 years since Gwen's absence, and heaven knows how I have endured this time." He took a deep gulp of his drink, his eyes glistening, his tone growing somber. "Perhaps I am the most wretched among those endowed with superpowers, unable to offer my family greater support. I shall never forget the moment I lost the one I cherished most. My abilities failed to protect her. What purpose do they serve?" Peter Parker cradled his head in anguish, his expression a mask of torment. Chen Ze was now certain that this Peter Parker hailed from an alternate universe, where the love interest in the Amazing Spider-Man had not met her demise. Having watched The Amazing Spider-Man 2 before his journey, he recalled it as a flawed film riddled with plot holes and illogical character behavior. Yet now, in this reality, Gwen's death was bound to unfold in a manner congruent with the laws of existence. "I regret to hear that, but you must gather your strength. Many rely on you." Chen Ze could only utter these words. "Yes, I understand," replied Peter Parker. "After Gwen's death, it took me quite some time to don the mantle of Spider-Man again. However, during that interval, an overwhelming number of events transpired, and I encountered an ever-increasing array of allies and challenges. This realization dawned upon me. Having chosen once more to shoulder responsibility, I must harness the utmost power. Thus, when I confronted that dark entity, despite sensing its connection to Hydra, I embraced it, until just a day ago when I discovered it was eroding my very soul." "Hydra?" Chen exclaimed in surprise. "The venom that clings to Spider-Man is an extraterrestrial organism. How could it be related to Hydra? Yet, it is plausible. This realm is replete with superheroes, and myriad forces intertwine, making Hydra's involvement not entirely unfathomable." Chapter 23. The impending conflict. This world, before Chen Ze increasingly revealed its intricate nature. Superheroes, villains, and villainous factions emerged before his eyes, influencing one another. Indeed, Hydra has grown immensely powerful. Spider-Man informed Chen Ze, aside from your Eastern counterparts. Our infiltration into this world has reached its core. Uprooting them entirely is impossible, and formidable figures continuously arise among them. Chen Ze pondered this in silence while nodding in agreement. Do you know anything about matters related to magic? He inquired of Spider-Man. I am not well versed in that, but I have heard of individuals with similar abilities. Why? Do you wish to learn? However, the probability of mastering magic is exceedingly slim, merely 1 in 10 million. One must possess immense self-confidence. Chen Ze shook his head. I was merely asking casually. As their rapport deepened through conversation, Chen Ze addressed Peter Parker. Peter, we shall be friends from now on. If one day you find yourself in conflict with Sandman or others, please do inform me, all right? This was the primary purpose of Chen Ze's visit. Spider-Man hesitated. But your abilities? Chen Ze felt disheartened by the dismissive tone. I merely wish to offer assistance. At the very least, I could restrain Sandman with water. What do you think? Very well, Peter Parker acquiesced with a nonchalant demeanor. Chen Ze remained uncertain whether he would indeed take such action, yet he refrained from pressing the matter further, hoping that Peter Parker would remember his words. After sharing a drink, Chen Ze and Peter Parker returned to their respective homes. Their relationship transformed. They had now become friends. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne battleship, Nick Fury sat at his desk, inquiring of his aide, have we received any news about that Chinese individual? It seems he and Spider-Man appeared in the same location. The aide promptly relayed the gathered information to him. The two individuals seemed to have forged a friendship. How are the preparations for the reconstruction plan progressing? It would require a few more days, the aide replied, indicating that there was still some time before the opportune moment arrived. Very well. Fury rubbed his temples. A few more days would not make much difference. Fine. Just as the aide exited, Fury reclined against the back of his chair. The recent events had been overwhelming, leaving him feeling somewhat frazzled, as if he were perpetually ensnared in an unending cycle of tasks. He was aware, of course, that this was a typical occurrence given the current circumstances. An impending storm loomed ominously on the horizon. As he briefly closed his eyes to rest, a sudden emergency hologram erupted on the transparent computer before him. A woman donned in form-fitting leather attire, with striking red hair and an alluring figure, appeared on the screen. Romanoff, what seems to be the issue? Fury's expression hardened. Receiving such a direct message from Black signified that a significant upheaval had transpired. The reconnection of the Bifrost was problematic. Thor was temporarily unable to arrive on Earth. Black's demeanor remained composed, as they had weathered numerous storms together, maintaining an admirable restraint. The reconnection is underway. The cause of the disconnection remains elusive, but it is presumed that Loki has sabotaged the Bifrost, Black informed him. Thus, it is highly probable that we cannot summon Thor. Understood, Fury replied. Please continue attempting to reconnect the Bifrost. If it proves impossible, we must set it aside for the time being, as we have more pressing matters to address. Once the communication link was severed, Fury felt an even greater sense of dread. Despite his seemingly confident demeanor during the conversation with Black, he felt an unsettling uncertainty within. The thought of Loki being unleashed upon Earth by the celestial realm, while they were unable to dispatch the god of thunder, was profoundly troubling. Yet what could he do? All he could manage was to exert control over what lay within his reach, and though it sounded disheartening, the reality was that he had to leave the rest to fate. Presently, New York had transformed into the epicenter of turmoil. Various factions converged, and the city was poised to become a battlefield. The sound of wind rushed through the room, though it was not particularly loud, as it was merely Chen Ze practicing his punches. After bidding farewell to Peter Parker, Chen had taken refuge in a hotel for the past several days. During the day, he would occasionally browse the internet in the lobby, and then retreat to his room to train. His punches were not aimless flailing. He was diligently seeking a method to harness his burgeoning power. Chen Ze's punching strength had reached an astonishing 1 ton, a staggering figure indeed. However, his foremost challenge remained the difficulty in mastering this newfound strength. Strength is not the sole constituent of an individual's prowess. At least, Chen Ze still feels that. Even at his current state, he would be no match for Batman. Although Batman's strength may only amount to a quarter of his own, the disparity in combat experience and the means of power control is significant. If Chen Ze could possess the agility of Spider-Man, gliding like a swift swan while wielding formidable force, his true capabilities would ascend to a new echelon. Chen Ze understands that he must not relent. He bears the weight of numerous responsibilities. He is determined to seek vengeance against Jigsaw, to restore his right hand to its former glory, and to evade other superpowered beings and mutants, fearing the animosity that could arise from absorbing their powers. He must also avoid attracting the interest of Hydra. Above all, he must enhance his strength. If he could attain powers akin to Superman, he would have the world at his feet, unperturbed by mere gestures, and would effortlessly fulfill his desires. However, he is not there yet. Nevertheless, Chen Ze possesses the ability to absorb powers, and as long as he perseveres, his potential for growth surpasses that of many established heroes, villains, and mutants. The path ahead is vast and immeasurable. Currently, his foremost plan involves Venom, for which he must rely on Spider-Man. At night, Chen Ze ventures out, hoping to fortuitously encounter and absorb more superpowered beings, yet to no avail. Until this fateful day. Chapter 24. The super battle. It is uncertain whether this tranquility is the calm before the storm, or if New York City is genuinely at peace. Nonetheless, Chen Ze's quest to find superpowered individuals to absorb and enhance his strength has remained unfulfilled. He simply cannot locate anyone. It appears that he must wait for Spider-Man to confront Venom and Sandman before he can make his move. He has dispatched someone to contact Spider-Man and inquire about the absorber. On this day, Fury once again began instructing his agents to undertake this matter for him. There have been numerous recent developments, particularly the headache caused by the irreparable state of the Rainbow Bridge, and Loki, that anomaly, has been stranded on Earth without Thor's assistance. Such circumstances are truly vexing. Indeed, they possess formidable superheroes on their side, yet many are challenging to mobilize. Even when mobilized, they can be difficult to control, remaining on standby, and the few superheroes genuinely aligned with the U.S. government possess limited strength. However, Fury is not one to sit idle. He is currently reaching out to all superheroes, hoping they can unite when Loki and his comrades strike. Although many are skeptical of the U.S. government and SHIELD, most would not remain passive in the face of a global crisis. Just then, as the aide was about to depart, Fury said to him, "Allow me to find him personally." Peter Parker values his friends highly. He may not reveal the full truth. However, when Fury attempted to contact Spider-Man, he discovered that no one answered his call. He swiftly activated his authority to locate Spider-Man's whereabouts, and soon, video footage captured Spider-Man, who was recklessly traversing the steel jungle. Simultaneously, an urgent hotline reported that someone had kidnapped Spider-Man's adoptive mother, Mary Parker, and suspended her in midair. At that moment, Spider-Man was hastening towards the scene of the incident. His adoptive mother had been abducted. Fury immediately ordered reinforcements to be dispatched, but just then, another urgent communication emerged. Loki had suddenly appeared near the White House. Iron Man, Ant-Man, Captain America, and the Fantastic Four had already rushed to the scene. The nation was now facing a dire crisis, leaving Spider-Man to resolve his predicament alone. Why was everything happening at once? Fury's mind buzzed with chaos as he instructed to cloak the airborne battleship and move it over Washington, D.C. At that moment, law enforcement received a report of a woman being suspended in midair in a taxi, seemingly ensnared by spider silk. Sandman was obstructing the police's efforts to act. Chen Ze watched the breaking news on television, where the sandy yellow figure of Sandman was seen overturning a police car with a single punch. Above, a yellow taxi dangled from a black spider web and through the camera's telephoto lens. Chen Ze was astonished to recognize that the person suspended in the taxi was none other than Spider-Man's adoptive mother, Mary Parker. How could it be her? Chen Ze's mind raced. Indeed, in Spider-Man 3, a taxi was suspended in midair, but the occupant was Peter Parker's girlfriend. Yet now, the outcome was painfully similar, inflicting deep anguish upon Spider-Man. Chen Ze understood that Spider-Man was likely en route to the scene, quickly donning a bulletproof vest, which, although damaged, still offered some protection. He threw on a hooded long coat to conceal his face. After ensuring the mechanical glove was properly connected to his right hand, Chen Ze hurried downstairs to find a taxi. "Spider-Man, if you have the ability, come and stop us." The television camera zoomed in on the words woven from spider silk by Venom, a fierce provocation directed at Spider-Man. Swish. The sky appeared as a vast black curtain as Spider-Man soared from the distance. He took a few steps on a rooftop adorned with the American flag, leaped into the air, his right hand gripping a web line, while his left hand propelled another strand forward. The web wrapped around a mechanical arm in midair, converting forward momentum into upward thrust, allowing Spider-Man to vault directly into the cage of webs Venom had crafted around the taxi. At that moment, Mary Parker was on the verge of fainting. The sudden shock of her predicament caused her heart to race, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. At this very moment, beneath the tumult of blaring sirens and the cacophony of panicked voices, the sky loomed like an impenetrable curtain of darkness, devoid of hope. Suddenly, Spider-Man leaped before her, his hands and feet suspended on a strand of black webbing. "I will rescue you immediately. Do not panic," Peter Parker reassured her. Inside the vehicle, Mary Parker nodded in a flurry of anxiety, sensing a peculiar familiarity in Spider-Man's voice. She was undoubtedly aware of the city's hero, yet she had not anticipated feeling such a connection to his voice. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for further contemplation, and she chose to set aside her curiosity for the moment. "Be careful," Mary Parker shouted in that instant. Behind Spider-Man, a dark figure resembling a spider launched itself like a cannonball from below, colliding violently with him. Mary instinctively ducked as the creature crashed into Spider-Man, shattering the car's roof, allowing her to narrowly escape harm. Spider-Man clung to the rear of the vehicle before vaulting into the intricate web woven by the dark spiders. Just as he prepared to save his foster mother, the dark spider before him suddenly split open, revealing Eddie, the reporter whom Peter Parker had expelled from the newspaper. His mouth was lined with sharp fangs, and his face contorted into a sinister grin. "Hey, Parker," he cackled, his voice dripping with malice. At that moment, Mary Parker's gaze shifted back to Spider-Man. No wonder she had found his voice somewhat familiar. It was now clear. It made sense that she had always perceived Peter Parker as enigmatic and unsettling. He was, indeed, Spider-Man. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she uttered, "Eddie, it's you. It's truly you." Spider-Man's voice thundered with rage, clearly incensed by Eddie's revelation of his identity in front of Mary Parker. He sprang into action, launching himself toward the dark spider, only to be struck down by a powerful fist. Chapter 25. Chen Ze emerges. The dark spider proved to be even more formidable than Spider-Man, exhibiting greater strength, swifter speed, and superior abilities. The moment Spider-Man lunged, the dark spider reacted with lightning reflexes, delivering a crushing blow to his cheek that sent him plummeting from hundreds of meters above, only to be caught by the webbing below. Yet, before long, thick strands of black silk ensnared Spider-Man, binding him tightly within the web. High above, the dark spider descended swiftly, kneeling heavily upon Spider-Man's abdomen. One cannot help but acknowledge Spider-Man's remarkable resilience against impact. The force from his fall, coupled with the weight of the black spider, likely exceeded several tons, yet Spider-Man emerged unscathed. He freed himself from the webbing that bound him and clashed with the black spider midair once more. However, Spider-Man found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His strength and speed paled in comparison to those of the black spider. As they descended, the black spider halted in the sky while Spider-Man barely managed to land, performing a forward roll to dissipate the force of his fall. The earth trembled, and the sand danced as a colossal, withered yellow sandman emerged from the ground. Grotesque and uneven, with massive fists and an agape mouth, Spider-Man swiftly rolled out from the midst of the rising sand and regained his footing. As the Sandman's formidable fist descended upon him, he executed a forward roll to evade it. In the meantime, Mary Parker plummeted from a taxi above, and Spider-Man, undeterred, soared into the sky. Yet, he was abruptly kicked down by Venom, crashing onto a steel plate, which shattered under his weight. This steel plate, capable of bearing over 10 tons, was effortlessly broken by Spider-Man's impact, illustrating the ferocity of the blow he had received. Dazed and momentarily incapacitated, Spider-Man attempted to rise but was ensnared on the ground by Venom's black webbing, which continued to reinforce its grip. In midair, the Sandman's fist came crashing down onto Spider-Man's chest. The force behind that punch was formidable, creating a deep crater in the ground, and Spider-Man was thrust into it, nearly immobilized. Yet, the Sandman showed no mercy, delivering another brutal blow. The female host of the live broadcast could scarcely bear to witness the cruel spectacle. As the third punch descended, Spider-Man appeared on the brink of collapse. "We must do something," shouted Minnie in desperation, terrified at the prospect of witnessing Spider-Man's demise. The Sandman raised his fist once more, ready to strike again, prompting many to close their eyes in dread. Peter, fortunately, Mary Parker, who had fallen onto a web below, was spared from death. Tears streaming down her face, she looked on, her voice choked with emotion, feeling as though the sky itself had fallen. All cameras were trained on the scene, and it was evident to everyone that Spider-Man's time was running out. But in that fleeting moment, a torrent of white water surged from the ground, a formidable jet crashing into the Sandman's fist. Despite the stark disparity in their strengths, the force of the water scattered the Sandman's punch as if it were mere sand, diminishing its impact and saving Spider-Man from certain doom. The Sandman roared in astonishment, turning his gaze towards the source of the flowing water. The black spider glanced momentarily in that direction, spotting Chen Ze. At a critical moment, a surge of water dispersed the Sandman's fist. Who could it be? The television reporter continued to speak, and the camera focused on Chen Ze. Beneath the large hood, his face remained indistinct, yet the mechanical glove on his right hand was faithfully captured by the camera. Who is this person? Many hearts were filled with this question. Is he an ordinary individual or a superhero? I recognize him. He is the Indian man who ran down the street earlier. Some who had seen Chen Ze shouted amidst the crowd, yet others felt that he bore no resemblance to an Indian at all. In midair, Mary Parker observed that the Sandman's third strike had finally not come crashing down, causing her heart to feel a sense of relief. Did he save me? At that moment, Spider-Man, with his extraordinary vision, had spotted Chen Ze amidst the swirling sand. The Sandman's fist, akin to the thunderous downpour, was about to descend. But Spider-Man had regained a degree of strength after the previous blows. As the Sandman smashed the ground, he had effectively shattered the binding hold the Black Spider had on him. Spider-Man leaped into action, shooting 2 strands of webbing at the Black Spider, who was poised to pounce on Chen Ze. Chen Ze found himself at a loss. Influenced by films, he had underestimated the Sandman's power. However, upon arriving at the scene, he realized that reality starkly differed from the cinematic portrayals. The Sandman's punch carried the weight of dozens of tons. Had Spider-Man not possessed extraordinary strength, he would have been obliterated long ago. In contrast, an ordinary person would be reduced to a mere pulp beneath the Sandman's fist, bones included. The Sandman's massive form made Chen Ze feel that a direct assault with water would likely be futile. Thus, he aimed for the Sandman's hand. Fortunately, his intuition proved correct, and he managed to save Spider-Man. Meanwhile, the Sandman continued to roar furiously, but Chen Ze refused to relent, persistently directing water at him. The Sandman, enraged, sought revenge on Chen Ze, yet Chen's position was wedged between 2 towering buildings. Though the Sandman's immense size and escalating strength threatened, it also rendered him somewhat unwieldy. Now nearly devoid of reason, the howling Sandman began to wreak havoc on the surrounding structures in a frenzied attempt to annihilate Chen Ze, while the latter retreated, continuously assaulting the Sandman with water from a nearby hydrant. The Sandman's body began to struggle under the relentless onslaught. Die! The Black Spider roared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Spider-Man flying far away. He then leaped into the air, shooting webbing across several meters, soaring over the Sandman, and hurtling down towards Chen Ze. The force of the Black Spider was formidable, exceeding 10 tons, and at that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chen Ze. A full-force strike would surely reduce him to mere pulp. With Spider-Man incapacitated, there was no time for rescue. Once again, Chen Ze found himself at the precipice of life and death. Chapter 26. The ultimate escape. The formidable power of the Black Spider was overwhelming. Faced with the approaching menace, Chen Ze barely managed to anticipate the creature's trajectory and struggled to evade its advance. Undoubtedly, the speed and agility of the Black Spider far surpassed his own, boasting a combat prowess of an exceptional caliber. However, the distance it had to traverse to reach him was considerable, over 300 meters, allowing Chen Ze a fleeting moment to react. After enduring a series of grueling battles, his combat experience had refined his instincts, enabling him to execute his evasion with remarkable swiftness. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the ground erupted in a cloud of dust, a massive crater forming where the Black Spider had landed, the surrounding area fracturing like a spider's web. It was evident that had Chen Ze been struck by that colossal blow, his fate would have been dire. Yet, even as he narrowly dodged this cataclysmic strike, the Black Spider was no ordinary foe. It propelled itself forward, delivering a crushing punch directly to Chen Ze's chest. Sent hurtling backward, he collided violently with the wall, creating a dent in the bricks. The impact was severe, several of his ribs shattered, and he felt a sharp pain in his lungs, blood nearly choking him as agony coursed through his body. Nonetheless, despite the excruciating pain, Chen Ze's resolve remained unbroken. He sprang back to his feet, launching a kick at the relentless Black Spider. Though his kick failed to send the creature flying, the recoil reverberated through him. Swiftly, he executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the next onslaught from the Black Spider. Despite the brutal beating he had just endured, Chen Ze's mind raced with clarity. He estimated that the force behind that punch was nearly 10 tons. Miraculously, he had not been reduced to a mere pulp. It seemed his body had untapped potential. If he could fully harness his strength, his combat ability and resilience would be formidable. At this moment, even if his durability were to increase tenfold, a relentless assault from the Black Spider could still spell his demise. Although the pain from his fractured ribs did not significantly hinder his movements, it was a torment that threatened to overwhelm him, mitigated only by the adrenaline surging through his veins. Today's confrontation was imperative. Should he fail to vanquish the Black Spider and absorb its energy, he would remain that powerful individual rendered useless by a single injury. After witnessing the extraordinary abilities of various superheroes in this world, Chen Ze increasingly felt the weight of his own inadequacy. Observing the ferocity of today's battle, he realized that his own strength paled in comparison to that of figures like Spider-Man, Black Spider, and Sandman, each capable of unleashing forces in the tens of tons. Consequently, Chen Ze's resolve solidified. He was determined to eliminate the Black Spider. For now, However, his paramount concern was to evade the creature's relentless pursuit. At this moment, the black spider once again drifted closer, its terrifying fangs fully bared. In this critical instant, Spider-Man finally regained his composure, launching several spider projectiles toward the black spider. The creature immediately reversed its position, facing Spider-Man. They exchanged a flurry of blows, a dazzling display that obscured clarity, but ultimately, Spider-Man was sent flying by a powerful kick, far more forceful than the punch that had struck Chen Ze earlier. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing. Just as Spider-Man managed to recover, the Sandman hurled a punch towards him. In a swift motion, Spider-Man wrapped his webs around the Sandman's head and shoulders, propelling himself away. At last, his efforts succeeded in confining the Sandman to that location. However, the black spider seized the opportunity to focus on dealing with Chen Ze. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Chen Ze sprinted across the ground with reckless abandon, his speed remarkably enhanced by the surge of power coursing through him. He had just glimpsed a steel pipe that might significantly impact the black spider. In Spider-Man 3, it was the sound of a steel pipe that ultimately led to Venom's demise. As Chen Ze approached, he was moving too swiftly to discern the precise location of the pipe. In Spider-Man's dire moment, he had merely found a fire hydrant to spray water at the Sandman. Now he finally spotted the steel pipe. As this was indeed a construction site where such materials were abundant, Chen Ze raced toward the area where the pipe lay, but it was still 700 or 800 meters away, seemingly on the third floor. Lacking the height and agility of Spider-Man, he could only run earnestly toward his destination. Yet, would the black spider grant him this time? Deep down, Chen Ze felt uncertain, but running was all he could do. His arrival at this location was not purely out of noble intent to save Spider-Man. While he did have that desire, his primary motivation was to absorb Venom's power. Since his motivations were not selfless, he did not place the burden of responsibility on Spider-Man. Even if he were to be killed by the black spider today, it would ultimately be his own choice. In that moment, he sensed the black spider gaining speed behind him, drawing ever closer. If caught, given Chen Ze's current physical state, death was a distinct possibility. The sound of wind rushed perilously close, and suddenly, Chen Ze felt as though the surrounding environment had slowed to a crawl. The voices of passers-by faded into silence, and although the colors before him dimmed, many details became strikingly vivid. Would he truly perish here? Chen Ze's heart brimmed with regrets. He had finally obtained the power he had long coveted, only to face the threat of untimely demise. Yet, fortuitously, it seemed that fate had other plans for him today. The black spider bared its sharp fangs and immediately ceased its pursuit of Chen Ze, casting a glance backward. At that moment, the Green Goblin, riding his glider, came into view. The glider, with great force, spiraled towards the black spider and collided with its body, sending the creature flying. Chen Ze, witnessing the commotion behind him, finally comprehended that he had temporarily escaped peril. The Green Goblin had indeed materialized, reminiscent of his portrayal in Spider-Man 3. A shiver ran down Chen Ze's spine, and cold sweat dripped from his brow. Fortunately, he had managed to survive, at least for the moment. Chapter 27. The weakness of the black spider. Upon realizing he was alive, the tension that had gripped Chen Ze began to dissipate. He sensed a decline in the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and waves of dread washed over him as he recalled the near-fatal encounter. The battles among superheroes were undeniably far more complex than mere imagination suggested. They hinged on the precipice of life and death, where mortality could be decided in an instant. Such a fleeting moment of existential peril was profoundly terrifying. As the secretion of adrenaline waned, the pain returned to his nerves, his ribs had been fractured, and his lungs were compromised. Such agony was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. He felt a slight dizziness enveloping his head. Yet, there was no time to rest. With the Green Goblin's arrival, Spider-Man finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, Chen Ze had just saved him, but the truth remained that Chen Ze's combat prowess was rather limited. Following the Green Goblin's emergence, the tide of battle began to shift dramatically. The Green Goblin exchanged blows with the Black Spider. Although he too sustained injuries, his resilience allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Spider-Man utilized his web shooters to launch several spider bombs, creating significant openings in the Sandman's form, which could not quickly recover due to his massive size. In that moment, the Sandman found himself unable to regain his fighting capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin coordinated their efforts to surround the Black Spider in a 2-on-1 assault. While they did not gain the upper hand, the once arrogant Black Spider's bravado was finally subdued. Chen Ze slowly ascended towards the floor housing the steel pipes. His ribs and upper body were nearly incapacitated. If he did not swiftly absorb energy, the loss of blood and internal turmoil could very well lead to his demise. Time was of the essence. At this juncture, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin's synergy was remarkably effective, culminating in a bomb striking the Black Spider. However, the Black Spider's defense was formidable. It did not crumble as the original character did in Spider-Man 3. Despite enduring 2 bomb blasts, the Black Spider remained largely unscathed. After enduring a prolonged struggle, Sandman once again began to revive, roaring as he charged forward, coordinating his attacks with the Black Spider against Green Goblin and Spider-Man. In a particularly severe instance, he sent Green Goblin's glider flying. Fortunately, Spider-Man managed to retrieve it with his webbing, preventing Green Goblin from plummeting to his demise from a great height, an outcome that was indeed a stroke of luck. The two heroes gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. A fortunate turn of events occurred when Spider-Man swung high above, rescuing Mary Parker and placing her safely outside the battlefield, allowing him to focus entirely on the conflict at hand. Together, they launched a counteroffensive, with Green Goblin firing over a dozen bombs at Sandman, while Spider-Man unleashed a barrage of web shots, creating gaping wounds in Sandman's form, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. However, in the process, Sandman had dealt a powerful blow to Green Goblin, sending him hurtling several meters away. Though not fatally injured, Green Goblin managed to stabilize himself in midair. At that moment, an intense battle raged between Black Spider and Spider-Man. Ultimately, Spider-Man was no match for Black Spider, especially after sustaining severe injuries from Sandman's earlier onslaught. Consequently, he found himself at the mercy of Black Spider's relentless assault, while Green Goblin was still unable to return to the fray. Meanwhile, Chen Ze had finally reached the second floor, feeling increasingly breathless. His self-healing abilities were remarkably potent. Yet under the current circumstances, having endured successive battles and lacking energy absorption, his healing capacity was slow to manifest. Before his self-healing could fully take effect, Chen Ze risked succumbing to his lung injuries. Faced with a difficult choice, he resolved to fight for Venom's powers. He knew that seeking hospital care would attract too much attention and that the facility might not be equipped to handle his condition. Thus, upon reaching the second floor, his only hope lay with Venom. Just then, Spider-Man and Black Spider crashed into the room, their combined strength sufficient to shatter the floor. Yet they merely tumbled in without causing further damage. However, Black Spider had already ensnared the grievously injured Spider-Man, enveloping him in dark webbing, rendering him too weak to resist. As Black Spider approached Peter Parker with a sinister grin, he momentarily overlooked Chen Ze, dismissing him as an insignificant nuisance easily dealt with. Chen Ze raised 2 steel pipes, preparing to strike, but just as he swung them down, Green Goblin suddenly reappeared, colliding with Black Spider using his glider. This time, the Black Spider directly seized the Green Goblin's glider, causing him to tumble to the ground, while he himself grasped hold of the glider. With the deadly blades of the glider now exposed, he lunged it toward Spider-Man. These blades, crafted from a unique material, were exceptionally sharp. Should they pierce Spider-Man's heart, it would surely be fatal. In a fleeting moment, the Green Goblin positioned himself before Spider-Man, as though the most tragic scene from Spider-Man 3 was about to unfold. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Chen Ze exerted every ounce of strength to strike the Black Spider's ear, desperately racing a few steps closer to deliver a blow to the steel pipe. He had just realized that his chaotic banging of the pipe seemed to have little effect on the Black Spider. Indeed, this was reality, not the movies. The Black Spider was not so easily swayed or defeated. Fortunately, Chen Ze's speed was remarkable, and at this critical juncture, he truly gave it his all, bringing the steel pipe close to the Black Spider's ear and striking with all his might. After this strike, Chen Ze coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to breathe, on the brink of suffocation. Despite his robust physique and tenacious vitality, he knew he could only last a few more minutes under such conditions. However, his blow had achieved its purpose. The Green Goblin's glider fell to the floor, and he clutched his hands in evident agony. It worked. Chapter 28, Devouring Venom. Clang. 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 Upon noticing the Black Spider's reaction to the sound of the steel pipe, Chen Ze felt a surge of joy and pounded the metal relentlessly. Yet, after 5 or 6 strikes, blood bubbled in his throat, and he was forced to lower his hands. Given his current condition, it was likely he had less than a minute before it was all over. Hurry, don't let him recover. Chen Ze's words, fragmented and urgent, were directed at Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Neither of them were fools. They quickly grasped the situation. Spider-Man lifted the steel pipe and thrust it around the Black Spider, encircling him with the vertical pipes. The Green Goblin joined in, assisting by crashing the pipes together menacingly. Now ensnared in extreme agony, the Black Spider was bombarded by the cacophony of sounds, the clear clang of steel echoing in his ears, driving him to the brink of madness, twirling chaotically on the ground. Seeing their strategy was effective, both Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were elated, pouring all their strength into the assault on the pipes, determined to ensure the Black Spider met his end here. However, they increasingly sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. the black spider was merely incapacitated for the moment. It became evident that they could not simply bludgeon him to death with the pipes. Spider-Man began to devise a plan, intending for the Green Goblin to continue striking the pipes while he sought a means to eliminate the black spider. At that moment, Chen Ze felt his body growing increasingly feeble, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He cast aside the mechanical gloves and painstakingly crawled a distance into a circle of steel pipes. As he drew nearer to the black spider, his vitality waning, Chen Ze's right hand collided with the black spider's body, striking bone and eliciting a searing pain. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a surge of energy began to emanate forth. Like the relentless flow of mighty rivers, the energy coursing from the black spider surged powerfully into Chen Ze's being. It had been an eternity since he had felt such a sensation. A wave of joy flooded Chen Ze's heart. He had finally succeeded in his endeavors. Despite having narrowly escaped death multiple times, he was now reaping the rewards following a harrowing trial of life and death. Originally, Spider-Man intended to use his web shooters to vanquish the black spider, but as he witnessed Chen Ze's charge, he swiftly aimed to ensnare him with webs. To his astonishment, however, the black spider appeared to be in greater agony, as if something was being siphoned from it and transmitted to Chen Ze. "Peter, hurry, keep banging on the pipes. I can see he is currently absorbing the black spider's energy." The Green Goblin shouted frantically beside Spider-Man. Peter Parker grasped the situation and began to strike the pipes with utmost urgency. Roar, hiss, ugh. The sounds emanating from the black spider's mouth were relentless. Akin to a wounded beast, its voice hoarse and shrill, nearly piercing the eardrums of those nearby. It was evident that the black spider was in excruciating torment, feeling its own life force and power fervently rushing towards Chen Ze. Its body, once wildly thrashing, gradually succumbed to the ground, convulsing as if it were a fish thrown into boiling oil, desperately flailing. Yet, Chen Ze continued to absorb the essence from its being. The surging vitality flowed into Chen Ze, causing an explosion of power within his chest. His heart, lungs, and ribs felt the life force coursing through his veins, revitalizing his limbs and core. After receiving such a substantial infusion of vitality, Chen Ze's lungs were nearly healed, and his fractured ribs began to mend. Everything unfolded as he had surmised. Indeed, absorbing potent life energy could mend all the injuries inflicted upon his body. However, the life force of the symbiote was overwhelmingly potent. After over a minute of absorption, Chen Ze's body had fully healed, and he even began to acquire some abilities akin to those of the black spider. Yet the transfer of power continued unabated. The strength of the black spider, derived from the symbiote, far surpassed anything Chen Ze could contend with. However, with his newfound abilities, he managed to thwart the black spider's efforts. Moreover, the incessant clamor of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin striking the pipes only added to the cacophony, a sound that even Chen Ze found somewhat unbearable. After approximately 9 minutes, the power of the black spider fully coursed into Chen Ze's body. This force was not merely that of the black spider. It encompassed all of its vital essence. As the venomous black spider, rolling about like a fish in a boiling pot, gradually ceased its convulsions, its black, spider-like exoskeleton began to diminish in size, shrinking progressively until it condensed into a small black sphere. This sphere continued to contract, reducing from an initial diameter of over 50 centimeters to a mere 5 or 6 centimeters, with the remaining essence fully absorbed into Chen Ze's being. Everyone observed as the venomous black spider was assimilated by Chen Ze. Meanwhile, the previous Eddie, under such circumstances, disentangled himself from the black exoskeleton, liberated from the venom, and stood there. "No, what are you doing? Stop!" Eddie roared as he charged towards Chen Ze, only to be repelled by an overwhelming force, sending him tumbling backward for over 2 meters before crashing to the ground. Devoid of the venom, he was reduced to an ordinary person, struggling to rise. At that moment, aside from some scattered remnants, all of the black spider's energy surged into Chen Ze's body. He felt an immense surge of power within himself. Moreover, this newfound strength seemed to be within his control, granting him numerous abilities. For instance, a black web strand shot forth from his right hand, emerging from his wrist. Chen Ze sensed that he could manipulate this web at will. It could be wielded as a weapon, anchored to buildings, or used to ensnare, all under his complete command. The web felt as natural as an extension of his own hand, pulling without inflicting any pain. It appeared he had thoroughly consumed the venomous black spider, absorbing its life force, strength, and other energies. Chapter 29. Chen Ze's new abilities. Chen Ze estimated that his strength had approximately doubled. However, he pondered in confusion. How could it only be double? The black spider, with its formidable presence, surely possessed a strength exceeding 30 to 50 tons. Why had only a fraction of that power transferred to him? As he meticulously attuned himself to his body, he sensed a reservoir of energy seemingly nestled beside his heart, though something seemed to obstruct its full mobilization. Why was there such an issue? Chen Ze contemplated whether this energy was merely temporarily stored near his heart, not yet ready for him to fully harness. This realization dawned on him. He had not completely mastered all the powers of the venomous black spider. Chen Ze currently possesses a mastery that, while not exhaustive, certainly surpasses mere superficial understanding. Indeed, this mass of energy has been stored near his heart, exerting no adverse effects on his body. Upon a tentative exploration, Chen Ze sensed that this dark energy could potentially integrate into his being, transforming into a source of personal strength at an opportune moment. Even the tripling of his current power is remarkable. He now wields approximately 6 tons of strength. However, his combat prowess has not merely escalated by this straightforward factor of 3, but has approached an astonishing 10-fold increase. This is largely due to his consumption of the venomous black spider, which granted him not only an augmentation in strength, but also bestowed upon him the creature's agility and its impeccable mastery over its own power. At this moment, Chen Ze has acquired a plethora of abilities. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, witnessing Chen Ze's entire process of absorbing the black spider, were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. What manner of individual is this, capable of consuming the black spider so effortlessly? Spider-Man felt a twinge of alertness, recalling how Chen Ze had previously concealed his capacity for absorption. Upon reflection, this ability is indeed a highly sensitive matter. Should it become widely known, it could lead to significant complications. In truth, Chen Ze harbored no desire to disclose his powers. However, in the face of life-threatening peril, he had no choice but to absorb venom, lest he succumb to the grave danger that loomed. Consequently, he chose to disregard certain considerations, believing that challenges would be met as they arise. Now, observing Chen Ze's newfound vitality, the earlier lethargy that rendered him unable to wield a steel pipe has vanished entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Ze propelled himself forward, unleashing 2 orbs of black webbing from his hands, which pierced through the floor with astonishing speed, creating a gaping hole. At last, he had acquired the capability for ranged attacks. Chen Ze felt a surge of exhilaration. These abilities had eluded him until now, only manifesting after he had absorbed venom. Unperturbed by the destruction of the building, he reveled in the exploration of his newfound powers. With a flick of his left hand, a strand of webbing shot forth, ascending to adhere to a brick on the building above. Through the force of his will, he could manipulate this webbing at his discretion, choosing whether to maintain its adhesion to the brick or to sever the connection entirely. It was an experience beyond mere description, a fascinating state of control, as effortless as extending one's fingers. Chen Ze then attempted to anchor the webbing to the high wall, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick, soaring into the air. In the moment Chen Ze ascended, he felt an extraordinary sensation coursing through his body, as if he could soar through the air after taking flight. His weight inexplicably lightened, rendering him perfectly suited for this elevation. Chen Ze understood why Spider-Man could navigate effortlessly between buildings. Previously, he had found it hard to believe that a mere strand of web could sustain such weight. If it were to strike a glass surface, could it withstand the force? It turned out that while airborne, his body's mass could seemingly diminish, not truly lightening, but rather adopting a peculiar form of buoyancy. Additionally, the points where Chen Ze's webbing exerted force could distribute weight over a considerable area, thus preventing any bricks from being dislodged. Chen Ze attempted to take flight, yet he harbored concerns that his web might snap mid-air, potentially leading to a perilous fall. Consequently, he proceeded cautiously, but his initial descent was directed towards the wall of a building. Fortunately, he did not bring any bricks crashing down. As he neared the wall, he instinctively shot out a strand of webbing from his right hand, allowing him to alter his trajectory and correct his forward momentum. Utilizing this method, Chen Ze endeavored to weave through the urban landscape. However, after a short while, his hands began to ache, prompting him to descend. He had wished to continue this exhilarating venture, relishing the sensation of darting through the illuminated city, navigating amidst towering edifices. Humanity has long yearned for the ability to fly, and numerous superheroes possess such powers. Although Chen Ze's ability did not strictly constitute flying, the sensation of gliding through the air bore a striking resemblance to it. Each ascent revealed a mesmerizing view of the world below, intoxicating in its allure. After a brief respite, he floated back towards his previous destination, eager to discuss his experience with Spider-Man and his companions. After considerable effort, he arrived at the 2nd floor, where Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were catching their breath. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers wielding cameras, it appeared that both heroes were preparing to make their exit, one activating the Green Goblin's hoverboard, while the other seemed poised to launch a strand of webbing. "You're back?" Spider-Man exclaimed upon spotting Chen Ze, a look of relief washing over him. "Let's go?" "All right." Chen Ze replied, and in an instant, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin propelled themselves into the sky. Chen Ze followed suit, launching his own webbing and soaring upwards alongside them until they reached the rooftop. At that moment, Chen Ze's agility was unparalleled, no longer limited to sheer strength. He now possessed a harmonious blend of speed, power, and finesse. This newfound sensation was exhilarating, endowing him with an affection for his remarkable abilities. Chapter 30. The Surge of Power. Brother, it seems you have been keeping secrets from me. The Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Chen Ze all leapt onto the rooftop in succession, standing atop the towering building. Spider-Man turned to Chen Ze and uttered, "I apologize for the situation." Chen Ze plopped down on the rooftop, glancing at Spider-Man as he replied, "Indeed, my current ability is to consume." However, he did not detect any surprise or wariness from Spider-Man. Instead, the latter's tone was remarkably amicable, as if they were old friends. At that moment, the Green Goblin addressed Chen Ze, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I owe you one." Indeed, had it not been for Chen Ze's sudden strike with a steel pipe beside Venom, the Green Goblin would have met a tragic end at the hands of the Black Spider. Thus, the Green Goblin felt indebted to Chen Ze for saving his life. Chen Ze regarded the Green Goblin and felt a sense of satisfaction. In the original narrative of Spider-Man 3, the Green Goblin met a gruesome fate, but here, Chen Ze had managed to save him. This was a manifestation of the butterfly effect triggered by Chen Ze's arrival in this vast world. Ultimately, saving the Green Goblin felt worthwhile to Chen Ze. Although initially bothersome, the Green Goblin ultimately made a poignant choice. However, the evening's greatest reward was the ability Chen Ze had acquired through consumption. This newfound power was his treasure, and following this experience, his abilities had significantly escalated. He was no longer merely a person of considerable strength. At that moment, Chen Ze had developed capabilities for mid-range combat and could now navigate the urban jungle of skyscrapers with ease. The previous predicament of harnessing his strength had nearly been resolved. With power came the impact of that power, and his body was now remarkably agile, allowing him to maneuver gracefully in midair, with his speed greatly enhanced. As the aftermath of the battle lingered, the three remained seated on the rooftop. The building's elevator had long ceased operation, and the reporters would not be able to reach them for some time, leaving Chen Ze and his companions to converse in the interim. The Green Goblin then shared the latest news. Washington is in turmoil. Loki has appeared outside the White House. What? Spider-Man nearly leaped up in shock. Had it not been for the Green Goblin's revelation, he would have remained oblivious to the situation. Chen Ze felt indifferent. After all, it was a matter concerning the Americans, and it did not pertain to him. However, Spider-Man, being American himself, was eager to rush to the White House upon hearing such dire news. What happened? Chen Ze inquired calmly. Loki and Hydra's agents suddenly manifested outside the White House, but the crisis has been averted. Stark and the others should not be there now, the Green Goblin explained. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man finally relaxed, glancing at the reporters who might soon arrive, and they decided to relocate for a more in-depth discussion. "I need to check on Aunt May first. I must confirm her safety." At that moment, Spider-Man uttered a simple farewell. Indeed, he was feeling a sense of urgency. Mary Parker had uncovered his true identity, and he was in desperate need to clarify everything to her, to engage in an open and honest dialogue. "Goodbye." After exchanging a few words with Chen Ze, Spider-Man leaped from the building, setting out to find Mary. The Green Goblin also exchanged pleasantries with Chen Ze, but suddenly recalled that there was still the Sandman left unresolved. Previously, the Sandman had been dispersed by his explosives and Spider-Man's web shots, which is why neither Spider-Man nor Chen Ze had noticed him earlier. Now, as the Green Goblin descended, Chen Ze followed suit, and the recently reformed Sandman was once again scattered by the Green Goblin's attack. The police, having devised a corresponding strategy, finally managed to apprehend the Sandman. Subsequently, the police station would transfer him to S.H.I.E.L.D. They could only take advantage of the Sandman's momentary weakness, for once he regained his strength, the situation would become far more complicated. "Well then, my friend, it has been a pleasure, but I must take my leave," the Green Goblin declared, soaring into the sky on his flying glider. Chen Ze, too, intended to swing into the air using his webbing. However, at that very moment, a deafening tremor reverberated through the atmosphere, and a colossal fireball hurtled toward him, rapidly closing the distance. With a swift motion, Chen Ze evaded the flaming orb. Had this been an hour earlier, evading such a fireball would have seemed nearly impossible. Yet now, with his enhanced agility, he deftly sidestepped it. Why are there so many people suddenly appearing? Chen Ze felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. One after another, individuals materialized before his eyes. But perhaps it was fortuitous. He could test his newfound abilities on this opponent, having recently acquired a plethora of new powers. It was the perfect opportunity to practice. With that thought, Chen Ze propelled himself forward, swinging on his web for several dozen meters, while simultaneously launching a web shot toward the emerging figure. In midair, he recognized the individual as someone reminiscent of the person from whom he had absorbed magical energy some time ago, though this one seemed to possess even greater strength. His web shot was intercepted by a sudden defensive shield that manifested before the figure. Chen Ze sensed that this individual was significantly stronger than the previous cloaked adversary, as this shield was capable of withstanding his web shots. Nevertheless, Chen Ze's speed was extraordinary, and with several tons of force. He closed the distance to the cloaked figure in an instant. The cloaked figure, noticing Chen Ze so close, quickly summoned his defensive shield to counter the impending attack. However, bang! A resounding impact echoed as the cloaked figure's defenses were shattered by Chen Ze's powerful kick, reducing them to mere fragments. With relentless force, he struck the cloaked man again, sending him hurtling through the air. In an instant, Chen Ze soared before the cloaked figure, driving his knee forcefully into his chest. The impact was devastating, fracturing ribs with a singular blow. Without hesitation, Chen Ze activated his mechanical right hand, consuming the energy of the cloaked man. Consequently, the energy stored within Chen Ze's mind expanded slightly, imparting a newfound clarity that sharpened his perception of the surrounding world. Chapter 31. An uninvited guest. This marked the first occasion since encountering the fantastic for that Chen Ze had absorbed magical energy. As the energy in his mind swelled, he experienced an exhilarating sensation, enhancing his awareness of his environment. It was a delightful revelation, almost compelling him to unleash a triumphant roar to the heavens. Individuals who once seemed insurmountable were now easily vanquished, and the exhilaration stemming from this newfound power surged deep within him. However, why had the cloaked figure reappeared? As the dust settled, Chen Ze pondered this perplexing question. Furthermore, why was this particular cloaked figure present at this moment? He scrutinized the battlefield, and following the absorption of the Black Spider's power, he sensed a heightened awareness of his surroundings. This transformation affirmed that consuming Venom had indeed been a prudent choice. Fortuitously, he had achieved his objective, surviving where he might have perished. Suddenly, Chen Ze sensed a flurry of movement at the junction of the hallway before him, as numerous individuals rushed toward his location. Above, figures appeared to be approaching from the sky as well. This enhanced perception was a direct result of absorbing Venom and some magical energy, a capability he would not have possessed otherwise. Abruptly, several unfamiliar faces materialized before him. Although he did not recognize them, each bore an aura of formidable power, a sense of strength that intruded upon his awareness. "Devourer, please accompany us," the central figure stated with a dispassionate tone, yet beneath the calmness lay an unmistakable resolve, as if Chen Ze's refusal would result in his immediate annihilation. Chen Ze gradually focused all his energy to its utmost, the fine hairs on his body standing on end. He had elevated his state to its peak, and should a confrontation arise without a word, he would not easily yield. Having recently acquired the power of Venom and gained additional combat capabilities, Chen Ze was aware that he might not be able to defeat the individuals before him, but escaping should pose no significant challenge. However, the thought of escape led him to ponder where he might retreat. This world, owing to his unique abilities, exuded an aura of lurking danger. Neither the righteous nor the wicked seemed inclined to accept him. The individuals before him did not strike him as virtuous. Based on his suspicions, they were likely allies of the Joker. Initially, the Joker had expressed a desire for Chen Ze to join their ranks, a proposition tainted by ulterior motives, yet it underscored their awareness of his existence. Today, perhaps owing to the battle involving Spider-Man, Venom, the Green Goblin, and Sandman, Chen Ze had been fully exposed, drawing the attention of the Joker and his cohorts. But should he accompany them? The answer was a resounding no. While he could claim he intended to infiltrate Hydra for revenge, Chen Ze, despite having integrated Venom's powers, understood the limits of his strength. His abilities had indeed grown significantly since their inception, yet he was not yet formidable enough to maneuver freely within Hydra. With Venom's powers as a foundation, he aimed to harness this strength for further enhancement. It would be ill-advised to engage with Hydra until he was truly powerful, when the time came for vengeance. Confronting a foe would be a straightforward affair. Moreover, Hydra was hardly a bastion of justice. Chen Ze did not see himself as a hero, yet he could not become a villain or a mere pawn for nefarious deeds. "The Devourer? Are you calling for me?" he asked coldly. "Indeed, it is you," replied the individual in the center. "Let us depart. Why would I follow you?" Chen Ze scoffed. "What if I refuse? Then we shall take you by force," came the cold retort. In that moment, Chen Ze sensed a shift in the surrounding air. Fully alert, he quickly shot out a black web strand to the left, propelling himself upwards for dozens of meters. As he glanced down from midair, he observed a ghastly white flower blooming at the very spot where he had stood moments before, reminiscent of a skeletal form. The thought of being bitten by such a creature sent a shiver through him. Now that the battle had commenced, he had no cause for further concern. Whoosh, whoosh. In a realm where light falters, shrouded in a veil of darkness, Chen Ze launched 2 spider bombs toward the foremost individuals. Simultaneously, his spider silk descended from the night sky with a chilling precision, transforming into instruments of lethality. With a mere thought, he could pierce the hearts of his adversaries, illuminating their veins with their own fervent life essence. 2 knife-like bone blades abruptly materialized in midair, shattering Chen Ze's spider bombs entirely. Among the 4, the remaining 2 swiftly evaded the spider's silk, revealing that they were no ordinary foes. Their speed and strength were far from trivial, and it was evident that only one of them had demonstrated their capabilities, suggesting that there might be more to unveil. In light of these circumstances, Chen Ze realized that resolving the day's events would prove challenging. Thud, thud, thud. The bone knives relentlessly hurtled toward him. Yet, Chen Ze remained unfazed by the onslaught. His hands incessantly unleashed spider silk, deftly altering his trajectory. His movements were a veritable spectacle, appearing almost dizzying. One moment he occupied one space, and in the next, he had vanished elsewhere. His body flowed effortlessly, artfully dodging the incoming blades with mere inches to spare, as if engaged in a dance with death. Simultaneously, Chen Ze's spider bombs continued their relentless assault on the assailants, who likewise began to evade with urgency. However, the others were also concocting strategies to counter Chen Ze. It was clear to them that his prowess was formidable, and capturing him would require considerable effort. The Hydra had long been monitoring Venom's situation, only to discover that Chen Ze had consumed him, much to Hydra's displeasure, prompting them to dispatch these individuals to confront him. Chapter 32. Iron Man, Captain America. The quartet that approached possessed a diverse array of abilities, none of which Chen Ze had encountered in comics or films before, rendering them somewhat enigmatic to him. However, their powers were not as practical as his own. Chen Ze's spider bombs afforded him ranged attacks, harmonizing seamlessly with his spider silk to forge a formidable offensive. The silk enabled him to traverse walls and evade lethal strikes at critical moments, while his agility allowed him to exploit his full potential. Thus, capturing him proved to be an insurmountable task for them. Unwilling to prolong the confrontation, Chen Ze resolved to navigate through the towering edifices. His mastery of spider silk had reached new heights, enabling him to manipulate it with ease and precision. This silk could transform at his whim into deadly weapons or adhesive traps, capable of ensnaring structures and forming nets imbued with a potent stickiness, ensuring that any unwitting victim caught within would find escape utterly impossible. It could be said that Chen Ze had previously harbored a profound aversion to spiders. However, the abilities he has acquired from Venom have endowed him with formidable strength, which he now wields with remarkable finesse. Halt! In that fleeting moment, a voice resonated from the heavens, seemingly emanating from a realm of darkness. Suddenly, chains of fire surged forth from all directions, ensnaring Chen Ze like an inescapable net, with some even severing his webbing. As the flames surged towards him, Chen Ze deftly maneuvered in midair, releasing strands of web from his hands, propelling himself to evade the impending inferno. Having consumed Venom, Chen Ze had become significantly more powerful, allowing him to navigate the bizarre encounters he faced with relative ease. To absorb another's abilities, he knew he must first render them weak or immobile. To attempt immediate consumption would be utterly preposterous. At that moment, the enhanced vision granted by Venom enabled Chen Ze to discern that the individual before him resembled a fiery apparition, not unlike Johnny from the Fantastic Four. Yet this person's flames bore a more sinister hue, a blend of red and black that sent shivers down his spine. It appeared as though he had been charred in a blazing inferno, his form entirely blackened. What manner of strange beings are manifesting? Chen Ze pondered, feeling a headache brewing. Boom. At that instant, several fire dragons surged towards him, with no room left for evasion. As the flames threatened to engulf him, a piercing shriek sliced through the air. An unidentified flying object descended from the heights, scattering the flames with its sonic assault. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ze launched his webbing, propelling himself through the fiery trap. Looking skyward, Chen Ze wondered who had come to his aid. Captain America? His keen eyes caught sight of a figure clad in the stars and stripes, with mechanical wings extending from his back. Damn it, what chaos are you sowing? Even if you brought 10 more like yourself, I could still vanquish you. The charred individual spat venomous words, directing the fire dragons towards Captain America. In the air, Captain America had just hurled his shield, placing himself in a precarious position. At that moment, Chen Ze shot forth 2 strands of black webbing towards him, drawing Captain America closer. A paragon of virtue. Chen Ze held a particular admiration for this hero, especially now that he had come to his aid. However, his webbing failed to adhere. The metallic wings on Captain America's back trembled, generating a powerful thrust that propelled him skyward, narrowly escaping the engulfing flames. Chen Ze chose to disregard him momentarily, directing his spider projectiles towards the charred figure. A fiery shield materialized around him, thwarting the oncoming assault of spider projectiles. The remaining individuals on the ground also launched an attack against Captain America. How about including me in that? A voice laced with mockery and defiance drifted over from a distance. At that moment, a silver-red beam of light sliced through the vast expanse above, its energy unfathomably potent. The previously arrogant charred man, who had erected a fiery defense, found it utterly obliterated by this radiant beam in an instant. Chen Ze immediately fixed his gaze on the source of the silver-red light. Based on his own deductions and recollections from films he had seen before, he surmised that such a beam could only originate from one individual, Tony Stark, clad in his iron armor. The once boastful charred figure was now rendered defenseless beneath the brilliance of the silver-red light, crashing to the ground. Moments later, the sound of a rush of air echoed through the sky, confirming that Iron Man was indeed hovering above, his sleek red form emitting energy from his feet and hands to sustain his flight. At that juncture, Iron Man stood as if he had stepped straight out of the movies. Captain America swiftly descended, retrieving his shield. "Gentlemen, surrender. I can assure you a less arduous fate." Iron Man's voice resonated. "Otherwise, I would be more than willing to use you as test subjects for my latest armor." The ground trembled under the impact of the assault directed at Iron Man, seemingly answering his proposition. With a cold smirk, Iron Man unleashed two powerful energy blasts from his hands, annihilating two of the assailants below. Hey, Captain America protested. "Tony, be gentle. We still need to take them back. Taking them back won't earn you accolades. Do you really expect the guy in half sunglasses to reward you?" Iron Man continued unabated. After addressing Captain America, he added, "Devourer, I suppose we are now acquainted. I am Tony Stark." This peculiar introduction momentarily stunned Chen Ze. How had he so unexpectedly encountered two titans from the Avengers? Chapter 33. Invitation, Captain? Iron Man, why are you both here? Chen Ze inquired, bewildered. Their appearance was indeed rather abrupt. Captain America and Iron Man exchanged knowing glances before Captain America replied, "We've been observing you for some time now, but it seems today is the first time we've witnessed your newfound abilities." A sense of caution inevitably crept into Chen Ze's mind. Captain America's statement implied that Ashield had also set its sights on him. The Ashield and the Avengers are distinctly different entities. Ashield operates as a governmental agency of the United States, whereas the Avengers comprise a coalition of superheroes. The members of the Avengers are not necessarily affiliated with Ashield, yet Captain America, as an American hero, undeniably has a profound connection with the agency. "When did you begin to take an interest in me?" Chen Ze inquired. "From the moment you were discovered by the Jokers," came the response. "They failed to completely erase the video footage, allowing us to see that they were searching for you." At that moment, Iron Man, soaring through the air, interjected, "Devourer, they are quite intrigued by you. However, whether they intend to dissect you alive, we cannot ascertain." From their appellation, Chen Ze gleaned much. Devourer, they called themselves, signifying that they were well aware of his abilities. It seemed evident that his powers posed a significant threat to them. Nevertheless, in the presence of Captain America and Iron Man, he felt no sense of danger. Chen Ze had already absorbed Venom's powers, rendering any attempt to consume Captain America's abilities futile. As for Iron Man, his might stemmed entirely from his armored suit, an entity that could not be devoured. "What brings you here?" Chen Ze pondered for a moment before posing the question directly. "Captain, you should explain to him. I must first deal with those peculiar individuals," Iron Man remarked, as he subdued and bound the earlier intruders. His reference to their attire was indeed a testament to his sharp wit, reminiscent of his on-screen persona. At this juncture, Captain America retracted his metallic wings, which Chen Ze found strikingly familiar. Upon reflection, he realized they resembled those he had seen in another realm. Specifically in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Undoubtedly, the technology of this world surpassed that of his own, with many marvels previously confined to cinema now manifesting in reality. Yet, the existence of superheroes amid such advanced technology was hardly a cause for astonishment. Captain America approached Chen Ze and remarked, "Devourer, we observed your actions through the surveillance cameras. You eliminated the Black Spider-Man and encountered some thugs here. Hence, we arrived promptly. Hydra now takes a keen interest in you, and we hope you will stay with us. Otherwise, if they exert their full effort to capture you, we may not be able to protect you. This is my affair. I believe it should be resolved by me. And I trust in my ability to do so," Chen Ze replied candidly. "I think your priority should be to guard against Loki and his ilk, should it not?" A flicker of surprise crossed Captain America's eyes at the mention of Loki, as if Chen Ze's words had struck a chord. You know, Loki? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions in seeking you out, Captain America asserted. Our concern is solely for your safety. At that moment, Tony Stark had already gathered the earlier individuals and addressed Chen Ze, saying, Devourer, it is rather inappropriate for us to converse here. Considering the number of ears that might be listening, I believe it would be prudent to relocate our discussion. To where? Chen Ze inquired. The airborne battleship, Tony Stark replied. Yet before he could elaborate, another figure appeared beside Captain America. This individual was clad in a tight-fitting red suit, with the color shifting to crimson around the zipper. He donned a silver helmet, from which two elongated, antenna-like appendages protruded. A silver belt encircled his waist, reminiscent of the original Kamen Rider. This person uttered the words, airborne battleship. Mate, revealing military secrets like that isn't quite right, Iron Man protested from above. The newcomer, however, did not respond to Iron Man's complaint, but turned his attention to Chen Ze. Chen Ze contemplated for a moment, and then, with sudden realization, tentatively called out, Ant-Man? Indeed, based on his attire, it was clear that this individual was yet another superhero from the Avengers. Ant-Man possessed the remarkable ability to alter his size at will and could communicate with ant colonies through a specialized helmet, showcasing formidable combat skills. In a flash, 3 Titans from the Avengers had gathered. I must say, I am quite honored to have you all here, Chen Ze remarked with a hint of bittersweet humor. Actually, you underestimate yourself, Tony Stark responded, having landed on the ground. A colossal entity is approaching us from over 200 kilometers away. We are merely the early arrivals. Has the situation at the White House been resolved? Chen Ze asked, curiosity piqued. What was Loki doing there? He did nothing of significance, Captain America replied. He merely strolled around with a few companions, which is the most perplexing aspect of it all. He spoke so casually, revealing such insider information without hesitation. Ant-Man interjected. No one can truly fathom his intentions, but one thing is certain. This visit of his is anything but ordinary. Chen Ze pondered for a moment, but set aside the question, redirecting his thoughts towards how to handle the Avengers. Deep down, he harbored a desire to join their ranks. For this was a gathering of superheroes. He could not bear to be surrounded by ordinary individuals perpetually. Moreover, it seemed that Hydra had set its sights firmly upon him, creating a sense of impending danger. The energy he had absorbed from Venom lingered near his heart, temporarily inaccessible, limiting his current potential. He feared that should he fall out with SHIELD and the Avengers, they might turn hostile, leaving him defenseless against the onslaught of both Hydra and SHIELD. Chapter 34. The Avengers. Upon contemplating these matters, Chen Ze fell into a profound silence, realizing he faced a pivotal choice. Devourer, we are in need of your assistance, Ant-Man remarked at this juncture. You may have heard that Loki, Hydra, and other organizations are currently scheming. What we require is the collective support of all, especially yours. Me? Chen Ze gently shook his head. I am presently quite weak. I doubt my ability to offer significant aid. Iron Man interjected. That is not the case. Devourer, your strength is immensely beneficial to us, for we believe it can escalate rapidly. If you join us in the forthcoming endeavors, we can facilitate a remarkable enhancement of your powers. That is our promise. Chen Ze pondered Iron Man's words, contemplating his potential role among them. Devour. If he could consistently consume, he would inevitably grow stronger, transforming into a formidable force. Should they truly provide him with such an opportunity, it would certainly warrant consideration. Yet, his personal safety remained paramount. Rejecting the Avengers could render him an enemy to both sides. While the Avengers were comprised of various superheroes, they were not malevolent. On the other hand, aligning with Hydra, given his current level of power, posed uncertain dangers. Are you not afraid of my abilities? Chen Ze suddenly inquired. Ant-Man, for instance. If one day I were to covet your powers and consume you, would you not harbor concerns about that? Ant-Man shrugged. You are not that kind of person. Moreover, my abilities would be of no use to you. And we have many individuals whose powers you cannot consume. These are our accepted truths. By choosing to speak with you, we have also chosen to place our trust in you. At this moment, Captain America turned to Chen Ze, stating, we are a large team capable of embracing a myriad of styles. You are merely one among many. You shall discover our unique strengths. Iron Man chimed in from the side. Hey, Steve, I certainly did not receive such a warm welcome when I joined the Avengers. Reflecting on it, I now consider that choice a misstep. In response to Iron Man's jest, Captain America casually retorted, we all know you are indifferent to that. Following this exchange, both Captain America and Ant-Man turned their attention to Chen Ze. Let me ponder this, Chen Ze replied. Our commander may come to meet you personally soon. I trust you will have an engaging conversation then. Ant-Man remarked, indeed, now is an opportune moment for consideration. Chen Ze understood in his heart that if Ant-Man mentioned the commander coming to meet him personally, it likely meant that Fury was on his way. Their decision to have Fury meet him in person was probably a gesture of sincerity. Otherwise, they would have allowed him to board the floating battleship directly, which Chen Ze doubted would have put him at ease. After contemplating for a while, Chen Ze gently shook his head and decided, forget it. Captain America narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, what's the matter? Ant-Man and Iron Man each had their unique reactions, but both were on high alert. An awareness that Chen Ze could easily perceive. I'll go up to see him with you, Fury, right? Chen Ze surprised everyone with his statement. All right, buddy, welcome aboard. Captain America replied, stepping forward with a smile, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. If you're truly willing, we can take you up. Ant-Man also smiled, pleased that their mission was a success. However, Iron Man interjected, while I'm glad that the Devourer can hear us, I must remind you of something. It's best we wait for that thing to arrive above us. Otherwise, we lack the necessary equipment to reach the floating battleship. He then scrutinized Chen Ze, adding, unless your web can stick to my suit, allowing me to fly you up, I promise to do my utmost to prevent the flames from severing it. Iron Man casually referred to Chen Ze's web as a line, which did not sit well with Captain America and Ant-Man. They wondered how this guy could be so familiar and flippant with everyone, joking so carelessly. Did he not realize he might be stirring up a hornet's nest? They believed that if Chen Ze suddenly changed his mind, Iron Man would find himself at a loss for tears. Yet, Chen Ze was unfazed. He recalled how Iron Man was portrayed in the films, especially the classic lines that brought laughter during the Avengers. Hence, he took it in stride. All right then, I'll follow your lead and wait a bit. That is splendid. Iron Man chimed in. J-A-R-V-I-S just informed me that there's a highly rated Italian restaurant within 50 meters of our location. I can take you all to sample its delights. Captain America, holding his round shield in his right hand, asked, so, you think it's appropriate to just waltz in there for a meal? Absolutely. Just then, Iron Man's suit revealed an astonishing transformation, making a series of clicking sounds as it automatically detached, morphing into an ordinary yellow and red suitcase. Now, do you think it's appropriate? Ant-Man and Captain America were taken aback, and Chen Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Captain America then declared, well, I'm not concerned about you. We'll head back to the battleship first, along with those few people. All right, you may go ahead, Chen Ze replied. Iron Man appeared to be convinced that Chen Ze would not pose any threat to him, and remarked, I suppose it is necessary for me to establish a rapport with the Devourer. The pasta nearby was indeed quite delectable. Upon noticing Chen Ze's mechanical gauntlet, Iron Man commented, this device looks somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen it before. It belongs to Stark Industries, does it not? Chen Ze did not conceal the truth. This was given to me by Batman. Ah, that explains it, Iron Man replied. Chapter 35. The floating warship. Tony Stark and Chen Ze shared a meal of pasta, as Chen Ze felt quite hungry today. Following his consumption, an intense desire for sustenance always emerged. At present, he was experiencing just that. However, in the presence of Tony Stark, Chen Ze refrained from indulging excessively. He was not satiated, merely satisfying his hunger with a few bites. After 20 minutes, Iron Man seemed to have received a signal and turned to Chen Ze, saying, our commander has arrived. You can go and meet him now. Very well, Chen Ze nodded, then followed Iron Man out of the restaurant. As they proceeded, Iron Man added, in a moment, I will take you up into the sky. The experience may be a bit chilly, but trust me, do not fear, for the cold sensation will dissipate quickly. With that, Iron Man lifted Chen Ze into the air with his metallic arm. Indeed, due to Iron Man's incredible speed, Chen Ze felt as if the wind was forcing his eyes shut. Bang! After a minute or so, Iron Man's legs landed heavily on solid metal. Strangely, although they seemed to be firmly grounded, the view around them revealed only the dark expanse of night, as if they were suspended in nothingness. Iron Man gazed at Chen Ze, hoping to discern a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. After all, witnessing such an extraordinary phenomenon surely warranted a reaction of surprise. Much of the design and creation of the floating warship stemmed from Stark Industries, further fueling Iron Man's anticipation for Chen Ze's reaction. Unfortunately, Iron Man's expectations were dashed. There was no trace of astonishment in Chen Ze's eyes, only an air of nonchalance. He had seen floating warships in films that could render themselves invisible, and although he found such concepts to be rather implausible, perhaps in a world of advanced technology, these feats could indeed be achievable. Perhaps there were optical phenomena at play. Who could say? Welcome, Devourer, a deep male voice resonated in English, echoing in Chen Ze's ears, prompting him to look around, only to find emptiness. I shall take you inside, shall I? Iron Man offered. As you wish. Chen Ze replied. Chen Ze followed Iron Man into a room where the outside world remained largely obscured. Upon entering, he was enveloped in a strong sense of science fiction. The walls were constructed of steel, and the lighting emitted a glow that was neither overly bright nor too dim. As Chen Ze ventured further, he encountered a spacious hall, at the far end of which stood a 360-degree panoramic display showcasing the world beyond. This setting differed significantly from cinematic portrayals, where the bridge was almost entirely exposed to the outside, seemingly allowing for a clearer view of everything. However, in an era of advanced technology that has resolved display issues, it was prudent to enclose the bridge, otherwise, a single enemy shell could disrupt the command center. The drawbacks of an exposed structure far outweighed the inability to see outside through glass. Within the hall, numerous computers were arrayed, their screens resembling transparent glass panels, capable of displaying various data. This, perhaps, represented the future direction of computer monitors, or so Chen Ze mused. As he surveyed the hall, he noted several individuals present, including a towering black man over 6 feet tall, clad in a black leather jacket, his robust physique reminiscent of a small mountain. The most distinguishing feature was the eye protection adorning his left eye. This individual was likely Nick Fury, the current commander of SHIELD, renowned in both comic and cinematic realms. However, Fury was not alone. Ant-Man and Captain America were also present, alongside a striking woman in a black bodysuit with fiery red hair, undoubtedly the famous Black Widow. These few figures stood before Chen Ze. "Hello, Devourer," Fury greeted, stepping forward to extend his left hand, mindful of the details, ensuring he did not extend his right hand in a manner that might hinder their interaction. "Hello, Fury." Chen Ze responded without formality, directly addressing him by name as he clasped his left hand in greeting. "Welcome to this place. Would you like me to introduce you to those around?" Fury inquired, implying an introduction to the others. Chen Ze shook his head. "I am familiar with them, and I believe everyone is already aware of my presence." "That's splendid. It saves us from a great deal of trouble," Tony Stark interjected, suggesting that it would be prudent to get straight to the point. As Iron Man entered, he chattered incessantly while scrutinizing the images on the computer screens, occasionally extending a finger to tap on them, engaged in some unknown task. Fury could only shake his head at Iron Man's antics, though he knew such behavior would not warrant a falling out. Iron Man, with his characteristic demeanor, had become somewhat of a familiar presence to everyone. At that moment, Fury cleared his throat and stated, "In that case, let us address the matter at hand. Tony, could you kindly remove your hand? If you happen to press the wrong button, we might plummet from this height." "Trust me, that is not an option," Iron Man replied. Yet he was aware that lingering here was ill-advised. He directly inquired, "Where's Dr. Banner? I need to have a word with him. I hope to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the Tesseract." However, scarcely had he spoken when it appeared that he had already pinpointed Banner's location, casually greeted him, and departed, leaving the room filled with amused expressions. "Well then, let us expedite our discussions," Chen Ze remarked. "What I am about to propose is that I hope you can join the Avengers," Fury declared candidly to Chen Ze. "Just as you require us, we likewise need you. And I believe they may have already conveyed this to you." "Indeed, they have broached this subject," Chen Ze replied. "However, I must confirm, are you not concerned about my abilities? Or can you guarantee that I will not turn these powers against my own?" Chen Ze's inquiry carried a tone of cautious prudence. He needed clarity on this matter to prevent any potential discord, which he wished to avoid. "In truth, while we have yet to encounter anyone with abilities identical to yours, we have witnessed several similar powers. We have observed your conduct and thus choose to place our trust in you," Fury responded. Captain America added, "We have already deliberated this issue, and I believe you pose no threat." Chen Ze nodded slightly, and then asked, "How can I be of assistance to the Avengers?" "Every individual possesses their own significance. This is indisputable," Fury replied. He snapped his fingers, and a map of the continental United States gradually materialized on the computer screen before Chen Ze. The red-marked locations indicated numerous recent occurrences, most of which were not ordinary events and were linked to superhuman abilities. To this day, we remain uncertain of their intentions, but at the very least, our personnel is insufficient to address these matters, which is why we require your help, Fury explained. Chen Ze examined the map, noting the red markers that covered many urban areas across the United States, particularly around the Great Lakes industrial region. The situation had become particularly dire, as the repercussions of these events had already led to the loss of over 1,000 ordinary lives, not to mention the significant casualties within our SHIELD ranks. Fury's tone was grave. "In times like these, I believe that every additional strength we can muster carries profound significance. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Ze nodded at the undisclosed location, finding merit in Fury's words. However, paramount in his mind was the contemplation of his current predicament. An enigmatic hydra had fixed its gaze upon him, and he could only speculate when they might truly ensnare him. The mere thought of the consequences sent shivers down his spine. Conversely, SHIELD was unlikely to overstep its bounds. The Avengers encompassed many akin to him, providing a safeguard against numerous troubles. This was the crux of Chen Ze's thoughts, albeit he had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Since his arrival in this vast world, Chen Ze often felt an unsettling sense of instability, even with his superhuman abilities. At times, the world felt rife with malice, leading him to be wary of placing his trust in others. So, have you made any decisions? Fury inquired at that moment. Let me ponder it a bit longer. Chen Ze replied. Fury responded, indeed, this warrants contemplation. However, allow me to illuminate a few matters. Should you choose to join the Avengers, your identity issues will vanish. You will possess a legitimate status here. Furthermore, as we maintain a real-time grasp of most events unfolding in this world, your abilities will rapidly evolve in response to unforeseen circumstances. This is the opportunity we can offer you. Fury's words echoed sentiments previously expressed by Captain America, yet now they bore an even greater allure. It was true. If Chen Ze aligned himself with the Avengers, he could absorb the powers of others and join forces with fellow superheroes, significantly accelerating his own growth and strength. Meanwhile, at the location of Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, the two were engaged in speculating the potential whereabouts of the Tesseract using various instruments. Hey, Doc, sometimes you need to be a bit stronger. Stark jested casually while manipulating the computer screen. Dr. Banner, accustomed to Stark's incessant banter, merely adjusted his glasses and shrugged, seemingly unfazed. However, Captain America entered the room, inquiring, Tony, what are you rambling about now? Can't you focus on something serious? Can't you channel your energy into your work? He apologized on behalf of Iron Man. It's all right. If I'm minded, I wouldn't be aboard this ship, Banner replied generously. At that moment, Stark turned to Captain America, stating, Am I not focused enough? Why has Fury suddenly been so insistent on our involvement? He has been eager for me to join, and he seems unusually excited about that new guy. Don't you think he might be withholding some crucial information from us? Lacking the truth makes it challenging to uncover the right answers. Do you believe Fury is concealing something from us? Captain America inquired. He is a spy, the king of spies, and he harbors numerous secrets, including his dealings with the Devourer. I suspect his intentions are far from simplistic. Dr. Banner, you concur, do you not? Dr. Banner, caught off guard by Tony's sudden pass, stammered, I am currently focused solely on completing my work, thank you. Tony Stark shrugged and resumed his tasks, while his ever-diligent Jarvis worked discreetly to gather information. The floating battleship was equipped with a plethora of technology derived from Stark Industries, granting Tony an intimate knowledge of its intricacies, enabling him to navigate such endeavors with remarkable ease. On the bridge, Nick Fury and his team seemed oblivious to Chen Ze's presence, engrossed in their tasks, seemingly awaiting him to speak first. During this interval, Chen Ze reflected deeply, ultimately deciding to join the Avengers. This, however, did not equate to joining SHIELD, an organization of the U.S. government, which held no interest for him. The Avengers represented a more loosely knit coalition of superheroes. By joining, he left himself room for future plans. Dear leaders, I humbly request your support and endorsements. The recommendations are far too few. Gratitude was extended to those who generously contributed, including Tu Chingwei and others. Chapter 37. Power Assessment. All right, Devourer, tell me, what are your considerations? Fury approached Chen Ze directly, inquiring straightforwardly. He had orchestrated numerous arrangements, and his tone bore an air of ease. Fury possessed an innate charm. It is said that individuals with darker skin often exude warmth. Despite his imposing physique and the mystery behind his protective eyewear, he had an uncanny ability to inspire trust. However, this charm had diminished significantly in its effect on Chen Ze, who remained skeptical of Nick Fury. After all, he was a representative of the American government, shrouded in complexity. Yet, I still hope for sufficient time and space to maneuver. I do not wish to be subjected to stringent constraints due to this choice. Is that unreasonable? Some matters must be articulated in advance. Otherwise, the forthcoming challenges remain uncertain. Naturally, no one will infringe upon your personal freedom. It is evident that Nick Fury felt quite at ease upon hearing Chen Ze's choice. He remarked, after all, you are merely temporarily joining our alliance. Recently, due to matters concerning Loki and the Tesseract, if it is not absolutely necessary, you may remain aboard this vessel with Tony and the others. Do you see any issue with this? Fury's tone carried a sense of negotiation that made it difficult to refuse, and Chen Ze found no reason to decline. As you wish, sir, he replied. Very well, we have arranged accommodations for you. Shortly, my aide will escort you there. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. Fury stated. I understand. Before long, Fury's aide arrived. Much like in the films, Maria Hill was a striking figure, her physique accentuated by the agent attire she donned. Though such matters were of no concern to Chen Ze, his quarters were quite spacious, a cabin significantly larger than the standard accommodations for Personnel, measuring approximately 20 square meters. In a floating warship, a pinnacle of human technological achievement, every inch of space is invaluable, and any wastage is deemed unforgivable. Yet, Chen Ze was fortunate to possess such a generous area, which he found acceptable. Within the cabin, there were several elements imbued with a strong sense of advanced technology. For instance, a transparent tablet computer rested beside the bed, resembling glass. This intriguing device piqued Chen Ze's interest as he grasped it with his left hand. It seemed to sense his presence and activated automatically. With his proficient command of English, he could discern every icon displayed on the tablet, which offered options such as making calls and searching for information. Upon selecting the information query section, to his astonishment, his own details appeared on the screen. Devourer. Real name, unknown. Ability assessment. Intermediate stage 1. Recently acquired special abilities, possessing strength akin to a diminutive Spider-Man. Following this were various miscellaneous details, indicating that SHIELD had indeed invested considerable resources into him. Upon seeing this, a sense of wariness surged within Chen Ze once more. If SHIELD truly harbored ill intentions towards him, what then? Of course, given the current circumstances and Fury's assurances made in front of numerous witnesses, it was unlikely they would act against him, at least for the time being. However, what of the future? Such matters remained uncertain. He needed to formulate his own plans. Foremost among his intentions was to expedite the enhancement of his abilities, as he deemed himself still too feeble. Fixating on the phrase intermediate stage 1 from the ability assessment, he pondered its meaning. What constituted stage 1? What did intermediate signify? Did this imply the existence of a hierarchical upgrade system akin to that found in fantasy novels, with stages and levels? Chen Ze attempted to tap on the power assessment interface, and there, behind the evaluation of his abilities, he discovered a detailed appraisal of himself: combat skills, resilient webbing, spider missiles, physical strength, auxiliary abilities, powerful leap, ground flight via webbing, adhesion to structures, superhuman vision, and olfactory sensitivity. This array of evaluations sent a chill down Chen Ze's spine. When had they acquired such information? Upon reflection, he realized that he had only briefly absorbed Venom's powers, yet SHIELD had already obtained his physical data. It must have been through video footage. Considering the battles he had previously engaged in against the Green Goblin and Spider-Man, numerous recordings had likely exposed aspects of his combat capabilities. Furthermore, during his journey, he encountered individuals wielding magical energies, and soon thereafter, Captain America and Iron Man arrived promptly. It was conceivable that they had observed him through the myriad of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the streets. At the conclusion of this assessment, there was a note in parentheses: all power evaluations were derived from video analysis and are not entirely accurate. Additionally, the evaluators had not encountered the subject's explosive capabilities, rendering them unable to ascertain his full potential. Such revelations made Chen Ze inwardly marvel at SHIELD's prowess. Astonishingly, they could so comprehensively analyze an individual's abilities based solely on a few video recordings. Nevertheless, since he had accessed this tablet and was privy to this information, it seemed SHIELD harbored no intentions of concealing the truth from him. Thus, this arrangement alleviated much of Chen Ze's wariness towards them, as they had at least provided him with a transparent environment. Moreover, given that this was a database, Chen Ze was now keen to ascertain his power level. He speculated that the first stage was likely the lowest tier. Otherwise, the terminology associated with the first stage could either denote the minimum or maximum capacity. If it were the latter, that would certainly be implausible. He opened the description for the intermediate first stage and discovered even more information. In this power assessment, he was not alone. Numerous others were included. This encompassed a plethora of superheroes and even numerous villains, with the database being exceedingly comprehensive. Chapter 38. Phase Classification. The explanations regarding the first and second stages were articulated with clarity, rendering them immediately comprehensible to Chen Ze. Power Assessment. Based on existing data and information evolution, the assessment objectively measures and scientifically evaluates the evaluator's strength through data analysis, strength judgment, model construction, and logical inference. As for the sources of SHIELD's data, they were undoubtedly numerous. In this world, surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, and there were also many amateur photographers documenting the happenings around them. If it were members of the Avengers, it is likely that everyone would attend the scene for direct evaluation. Such assessments are undoubtedly more reliable than those relying solely on video footage. Thus, Chen Ze's evaluations will be accompanied by an explanatory note. The specifics of the evaluation are of concern to Chen Ze, particularly regarding the first and second phases. Upon closer inspection, these phases pertain to the methods of assessing superhero capabilities. Notably, the accompanying explanation states that the evaluation results are for reference only. The real world is intricate and unpredictable. The true combat prowess of superheroes often correlates with their emotions and situational performance. Some superheroes derive their strength from equipment, rendering them powerless without it, while others' combat effectiveness is linked to their intellect, making precise evaluations challenging. Additionally, certain superheroes may experience growth in their abilities, while others may decline. Moreover, the categorization of assessment results is artificial rather than natural, indicating that a lower tier does not necessarily mean one can easily overpower a higher tier. Therefore, the results serve merely as a reference and should not be regarded as definitive evidence in combat scenarios. Such clarifications lend credibility to the assessments. Chen Ze himself finds these explanations far from baseless. For instance, Iron Man, when donned in his armor, possesses formidable strength, and his technology continues to evolve, addressing issues as they arise in hopes of improvement. As his suits develop, Iron Man's capabilities enhance correspondingly. However, once he removes his armor, he merely becomes a wealthy, somewhat stronger ordinary man devoid of superhuman abilities or exceptional combat skills. Hence, such a hero's rating cannot fully encapsulate his true potential. On the other hand, consider Batman, whose power rating is unlikely to be high, as he remains within the realm of ordinary humans without superpowers. His strengths lie primarily in his combat skills and modest equipment. Yet, Batman's exceptional intelligence allows him to utilize his surroundings to his advantage in battle, a quality that cannot be quantified in terms of raw power. Furthermore, some superheroes may appear average in day-to-day circumstances, but reveal boundless strength in moments of explosive fury. The Hulk serves as the quintessential example of this phenomenon. His power is arguably immeasurable as it escalates with his anger. Who can ascertain the true extent of his strength? Consequently, this evaluation of power does not fully represent the capabilities of superheroes, yet it offers a convenient overview of their general states. Currently, the ratings presented include upper, middle, and lower tiers for both the first and second phases. Proceeding to the third stage, it is evident that only a select few superhumans exist, while the majority remain unknown. However, this evaluation distinctly indicates that there is reason to believe that beyond the third stage, there are indeed many individuals whose powers surpass those already identified. Yet these remain beyond the realm of imagination, many of whom may not have even been seen or heard of, thus making it impossible to provide a proper assessment of their capabilities. Nevertheless, despite these limitations, the established power ranking is still quite astonishing, representing a formidable system that encompasses an abundance of elements. Chen Ze briefly scanned the rankings, noting that the superhumans categorized within the lower tier of the first stage, such as Batman, are confined to that classification. This categorization does not take into account Batman's combat techniques, intellect, and the advancements in his equipment that contribute to his prowess. Others in the lower tier of the first stage predominantly possess only a slight grasp of extraordinary abilities or exhibit a marginally superior physicality compared to the average person, lacking any truly exceptional powers. Chen Ze's abilities, on the other hand, are classified within the intermediate level of the first stage, a status he attained only after absorbing Venom's essence. Otherwise, he would not possess such strength. Moreover, the current assessment only accounts for the abilities exhibited by Chen Ze that stem from Venom, and it represents merely a preliminary evaluation of the energy he has assimilated. A significant portion remains latent within his vicinity, inaccessible for the time being. Should he harness all the energy near his heart, his power ranking could potentially elevate to the upper tier of the first stage, particularly since Spider-Man's capabilities are rated at that level. As for the superhumans in the second stage, they are predominantly formidable entities, each with unique and extraordinary abilities. For instance, Magneto, who has long sought to secure legal recognition for mutants, possesses intermediate-level abilities within the second stage. In modern society, he can manipulate objects in nearly any environment, establishing his undeniable strength. Additionally, Wolverine is similarly rated within the intermediate tier of the second stage due to his remarkable regenerative abilities, which render him nearly impossible to defeat. In the upper tier of the second stage, characters like the Hulk are classified, although the Hulk's rating is listed as upper tier, infinite, indicating that S, H, I, E, L, D cannot fully comprehend the Hulk's true potential. This is understandable, as even the Hulk himself is unaware of his own limits. As we ascend to the third stage, figures such as Thor emerge. Though his character has been downplayed in films, in reality, his power is immensely formidable. After reflecting on all this, Chen Ze concluded that he still possesses relatively modest strength. He recognizes the necessity to absorb greater amounts of energy to enhance his own capabilities. Thank you all. With the National Day approaching, please take note. Chapter 39. The Lethal Weapons of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon perusing an extensive array of superhero profiles, Chen Ze felt a sense of visual indulgence. Indeed, this world is replete with an abundance of superheroes, many of whom were mere legends in another realm, now documented before him. However, for certain high-tier heroes, Chen Ze found himself unable to access their information, perhaps due to restrictions in his clearance. It is undeniable that the Avengers have become a formidable assembly, brimming with talent and formidable combat prowess, as well as a meticulously structured organization that supports its members. Moreover, Chen Ze found it curious that, despite being a recent addition to the Avengers, he could so effortlessly access such a wealth of information. Was it truly possible that they held no reservations about him? After exiting the database, he explored other functionalities of the tablet. Given the capabilities he had already encountered, he was relieved not to discover any additional features. He surveyed the room he occupied, finding it well-equipped, and he had no immediate plans to leave. He needed to retrieve some belongings from his hotel in New York, particularly his money, which he could not afford to misplace. Thus, a brief visit to collect his funds would suffice. A knock resounded at the door, and the closest screen displayed the visage of the visitor, Maria Hill, the individual who had escorted him earlier. She stood at the entrance, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of poise. Upon opening the door, Chen Ze was greeted by Maria's smile. "So, Devourer, how do you find your quarters? Is anything amiss? I can have someone bring it over shortly." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ze replied, "There's nothing I require at the moment. But could you possibly address me differently? I feel somewhat uncomfortable with the current title." "Change my title?" Maria was taken aback, though not entirely surprised. Chen Ze's request suggested that he felt the designation did not align with his self-image. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Many individuals within the Avengers opted for names that resonated with their personal identities. "What I mean is, you can simply call me by my name. I am Chinese, and I go by Chen Ze." "Chen Ze," Maria confirmed, a smile blossoming on her face. "Now we have finally learned your true name. I shall call you by that from now on." "That works best," Chen Ze shrugged. "I'd rather not be known as the Devourer." "Well, they are currently discussing some matters. Would you care to join us?" Maria suggested, expressing her belief that there might be new insights to glean. "Certainly," Chen Ze agreed. Entering a modestly sized room already bustling with numerous individuals, the atmosphere charged with fervor as voices clamored for attention. It appears that the matter has escalated beyond mere interruptions to a full-blown argument. "Do you truly believe that parading around in this attire aboard a steel warship is appropriate? Is this extravagant costume genuinely befitting of you?" The tension between Iron Man and Captain America has devolved into personal attacks. "I must admit, do you not feel overly anxious?" Dr. Banner, standing nearby, interjected. Captain America, visibly uncomfortable, turned to the affable Banner, who shrugged, indicating his reluctance to engage further. "Furthermore, Fury, in order to uncover the whereabouts of the Tesseract and Loki, I believe you owe us a clearer explanation of the truth, which would greatly assist us in understanding why that rock star, Loki, has sought out this cursed Tesseract, and what his intentions might be." As Chen Ze and Maria pushed open the door, they fortuitously overheard this exchange, catching sight of Tony Stark gazing intently at Fury. The others were similarly focused on Fury, whose expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Upon noticing Chen Ze, he appeared to find a potential mediator. "The Devourer, you've arrived?" "Sir, I just learned his true name. He is called Chen Ze," Maria reminded him. "Excellent. We shall refer to him as such henceforth," Fury responded. Stark nodded towards Chen Ze, but added, "However, Fury, I still hope you can divulge the full truth to us. You have been studying the Tesseract for some time. I trust you must have gathered some insights. Once we ascertain Loki's motives, I believe thwarting him will become significantly easier, will it not?" At this juncture, Ant-Man, who had just entered the room, chimed in. "Sir, perhaps you truly should enlighten us on this matter. Why are you so eager to know?" Fury inquired, his expression revealing a sense of resignation. "This may not be of substantial assistance to us, but we can provide some specific information regarding the Tesseract. Of course, this is not the so-called truth espoused by conspiracy theorists." He subtly mocked Iron Man before continuing. "We are merely exploring the potential applications of the Tesseract for beneficial purposes, especially considering Earth's energy crisis. I trust you are not oblivious to it." "Energy crisis?" Stark, having just been subtly ridiculed, scoffed derisively. "Very well, Dr. Banner. Please show everyone what the environmentalist, the defender of Earth, has devised to address this energy crisis." The Hulk, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for the government and had only come to S.H.I.E.L.D. due to the complex circumstances, remained unimpressed. Dr. Banner promptly unveiled a blueprint for all to see, revealing that S.H.I.E.L.D. was attempting to utilize the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. The realization dawned upon everyone. They were not naive. Some even speculated whether Loki's sudden arrival was a consequence of SHIELD's own hubris, inadvertently presenting him with an opportunity. Confronted with the situation, Fury realized escape was futile and could only explain, very well, this is a precaution against potential attacks from space. Ever since we discovered Thor and the emergence of Asgard, we have come to understand that Earth is beset by grave dangers. The universe harbors not only them, but numerous formidable threats. Naturally, we aspire to eradicate peril in its infancy. Chapter 40. Return to New York. It was evident that Fury's explanation did not garner complete understanding from the assembly. What a splendidly grandiloquent justification. At that moment, even the usually composed Dr. Banner bore a hint of discontent, remarking, if you are so intent on preemptively extinguishing all dangers, why not eliminate all of humanity? That way, danger would cease to exist altogether. This comment, laden with irony, prompted Fury to clear his throat. Dr. Banner, there is no need to utter such things. You know that is utterly impossible. He then raised his hands high and declared loudly, all right, everyone, let us settle down. We cannot continue this argument. As we all know that debate yields no progress, correct? Now, Dr. Banner, Stark, we shall provide you with comprehensive research materials. But please endeavor to locate Loki and the Tesseract expeditiously. Is that feasible? Having reached this point, neither of the two felt inclined to continue the banter. They exchanged glances and shrugged, immersing themselves in their work. Seeing the situation unfold, the others decided to disperse. Chen Ze observed this farce, realizing that the Avengers and SHIELD were not a unified organization. Indeed, there were considerable rifts between them, and the proud superheroes did not necessarily regard the government with reverence. That night, Chen Ze spent aboard the airborne battleship, awakening to the bright morning light. Upon stepping outside, he found the corridors bustling with SHIELD personnel, all clad in uniforms, traversing back and forth. He felt somewhat like an idle observer. Following his recollection, he made his way to the bridge, where he found Fury standing at the forefront, arms crossed, gazing at the holographic display. From the projection, it appeared that the battleship was gliding across the ocean, rather than soaring through the sky. However, Chen Ze was uncertain of which ocean it was. Maria was the first to notice Chen Ze, greeting him with, Chen Ze, you're awake? Yes, I just roused from slumber. It seems I have awakened rather late. At that moment, Fury turned to him. We all understand, after all. You just emerged from a life-and-death struggle last night. How do you feel now? Thank you for your concern. I am quite well. Chen Ze recalled something and inquired. Where are we currently located? Oh, I mean no offense. I have belongings left in New York that I wish to retrieve. Upon hearing the reason, Fury remarked, that's fortuitous. Our current location is not far. Shortly, a team will be heading to that area for a mission. You can accompany them. However, we hope you will return promptly, as we have made some progress in our search for the cube. Understood, Chen Ze nodded. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Chen Ze boarded the aircraft with the action team. The plane resembled a fighter jet, yet its side doors could be opened at any moment, akin to a helicopter. Additionally, at the ends of its massive wings were two enormous propellers, which provided greater thrust and enabled the aircraft to take off and land vertically from a floating battleship. The technology in this world was indeed far more advanced than that of his own time. While the Empire's technological prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to the current state of affairs. The members of the action team were relatively silent, clad in black uniforms, and they exchanged no banter, merely maintaining a quiet focus as the aircraft soared through the skies. Chen Ze could not ascertain the precise speed of the plane, but it was certainly faster than a helicopter, and the noise within the cabin was minimal. After more than an hour of flight, the plane landed in an unusual location. The team leader turned to Chen Ze and said, this is the outskirts of New York City. We have further missions to attend to, so you'll have to proceed on your own. He then pointed Chen Ze in a direction, instructing him that by walking for about 10 minutes, he would reach a place to catch a ride. Chen Ze had no intention of interfering with their mission. Upon hearing their instructions, he nodded silently and followed their guidance. Sure enough, after a 10-minute walk, he hailed a vehicle. This area felt relatively spacious compared to the city, devoid of buildings that would allow him to swing through the air. Moreover, it was broad daylight, and lacking his Spider-Man suit, he could not fly as he wished, though he yearned to experience the thrill of soaring with webs. Once the vehicle entered the city, Chen Ze's first action was to retrieve the remaining sum of over $400,000. Following his prior plan, he casually purchased a few items. Suddenly, he received a phone call, and curious, he answered, wondering if it was from SHIELD. Upon connecting, he discovered it was Peter Parker on the other end. Hey, buddy. Peter's tone was warm and enthusiastic. Chen Ze nodded as he responded. Hey, Peter. I'm delighted to hear your voice. What's up? Is there something you need? I just wanted to check where you are and how you're feeling. Especially since I saw you were hurt last night. It's all right. I'm still in New York and feeling quite well, Chen Ze assured him. What about you? How have things been since you got home? I imagine it was quite a storm. Don't even mention such disheartening matters. At present, I find myself in a home devoid of companionship, and I wonder if you might spare some time to join me for a meal. Very well. Chen Ze glanced at the clock and found the timing appropriate. Thus he acquiesced. The two casually selected a restaurant for their repast. This time, Chen Ze refrained from exhibiting any restraint before Spider-Man, indulging in all the dishes he desired. Observing Chen Ze's hearty appetite, Spider-Man could not help but swallow hard and remarked, My friend, your appetite is indeed formidable. Not too bad, Chen Ze replied, then inquired, How is the Green Goblin faring? I noticed he seemed injured last night. Peter's expression turned somber. He is fine now, but I must thank you. Otherwise, he might have perished at the hands of that creature. It was nothing, Chen Ze responded. May I inquire about your abilities? At this moment, Spider-Man appeared earnest. You absorbed the energy from that entity. Did you experience any discomfort or feel as though you were being controlled? You know, I dread the thought of such a scenario arising. Happy National Day to everyone. Enjoy yourselves. Wishing our motherland a joyous celebration. Chapter 41. Mission. Chen Ze discerned the purpose of Spider-Man's visit. He sought to inquire about his current condition. Aware of Venom's formidable nature, he wished to ascertain whether Chen Ze had been adversely affected. Moreover, Spider-Man's tone conveyed genuine concern, which touched Chen Ze. Thank you for your care. All is well, Chen Ze assured him. To put it simply, my abilities are quite unique, allowing me to filter out some of the negative elements within. That is good to hear. Spider-Man appeared relieved, then continued, So, it seems you now possess abilities akin to mine? Chen Ze did not conceal the truth. To some extent, yet my strength pales in comparison to yours. What accounts for that? The energy of that black spider. I've not fully absorbed it. A portion remains stored, and I cannot access it just yet. I estimate that it will require some time for acclimatization, Chen Ze explained. Ah, I see. Spider-Man nodded in understanding, then paused before adding, However, I do have some insights regarding the utilization of these powers that I could share with you. Insights? Chen Ze's interest was piqued, prompting him to ask, What specifically do you mean? Subsequently, Spider-Man began imparting a wealth of knowledge concerning his combat experiences since becoming Spider-Man. His explanations were clear and comprehensible, devoid of any ambiguity. Each piece of advice was steeped in personal experience, imbued with profound significance. Chen Ze listened intently, and as the conversation progressed, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. This information is invaluable to me. I have merely offered some suggestions. Regardless, it is I who should truly be thanking you, Spider-Man replied. Spider-Man remarked, My most important friend is the one you saved. Thank you. The Green Goblin had reconciled with Spider-Man, and Chen Ze's rescue of the Green Goblin had indeed garnered immense gratitude from both parties. After some further conversation, Chen Ze informed Spider-Man of his recent membership in the Avengers. Wait, you have joined the Avengers? Spider-Man expressed his surprise, followed by a wry smile. So much has transpired last night. Indeed, quite a bit, Chen Ze nodded. I believe that being part of the Avengers will provide me with relative safety. Otherwise, I cannot predict when I might encounter some irrevocable danger. Spider-Man seemed to ponder this for a moment before responding. Joining the Avengers is certainly acceptable. There are many good people within. However, I think you should maintain a distance from SHIELD. They are not one and the same as the Avengers. Do you understand what I mean? Peter Parker spoke these words with a serious expression, and Chen Ze recognized the genuine concern behind them. Thank you for your advice. I understand, Chen Ze replied with a nod. Furthermore, Spider-Man continued, Since you have joined the Avengers, you could take advantage of the resources available to enhance your abilities, not just during missions. SHIELD possesses a plethora of training equipment that you can inquire about. These tools are quite beneficial for developing one's strength. Spider-Man appeared to have a profound understanding of SHIELD, as if he were intimately familiar with many aspects of it. What training equipment? Chen Ze inquired, intrigued. After all, abilities are not solely obtained through devouring or injection. Acquiring power also necessitates personal effort, primarily reflected in self-training. For instance, after receiving the serum, his body's energy had become formidable, yet he struggled to control it. Had he not devoured Venom, he could have gradually mastered that energy through personal training. Even now, despite having absorbed Venom, he still could not fully harness every ounce of his strength. Continuous training remained essential. Their training facilities were remarkably comprehensive, encompassing a diverse array of advanced technological marvels, many of which were supplied by a certain affluent benefactor. Spider-Man remarked, Which affluent benefactor? Who else could it be? Tony Stark. Spider-Man replied, seemingly harboring a touch of envy towards wealth. This guy has amassed a fortune, regardless of how he earned it. However, Stark Industries indeed boasts formidable technological prowess. As the conversation resumed, Chen Ze understood that many of the training devices within SHIELD were specifically designed for individuals like him, who possessed extraordinary capabilities. Across the globe, only these devices could withstand the intensity of their attacks, while also providing tailored training regimens. It became evident to Chen Ze that SHIELD harbored numerous secrets. These training apparatuses were likely advanced technologies, akin to gravity enhancement systems, capable of being programmed and customized for individual training purposes. With this in mind, he resolved to make the most of the opportunity. After bidding farewell to Spider-Man, Chen Ze reached out to SHIELD and subsequently located an aircraft in the suburbs. An hour later, he returned to the aerial mothership. His immediate intention was to seek out Maria and inquire about the training devices, as he aimed to gain a more profound mastery over his abilities. However, before he could do so, Fury approached him. Chen Ze, I regret to inform you that we have a mission that requires your assistance. What mission? Chen Ze inquired, puzzled, as he had only recently joined the Avengers. Approximately 60 kilometers outside of Boston, we have detected unusual activity. Calculations suggest that there may be individuals with extraordinary abilities concealed in that area. We need you and Captain America to investigate the truth. Me and Captain America? Chen Ze thought cautiously, requesting Fury to provide more detailed information about the situation. After confirming the absence of issues, he agreed to prepare for departure, pondering the potential for further enhancement of his powers hidden within that location. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 42. The Assault. Chen Ze, this is your equipment, custom-made for you. Just as Chen Ze was about to seek out Captain America, Maria hurried over, carrying a box in her hands. Equipment? Chen Ze received the silver-white case, which bore the SHIELD emblem and exuded a futuristic aura. Upon pressing the button at the opening, the case automatically revealed a set of black combat attire. This is merely the combat suit. If you desire any weapons, you may procure them externally. Additionally, there is a mechanical glove provided by Stark, Maria explained. He believes this might suit you better. As Chen Ze examined the mechanical glove, he noticed its superior craftsmanship compared to the one he previously possessed. The glove gifted by Batman had served him well, but after enduring numerous battles, it had suffered considerable wear. Replacing it was a welcome change. Without hesitation, he removed the old glove and donned the new one, finding it far more comfortable. Yet, the fact that it was not the original left him with a twinge of discomfort, as he recalled the loss of his hand. Now he has joined the Avengers, seeking various information, convinced that better opportunities await him. He believes such chances will allow him to confront the one who harmed him, the Jigsaw, and deliver an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After donning the mechanical gauntlet, Chen Ze found a place to change into his combat suit, which differed from the typical attire of SHIELD agents. Overall, it was form-fitting and black, hugging his body in a streamlined fashion. According to the accompanying documentation, this suit boasted multiple functions, including shock resistance, fall protection, and bulletproof capabilities, along with a sophisticated sweat-wicking system. Though Chen Ze paid little heed to that. All right, I'll go find the captain, he said, greeting Maria before setting off. When he located Captain America, the latter had already suited up in his blue uniform, which accentuated his broad shoulders and muscular chest, while his helmet concealed much of his head. However, upon spotting Chen Ze, a smile crept onto his lips. Ready to head out? Yes, let us go. Chen Ze nodded decisively. Captain America carried a device on his back, which Chen Ze recognized as the mechanism capable of generating metal wings, something he had seen in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where a certain character adeptly maneuvered with those mechanical appendages. Is this something everyone can apply for? Chen Ze inquired with curiosity as the plane began its ascent. Indeed, though it's not very easy to operate, Captain America replied patiently. If you're genuinely interested, I can teach you how to use it later. All right, we'll discuss it then, Chen Ze responded amicably. Subsequently, the occupants of the aircraft fell into a contemplative silence, Captain America included, who quietly inspected his gear, his pistol, dagger, and especially that iconic shield. Chen Ze was eager to grasp Captain America's legendary round shield and discern its remarkable composition, though he hesitated to ask. At that moment, Captain America was preoccupied with a thought, largely due to the peculiar nature of today's mission. He felt an oddity surrounding Chen Ze, but since it was a task at hand, he would not waver. Unlike the various headstrong superheroes, Captain America maintained a close association with SHIELD, He would not reject their orders, provided they posed no threat to America or humanity. After a brief silence, Captain America suddenly spoke. Chen Ze, are you feeling nervous? Chen Ze shot him a curious glance, wondering if the captain was simply making conversation. Did he appear nervous? Previously, Chen Ze had managed to endure his solitary battles, especially in the perilous encounters with Venom. Given the presence of so many companions now, how could he possibly feel anxious? No, I'm quite well, he stated. However, he pondered that Captain America might be attempting to engage him in conversation merely for the sake of it. After all, the captain's disposition was not particularly extroverted, rendering the interaction somewhat ineffective. Thus, Chen Ze conjured a topic and directly remarked, Captain, I have something to share with you. Yes? What is it? Captain America inquired. I previously visited a hideout belonging to the Joker alongside Batman, and during our time there, I may have encountered an old friend of yours, Chen Ze tantalizingly revealed. Which old friend? Captain America asked, curiosity piqued. I urge you not to get overly excited, Chen Ze cautioned. Do you remember Bucky? Your former comrade. You mean him? I had no idea, Captain America replied, his reaction surprisingly subdued, though a trace of distress flickered across his face. I did not anticipate that you had met him. Indeed, we have already received word that he has fallen under Hydra's control. Damn it, those scoundrels will eventually answer for their misdeeds. Realizing that Captain America was already aware of the situation, Chen Ze refrained from discussing it further and offered some words of comfort before moving on. Soon, the aircraft descended near Boston, arriving at the designated location marked for their mission. Exiting the plane, they found themselves before an abandoned factory, its exterior marred by crumbling walls and scattered debris of steel and bricks strewn across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chen Ze could fully assess the surroundings, gunfire erupted around them, the searing bullets tearing through the air and sending dirt flying into the atmosphere. The agents of SHIELD began to retaliate with fervor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the air quivered as bursts of blue light erupted from within, the nature of which remained unknown. Yet everyone understood that contact with it would yield dire consequences. Sure enough, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust, deep craters forming as a result of the explosions. Boom. In that instant, their aircraft unleashed its firepower, cannonballs striking the derelict factory, sending debris scattering in all directions. Charge, Captain America commanded, raising his iconic shield as he surged forward. I apologize for the delay in updating the earlier chapter. Old Zhong had fallen ill and went to the hospital for examination. Fortunately, it was a minor issue, but the doctor frightened him into receiving an injection. After 6 days of treatment, he initially felt no significant problems. However, he now finds himself needing to sleep 12 hours a day, feeling fatigued after walking just a few steps, and experiencing discomfort whether sitting or standing. With the injection site causing persistent agony, I am currently at a loss, feeling as though my body may never recover. I am uncertain how much worse my condition may become. I have spent all my savings on hospital bills, depleting my finances and leaving my health in disarray. I truly do not know what steps to take next. Chapter 43, Devouring Magical Energy. Bang, bang, bang. Following Captain America's command, several individuals stormed inside, weapons drawn. Chen Ze, wielding his submachine gun, unleashed a hail of bullets into the fray. In his line of sight, he spotted several figures clad in black, firing back at them. Some of Chen Ze's companions had already fallen, struck by bullets. The explosions continued, with bursts of blue light erupting from within. One struck Captain America's shield, causing a powerful explosion that sent him staggering back several meters. Remarkably, he rose to his feet as if unfazed by the impact. Chen Ze marveled at Captain America's resilience, particularly the strength of his shield, but there was little time for contemplation. With a flick of his left hand, Chen Ze shot out a strand of webbing, wrapping it around a steel beam suspended in midair. He propelled himself upward, soaring through the air with the sound of rushing wind. The enhanced vision he had gained after absorbing Venom's essence came into play as he spotted, at the center of the ground below, a blue gem-like object resembling a small magical tower, connected by lines to various peculiar instruments surrounding it. Among these strange constructions were armed individuals, engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with Captain America and his team outside. Black magic? The bizarre structures immediately conjured that phrase in Chen Ze's mind. Boom. Before he could fully process the thought, a massive blue orb of energy shot toward him from the magical tower. Reacting swiftly, he shot out a strand of webbing from his right hand, using it to alter his trajectory just in time to evade the orb, which soared past him in another direction. As he drifted through the air, he retracted the web, executing a series of rapid movements with his hands. A barrage of black spider projectiles, roaring as they sliced through the atmosphere, launched toward the individuals below. Simultaneously, Chen Ze glided to a different section of the steel framework. His body pressed flat against the iron, resembling a great spider. The power of the spider projectiles was overwhelming. They pierced through the floor, shattering even thin steel plates and scattering debris from the strange instruments. Some individuals on the ground were struck directly by the projectiles, dying instantly, while others writhed in agony from broken bones and shattered limbs. The magical tower unleashed a fierce torrent of blue orbs into the air, each one hurtling towards Chen Ze. Due to their overwhelming numbers, evasion became a perilous endeavor for him. However, Chen Ze's body was remarkably agile. He danced through the air, deftly dodging while also employing his webbing, creating a mesmerizing display as he skillfully eluded all the blue orbs. Meanwhile, on the ground, Captain America and his team had successfully infiltrated, subduing nearly all of their adversaries. Today's mission was not particularly arduous, despite the casualties on their side. Had Chen Ze and Captain America been the sole attackers with the others standing by, such losses might have been averted. As Chen Ze descended from the air, his landing was extraordinary. Though he had traversed over 10 meters, he touched down as silently and gracefully as a cat with padded paws, appearing almost weightlessly beside Captain America. "It should have just been the two of us entering from the start," Chen Ze remarked to Captain America. "Otherwise, so many wouldn't have perished." Captain America's expression darkened slightly. "Indeed, but this was an order. If we had acted solely on convenience, we could have obliterated this place from the air. But discussing this now is futile. Chen Ze, use your ability to absorb this," Captain America instructed. "Huh," Chen Ze replied, slightly puzzled. "This energy tower," Captain America clarified. "It can concentrate energy from the vicinity. We've already established that this tower belongs to Hydra, and they have several such structures. We are uncertain of their intentions, but it surely involves some sinister plot. Of course, discussing this is extraneous. The priority is for you to test your ability to absorb the energy within. If it is possible, do not waste it," Captain America asserted. "This is also an order." "An order?" Chen Ze questioned. "Indeed. This is one of the commands for this operation," Captain America explained. "This is to facilitate your rapid enhancement of power. If the situation were merely as simple as that, Chen Ze would indeed find no disadvantage in joining the Avengers. The prospect of augmenting his strength was exhilarating, especially considering the multitude of tasks H.I.E.L.D. had to manage. The ability to absorb suitable energies would be quite gratifying. Yet, was the matter truly as straightforward as it appeared? Chen Ze pondered this in his heart, sensing that there might be more lurking beneath the surface. Nonetheless, it didn't seem like a negative development. He decided to give it a try. Removing his mechanical glove, he extended his fearsome right hand towards the energy tower. Gradually, he felt a force beginning to flow into his mind. It appeared that he could indeed absorb this energy. He discovered that he was not limited to consuming the energies of living superhumans. He could also absorb this gathered power. Chen Ze discovered his voracious ability, which indeed proved to be quite formidable, possessing such significant utility. Although the underlying principle eluded him, its functionality was undeniable. Moreover, the energies he consumed did not reach his heart. Rather, they directly entered his consciousness. Based on prior experiences, Chen Ze understood that typical energies would flow into his heart, subsequently transforming into formidable combat power. For instance, when he absorbed Venom or the Hulk, it followed that pattern. However, when it came to magical energy, it would instead be stored within his mind. As these energies accumulated in Chen Ze's consciousness, they harmonized with his previous experiences, enhancing his clarity of perception significantly. This influx of energy greatly augmented his magical capacity. Chapter 44. The expert. From the very first moment he absorbed energy into his mind, Chen Ze experienced a sensation akin to the expansion of his intellect. This feeling intensified with each increase in the energy within his consciousness, yielding substantial benefits. As the energy coalesced today, Chen Ze sensed a further accumulation within his mind. This enhancement surpassed previous experiences in magnitude. The absorption process lasted for more than 3 minutes. And at its conclusion, Chen Ze nearly released a euphoric sigh. Indeed, the sensation was exquisite. His mind felt invigorated, as if refreshed after a cleansing bath, rendering him more alert and perceptive. Upon attuning to the surrounding world, he discerned a subtle shift, as though he could sense an energy in the air that resonated with the essence within his mind. These sensations prompted Chen Ze to contemplate the nature of this magical energy he had assimilated. Was it truly as he had envisioned? How did it feel? Did he sense an enhancement of his power? Noticing that Chen Ze appeared to have completed his task, Captain America swiftly approached him, concern etched on his face. "How do you feel?" he inquired earnestly. "Well, I feel quite good. I can indeed absorb this energy," Chen Ze replied. "At present, it seems satisfactory, though the impact on my strength appears minimal." Captain America nodded in understanding and proceeded to command the others to assess the casualties incurred by their squad during this encounter. Chen Ze pondered the entire process meticulously, weighing his words carefully before addressing Captain America. Captain, was my presence here today intended for the purpose of absorbing the energy in this place? There remained an unvoiced concern within him, the suspicion that S-H-I-E-L-D sought to ascertain whether he possessed the ability to absorb the energy from the magical tower. Of course, this was merely Chen Ze's intuition, devoid of tangible evidence. And he could not be certain. Beyond the mask of Captain America, his eyes glanced at Chen Ze, followed by a gentle smile. It could imply several things, but I am not entirely certain. After all, I am merely following their directives rather than acting on my own volition. Do you understand my meaning? Chen Ze comprehended Captain America's intent, recognizing that the matter was not within his personal jurisdiction. If any doubts arose, inquiries should not be directed towards her. Understood, Chen Ze replied, refraining from probing further. On the return flight, Chen Ze focused his thoughts on the energy residing within his mind. This energy, which had begun as a mere flicker, had now expanded several-fold, particularly after today's absorption. The energy mass nestled within his consciousness had grown significantly. Concentrating his spirit and sensations on this warm energy, he discerned that his brain's reaction speed had not notably improved, nor had his cognitive abilities changed from before. However, when he channeled his thoughts towards that energy, he experienced the surrounding world as vast and unobstructed, akin to the stark difference felt by a nearsighted individual upon donning glasses. This energy was indeed remarkable, Chen Ze pondered. During the flight home, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The few who had embarked on the journey now returned with several missing, casting a shadow of sorrow over every heart, leaving a palpable discomfort in the atmosphere. Upon landing on the airborne aircraft carrier, the deck bustled with aircraft taking off and landing. A hive of activity prevailed, with personnel moving about, infusing the busy scene with an undercurrent of tension. It appeared that S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers were indeed exceedingly occupied of late. Captain America had previously informed them of the successful completion of their mission. Consequently, as a passageway opened beneath the deck, he and Chen Ze descended together. They made their way directly to the bridge, where Nick Fury was preoccupied with a matter, but upon noticing their presence, a smile broke across his face. "You're back. How did it go?" "No injuries. We're perfectly fine," Captain America replied with a grin, revealing the camaraderie between him and Fury. "That is splendid to hear." Fury then turned his gaze toward Chen Ze, inquiring, "Chen Ze, one of today's objectives was to provide you with an opportunity to enhance your strength. I received reports that you can indeed absorb the energy from those energy towers, correct?" Chen Ze had long contemplated these matters, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Nodding affirmatively, "Indeed, it is no issue. The sensation is akin to absorbing a living entity." "Excellent," Fury acknowledged with a nod. "You've worked hard. Please, take some rest." Chen Ze initially intended to inquire further, but sensed that he might not elicit substantial information. Some matters required a gradual unraveling. Not everything could be laid bare through questions. He felt that the S-H-I-E-L-D harbored a certain malice towards him. However, it was evident they were concealing something significant. Chen Ze was acutely aware of S-H-I-E-L-D's penchant for obfuscation. Their primary directive was to safeguard humanity. Should they be unable to ensure the safety of all, they would prioritize the protection of American citizens. Thus, in pursuit of this objective, they occasionally undertook actions that were premeditated. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Chen Ze remarked, then abruptly turned to Fury. "By the way, Commander, I have some inquiries regarding the entity previously referred to as the energy tower by the captain. Could you provide me with relevant materials?" "The materials may not be entirely clear," Fury replied through his earpiece, before looking up at Chen Ze. "Sis is an expert in this field. I will have him come to assist you. Feel free to direct any questions to him." "Understood." Chapter 45. The Essence of Magic. Shortly thereafter, Sis Linmeng appeared before Chen Ze, a young man with golden curls, tall and slender. "Greetings, I am Sis Linmeng," he said, extending his right hand toward Chen Ze. "I had intended to seek you out, Mr. Chen Ze." "Pleasure to meet you," Chen Ze responded, shaking his hand. Sis continued, "Allow me to escort you to the demonstration hall. The facilities there are quite comprehensive and will facilitate our discussion." "Very well." As Chen Ze and Sis departed, Captain America glanced at their retreating figures and turned to Fury. "Fury, do you harbor ulterior motives regarding Chen Ze? Something feels amiss, does it not? Their relationship is hardly established. How could it have developed to such an extent so swiftly?" However, he was loath to see any harm befall Chen Ze, harboring concerns that Fury might conspire against him. "You are overthinking this. My only intention is to see his abilities enhance swiftly, thereby bolstering the Avengers' strength. Frankly, we are contending with a formidable adversary, and at this juncture, Every ounce of power is invaluable. Captain America scrutinized Fury's remaining eye before conceding, very well. I hope your assessment is accurate. I assure you. Now, I believe it is imperative for you to elaborate on the details of our recent confrontation. Agreed. The demonstration hall, as described by Sis Lin Meng, indeed housed astonishingly advanced equipment, including a holographic projector. Here, one can project certain images in a three-dimensional manner, achieving a comprehensive 360-degree view. Although there may be slight distortions in light and color, witnessing such an extraordinary projection is inherently imbued with a profound sense of science fiction. At this moment, with a graceful gesture, Zai seems to have activated the projector, which displays the form of the energy tower that Chen Ze had previously observed. This projection stands approximately the height of a person. Zai turned to Chen Ze and said, "This is the energy tower, a tool for collecting energy." "What kind of energy is being collected? Is it the legendary magic?" Chen Ze inquired. "Indeed, it is magic, though not in the traditional sense," Zai replied, pointing to a portion of the energy tower on the holographic projector. "We have encountered numerous supernatural beings and various objects, each possessing an array of extraordinary abilities. However, it is essential to understand that the majority of these abilities can be explained within the framework of our current physics. Please, could you be more straightforward?" Chen Ze gestured. "I am not particularly well versed in these matters." Having studied philosophy in university, Chen Ze acknowledged the intricate connections between philosophy and science. While he possessed some understanding of physics, it was not particularly extensive. Zai nodded and clarified. "In simpler terms, this means that most superhero abilities can be elucidated through physics. For instance, those with enhanced physical strength are merely augmenting their bodily integrity, thereby elevating the quality of life. As for individuals with unique powers, their abilities, though seemingly incredible, ultimately fall within the realm of the four fundamental forces of the universe." Upon reflection, Chen Ze recognized the validity of this statement. The powers of superheroes are indeed rooted in matter and energy, making such an explanation coherent. Even the seemingly miraculous Thor could be elucidated through the four fundamental forces of the cosmos. The only phenomena that defy physical explanation are truly mysterious forces, such as curses or otherworldly magic. Zai remarked. However, curses, upon investigation, are increasingly being understood within the realm of physics. As for magic, it is fundamentally a part of physics itself. To simplify, magic consists of an individual storing magical energy within their body and resonating with external magical energy to convey their intent. This process of transmission necessitates a mastery of force fields. Thus, understanding force fields equates to harnessing this power. The external magical energy, in essence, corresponds to the four fundamental forces of the universe. Though Zai's explanation was somewhat convoluted, Chen Ze grasped his intent. In summary, the four fundamental forces of the universe are the very foundation of existence. Even the most extraordinary superheroes can still be elucidated. Chen Ze reflected on this notion, expressing, indeed, the brilliance of science and reason will undoubtedly illuminate all realms of the unknown. Precisely. Sith wholeheartedly concurred with Chen Ze's perspective and proceeded to elucidate. These energy towers are, in essence, designed to absorb magical energy. The absorbed magical energy can be stored through various intricate methods, subsequently allowing individuals to harness it or directly wield magic through the force field's power. In fact, it seems that this magical energy you mentioned is also present within my mind at this very moment. Chen Ze inquired of Sith. Does this imply that I too can master magic? Theoretically, it is indeed possible. However, among the millions capable of absorbing magical energy, only a few rare individuals exist. Furthermore, such individuals must possess their own force field to manipulate the surrounding energy. Thus, what you currently lack is your personal force field. A force field? Is it akin to Susan S? Chen Ze questioned. Susan? Sith initially appeared perplexed, but soon grasped the reference. You mean the invisible woman, correct? Indeed. Hers is a type of force field, albeit one that is inherently innate. Therefore, as per my recommendation, you must absorb individuals who possess the ability to wield magic, consuming their force fields. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to genuinely cultivate your own. Yet, I have previously consumed those endowed with magic. Why did I not absorb their force fields? This remains somewhat unclear to me as well, Sith replied. After all, your own prowess is a conundrum. What you described might stem from the fact that the sorcerer's force field was not sufficiently potent, or there may be other factors at play. I regret that this is a mystery you must unravel on your own. Very well, Chen Ze conceded, recognizing that further pursuit of this topic would yield little fruit. Then I shall inquire about other matters. What questions do you have? Sith responded. His demeanor towards Chen Ze was notably cordial, showing no signs of impatience despite the multitude of inquiries. On the contrary, He appeared rather pleased to address Chen Ze's questions. Chapter 46. Training and Enhancement. I have heard that SHIELD possesses equipment for training personnel. Are you familiar with this? Of course. I am aware of it, Sith replied, surveying Chen Ze with a keen eye. Are you interested in it? I can take you there now. Very well. Chen Ze nodded in agreement. Following Sith, Chen Ze arrived at the training facility, which appeared quite spacious. This is merely the training room aboard the airship. Sith informed Chen Ze. Given that we are on an airship, the training area is somewhat limited in size, with only a few rooms available. Chen Ze scrutinized the interior of the room. It was indeed expansive but devoid of elaborate furnishings or any semblance of futuristic equipment. There were no visible training devices akin to those found in a gym. This peculiar setting left Chen Ze pondering the whereabouts of the so-called training apparatus. Sith continued. Due to the spatial constraints of the airship, this training room is not only small but also equipped with limited tools, capable of withstanding only minimal impact. Impact tolerance? Chen Ze inquired. Indeed, the challenges faced are considerable, for this training facility is designated for individuals with extraordinary abilities. As they hone their unique skills, it is inevitable that their actions will impact the surrounding environment, necessitating robust structures capable of withstanding such forces. Sith remarked that, had this training occurred within the confines of SHIELD's headquarters, the equipment would have been meticulously constructed, with the surrounding walls crafted from specialized materials. However, as you are aware, aboard the airship, we must consider the overall structural integrity, and thus, this training room is a rudimentary version. I comprehend your point. Chen Ze nodded, finding it quite understandable. It is indeed the case that aboard the airship, such training facilities can only be a temporary makeshift. Many apparatuses cannot be transported due to their size and weight constraints. Furthermore, the materials employed here must be exceptionally resilient. Should any superheroes inadvertently release energy during their training, it could potentially inflict irreparable damage on the airship. Thus, it is imperative that this training room remains in its simplistic form. One wonders, though, how long it will be until a fully equipped training facility can be realized. That remains uncertain. How does one utilize this training room? Chen Ze inquired, observing the rudimentary setup, which hardly lent itself to self-directed mastery. The training here focuses on harnessing energy and enhancing one's own capabilities, explained Sith, emphasizing the necessity of controlling energy output to avoid damaging the walls or causing excessive noise, for we are aloft in the skies. Otherwise, it could breach the airship's integrity. Understood. Following this, Chen Ze and Sith meticulously discussed the operational methods of the facility. Subsequently, Chen Ze asked Sith to depart, as he commenced activating the training apparatus. This device was essentially a projection, yet far more lifelike than standard projections. Upon activation, various instruments emerged from the walls, transforming the training room into a cosmic expanse. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only distant stars twinkling in the void. Suddenly, a barrage of meteors surged forth before Chen Ze, hurtling towards him. This meteor shower demanded more than mere evasion. It required acute awareness of various factors. The meteors were densely packed, each adorned with minute identification markers. At the forefront of the meteor cluster was a small emblem, serving to categorize the meteors into several types. Some meteors necessitated Chen Ze's direct avoidance. Others required him to ensnare them with spider silk, while yet others demanded precise strikes with his web shots. This is divided into several types of meteors. Thus, this diverse group of meteors provides Chen Ze with a multifaceted training experience. Firstly, he must utilize his vision to swiftly identify the markings on the meteors as they travel at a rapid pace. Yet the markings are particularly small and quite similar in appearance. Therefore, it is imperative for Chen Ze to capture these markings at the earliest opportunity, which presents a significant challenge to his eyesight, discernment, and reflexes. After categorizing the types of meteors and determining his approach, the true test of Chen Ze's reflexes begins. He must rapidly deal with these categorized meteors using various methods. Some are ensnared with spider silk, while others are countered with spider projectiles, which greatly tests his responsiveness. In this intense scenario, Chen Ze immediately commenced his training, his body adapting amidst the projections of the incoming meteors. Bang! At that moment, faced with the first meteor, Chen Ze launched a spider projectile, but his hands continued to fire, releasing multiple strands of spider silk in quick succession, all adhering to the projections of the meteors. More meteors approached, prompting Chen Ze to push off with his legs and execute a backflip, followed by another leap that propelled him to the opposite side. Next, he sprang upwards, his legs clinging to the wall above, and unleashed several spider projectiles that struck the meteor projections. However, the density of the meteors significantly increased, and their speed became particularly swift. Chen Ze found himself momentarily unable to evade them, causing a bit of fluster. Instead of deploying spider projectiles, he accidentally released strands of silk, becoming increasingly disorganized under pressure. Pausing briefly, he managed a rueful smile, acknowledging that his mental fortitude still required enhancement. Once Chen Ze resumed his training, he did not cease. Despite several instances of chaos, such moments became progressively rarer, and his control improved. The training proved to be quite engaging, capturing his interest, leading him to dedicate an hour to it. Chapter 47. Enhancement of strength. An hour of training yielded immediate results. Previously, while Chen Ze had absorbed the power of Venom and become notably agile and swift, it was still a power he had consumed, and thus, it could not seamlessly integrate with him like Spider-Man's abilities. However, his training was distinctly different from the mere consumption of power. This training truly embedded itself within his very being, each strike a testament to his blood and effort. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Chen Ze's body moved with fluid grace, leaping and soaring through the air, as if he were a nimble swallow, transforming with remarkable agility, like fleeting light and shadow, ever-changing. Confronted by an ever-increasing barrage of meteors, Chen Ze's body responded with remarkable swiftness, adapting uniquely to each celestial threat. After 3 relentless hours of high-intensity training, even Chen Ze's formidable physique began to show signs of fatigue. He sank onto a bench in the training room, gasping for breath, though his stamina was nearly depleted. At that very moment, Chen Ze experienced an exhilarating sense of fulfillment. Indeed, it was a sensation of sheer exhilaration. This training, while lacking the visceral thrill of life and death combat, demanded his utmost concentration and sustained tension over several hours, pushing every ounce of his strength to the brink and fully engaging his current capabilities. Such rigorous exertion inevitably fostered a profound sense of satisfaction. Moreover, Chen Ze felt a warmth radiating from his chest, an energy gradually permeating his limbs and core, enhancing his strength, agility, and the potency of his web-slinging abilities. This newfound power likely stemmed from the latent strength of the black spider he had previously absorbed. Energies that had once been dormant were now manifesting within him, augmenting his current prowess. This training indeed facilitated the release of those stored energies. It seemed that the training room was a splendid sanctuary, and he resolved to frequent it more in the future. Upon exiting the training facility, Chen Ze returned to his residence, where he indulged in a hot shower. The warmth invigorated him, particularly in light of his recent enhancement in strength, leaving him refreshed and revitalized. He surmised that the supply of water at the SHIELD facility might be limited, yet he felt no qualms about indulging in a bath, especially after completing a perilous mission. Surely, that was justifiable. In the ensuing days, Chen Ze devoted much of his time to the training room. After several rigorous sessions, he discovered that the energy from the black spider he had absorbed had not yet fully integrated into his body. He sensed many of these energies loosening from around his heart and gradually entering his system. Now, Chen Ze's strength had notably surpassed what it had been at the moment he consumed the venom. He believed he could effortlessly overpower his former self. His ascension in power was swift. While many superheroes possessed extraordinary abilities, they often faced limitations in growth, merely maintaining their status quo and refining their control over their powers through training. However, Chen Ze is different. His enhancement of strength is an ongoing process. Not only has he discovered a method to amplify his energy through devouring, but he has also found ways to train himself to better adapt to this newfound ability. Consequently, his rate of improvement may very well accelerate in the near future. During this training, Chen Ze chooses to momentarily set aside other thoughts. Yet this does not imply that events are not unfolding around him. Currently, Loki and his associates are executing their plans one by one, and a multitude of extraordinary individuals are gradually converging towards New York, brewing an unprecedented storm. The members of SHIELD have been mobilizing with increasing frequency, undertaking numerous missions and uncovering a wealth of information. Many occurrences are beginning to interconnect. However, for Chen Ze, these days have been relatively tranquil. In this period of calm, he dedicates his time to training. After several days in the training room, Chen Ze has become increasingly powerful, gaining better control over his abilities. He continues this regimen, while SHIELD seems to have little need for his involvement, as if nothing significant is transpiring. Initially, upon joining the Avengers, Chen Ze was assigned his first mission, which he executed promptly. Yet, in recent days, while everyone else has been preoccupied, he finds himself with little to do, which only adds to the peculiarity of his situation. Nevertheless, Chen Ze believes it is best to focus on enhancing his own strength for the time being. Once his power reaches an insurmountable level, he will fear nothing. Since the training here enables him to better assimilate the energy surrounding his heart, He is determined to train diligently each day and fuse this energy within himself. However, although this training facilitates energy assimilation, the process is painfully slow. After several days, he has barely integrated even 10% of it. While it is true that his strength has significantly increased, the pace of this enhancement does not satiate his needs. If possible, he will seek alternative methods. One day, after returning from training, Chen Ze took a shower and reclined on his bed, engaging with his tablet. At that moment, the screen lit up, revealing a dialogue window with Nick Fury's visage appearing. "Chen Ze, please come to the exhibition hall. We have matters to discuss." The exhibition hall is a frequent gathering spot for Captain America and the others. Uncertain of the purpose of his summons, he nonetheless recognizes that ambiguity is one thing, while attending is another. He decides it would be prudent to ascertain what they have been occupied with lately. Upon arriving at the exhibition hall, he finds it bustling with activity. Several superheroes, including Captain America, Iron Man, Ant-Man, Wasp, the Hulk, Daredevil, and Hawkeye, are present, along with several high-ranking officials from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 48. The Battle of New York. In the presentation hall, a multitude of individuals congregated, their voices echoing with fervor. It was unclear whether they were engaged in discussions or embroiled in disputes. However, Chen Ze had grown accustomed to such dynamics. Aboard the floating battleship, gatherings inevitably sparked various disagreements among the heroes. The reasons for these conflicts were manifold, yet the underlying cause remained singular. Each individual was a superhero, hailing from diverse backgrounds, wielding considerable influence within their respective realms. They possessed their own pride and distinct personalities, leading to inevitable clashes amidst their interactions. Do you truly believe that donning the American flag grants you the mantle of global representation? Tony Stark escalated the confrontation to a personal level. Captain America, arms crossed and exuding an air of aloofness, retorted, "So, you think encased in your iron shell embodies the truth? It appears we require a duel." Tony clenched his fists, declaring, "I shall rend your stars and stripes asunder. Are you planning to hide behind your armor in this confrontation, you feeble wretch? Enough. No more bickering." Nick Fury interjected, his voice resonating with authority. "We are here to deliberate on Loki's potential targets of attack, not to debate who is superior. Let us focus our thoughts on the matter at hand." Reluctantly, the crowd nodded in agreement and resumed their discussion. "We are currently assessing the possibilities. As we have uncovered numerous activities orchestrated by Hydra and Loki, all signs pointing ominously towards New York. Yet, we remain oblivious to his intentions for the city." Having just arrived, Chen Ze was informed by Maria Hill, who discreetly remarked, "You seem unaware of the current situation." "I see," Chen Ze replied. Numerous energy towers had emerged, seemingly converging at a central point. "Regrettably, Tony," Dr. Banner interjected, "you must refrain from distractions and concentrate on safeguarding your home." Tony Stark buried his head in his hands, exclaiming, "Damn it. Loki is truly a source of relentless concern. Let us ponder his true intentions." Chen Ze listened intently to the ongoing discussions, gradually comprehending the collective apprehensions. He reflected internally. While he hailed from another world and possessed knowledge of its events, he recognized that this was the realm of reality. The narratives of film, crafted by writers, did not always mirror the complexities of actual existence. A new update had just arrived. At that moment, a staff member from S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed in, announcing that the latest news from the Celestial Palace indicated that, although Thor was temporarily unable to return to Earth, they had received information suggesting that Loki might have struck a deal with the demon realm. Upon hearing this news, a sense of heightened concern enveloped everyone present. What could be the connection? What would the demon realm covet from here? What methods might they employ against Earth? The convergence of these events in New York raised numerous possibilities. Consequently, the group fell back into fervent discussion. Suddenly, Chen Ze interjected, expressing that he had a thought. His statement garnered only limited attention. After all, he was not well acquainted with the others, and his past contributions had been minimal, leading many to doubt the significance of his words. Nevertheless, it piqued the interest of a few. Might they be intending to establish a connection between New York and the demon realm? Chen Ze proposed that, through such a connection, the denizens of the demon realm could traverse into Earth. Upon uttering this thought, the previously boisterous environment fell into a contemplative hush, as many began to ponder the implications of Chen Ze's suggestion. Indeed, upon deeper reflection, his hypothesis seemed increasingly plausible. However, the potential ramifications were profoundly alarming. The abrupt emergence of a demon army in one of the world's most developed cities, New York, could lead to catastrophic loss of life and inflict an unimaginable blow to the entire nation. "Why do you say that?" Dr. Banner inquired gravely. If Loki had indeed forged an alliance with the demon realm, it was likely they harbored some plan. For the demon realm, Their primary desire would be our world. Given that New York is densely populated, its value to Earth is immense, and with so many people gathered, my inference is that they intend to bring down the demon army to devastate New York, perhaps even to initiate the destruction of the entire world. The chilling possibility sent shivers down many spines. This notion was indeed ruthless. The troubling aspect was that they collectively recognized the frightening plausibility of Chen Ze's assertion. The more they contemplated it, the more it seemed inevitable. If this were the case, what could be Loki's ultimate objective? At that moment, Nick Fury turned to Chen Ze with a serious inquiry regarding the purpose. Chen Ze shrugged. I'm afraid I cannot ascertain that. Who knows what that twisted individual is thinking? You can never truly understand the mind of one whose perspective diverges so drastically from your own. Chen Ze's words resonated with many present, as numerous superheroes had encountered their own share of aberrant individuals throughout their journeys, leading them to deeply empathize with his sentiment. The individuals present have begun to contemplate the direst of scenarios, particularly the members of SHIELD. At this juncture, Nick Fury pinched his chin thoughtfully and inquired of Ant-Man, if such a catastrophic conflict were to erupt, how might we preemptively avert it? Ant-Man meticulously examined the available data before responding. We must swiftly dismantle all detected energy tower installations, and we must remain vigilant. Unfortunately, we lack space lockdown technology, so we can only establish armed defenses over there, ready to deploy weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, we will be ill-equipped to confront such an adversary. Fury acknowledged Ant-Man's response with a nod of approval, though such satisfaction felt futile, given the imminent threat to New York. A particularly vexing dilemma loomed before them: how to confront the potential New York battle. While the true intentions of Loki had yet to be fully grasped, there was a prevailing sense that the city was destined for turmoil. The specifics of the situation had now crystallized before them. Very well, I shall issue the necessary orders, Fury declared. Although the situation remains uncertain, it appears that New York is likely to face calamity. He gestured helplessly. We must prepare for the worst. Indeed, Iron Man concurred. Though I cannot predict the validity of such conjectures, I believe no one wishes to witness their home reduced to ruins. Are you challenging me to a duel? Captain America asked. Once this matter is resolved, I shall indulge you, Iron Man replied. In a true confrontation, Captain America would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage against Iron Man's current prowess, yet the formidable nature of Captain America's shield could unleash considerable power. Chen Ze, I appreciate the insights you provided, Fury remarked. However, the tasks ahead will multiply, and I suspect you will soon find yourself quite occupied. I understand, Chen Ze affirmed. Following the discussions of that day, New York indeed became a hive of activity. The U.S. government entered a state of heightened urgency, and the military was particularly busy. Daily, fighter jets patrolled the skies above the city, and the presence of ground forces increased significantly. While ordinary citizens might not contribute significantly during a major crisis, every bit of strength was welcome under the current circumstances. Chen Ze commenced his own flurry of activity. On this day, a plane descended upon the outskirts of New York City, and Chen Ze, clad in his full gear, leapt from the aircraft. Recent reconnaissance had revealed yet another energy tower in this vicinity, and they were there to sabotage it. In recent days, Hydra and SHIELD had engaged in direct confrontations, resulting in skirmishes and the emergence of numerous superpowered individuals, most of whom possessed commendable abilities. Certainly, the forces at play here are not solely those of Hydra. Other figures have gradually emerged, including the previously suspected influence of Dr. Doom. The appearance of these entities has only served to muddy the waters further. However, in recent days, there have been no reports of Loki's presence. Were he to truly materialize, matters would not be so convoluted. The Avengers could swiftly deploy their formidable might to execute a decisive strike. The success of such an endeavor is debatable, yet it remains a viable option. As it stands, they possess no means to counter the current situation. Chen Ze recalls the plot of the film The Avengers, where Loki was captured by SHIELD and imprisoned aboard a flying aircraft carrier, only to be rescued by Hawkeye and his team, who ultimately subdued the vessel. Yet, in this reality, such events have not transpired. After all, this is the tangible world. Many superheroes depicted in films have had their powers significantly diminished, Thor being a prime example. It must be acknowledged that this is indeed the real world. The realm of Asgard belongs to Norse mythology, where figures such as Loki, Thor, and Odin are mythological entities, far removed from their cinematic portrayals. The information Chen Ze previously encountered indicated that Thor is an exceptionally dangerous superhero, categorized as a third-tier powerhouse, underscoring his formidable strength. Conversely, Loki cannot merely be a master of illusion and rhetoric. As a descendant of frost giants, his combat prowess is likely formidable. Therefore, when a true conflict arises. The resulting chaos may be unimaginable. Should that day arrive, Chen Ze believes it prudent to value his life and maintain a safe distance from Loki. The prospect of devouring a being like Loki seems implausible. Even if he were to experience a surge of power, the inevitable retribution from Asgard, particularly from Thor, would be daunting. From their perspective, even as superheroes on the side of justice, they scarcely regard the inhabitants of Earth as equals. When retaliation comes, what defenses could one muster? During the impending battle in New York, should it come to pass, Chen Ze intends to focus on absorbing the abilities of certain members of the demon army. This appears to be within the realm of possibility. He ordered the individuals aboard the aircraft to prepare artillery, as he took on the responsibility of monitoring for any escapees following the bombardment. He resolved to finish them off if necessary. Indeed, with such a powerful weaponry at their disposal, it would be a reckless disregard for life to engage in direct combat. Boom, boom. Amidst the resounding roar, an explosion erupted, causing fiery flames to engulf the buildings ahead. Moments later, a beam of dark light, imbued with an unmistakable resolve, surged towards the aircraft in the sky. The plane narrowly evaded this ominous force, yet the ground below bore the scars of its near encounter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, the sinister spider projectiles whistled sharply as they hurtled forward. Chen Ze's body instinctively darted in that direction, uncertain whether the projectiles struck their target. He knew he had to confront his adversary. A piercing sound sliced through the air as the dark light lunged towards Chen Ze. Having already gained considerable strength after consuming the venom, and following extensive training, he propelled himself upward, evading the black light. In a swift motion, he released a strand of webbing and surged forward. It was in that moment that he discerned the figure before him, cloaked in an unusual black garment that obscured most of their face, rendering their features indistinguishable. Alarmingly, this individual was suspended in midair. Chapter 50. The fierce battle. One could only surmise that anyone capable of levitating possessed formidable power. A wave of trepidation washed over Chen Ze as he gazed at the floating figure. Suddenly, a rapid trembling sound resonated through the air. Following this unsettling noise, a circle of black energy spiraled around him, each fragment resembling a razor-sharp blade. This encircling force constricted tighter and tighter, threatening to ensnare him completely. Most concerning was the oppressive aura emanating from this dark circle. Should an ordinary person be subjected to such pressure, they would likely find themselves speechless and immobile. Though Chen Ze was not entirely incapacitated, the energy weighed heavily upon him, making each breath laborious and diminishing his agility. The cloaked figure remained eerily still, suspended in the air, devoid of the grand gestures often depicted in films when casting spells. In reality, a sorcerer's power stemmed from their force field and sensory awareness of their surroundings, rather than from theatrical hand movements. Acknowledging the increasing pressure surrounding him, Chen Ze understood that contact with those dark energy blades would yield dire consequences. Consequently, he plunged towards the ground, evading the impending assault of the black light blades. However, upon witnessing Chen Ze darting towards the ground, the luminous leaves immediately contracted into a circle, transforming into a radiant wheel resembling the blades of a fan, hurtling downwards towards him. The oppressive force that had previously restrained Chen Ze lingered persistently. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, several individuals accompanying Chen Ze exerted their utmost effort, firing their weapons at the cloaked figure. Yet, just as the bullets were about to reach their target, they encountered a formidable barrier, rendering them utterly ineffective. Chen Ze flung 2 spider bombs towards the dark wheel, but to no avail. It continued its assault, spinning violently as it descended upon him. Chen Ze found himself at a loss against this non-physical attack, for his methods, whether webbing or spider bombs, were tangible and could not inflict harm upon the dark wheel. He had no choice but to evade. Bang! As Chen Ze landed, he instantly leaped diagonally upward, catching the dark wheel off guard as it collided with the ground, seemingly losing its efficacy. However, the cloaked figure, with a mere thought, commanded the dark wheel to morph into hundreds of black light blades that surged toward Chen Ze from above. Suspended in midair, he seized the opportunity to grapple onto a nearby steel structure with his webbing, propelling himself away. Nevertheless, the light blades, under the cloaked figure's control, relentlessly pursued him, dispersing and charging once more. At this juncture, Chen Ze realized that his powers were ill-equipped to deal with such entities. Faced with the impending onslaught of light blades, he understood the severity of the consequences should he fail to evade one. The training he had undergone in recent days proved invaluable, allowing him to soar into the air as the blades approached. The considerable distance between the blades enabled Chen Ze to perceive their trajectory, and he deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the oncoming blades. As the blades, which seemed poised to effortlessly vanquish their target, crashed down to the ground, Chen Ze remained airborne, fully aware that he could not afford to grant the cloaked figure any opportunities. With a swift motion, several strands of webbing shot towards the cloaked figure, accompanied by multiple spider bombs. Chen Ze, utilizing his webbing to anchor himself to the structure, surged forward towards the cloaked adversary. His leaping ability and strength translated into a significant elevation as he launched more webbing towards the cloaked figure. While the cloaked figure possessed the ability to levitate and was undeniably formidable, his body lacked agility, and his aerial mobility appeared somewhat restricted. As spider bombs and strands of webbing approached him, a protective barrier materialized before the cloaked figure, preventing the spider silk and bombs from breaching his defenses. However, as Chen Ze once again shot forth his thread, upon reaching the cloaked figure, an idea sparked in his mind, transforming this ordinary attack thread into a means of adhesion. Remarkably, this attempt proved successful. His spider silk adhered to the protective barrier of the cloaked figure. Excellent. Chen Ze relished this newfound advantage. While his other strand ascended into the sky, mirroring the previous tactic and sticking to the cloaked figure's defense. It appeared that this was indeed a valuable asset. The spider silk was capable not only of adhering to structures and other entities, but also of affecting such protective barriers. Yi Ling, gripping the silk with both hands, surged toward the cloaked figure with increased speed, causing the cloaked figure to appear somewhat flustered. A swirling mass of black, ominous energy erupted from the chest of the cloaked figure, exuding a fierce, predatory aura that intensified with each rotation, blocking Chen Ze's advance. Undoubtedly, this was the most troublesome adversary Chen Ze had encountered among the cloaked figures. Nevertheless, Chen Ze devised a plan. He shot forth more strands of silk, which arched through the air, allowing him to evade the reach of the swirling energy momentarily, positioning himself to the right of the cloaked figure. Yet, he did not relent. His hands continued to release silk, which adhered successively to the cloaked figure's protective barrier, propelling him forward. With a resounding thud, Chen Ze's right leg struck the protective field of the cloaked figure. Though the barrier did not shatter, it was forcefully displaced several meters into the air. Chen Ze was relentless. He unleashed more strands, all adhering to the protective barrier of the cloaked figure. Chapter 51, Devouring Force Field. Mastering Magic. Chen Ze surmised that, although this was reality and not a novel, certain depictions of wizards in literature might still hold some truth. For instance, it was often said that a wizard could not be interrupted while casting spells. Chen Ze now possessed magical energy himself and had come to understand the principles of magic. With that knowledge, he recognized that communicating with the external world to achieve resonance and harness external energy was no simple task. It required a stable environment at the very least. Continuously kicking the cloaked figure back and forth would undoubtedly hinder its ability to resonate with the surrounding environment. And it was possible that its protective barrier could be breached by Chen Ze's actions. The agility of Chen Ze's silk was remarkable. Once released, it could latch onto the cloaked figure's protective field. Of course, the cloaked figure could opt not to lower its barrier to avoid being ensnared by Chen Ze. But in doing so, the silk would transform into an offensive weapon, slipping through the openings of the protective field. Bang! Another kick from Chen Ze. He and the cloaked figure were engaged in a mutual restraint, each attempting to suppress the other. Chen Ze found himself at a disadvantage, unable to decipher the energy attacks of his opponent, forced to evade with all his might. Conversely, the cloaked figure was also constrained by Chen Ze. Now, as Chen Ze closed the distance, the cloaked figure was rendered incapable of executing even a single move. With each powerful kick, Chen Ze's leg strength, nearing 3 tons, battered against the cloaked one's protective field. Such formidable force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Upon the 4th kick, the cloaked figure finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Chen Ze, relentless, leapt upon him, descending alongside him. The impact reverberated, sending dust swirling into the air. While Chen Ze endured the fall from a height of 8 or 9 meters with little consequence, the cloaked figure, despite managing to activate his protective field, was grievously injured, coughing blood and left unable to move. Intrigued by this being capable of hovering midair, Chen Ze was determined not to let him escape. He swiftly discarded his gloves and proceeded to absorb the cloaked one's energy. Previously, when consuming magical energy from living beings, Chen Ze would typically complete the process in half a minute. However, this instance was markedly different. He spent nearly 5 minutes to fully absorb the cloaked figure's energy. Remarkably, despite the absorption, the cloaked figure did not perish. Rather, he appeared significantly weakened. Understanding the reason for the cloaked figure's survival, Chen Ze realized he had only consumed the magical energy, not the life force itself. As he continued to absorb energy, Chen Ze felt an increasing mastery over his own abilities. Gradually, he learned to selectively absorb energy without taking life, which was a crucial distinction. After all, Not all beings needed to be brought to their demise through consumption. Some were better left alive if possible. With this newfound precision, Chen Ze believed that one day he would fully control this power of absorption. As energy flowed into his body like a torrent, he sensed a profound accumulation within his mind. His mental capacity expanded significantly, and he could feel the magical energy within him intensifying far beyond what it had been before. The energy acquired from the cloaked figure was undeniably more potent than the trivial energies he had previously absorbed. Yet soon, an unsettling feeling began to wash over him. He seemed to have acquired an additional ability, a newfound power to manipulate his surroundings, transforming his magical prowess into a force of control. Could this be a force field? Chen Ze's heart swelled with delight. The concept of a force field, though seemingly enigmatic, essentially pertains to the interactions within the four fundamental forces of the universe. For instance, according to the theory of universal gravitation, planets exert gravitational attraction upon one another. This phenomenon falls within the realm of gravitational force, which is indeed a type of force field. Force fields manifest as gravitational fields, electric fields, and electromagnetic fields. At this moment, Chen Ze felt as though he had truly grasped such a power, albeit at a rudimentary level. The force field he currently commanded was undeniably weak, certainly insufficient to rival the formidable strength possessed by the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, he had begun to attain a modicum of mastery over this force. For example, he could generate a defensive shield of force field around himself, an invisible barrier capable of thwarting energy assaults, physical strikes, and even the intangible attacks previously unleashed by that cloaked adversary. Next came the application of the force field. At this stage, Chen Ze had yet to harness the force field for offensive purposes. However, he was gradually exploring its potential. It was evident that the force field could not merely serve as a defensive shield, for within his mind resided a reservoir of magical energy. Under the influence of the force field, this magical energy began to resonate with the surrounding air to a certain extent. This realization filled Chen Ze with astonishment and joy. It had been a long time since he first discovered the magical energy within him, yet he had struggled to wield it effectively, until now, when he finally possessed the force field. A concentration of energy formed approximately 2 to 3 meters before Chen Ze. As the energy in the air resonated with the magical energy in his mind, the two influences intermingling. This energy was becoming increasingly potent. Suddenly, Chen Ze felt an alarming loss of control over this burgeoning energy. In a swift motion, he leaped off the ground, propelling himself backward several meters. Just as he landed, he prepared to spring back again toward the previous site of energy compression. Boom! A resounding explosion bore witness to the success, or rather the near success, of Chen Ze's spell, especially as he lamented the dismal state of his recommendations. Chapter 52. The application of the force field. The success of Chen Ze lay in his ability to genuinely compress the surrounding energy, thereby condensing the force field. The failure, however, resided in the fact that this spell nearly backfired upon him. Had it not been for Chen Ze's swift evasion, the spell would have undoubtedly struck him. The first attempt at casting magic resulted in such a terrifying spectacle. One cannot help but remark on how rudimentary Chen Ze's current application of these arcane arts truly is. He has now realized that he has indeed grasped the concept of the force field, and due to the magical prowess residing within his mind, the current Yi Ling has also acquired the ability to cast spells. However, these abilities are rather unrefined and demand considerable time for refinement. The process of refinement is, in essence, a journey of cultivation. Yet, at present, Chen Ze finds himself devoid of methods to wield magic proficiently. He must gradually familiarize himself with the techniques of magical application and enhance them over time. In essence, every beginning is fraught with challenges. Since he has already assimilated magical capabilities and the power of the force field, the next step is to gradually master the methodology of this newfound ability through exploration. After all, he has consumed the abilities of the Cloaked One, yet he has not absorbed the finesse with which the Cloaked One wields magic. From the Cloaked One's prowess, it is evident that his magical skills are exceptionally refined, to the point of achieving levitation, a testament to the Cloaked One's formidable capabilities. However, Chen Ze is still far from that level and must proceed at a measured pace. Having experienced failure in his inaugural spellcasting, Chen Ze feels an exhilarating thrill and begins to summon his force field once more. Gradually, the force field manifests around him, capable of repelling all forms of assault, including physical strikes like bullets and fists, as well as energy-based attacks, such as Iron Man's beams, and even virtual assaults akin to the Cloaked One's previous attack. The force field represents a manipulation of gravitational forces, which are inherently powerful. Indeed, formidable gravity can bend light. Thus, as Chen Ze's force field strengthens, it will reach astonishing levels of power, leaving observers in awe. In this state of exhilaration, Chen Ze's force field begins to resonate with a certain intensity in his vicinity. The surrounding force field undergoes transformation, and as Chen Ze manipulates this force, the sensation he experienced earlier reemerges, causing a magical resonance to form around him. A sphere of energy starts to compress in the surrounding space. Chen, let us leave before you detonate it. At that moment, several soldiers from the Divine Bureau, standing beside Chen Ze, shouted out, having been thoroughly intimidated by his earlier display of energy control. Very well, Chen Ze replied. Yet he sensed that the energy sphere was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. He began to influence the energy with his force field, directing it to surge forward. As Chen Ze exerted his control, the energy surged forward, traversing a distance of about 2 to 3 meters. He then executed a powerful leap, landing on the ground with his hands pressed down, propelling himself into the air with a backflip, landing several meters away. Indeed, an explosion ensued. This detestable fellow. The soldiers of the S.H.I.E.L.D. surrounding him began to murmur at that very moment. Chen Ze realized that he could no longer afford to experiment. Although he had just acquired a new skill, the urge to test it was overwhelming, much like when he had first gained the powers of Venom and Black Spider, yearning to experience the thrill of scaling skyscrapers. Presently, he too was filled with exhilaration, eager to explore the myriad possibilities of his newfound abilities, to engage with the surrounding magical energies. The dilemma lay in the fact that while his force field could indeed form a protective shield, safeguarding all areas around him, he had yet to master the art of offensive manipulation. At best, he could utilize a repulsive force to push an opponent away, but his current repulsion was rather limited. Transforming the force field into swirling, sharp projectiles was far beyond his reach. During his recent confrontation with the cloak, he realized that, akin to the tales in novels, spells could not be interrupted once initiated. Chen Ze had tested this theory and found it to be true. If someone engaged him in battle, he would be unable to maintain his spellcasting, as it required a resonance with the surrounding magical energies. Of course, should he attain a level of magical energy and force field strength sufficient to wield such techniques with finesse, the world around him would bend to his will, manifesting magical energies at his command. However, that level of mastery would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. For now, Chen Ze felt a sense of manageable pressure. It seemed that aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. airship, there existed effective training equipment, promising immediate results after just a few days of rigorous practice. He was confident that, through diligent training, he could master these skills. Is the aircraft all right? Chen Ze inquired of the S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers nearby. I saw the energy graze beneath the plane. The soldiers kept their distance, wary of Chen Ze's unpredictable nature and the potential for him to unleash another wave of energy. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Ze reassured them, "Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I shall refrain from further demonstrations." With this, they felt a modicum of relief. After all, allowing Chen Ze to continue his antics would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Once aboard the aircraft, they hastily made their way back. Although Chen Ze dared not employ magic, he still had the capability to harness his force field in this setting. His manipulation of the force field has become increasingly adept, enabling him to release his force field at the swiftest pace and subsequently engage in direct manipulation. Regarding the operation of the force field, it can transform into a defensive shield or a repulsive field. Although his current repulsive force is feeble, amounting to merely a few dozen pounds, it is better than nothing. Perhaps it will prove beneficial at some unforeseen moment. Chapter 53. Progress in Strength Whoosh. Above Chen Ze, he toyed with a bullet, which, under the control of his force field, began to ascend gradually. This exemplifies the application of the repulsive force field. However, Chen Ze's control remains insufficient, occasionally causing the bullet to ricochet back towards him. His force field's influence is indeed diminutive, incomparable to others. For instance, he observes Sue Storm, the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four, whose repulsive field grants her the ability to soar through the skies. To generate the power necessary for high-altitude flight likely requires several tons, especially when ascending to heights of several hundred meters, where the force needed escalates to dozens or even hundreds of tons. The members of the Fantastic Four possess formidable abilities. In the sequel, Chen Ze witnessed the Thing effortlessly lifting a Ferris wheel, which must weigh at least 5,000 to 6,000 tons, illustrating the magnitude of his strength. To cultivate a force field capable of high-altitude flight is paramount. All his hopes of soaring depend on this force field. Chen Ze resolved to intensify his training of the force field. However, without absorbing the force fields of other superpowered individuals, he finds himself at a loss regarding how many years it might take to accumulate such strength. Yet, among the superheroes with force fields, he is aware of Susan. And Ghost Rider possesses magic, perhaps alongside others who wield force fields. He must carefully contemplate the villains and scrutinize their data. Magneto and the powerful Quicksilver likely possess force fields as well, though their strengths are overwhelmingly formidable. In the X-Men film series, Magneto's abilities have been considerably diminished. In the comics, he commands one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism, yet in the films, he can only control all metals. Chen Ze is uncertain about the nature of Magneto's powers in this timeline. He plans to investigate further. He suspects that, since this is the real world, Magneto's strength may not be boundless. After all, while watching X-Men, he finds it implausible that if Magneto possesses such immense power to control numerous missiles, how could his mutant brethren fail to dominate the Earth? In X-Men First Class, he managed to control a multitude of missiles, yet by X-Men Days of Future Past, he was inexplicably captured. How could a normal human apprehend him? After flying for a while, the aircraft returned to the Sky Mothership. After Chen Ze descended, Maria immediately approached him to inquire about the specifics of the recent mission. Chen Ze provided her with an explanation and subsequently handed over the recently captured cloaked individual to SHIELD. He then retreated to his room to review the analysis concerning Magneto. It was noted that Magneto was a high-level mutant of the second phase, a level far surpassing Chen Ze's own abilities, yet incomparable to the likes of Thor and others. The explanation indicated that Magneto's powers were nearly limitless. However, his energy was finite. To manipulate metal, he inevitably expended his own energy, which would eventually deplete, akin to the concept of vital energy. Otherwise, it would seem that humanity would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him, especially considering the prevalence of metal in the modern world. Chen Ze also took a moment to investigate the status of mutants. Among them was a school founded by a professor, mirroring the depictions in films and comics. He noted that there were individuals he was familiar with, such as Wolverine and Beast. However, the professor's school consistently stood in stark contrast to SHIELD, which preferred to maintain control over all matters. The individuals within the school were not aligned with the government. They would only intervene when humanity faced threats, particularly from the Brotherhood of Mutants. In times of peace, there was little intersection with governmental affairs. Regarding the Brotherhood of Mutants, there were also some familiar faces, including the likes of Cyclops and Diamond. Unfortunately, Magneto's ideology was largely rejected by the majority, including his own twin children, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, who had betrayed him to join the Avengers. However, Chen Ze had not seen Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver among the Avengers, having heard from Iron Man that they were currently engaged in a mission, reportedly monitoring the Brotherhood of Mutants. Reflecting on this, Chen Ze considered how tragic it was that Magneto's offspring had taken a stance against him. Subsequently, Chen Ze commenced training in the training room of the Sky Carrier, dedicating increasingly longer hours to his regimen. He incorporated a new type of meteorite into his training, necessitating the use of his own force field for repulsion. This training was markedly more complex, yet it significantly enhanced the effectiveness of his practice. Naturally, the difficulty had escalated. With a swift motion, Chen Ze launched a web from his right hand, striking one of the meteorites, while simultaneously firing a spider projectile from his left hand at another. He then propelled himself between the two meteorites, executing a nimble maneuver. Previously, during his encounter with the cloaked figure, he had relied on his efforts over the past days to navigate through the myriad of radiant blades. Hence, he was wholly committed to honing his reflexes and agility in this current training. Navigating through the narrow gap between two meteors, Chen Ze executed a flawless front flip. Faced with several more meteors, some released silk threads, while others discharged spider bombs. One meteor, however, rapidly emitted a repulsive force field, deflecting its neighbors. Chen Ze's mastery over these elements had become increasingly precise. He discerned exactly when to employ each reaction with remarkable ease. After extensive training, he had honed his ability to evade dense clusters of meteors, weaving through them effortlessly. In the midst of such high-speed maneuvers, he could instantaneously launch his silk threads or spider bombs, or deploy a repulsive force field at will. Presently, Chen Ze could activate both defensive shields and repulsive fields with remarkable swiftness. Over the past few days, he had gradually begun to exert a more subtle control over certain magical abilities, no longer falling victim to the explosive misfires of his initial attempts. Moreover, his magical prowess had become more focused, albeit at the expense of requiring prolonged concentration. In essence, Chen Ze's strength had been steadily advancing, enabling him to approach forthcoming challenges with a newfound confidence. Chapter 54. The emergence of Loki. The training apparatuses of SHIELD are exquisitely designed, pivotal in their ability to self-adjust. Thus, under the influence of such advanced equipment, Chen Ze's enhancement of skills progressed rapidly. It took little time for him to master his newly acquired abilities. Now, Chen Ze could release the most suitable silk or spider bombs in the shortest time possible, along with accurately deploying force fields, be they defensive or repulsive. This training had a profound impact on Chen Ze. After completing his meteoric exercises, he began to engage in other forms of training aimed at enhancing his overall bodily control. This regimen delved deep into the mastery of his muscles. The human body comprises 639 muscles, some easily controllable, while others pose significant challenges, creating a vast disparity. Chen Ze's current endeavor was to refine his ability to command every muscle in his body, categorizing them all under his dominion. Legend has it that the tongue is the most dexterous muscle in the human anatomy. Thus, Chen Ze's aspiration was to cultivate his entire musculature towards that level of agility, enhancing flexibility across every part of his being. After days of rigorous training, Chen Ze's strength has grown immensely. Initially, some of the energy from the venomous black spider was stored near his heart, but after extensive training, this is no longer a cumbersome issue. Approximately 1/5 of the energy that was originally accumulated by the venomous black spider has now been absorbed by his body, transforming it into Chen Ze's own power. His strength has significantly increased. His leg power has surged from nearly 5 tons to close to 7 tons, an astonishing figure. Furthermore, his maximum punching power has approached the formidable 5-ton mark. At present, Chen Ze is primarily focused on honing his control over his strength, allowing him to gradually assimilate the powers of the venomous black spider into his own being. On this particular day, he immersed himself in his training room. Having just completed an extensive session dedicated to muscle control, he now takes a brief respite, donning a jacket and striving to remove it using only his muscle movements. While there are numerous methods at his disposal to shed the garment, such as utilizing his force field, his current objective is to train his muscular control. The muscles in his shoulders and arms begin to undulate under his command, moving in a coordinated manner. After considerable effort, spanning over 10 minutes, Chen Ze, despite feeling fatigued from intense concentration, successfully removes the jacket without the use of his hands, relying solely on the undulating strength of his muscles. Engaging in such training not only fortifies his muscles, but also adds an element of intrigue, preventing the task from becoming monotonous. This training regimen has become a daily ritual for Chen Ze, demanding substantial energy as he diligently practices. The impact of this endeavor is profound. He is increasingly mastering control over his entire muscular system, rendering his body more agile and responsive, enabling him to navigate the air with grace and ease. Just as Chen Ze contemplates taking a shower, a matter of grave concern has emerged aboard the Sky Mothership. It has just been confirmed that Loki has indeed appeared atop the Stark Industries building, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Upon hearing the news, Iron Man was momentarily taken aback, his head spinning. He promptly commanded the intelligent assistant in his home to activate the armaments he had strategically positioned on the rooftop. Having anticipated a potential battle in his vicinity, he had been preparing for this very moment. Now, all his defenses were set in motion, ready to retaliate. Iron Man was not to be trifled with. His arsenal was formidable, equipped not merely with scientific weaponry, but also capable of confronting mythical adversaries. His armaments were designed to combat foes like Loki. Armaments activated. A voice echoed through the remote-controlled headset. Hundreds of kilometers away, in New York, at Stark Industries, Loki floated effortlessly in the air. Had Chen Ze been able to witness Loki at that moment, he would have felt a mix of astonishment and inevitability, as Loki's appearance mirrored that of his character from the film The Avengers. This was akin to Iron Man's own jest about Loki resembling a rock star. Following Iron Man's orders, energy emitters began to materialize atop Stark Industries. Massive cannons charged up, pulsating with intensifying energy, poised to unleash their might. Boom, boom. The sound thundered as incandescent beams shot toward the sky, all aimed squarely at Loki. Whoosh. Loki, floating in the air, displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging the oncoming energy blasts. Moments later, a green figure also hovered in the sky, clad in a green cloak, with the hood raised high enough to reveal his face. It was obscured behind a silver metal mask. The sight left onlookers astounded, for atop Stark Industries, 2 heavyweight figures had suddenly materialized, Loki and Dr. Doom. The ranks of supervillains were swelling, many of whom were merely fictional antagonists Chen Ze had encountered in alternate realities, now manifesting in this realm. Naturally, these were individuals of extraordinary capability. Otherwise, the American military would have swiftly eliminated any lesser threats, ensuring that only formidable forces could reach the heart of New York. Damn it, why are there so many of them? Iron Man exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 55. The Battle in New York. In present-day New York, near Stark Industries, an assembly of extraordinary talents had indeed gathered. Unfortunately, the individuals now present were far from virtuous. We're doomed, Iron Man lamented. Clutching his forehead as he gazed at the footage on the surveillance monitor, anguish etched across his face. There was no noticeable disturbance in the sky. Only the rooftop of Stark Industries, after a brief moment of upheaval, disintegrated into fine powder, including the weaponry set up by Iron Man. Would the American government offer compensation for this? At that moment, Iron Man posed the question to Fury. Fury shrugged, expressing regret. Unfortunately, this falls outside our compensation scope. The recent attack, whether orchestrated by Loki or Doctor Doom, was uncertain, as both possessed formidable magical powers. What they had just employed could have been spatial magic or perhaps a direct application of force fields. Regardless of the type of magic, the rooftop of Stark Industries had indeed been obliterated. Chen Ze had just received the latest notification and arrived at the command bridge, where he was met with the shocking footage. Everyone was taken aback, except for Iron Man, whose face behind the helmet was a picture of despair. We must act with utmost urgency to thwart them, Fury announced. Everyone needs to mobilize swiftly. I will also gather more personnel. The military has already begun evacuating the crowds. So please, move quickly. Understood, came the resounding reply. After all, in such dire circumstances, there was no room for idle chatter. However, at that very moment, the situation near Stark Industries shifted once more. We have detected a powerful spatial force over there. It seems something is attempting to breach the fabric of space, exclaimed a SHIELD analyst, unable to contain his excitement. Many shared a common thought, their gazes turning to Chen Ze, for he had previously foretold that this location might open a portal, allowing an invasion from the demon realm. Upon contemplating this possibility, Iron Man's voice crackled through his armor's microphone. Good heavens, just in me already. Let it all be over. Boom, boom. The visuals on the screen continued to morph in countless ways. Striking beams of azure light surged into the sky. These manifestations were likely brought forth by the chaotic duo of Doctor Doom and Loki, as they wielded spatial magic, making it relatively straightforward for them to summon such forces. Others, even if capable of flight, found it challenging to appear in this vicinity. Their instruments thundered towards the heavens. Chen Ze observed this scene, reminiscent of the events in the Avengers. Regrettably, this time, without Thor, it would be up to Earth's native heroes to make a valiant stand. The azure beams shot skyward. Initially not aligned in a singular direction, but upon reaching the atmosphere, they converged into a unified mass. Instead of continuing to stretch into the sky, this collection of beams coalesced together. Then, with a resounding boom, the cerulean sky seemed to be rent asunder, revealing a gaping abyss from which an unfathomable darkness emanated. The very fabric of space was torn apart. At this moment, several technicians from SHIELD could not contain their exclamations. Indeed, the worst fears of SHIELD had materialized. Within that gaping chasm, an overwhelming swarm of Kyrito warriors descended like locusts, piloting their crafts in a chaotic flurry. The sheer density of the scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Boom, boom. The American military was the first to engage in fierce combat against these infernal entities. Fortunately, these creatures possessed physical forms, rendering the American fighter jets effective. As the powerful cannons unleashed their fury, countless Kyrito warriors were obliterated in a spectacular display of sparks. In a battle set in the wilderness, even the might of the American military might have been sufficient to subdue these demonic forces, which were merely a term used for their celestial realm. They were not entirely invincible. Should the situation become dire, a few nuclear warheads would surely compel the Kyrito warriors to kneel before the might of Earth. However, the critical factor was that this was New York, a bustling metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million. The military was restrained, acutely aware of the destruction their actions could wreak upon the city and the inevitable civilian casualties. Thanks to Chen Ze's prior warnings, the population density around Stark Tower had already diminished, and with the police facilitating evacuations, significant issues seemed averted. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that these Kyrito warriors had scattered throughout every corner of New York like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The situation had escalated alarmingly. Hurry, everyone must act swiftly. Fury found himself increasingly exasperated, yearning to take up arms himself. If it were his own country, places like Beijing or Shanghai, suffering such an assault, Chen Ze would likely be seething with rage, unable to remain composed for even a moment. Thus, he could empathize with Fury and his team. Of course, even though the afflicted were American citizens, Chen Ze felt a deep-seated urgency. As a fellow human, the thought of the horrifying scenarios that could unfold weighed heavily on him. Consequently, he hastened to his room to don his battle suit and departed on a plane without delay. Iron Man and others with flight capabilities also rushed to the scene with utmost speed. Many who, despite not being part of the Avengers, were nonetheless superheroes, made their way to the battlefield. Among them, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and even Wolverine from the Academy, among others. The collective strength of these superheroes was indeed formidable. Each one, without exception, plunged into the fray with remarkable swiftness. Most superheroes possess formidable powers. Take Johnny Storm, the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four, for instance. His fiery form is capable of incinerating a multitude of Krypto warriors. However, the sheer number of these warriors is staggering, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. And their ranks continue to swell. Thus, despite the concerted efforts of the military and various superheroes, the situation remains dire. In such scenarios, the adage to capture the thief. One must first capture the king rings true. Addressing this overwhelming force necessitates targeting Loki and his compatriots first. Chapter 56. Gathering Storm. The presence of Krypto warriors has proliferated, akin to a celestial shower, as countless figures descend from the skies aboard their flying vessels. Upon landing, these warriors commence their indiscriminate assaults, attacking anything in sight. This is, after all, the real world, not a cinematic portrayal where Hawkeye effortlessly shoots arrows and Black Widow performs acrobatics without consequence. Here, countless lives are lost, while American fighter jets engage in the fray, plummeting from the heavens. Of course, many Krypto warriors also fall, yet their individual prowess is not particularly remarkable. When subjected to the heavy fire from American fighter jets, numerous Krypto warriors are reduced to mere fragments. However, the fighter jets are tasked primarily with clearing the newly arrived Krypto warriors in the sky, while the ground forces require the heavy-armed helicopters that are en route. Navigating through the urban landscape poses a significant risk. A single miscalculation could lead to catastrophic failure. Unfortunately, the maneuverability of armed helicopters pales in comparison to that of fighter jets. A newly arrived helicopter unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down several Krypto warriors, but then, bang, bang, bang. The warriors retaliated with gunfire, piercing the helicopter's underbelly. More bullets hammered against the aircraft, damaging its rotor blades and sending it spiraling uncontrollably to the ground, igniting a cascade of sparks. Countless armed helicopters have now entered the fray. Meanwhile, the fighter jets are not without their own challenges. From a fissure in the sky, colossal flying beasts emerge, their bodies ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters in length, adorned with overlapping scales. Their flight appears peculiar, reminiscent of swimming through the air rather than traditional flight. These beasts wreak havoc, often colliding with skyscrapers directly rather than evading them, resulting in widespread destruction. In the wake of this conflict, New York's economy, and indeed that of the entire United States, is poised for a significant downturn. The relentless sound of gunfire echoes through the chaos. In the high altitudes, fighter jets unleashed a barrage of cannon fire towards the flying beasts and the Krypto warriors in the sky. The beasts, with their tough hides, remained largely unscathed. Yet many of the aircraft were utterly shattered, and several Krypto warriors were torn apart by the immense explosive projectiles. Concurrently, the fighter jets launched numerous small air-to-air missiles. Compact, yet potent. These missiles soared towards various targets, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. The combat prowess of the fighter jets was indeed formidable, capable of decimating numerous adversaries. However, fortune did not favor them. A thunderous roar erupted as the energy released from the Krypto warriors' firearms riddled many aircraft with holes, causing several to plummet to the ground in fiery explosions. Given these circumstances, the military increasingly relied on the ground forces, as the firepower wielded by the Krypto warriors was potent enough to bring down fighter jets. Thus, it is a grim truth that the loss of each aircraft, whether a fighter or helicopter, weighs heavily, even on a nation as vast as America, unable to endure such relentless attrition, especially with numerous valuable pilots being slain by their firearms. The ground forces, though precious, proved to be a more economical option against the Krypto warriors, who could still be felled by their weapons. The U.S. Army gradually entered the fray, yet the true protagonists of the battlefield remained the superheroes. With a whoosh, a long stream of flames erupted from Johnny's hands, incinerating over a dozen Krypto warriors on the street. Johnny transformed once more into a blazing inferno and charged towards the airborne Dr. Doom. Bang, 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 by the side of a stunning blonde in a tight black suit. Many Krypto warriors were sent flying, crashing against the walls behind her. As they readied to retaliate, they were startled to find that the blonde had vanished without a trace. Although the force field's impact lingered, with a mighty roar, the Stone Man seized a Krypto warrior and slammed him to the ground, reducing him to a pulp. He then grasped another warrior and hurled him down. The energy beams from several Krypto warriors struck him, yet they inflicted minimal damage as he continued his rampage. The four gods had arrived. Boom. Dust billowed as a figure clad in red and blue soared through the air, releasing spider grenades that had tremendous power, capable of collapsing buildings and creating massive craters in the bodies of Krypto warriors. In a swift motion, Spider-Man collided with a Krypto warrior, shattering his skull with a decisive kick. The silver light cast a long shadow, and wherever it reached, numerous Chitauri warriors were obliterated, creating gaping holes in their ranks. Suddenly, Iron Man emerged in the air, his legs trailing a long plume of yellow flames. He darted through the streets, unleashing a barrage of miniature missiles from his hands, decimating countless aerial vehicles, while energy blasts erupted from his palms, vanquishing many Chitauri soldiers. Upon encountering a towering skyscraper, Iron Man soared upward, skimming along its surface. At times, he utilized energy bursts, while at others, he collided directly with the structures, sending them flying. Finally, he ascended to the pinnacle, where a silver beam of light erupted from his chest, aimed directly at Loki. With a resounding boom, Loki vanished from his position, reappearing above Iron Man, brandishing his scepter, from which a blue radiance surged forth, hurtling toward Iron Man. In midair, Iron Man executed a swift maneuver, channeling energy from his core to intercept the blue beam. The resulting explosion echoed far and wide, drawing many superheroes to the scene to join the fray. As the number of superheroes on site increased, they became the backbone of the resistance against the Chitauri warriors. Chapter 57. The Devouring begins. The gathering of superheroes intensified the chaos surrounding them. The military and the heroes pressed forward, while countless civilians were evacuated from New York. Despite prior warnings that facilitated the early relocation of many residents near Stark Industries, it was impossible to evacuate the entire city. Consequently, numerous lives were still lost amidst the turmoil. Chen Ze followed a plane to the scene, arriving at this devastated locale. The sky and ground lay in disarray, with buildings crumbling and countless aerial vehicles plummeting, both human and Chitauri alike. In truth, the Chitauri's aerial losses far exceeded those of the humans. To date, humanity had lost over 60 fighter jets and more than 100 helicopters, while the Chitauri had suffered the destruction of at least 10,000 of their crafts and hundreds of flying beasts, particularly when accounting for those downed by the superheroes. Yet, despite the staggering losses, the Chitauri continued to pour forth from the breach in the sky, seemingly without end. As the battle raged on, humanity remained at a disadvantage, even with an abundance of superheroes in their ranks. This is a matter of the costs of war, reminiscent of the brutal clashes between agrarian societies and nomadic tribes during the age of cold weapons. The nomads face significantly lower costs of warfare compared to their agrarian counterparts, who find it exceedingly difficult to maintain cavalry. In stark contrast, the nomadic tribes can sustain their relentless assaults. As these superhuman abilities are depleted, the unyielding influx of Chitauri warriors raises grave concerns for the future of New York, and indeed, for all of America and humanity as a whole. At this juncture, a resounding boom echoed through the skies, as yet another fighter jet was brought down. This time, the figure standing atop the aircraft was distinctly different from the other Chitauri warriors, clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with an imposing helmet reminiscent of the character Hattori Hanzo from Love Apartment. This newcomer appeared to be an officer. With a mere gesture of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that directly felled the fighter jet. Boom! Another armed helicopter succumbed to this officer's might, its wings clattering upon impact with the ground. Just as Chen Ze leaped from the aircraft, he caught sight of this Chitauri officer. He assessed the situation in his mind, despite the officer's apparent strength. His methods of attack were rather simplistic, relying solely on brute force and energy emissions. Chen Ze felt confident that he could contend with him. Frustrated with his current abilities, rated only at the intermediate level of Phase 1, he felt severely constrained. Although he seemed compliant with the orders from S.H.I.E.L.D. and appeared to be entirely under their control, in reality, Chen Ze viewed this as a mere temporary measure. It wasn't that he harbored any conspiratorial intentions against S.H.I.E.L.D. Rather, he instinctively distrusted them. He sensed that their invitation for him to join the Avengers was not as straightforward as it seemed, and that they harbored ulterior motives regarding him. This instinctive unease gnawed at his conscience. Yet, he grappled with the fact that his current power was inadequate. Should he sever ties with the Avengers, he would inevitably become vulnerable to Hydra, who had their own designs upon him. The threats from Hydra were formidable and numerous. Moreover, should Chen Ze truly detach himself from the Avengers, one could easily foresee S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatching agents to surveil, apprehend, or even eliminate him. The American government, intent on maintaining absolute control, would not tolerate such unpredictability. Thus, Chen Ze found himself constrained by his insufficient strength. Though he had acquired a force field and the powers of Venom, these abilities remained comparatively feeble. Presently, he was ill-equipped to confront the majority of adversaries. If the shield were truly to turn against him, a single Iron Man could lead to his downfall. In the midst of the New York battle, Chen Ze perceived this as an opportunity. At that moment, He resolved to confront the Chitauri officer, feeling no pressure against the ordinary Chitauri warriors. Just as Chen Ze was about to unleash his web, a thunderous roar erupted. The Chitauri officer plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Concurrently, a green figure soared through the air, the Hulk. Chen Ze instantly grasped the situation. However, once the Chitauri officer hit the ground, he was left struggling. Chen Ze was unrelenting, extending his right hand to forcibly absorb him. The sounds emanating from the Chitauri officer were likely cries of agony. Although Chen Ze could not see his expression, he could sense the pain. This creature from the demon realm was of little concern to Chen Ze, as he directly consumed its life force. After a mere 10 seconds, he cast the Chitauri officer aside. In devouring the officer, Chen Ze not only absorbed his vitality, but also his energy, which transformed into magical energy within him. To his surprise, it was indeed magical energy. Chen Ze furrowed his brow, having hoped for something more substantial. Nevertheless, possessing some magical energy was better than none. After all, to cultivate a greater explosive force externally, he needed to strengthen the magical energy in his mind. Thus, the more he consumed, the more benefits he could reap. Just then, several Chitauri warriors suddenly unleashed blue shockwaves towards Chen Ze. In an instant, he dodged left and right, knowing that these blasts could easily pierce through him. After evading several, a shockwave surged directly before him, leaving no room for escape. Bang! The shockwave struck just ahead of Chen Ze, momentarily halting before him, propelling him backward to the left. He swiftly fired his web and soared into the air. Just as the shockwave was about to make contact, he activated his protective field, deflecting the impact slightly. Chapter 58. Planning. Is it possible that my abilities have reached this level? At that moment, a sense of confusion enveloped Chen Ze. His current force field was exceedingly weak, capable of defending against only the slightest attacks. Yet, in a moment of peril, he had likely summoned his strongest mental energy, successfully blocking the shockwave. Thereafter, he found himself nearly drained of energy to manipulate the force field. Damn. Indeed, it was still quite feeble. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ze felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He had managed to deflect such an attack, yet his force field had been completely depleted. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the recent events imply that Chen Ze cannot withstand even a solitary assault from the Kirito warriors. He would be struck down by their beams. It seems prudent to proceed with caution and align himself with the main force. Consequently, Chen Ze decided to accompany these squads, gripping his submachine gun tightly. Bang, bang, bang. He engaged in continuous exchanges of fire with the Kirito warriors, managing to eliminate several of them. However, he increasingly felt that this approach was untenable, for if he persisted in this manner, his aspirations for strength would remain unfulfilled. He needed to seek something novel. Suddenly, the Kirito warriors ahead became remarkably dense, and a multitude of shockwaves surged toward him. With no other option, Chen Ze could only crouch down, passively evading these assaults. As his energy field began to recover, he gradually started to mobilize it. Requesting tank support, shouted several American soldiers beside him. Chen Ze temporarily disregarded their pleas, continuing to search within for that resonant sensation. Boom. At last, Chen Ze's magical energy began to manifest a tremendous reaction, drawing upon the energies around him. Waves of energy in the air folded and coalesced, compressing significantly. Upon relinquishing control over this mass of energy, it erupted among the very Kirito warriors that had previously attacked him. Some of the Kirito warriors were blown to pieces by this surge of energy. Instantly, Chen Ze rose to his feet, abandoning his submachine gun, and began to unleash a barrage of spider projectiles. These spider projectiles, though slightly more potent than bullets, did not match them in speed or impact. However, due to their larger size, their force upon contact, whether with a human or a Kirito warrior, was unparalleled. A direct hit would create a gaping hole. Bang, bang, bang. Nevertheless, the Kirito warriors that Chen Ze had dispatched did not entirely clear his path. Many continued to charge toward him. Yet, these advancing warriors fell as if mown down like wheat. Upon closer inspection, a figure clad in red and blue soared toward him. With many Kirito warriors crumpling beneath his prowess, Spider-Man descended gracefully from the sky, landing firmly before Chen Ze. Hey, buddy, long time no see. Shall we fight together? Absolutely. Chen Ze readily agreed, recognizing that it was indeed wise to harness Spider-Man's abilities in his current predicament, and their comparable powers would facilitate mutual support. Furthermore, there exists another reason why Chen Ze seeks to harness the powers of Spider-Man to engage in intense battles. Otherwise, fighting against these Chirita soldiers proves to be of little benefit. Whoosh, whoosh. Thus, a remarkably enchanting scene unfolds as Spider-Man and Chen Ze, both wielding webs, glide forth. Bang, bang. Spider-Man's web shots strike a colossal flying beast, causing its eyes to be hit and eliciting a pained howl. Chen Ze swings over from the opposite side of the building, launching his own web shots, which send the Chiritas soldiers atop the flying beast tumbling. He then leaps onto the beast, engaging in combat with the soldiers. In close combat, the Chiritas soldiers are no match for Chen Ze. He directly kicks several soldiers off the flying beast, sending them crashing to the ground, while his hands unleash a flurry of webs that pierce through numerous Chiritas soldiers. The web shots continue unabated. Simultaneously, Chen Ze's body twists and turns in a dazzling display, weaving through the ranks of Chiritas soldiers, who are unable to capture him. This exemplifies Chen Ze's prowess. While he might struggle against the soldiers' ranged energy beam attacks, he is invincible in close quarters. Boom. The last Chiritas soldier is sent sprawling to the ground by a decisive kick from Chen Ze. Spider-Man soars above, currently preoccupied with the Chirita flying beast beneath Chen Ze's feet. Standing atop the beast's head, Chen Ze's gaze extends to the heavens, where the fiercest battle rages. Dr. Doom and Loki are locked in combat with Iron Man, Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four, and other superheroes. In another location, where the cosmic cube is being developed to bridge two worlds and summon Chirita soldiers to Earth, a fierce struggle for the cube is underway. However, the Avengers are gradually gaining the upper hand. Regrettably, the cosmic cube is now fully operational, and even approaching it results in being repelled by its immense power. It seems that even in the contest for the cosmic cube, many efforts are currently futile. As for the Avengers, their offensive strategy remains methodical. Prior to their arrival, Chen Ze speculated that destroying the Chirita mothership was essential to severing the portal. Yet the relentless influx of Chirita soldiers makes it impossible to reach the portal to destroy their ship. Given Chen Ze's earlier predictions about the battle in New York, Ashield takes his words seriously. However, the immediate priority remains to subdue Dr. Doom and Loki. The two individuals are exceptionally formidable. Currently, there is a multitude of superheroes surrounding Dr. Doom and Loki, yet they must find a way to break through. Particularly, Dr. Doom possesses strength that seems almost beyond that of a human being. It wasn't until the Hulk, whose allegiance was uncertain, joined the fray that the situation began to improve. The Hulk's power is immense, and with each surge of his fury, he becomes increasingly formidable. Chapter 59, The Magical Flying Beast Bang. The Hulk leapt into action, delivering a powerful punch to the force field surrounding Dr. Doom. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his back. In an instant, the Hulk began to roar in rage. This was the result of an energy attack orchestrated by Loki. While there were a few villainous superpowered individuals on Loki's side, they were not particularly numerous. Most of the villains sought only to acquire their desired benefits, rather than to bring about the destruction of Earth, which would ultimately serve no purpose for them. Those who came here either harbored ulterior motives or were truly deranged. Thus far, the ongoing battle in New York has inflicted significant damage and terror upon the city, yet the number of superpowered villains present has been relatively limited. The Hulk's assault was beginning to take a toll on the two adversaries. Although both possessed extraordinary powers spanning the realms of technology and magic, they found it increasingly difficult to contend with the Hulk, whose resilience and strength only intensified with his anger. To date, no one has witnessed his most potent state, merely glimpses of his greater forms, making him a formidable opponent. Boom. Finally, the Hulk was knocked off the rooftop, yet in midair, he grasped a ledge, exerting his strength to propel himself back up, launching himself onto the rooftop once more to engage the two combatants. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce clash echoed as immense energy erupted around them. The battle raged on with fervor. Just then, Iron Man descended from the sky, unleashing a silver beam of energy so powerful that it drained a significant amount of energy from his armor. This beam was formidable enough to compel Loki to exert his utmost effort in response. Loki pivoted and countered Iron Man's attack with his own energy blast. The two forces collided violently in the sky, generating a tremendous explosion that affected everyone embroiled in the nearby skirmish. Some Shuri warriors descending from above were engulfed by the sheer force of the blast. However, the chaos of battle was not confined to this area alone. Boom. Chen Ze and Spider-Man found themselves hovering near the rooftop of a towering building, where they encountered a flying beast before them. Chen Ze and Spider-Man exchanged a nod of understanding, and once again, they coordinated their efforts to launch an attack on a flying beast. Their collaboration had become remarkably proficient, employing the same tactics as before. After a while, the flying beast let out a pained roar, battered by their web projectiles. At that moment, Chen Ze refrained from directly killing the beast alongside Spider-Man. Instead, he extended his right hand, hoping to devour the creature directly. Previously, Chen Ze had never had the opportunity to attempt such a consumption. Now was a perfect chance. A surge of energy flowed into Chen Ze's right hand, gradually coursing deep within his being, reaching the vicinity of his heart. He was well acquainted with this process, and the energy now pulsated within his heart, a relentless tide. The consumption lasted for over 20 seconds, yet the energy absorbed was equivalent to what he would have typically devoured over several minutes. Once he confirmed that the energy had genuinely entered his body and transformed into his own essence, Chen Ze exhaled deeply. The magnitude of the energy was overwhelming. Injected into his body in a remarkably short span of time, leaving him momentarily disoriented. However, this discomfort quickly dissipated as he acclimated to the newfound power. Nonetheless, following the emergence of this energy, Chen Ze would require extensive training to regain his agility and mastery over the strength he had consumed. The essence devoured from the flying beast was primarily strength, accompanied by some agility and control over power, but the predominant factor remained the beast's raw strength. Regrettably, he could not assimilate its flying ability. Chen Ze harbored a lingering fixation on flight, an obsession that weighed heavily on his mind. Nevertheless, his current web-swinging was akin to flying. He and Spider-Man weaved through the air at heights of hundreds of meters, continuously engaging and vanquishing their adversaries. After an extended period of battle, many superheroes found their abilities and stamina nearly depleted. On the ground, in coordination with the military, tens of thousands of Chuirida warriors had perished in this fierce siege. Yet, despite the dwindling numbers of Chuirida warriors emerging from the breach, they continued to appear in relentless waves, as if inexhaustible. The ground still hosted hundreds of thousands of Chuirida warriors awaiting confrontation, a thought that was daunting indeed. However, many superheroes were beginning to feel the strain of exhaustion, leaving uncertainty about the unfolding situation. There was a growing sense of pessimism regarding what lay ahead. Spider-Man's stamina and internal energy had significantly diminished, yet he continued to maintain his combat intensity, showing no signs of waning. This was largely due to the collective urgency felt by every individual regarding the current state of New York. Thus, Chen Ze and Spider-Man pressed on relentlessly. In fact, Chen Ze had acquired a wealth of abilities, particularly after recently absorbing the strength of a flying beast, which had considerably amplified his power. With training, this strength would ultimately become an integral part of himself, transforming into formidable prowess. At that moment, another flying beast appeared before Chen Ze and Spider-Man. However, this creature was unlike any they had encountered before. While other flying beasts glided through the air as gracefully as fish swim in water, with their tails undulating rhythmically, this one boasted large wings and bore a striking resemblance to the dragons of Western mythology. Suddenly, this flying beast unleashed a torrent of water towards Spider-Man and Chen Ze. Chen Ze's force field immediately registered the intense magical fluctuations surrounding them, indicating that the flying beast was harnessing magic. "Be careful, this creature is peculiar," Spider-Man cautioned Chen Ze. Chen Ze rolled his eyes, fully aware of the strangeness of the creature. The flying beast was enveloped in a blue-black hue, starkly differentiating it from its counterparts. Both Chen Ze and Spider-Man, agile as ever, swiftly dodged the oncoming water torrent. Boom! As Chen Ze's web shot towards a nearby skyscraper, he caught a glimpse of the devastation wrought by the water dragon. It obliterated half of the building, causing it to collapse. It's spewing out water with tremendous force. "We must exercise caution," Spider-Man shouted. Chen Ze acknowledged this with a nod and maneuvered back from the other side of the structure, launching web projectiles at the flying beast. To his surprise, his webs halted approximately 2 to 3 meters from the creature, unable to advance further. A force field. It indeed possesses a force field, Chen Ze realized. The flying beast had evidently created a barrier that thwarted his web projectiles. Spider-Man, also launching his own webs, discovered that his path was similarly obstructed by the force field. However, Spider-Man knew to use his webs to adhere to the protective barrier, and so he anchored his webbing to the beast's force field, unleashing a tremendous force against it. Though no sound emerged, it was clear that the flying beast had sustained a significant blow, visibly shaken by the impact. Roar! The flying beast emitted a ferocious roar. As numerous Chirita warriors, mounted on their flying vehicles, surged towards Chen Ze and Spider-Man, relentlessly unleashing beams of light upon them. Chen Ze dodged left and right, while Spider-Man continuously shot out webs, barely evading the onslaught of energy rays. The powers he had recently absorbed had somewhat diminished his agility, presenting a dilemma that could only be resolved through rigorous training in the future. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, originating from the flying vehicles surrounding Chen Ze and Spider-Man. The explosions occurred so swiftly that many of the Chirita soldiers did not have time to react before being obliterated into dust. "I apologize for my tardiness." Upon turning to witness the source of the blasts, Chen Ze and Spider-Man beheld a familiar figure clad in green armor, with a recognizable head, gliding on a hoverboard. The Green Goblin had arrived. Almost all the Chirita soldiers in the vicinity had been dispatched by the Green Goblin. Simultaneously, a small missile launched from the Green Goblin's hoverboard, hurtling towards the flying beast. Spider-Man and Chen Ze, exhibiting remarkable synergy, swiftly separated to either side. A thunderous boom resonated as the missile detonated upon contact with the beast's energy field. Though the force field was not inherently explosive, the Green Goblin had the capability to control the missile's detonation, resulting in a powerful explosion that shattered the flying beast's protective barrier, provoking its furious roars. In that moment, a torrent of blue water surged forth, propelled by immense force, targeting both Chen Ze and Spider-Man, while another stream split off, aiming skyward at the Green Goblin. The blue water unleashed by the beast bore formidable strength, yet its singular method of attack and unwieldy size rendered it ineffective against the agile trio, Chen Ze, the Green Goblin, and Spider-Man, who effortlessly navigated the urban landscape. All three evaded the oncoming deluge, but as the chilling water brushed past Chen Ze, he felt an icy coldness that pierced to his very bones, indicating the dangerously low temperature of the stream. Realizing this, Chen Ze acknowledged the need for caution. Recklessness could yield dire consequences should he be struck by the frigid torrent. You two continue your assault on it. I will handle the other threats on the periphery, the Green Goblin instructed Chen Ze and Spider-Man. Indeed, numerous Chirita warriors were advancing, and it was imperative for the Green Goblin to eliminate them, allowing Spider-Man and Chen Ze to focus on the flying beast. Understood. Chen Ze and Spider-Man responded in unison, fully comprehending the Green Goblin's tactical directive. The Green Goblin immediately hurled several objects toward the two individuals, and of course, Chen Ze and Spider-Man could not allow these items to fall to the ground. Both Spider-Man and Chen Ze shot out their webs, deftly snatching the objects from the air and pulling them into their embrace. Chen Ze soon realized that the Green Goblin had sent him a few bombs, specialized explosives akin to those used in Spider-Man 3 against Spider-Man and Venom, though they appeared to be more intricately designed, possibly boasting even greater power. Boom, boom, boom. Having acquired these remarkable devices, Spider-Man and Chen Ze commenced a relentless barrage of bombs toward the flying beast, which roared in anguish as it was bombarded. The torrents of water it expelled failed to harm the two agile figures, prompting it to contemplate an escape. But escape was not an option. Chen Ze sensed that the protective field surrounding the flying beast had been nearly obliterated, and it was imperative to prevent its flight. While Spider-Man's reluctance to let the beast go stemmed from concerns over the potential devastation it could wreak upon New York, the military, and other superheroes, Chen Ze harbored a different, more personal motivation. He yearned to consume this flying beast. For the ability to harness the powers of the previous suspended cloak man had granted him a weak force field, insufficient for effective magical control. Acquiring a more potent force field would represent a monumental enhancement to his abilities. With this ambition in mind, Chen Ze was resolute in his pursuit of the flying beast. Whoosh! Chen Ze and Spider-Man simultaneously unleashed their webs onto the creature, while Spider-Man fired several spider grenades. Had the flying beast not reacted swiftly with a jet of water, it would have been blinded by Spider-Man's attack. Chen Ze also continued to launch spider grenades, and with his hands gripping the web, he propelled himself toward the flying beast. Delivering a powerful kick, Spider-Man joined him, landing a kick of his own. Their legs struck the beast's head, eliciting a piercing scream as it plummeted to the ground. Chapter 61. Amplification of the force field. Seeing the flying beast tumble downward, Chen Ze, filled with urgency, swiftly shot a web line below, propelling himself after it at high speed. Crash! The flying beast struck the earth, creating a massive crater that shattered the ground. Chen Ze was quick to follow, soon landing beside the fallen creature, extending his right hand to begin the process of consumption. This flying beast was unlike any he had encountered before. It seemed to possess magical abilities, igniting Chen Ze's interest in devouring it. As he commenced the consumption of the flying beast, energy surged into his body once more, this time drawing forth the creature's formidable power. Due to Chen Ze's prior consumption of a flying beast, the strength gained from this particular creature was significantly inferior to that of the previous one he had devoured. It did not take long before the power of this flying beast was entirely absorbed. Subsequently, the magical energy of the flying beast flowed into Chen Ze's mind, merging with the magical energies he had previously possessed. In an instant, Chen Ze experienced a heightened clarity of perception regarding his surroundings, as if many elements within his vicinity were under the keen control of his awareness. With a mere thought, this sensation transformed into vivid imagery. This experience was truly exhilarating. Chen Ze had already amassed a considerable amount of magical energy in his mind, which had grown substantially following his numerous acts of consumption. It was precisely because of this abundant magical energy that his initial casting of a spell resulted in an explosive manifestation, an achievement that was nearly unattainable for others during their first attempt. Upon completely absorbing the energy of this flying beast, Chen Ze felt a further enhancement of his capabilities. However, the sudden influx of energy also diminished his control, indicating that he indeed required more training to gradually regain such mastery. Having undergone extensive training in the past, Chen Ze was confident that once the battle in New York concluded, he would not need much time to transform the energy within him into something he could wield effectively. While Chen Ze consumed the flying beast, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were engaged in aerial combat, clearing the incessantly attacking aircraft and Chitauri, ensuring that Chen Ze had a secure environment. Following the fierce battle, a bond of trust had genuinely formed between Chen Ze, Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin, particularly with the latter, who felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Ze, recognizing that without his intervention, he would have fallen victim to Venom. At that moment, Spider-Man descended from the heights, landing beside Chen Ze with a thud that reverberated through the ground, and inquired about his well-being. "Very well," Chen Ze replied, clenching his fists and reveling in the sensation of power coursing through him, a feeling that was indeed intoxicating. The growth of strength was always so palpable, yielding a profound sense of satisfaction. However, what appeared to be a daunting and convoluted process of power enhancement for many superheroes and individuals was remarkably straightforward for Chen Ze. As long as he could identify a suitable target for consumption, the augmentation of his strength was readily achievable. This was his distinct advantage, a superlative edge as a devourer that others did not possess. "Well, shall we seek out other flying beasts? This would be immensely beneficial for you," the Green Goblin called out from the heights. Chen Ze replied, "Let it be. For now, we should focus on clearing these obstacles. We can address other matters later." Having just consumed a considerable amount of energy, he sensed a slight saturation within himself, a sensation that compelled him to pause his relentless consumption. After uttering these words, Chen Ze suddenly perceived something extraordinary. He had not merely absorbed the power and magical energy of the flying beast, but also its force field. Indeed, as he had previously envisioned, he had successfully ingested the force field of the flying beast. This force field was precisely what Chen Ze yearned for, as its absence rendered him deficient in combat prowess, and his magical control remained at a rather rudimentary level. One significant reason he sought to devour this flying beast was to ascertain whether its force field could be assimilated. Now, it appeared that he had fulfilled his objective. He felt his force field had expanded roughly twofold, capable of exerting a considerable repulsive force that augmented his strength. If not for the current chaos, Chen Ze would have eagerly tested the extent of his newfound force field's enhancement on his magical abilities. However, given the tumultuous circumstances, he set aside this notion and continued to advance alongside Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, assaulting the surrounding Chirudo warriors. Nevertheless, Chen Ze was acutely aware that his force field had indeed grown more potent, and he could feel the increase in strength. The decline in control would have to be addressed once the present chaos subsided. As the group moved forward, the battle in the skies raged on. With the Hulk's fury and might seemingly boundless, each strike becoming more formidable and increasingly vexing for his adversaries. Even Loki and Dr. Doom, despite their formidable energies, were nearing exhaustion after prolonged confrontation. Yet, on the side of the superheroes, their offensive capabilities continued to intensify. However, if victory was merely a matter of relentless assault, it seemed premature to assume success, for at that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the device that had opened a spatial portal into the sky, crashing down upon the Hulk. This strike inflicted considerable pain upon the Hulk. While it could not vanquish him, it momentarily hindered his movements, nearly causing him to plummet from the heights. The others felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Chapter 62. The mysterious liquid in the vastness of the sky. A few individuals felt a growing apprehension, fearing they might inadvertently be struck by the blunt force of the device. Consequently, their assaults momentarily slowed, especially that of the fiery being, Johnny, who was directly felled from the heights by Dr. Doom. The Hulk, regaining his composure, became even angrier, his strength intensifying, and his attacks grew more ferocious. Once again, the aerial battle descended into a stalemate. On the ground, Chen Ze, Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin united their efforts to eliminate the monstrous threats. As Chen Ze dodged a beam of light, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the powers he had recently absorbed, causing him to lose control and tumble through a window into a building's floor. Amidst the shards of glass scattered around him, Chen Ze felt a slight sting from the fall, but it was merely a fleeting discomfort. Rising to his feet, he was suddenly struck by the sight of peculiar objects within the room, items resembling coffins. Moreover, beside these ominous structures stood the Chitauri warriors, vigilantly guarding them. Intrigued yet wary, Chen Ze showed no mercy to the Chitauri, swiftly deploying his webs to eliminate them all. Only then did he approach the coffin-like objects to discern their contents. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ze's eyes widened in horror. Inside lay a woman, seemingly in her 30s, submerged in a viscous golden liquid. Yet, she could no longer be considered human, for the liquid possessed a potent corrosive quality. Her lower body had been entirely eroded, leaving only the upper half, where charred muscle tissue was exposed, a vivid crimson that threatened to induce nausea. However, it was not this grotesque sight that struck terror into Chen Ze's heart. The true horror lay in the fact that the woman's eyes were wide open, not with the stillness of death, but with the pulse of life. He could easily perceive the terror reflected in her gaze, the despair lurking within. His breath quickened, heavy with emotion. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground with his fist, nearly shattering the surface beneath him. Anger consumed him as he realized the depths of depravity exhibited by the Chitauri, actions he had never witnessed in any film. Trembling, he launched a web strand towards the woman, pulling her from the corrosive liquid. Chen Ze understood that she had likely been paralyzed by the substance, rendered immobile, forced to endure the agonizing erosion of her own body. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, he gritted his teeth. Delicately, he released fine strands of webbing from his left hand, piercing her skull to disrupt her brain tissue. A tumultuous array of emotions swirled within Chen Ze, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to weep, which he stifled moments later. In its stead, a profound loathing for these forces took root. It was imperative that he swiftly put an end to their devastation of New York. Chen Ze was poised to rush out and join the fray in the aerial battle when a sudden thought struck him. Glancing at the golden liquid within the coffin, he found himself contemplating further. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ze made a decision. He located the lid of the object and placed it atop the receptacle containing the golden fluid. Remarkably, the lid fit seamlessly with the box, leaving scarcely a gap in between. Testing it, Chen Ze suspended the box with spider silk, and indeed, the liquid remained contained. This was a relief. He grasped the box with his webbing and peered outside. In an area devoid of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, he took flight, carrying the large box on his back. The weight of the box was merely a few dozen kilograms, a trivial burden for Chen Ze. Surveying his surroundings, he carefully searched for a suitable location to conceal the box, one that he could easily locate later. Upon finding such a spot, he buried the box underground and marked it in a manner only he could decipher. Subsequently, he launched himself skyward, using his spider silk to elevate his body, and soon reunited with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. At that moment, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were deeply engaged in battle with the Chitauri warriors. After assisting in the defeat of several foes, Spider-Man turned to Chen Ze and inquired, "Hey, buddy, where did you run off to? We thought you had perished." "Of course not," Chen Ze replied. "I was pursuing something over there and have just returned. You should have informed us. Otherwise, we would have been quite anxious." Green Goblin remarked. "I understand," Chen Ze acknowledged, then continued, "We can no longer afford to linger here battling these minions. If we keep this up, when will we ever resolve the conflict? After all, those creatures continue to descend from the skies, and we can hardly vanquish them all, can we?" "That's undoubtedly true." Both acknowledged. "What can we do about it?" Chen Ze proposed. "We must collaborate with the Avengers to deal with those two adversaries first." Chen Ze's proposal was commendable. However, the Green Goblin and Spider-Man initially sought to avoid collaboration with those individuals, which is why they engaged in ground attacks. Otherwise, one could soar through the skies while the other could traverse high altitudes using webs, both possessing the qualifications to partake in the battle. Upon witnessing the woman's dire predicament, Chen Ze felt an undeniable urge to avert such a catastrophe. Thus, he resolved to join the endeavor of capturing the villain. "All right, let us proceed." The Green Goblin and Spider-Man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hesitated no longer. The trio ascended into the heavens, with Chen Ze gripping the webbing. After several minutes of ascent, they arrived beneath Stark Industries, whereupon he propelled himself upwards to join the fray. At that moment, the Hulk's strength surged with his fury, intensifying the pressure on Loki and Dr. Doom. Chapter 63, Nuclear Bomb Whoosh. 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 Three figures soared into the sky, reaching the pinnacle of the building. Chen Ze, retracting the webbing, ascended to the rooftop. Several spider bombs had already launched to the summit, hurtling directly towards Dr. Doom, their trajectory slicing through the air. The Green Goblin unleashed a barrage of bombs, one after another. Although Dr. Doom and Loki were far beyond the capabilities of Chen Ze and his allies, the prior engagement with the Hulk and Iron Man had significantly drained their energies. Particularly, Dr. Doom sensed his strength waning rapidly. Under such circumstances, the situation appeared increasingly dire. He had initially intended to gain from the agreement with Loki, yet it was evident that the matter was far more complex than anticipated. In truth, Chen Ze's prowess did not align with that of Dr. Doom and his ilk, A single strike from Dr. Doom could spell disaster for him. Fortunately, at that moment, Dr. Doom was preoccupied. Amidst the chaos, Loki's voice resonated, calm and unhurried. Do you truly believe that by defeating us, you can save the Earth? Even if you vanquish us, this portal will continue to spew forth threats. This sentiment prompted the others to seek a means to control the situation, ideally capturing Loki to explore potential resolutions. Is this where we begin to engage in meaningless banter? This proves you are merely a fa of strength, Iron Man declared. His voice booming amidst his high-speed maneuvers in the sky. His energy continued to surge forth. Despite being in combat, Iron Man did not deplete his reserves, as the energy within his armor was not his own. Moreover, due to his proximity to the Stark Industries building, he could effortlessly change his armor in the interim, thus negating any concerns regarding energy. Is that not so? Soon, you shall witness the consequences of this matter. Loki's tone bore an unmistakable hint of mockery. At that moment, far away aboard a hovering battleship, events were unfolding. Fury was currently engaged in dialogue with high-ranking officials within the government. The officials had made a rather critical decision to deploy a nuclear device directly at the Stark Industries Center, intending to eliminate the Chitauri forces in one fell swoop. You must urgently evacuate any superheroes incapable of countering a nuclear strike. The military is retreating, and your pace must accelerate, spoke the officials, their voices tinged with a certain rigidity. Fury felt a surge of satisfaction, even anger, yet maintained a calm demeanor. You cannot proceed with such an action. There are still numerous civilians unaccounted for, along with many superheroes and warriors engaged in combat. Moreover, New York is a vast metropolis, one of America's symbols. Should it be devastated by a nuclear bomb, what would the world think of us? This is our dilemma, one we have meticulously considered. So you need not concern yourself with it for now. At this juncture, Fury added, what you must focus on is preparing the aircraft for takeoff. Our time is truly limited. Following this statement, Fury's visage reflected an increasing ire. No, you cannot do this. You do not possess the authority to act in such a manner, Fury reiterated. Just then, Maria rushed in, breathless. An aircraft on the deck is taking off forcefully, disregarding our control. Damn it. Fury cursed silently, dashing outside without hesitation, seizing a rocket launcher to aim at the departing aircraft. Boom. The rear of the ascending plane was struck by the rocket, crashing onto the deck. Regrettably, another aircraft took off immediately afterward, leaving Fury with no opportunity to use the rocket launcher again. Helplessly, he discarded the weapon and drew his sidearm, firing several shots, but to no avail. Fury clenched his fist in the air, overwhelmed by rage. Yet anger would not resolve the predicament. He contemplated briefly before activating his radio, directly addressing the other side. Tony, brace yourself. A nuclear device is headed your way. Exercise caution and prepare for interception. Is that so? Understood. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark was instantly taken aback. And without a word, Iron Man swiftly turned towards the coordinates provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. What is happening? Iron Man queried, leaving everyone perplexed by the unfolding situation. Iron Man serves as the principal force among the superheroes, and with his sudden departure, their energy assaults have noticeably diminished. Fortunately, the Hulk appears undeterred, drawing upon an inexplicable reservoir of strength, thereby sustaining the combat prowess of the heroes. However, Iron Man's abrupt absence has created a significant void that affects Chen Ze, a surge of energy emitted from Loki's direction, which the fiery Johnny Storm attempted to counter. Yet a portion of that energy still barreled towards Chen Ze. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Chen Ze with no choice but to deploy his defensive shield at the utmost speed. Despite having absorbed the previous force field, his shield was ultimately shattered by Loki's energy blast. Bang! Chen Ze was propelled over 20 meters, crashing onto the rooftop of another building. This edifice was notably the one housing the Tesseract, and he landed heavily on the terrace, pain coursing through his entire body. This was, by far, the most severe assault he had endured today. Indeed, Loki was formidable. Even a mere hint of his energy proved to be a significant blow to Chen Ze. Gradually, he retreated a few steps, sensing an intense power emanating from the Tesseract. Suddenly, a remarkably audacious thought surged within him. Chapter 64, Absorbing the Tesseract. While watching the Avengers, Chen Ze had always been intrigued by the capabilities of the Tesseract. He had conducted numerous searches for information, yet much of what he found remained ambiguous. Largely due to the plethora of Marvel comics that span countless universes, each with its own distinct circumstances. Consequently, many individuals, including Chen Ze, often struggled to discern the specific functions of various artifacts. However, at this moment, he felt an energy resonating from the massive emitter behind him, captivating him with a unique allure that stirred an impulsive desire within. Observing the fierce battle unfolding nearby, Chen Ze's thoughts began to expand boundlessly, compelling him to take a leap of faith. Thus, he extended his right hand towards the colossal emitter. As soon as his hand brushed against the edge of the force field generated by the massive device, a powerful energy surged through his arm and directly into his heart in an instant. Unlike others who sought to dismantle this energy array, Chen Ze did not find himself violently propelled backward. Instead, this energy coursing within him evoked a childhood memory. At that time, a utility pole had collapsed near Chen Ze's home. Being quite young, he was unaware of the dangers and ran over to touch the wires. The sensation of electric shock was akin to what he now experienced. His entire body seemed to tremble violently, as if it had been thoroughly cleansed. This feeling left Chen Ze momentarily disoriented. After all, when he had encountered the electric wires in his childhood, he was still immature and his body was not fully developed. The shock he felt then was indelibly etched in his memory. Now, however, his physique had strengthened immensely, suggesting that the energy he was now experiencing far surpassed that of the childhood incident. Upon the infusion of this energy into his body, Chen Ze was enveloped by a remarkable sensation, a profound awareness of his inner vitality. The mass of black substance that had previously been a result of the venom of the black spider, long condensed near his heart, began to transmute. Following the influx of energy, he felt an unprecedented sense of unblocking, as if all barriers were dissolving. In a fleeting moment, the power within his heart radiated outwards, permeating his limbs and bones. Chen Ze was astonished to discover such an effect. That which he had believed would require arduous training to transform into energy within his body had now dissipated and integrated seamlessly within him in an instant. He could distinctly perceive the impact of this energy on his physique. His newfound strength was entirely harmonious. The power of his body, along with the energy of his spider silk and web projectiles, had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. His legs now possessed over 10 tons of strength, elevating his capabilities to a remarkable level. The magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Chen Ze could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with his newfound abilities. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in the energy of his spider silk and web projectiles, derived from the black spider's venom. This energy had been entirely activated within him. The sensation of this energy merging within him was extraordinarily exhilarating. It was nothing short of magnificent. Chen Ze clenched his fists, feeling an immense power surging within his heart. Indeed, the cosmic cube possessed the potential to bestow remarkable strength. Additionally, he sensed that the energy he had just absorbed from the cosmic cube was not merely dispersing the energy surrounding his heart, but he also felt a new force within his control. Although this power was somewhat unfamiliar, Chen Ze was confident that it would prove useful, akin to the magical energy he had previously acquired. In truth, as long as Chen Ze can attentively perceive this energy and endeavor to utilize it, he should gradually master its essence. However, given that the battlefield is fraught with urgency, he lacks the luxury of time to thoroughly experience this energy. What lies ahead is a battle employing this formidable force. He must thwart the nefarious schemes of Dr. Doom and Loki. At this juncture, the Hulk proves to be exceedingly powerful, delivering relentless blows that render Loki increasingly incapacitated. Numerous Chitauri warriors have ceased their descent to the ground, instead opting to wield energy weapons against these superheroes, creating an overwhelming sense of urgency among them. The energy weapons have little effect on the Hulk, whose physical resilience is astonishing. Yet, this trivial discomfort only incites his roar to grow louder. Chen Ze's spider projectiles, in tandem with Spider-Man's own, collide fiercely with Dr. Doom's force field. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, Iron Man has locked onto the fighter jet hurtling toward New York. However, the nuclear missile has already been launched, leaving him no choice but to pursue it mid-air, embracing the missile tightly with both hands. He has mentally prepared himself for this moment, propelling himself toward the oncoming Chitauri warriors. Iron Man's velocity is remarkable. In no time, he has surged from the ocean's surface to the vicinity of the Stark Industries Center. Navigating beneath the gaping hole, Iron Man ascends at breakneck speed, gaining altitude with each passing moment. He swiftly breaks free from the urban jungle, soaring into the sky. Damn it! Loki instantly comprehends Iron Man's intentions and promptly casts a spell into the air. Nevertheless, Iron Man's current armor is equipped to withstand this magic. Albeit at the cost of substantial energy, he continues to rise, distracted by his assault on Iron Man. Loki is struck by Chen Ze's spider projectiles and suffers several hits from others, finding himself in a precarious situation. At this moment, Dr. Doom begins to reconsider his resolve. Chapter 65. In an instant movement, Iron Man's speed escalates as he darts toward the breach in the sky. He soon bursts through the opening. Damn it! Not long after, Iron Man reaches the gap, where darkness envelopes him. He releases the nuclear missile, allowing it to hurtle toward the colossal flagship while he begins his descent. After all, having soared through the breach for an extended period, the missile possesses its own inertia. Although Iron Man's armor is equipped with a life support system, the energy consumption is excessively high, becoming a significant burden at this juncture. Thus, Iron Man halts his ascent, permitting the missile to continue its course toward the Chitauri vessel. In silence, devoid of sound and nearly absent of light, this is the visage of a nuclear detonation in the vacuum of space. Yet, this is sufficient. Iron Man plummeted through the breach, descending straight from the heavens, and at that moment, the hearts of all those on the ground trembled, particularly among the Kyriata warriors. As Iron Man's nuclear explosion consumed their spacecraft, these warriors resembled deactivated automatons, each succumbing to their fate. Even the aerial beasts above lost their vigor, spiraling downwards. With some crashing onto skyscrapers, these colossal creatures, some extending hundreds of meters in length and weighing significantly, caused entire floors to collapse upon impact. Several aircraft too lost power, plummeting to the earth in a cloud of dust. Numerous Kyriata soldiers lay motionless. Witnessing this spectacle, a sense of relief washed over everyone. Iron Man had succeeded. It was precisely this turn of events that led Dr. Doom to recognize the futility of his situation. Remaining here served no purpose. With a thunderous roar, a massive surge of energy erupted amidst the ranks of superheroes, flames soaring skyward, immediately followed by Dr. Doom's form shooting upward like an arrow released from its bowstring. However, midway through his ascent, he vanished into thin air. Damn it, he has escaped again. Anger surged within the hearts of all present. Dr. Doom had always been a thorn in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side. He established a nation in Eastern Europe that, despite economic sanctions, managed to sustain itself through alliances with figures like Kim. Military intervention was equally daunting. This small Eastern European nation possessed formidable military might and even nuclear arms, dissuading other countries from reckless actions. Under Dr. Doom's leadership, it resembled a hedgehog, bristling with defenses. Many nations might despise them, yet few wished to bear the burden of an assault, fearing retaliation. In the realm of geopolitics, nations are inherently selfish. Although Dr. Doom is a notorious villain, the citizens of his nation refrained from engaging in activities that jeopardized global stability, thereby ensuring the survival of their Eastern European state. Yet again, that wretched Dr. Doom had eluded capture, his spatial sorcery nearly impossible to counteract. With only Loki left to contend with, the heroes surged forward, determined to ensure his presence was not lost. In the midst of this chaos, no one noticed Iron Man plummeting from the sky, his thrusters still unengaged. Showing no intent to decelerate, hurtling towards the ground, a fatal descent imminent. Chen Ze glanced at the original movie of the Hulk, recalling how the Hulk had rushed to catch Iron Man, preventing his demise. However, at this moment, the Hulk was engrossed in a fierce battle with Loki, showing no inclination to rescue Iron Man. A wave of resentment surged within Chen Ze. It was also Iron Man's usual brash demeanor that led others to perceive him as arrogant. His penchant for theatrics made it easy for onlookers to misinterpret his predicament. Even when someone caught a glimpse of Iron Man plummeting, seemingly having failed to activate his thrusters, they assumed he was merely waiting to flaunt his prowess until the last moment before impact. Little did they realize that Iron Man had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the recent impact and energy depletion. Desperate, Chen Ze leapt into the sky, shooting a web towards Iron Man. As Iron Man approached, he was ensnared by Chen Ze's web, prompting Chen Ze to pull him towards the building. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the force of Iron Man's descent. The overwhelming impact yanked him down instead, sending Chen Ze plummeting from the building. In disbelief, Chen Ze felt a torrent of frustration wash over him. His attempt to be a hero had backfired. As he fell, he quickly extended his right hand, shooting multiple strands of web to grasp the building. His Spider-Man instincts kicked in, and he spread out several square meters of webbing. But it was insufficient to halt his descent. Debris from the building was dislodged by his webs. With the ground rapidly approaching, only a mere 10 meters remained. If Chen Ze didn't T-release Iron Man and secure himself with the webs, he would share the same fate as Tony Stark. What to do? What to do? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. No, I must save him. He gritted his teeth and continued to shoot webs, but once again, they failed to adhere. Nonetheless, he managed to mitigate the force of the fall. To the ground. I must reach the ground. This thought grew increasingly insistent in Chen Ze's mind. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and it felt as though he had entered a mystical space. When he opened his eyes again, he found Iron Man lying 6 meters in front of him, while he himself lay safely on the ground. However, his body was so weak that he could not lift a single finger, as if he had been exhausted for 3 days and nights without rest. It was an overwhelming fatigue that would likely persist for a considerable time. Yet, a thunderous thought echoed in his mind. Did I just teleport? Chapter 66. The conclusion of the great battle indeed. Chen Ze pondered over the recent events, and the only conclusion he could draw was that it transpired as such. In the very instant when his body yearned to touch the ground, he found himself suddenly appearing upon it. However, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. When Iron Man plummeted from the sky, others were momentarily oblivious, yet Black Widow caught sight of him descending without activating his thrusters. She swiftly attempted to contact her allies, urging them to rescue Iron Man, but could not reach anyone capable of intercepting him. Amidst her growing anxiety, Chen Ze suddenly materialized in midair, grasping Iron Man. Utilizing his myriad of spider silk, he managed to save him. Consequently, Black Widow rushed over, only to find Chen Ze sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. "Hey, Chen Ze, what happened to you?" she inquired, gently tapping his face. "Don't hit me. I'm fine," Chen Ze replied with resignation, regrettably unable to lift even a finger. His voice weak and feeble, prompting him to halt Black Widow's actions. "All right, I'll check on Tony," she immediately declared, dashing off to tend to Iron Man, Tony Stark. However, her strength proved insufficient against Iron Man's helmet. Meanwhile, upheaval unfolded in the skies above. Boom. At that moment, Loki unleashed a violent explosion of energy, and amidst the chaos, he abruptly vanished from the battlefield, reappearing elsewhere. The other superheroes in the sky, recalling how Doctor Doom had escaped in a similar fashion, experienced a profound sense of urgency, swiftly attempting to seal off Loki's potential escape routes. Yet, Loki's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the heavens. How could that scoundrel escape? Everyone present was incensed, realizing that their efforts had seemingly been in vain. In that fleeting moment, a cacophony erupted in the sky. As Iron Man's explosion had created an opening, the previously obscured azure sky suddenly illuminated with countless bolts of lightning. The silver lightning danced across the heavens like the intricate roots of a grand tree. Amidst this display, Loki, who had just vanished, suddenly plummeted from the sky, claws outstretched. Yet, he did not descend toward the ground. A hand emerged from above, seizing Loki by the throat. A scarlet cape billowed in the air. Upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone realized what had transpired and who had arrived. Thor, the god of thunder. After all, this fellow has finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Yet he managed to catch up at the very end, and even apprehended Loki. Capturing Loki is indeed a significant event. The sudden appearance of Thor instilled a sense of resolution among everyone present, as if the tide of events had finally stabilized. Beside Chen Ze, a figure clad in a tight red suit and donning a helmet materialized, revealing himself to be Ant-Man. Ant-Man, possessing considerable strength, swiftly removed Iron Man's mask. Once the mask was lifted, the face of Tony Stark became visible to all, though unfortunately, Stark's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, evoking a sense of despair as if he were on the brink of death. "Is he dead?" Black Widow exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock. Having known Iron Man for a long time, her connection to him was profound, especially as his arrival at Asgard had much to do with her. Thus, her reaction was not only one of surprise, but also deep discomfort. However, as a seasoned agent, she managed to suppress her tears. Even though her nose felt particularly sore, her demeanor betraying none of her inner turmoil. Could it be that he is truly gone? At that moment, Captain America rushed over. Although he and Iron Man had clashed on numerous occasions, when faced with such a life-and-death scenario, urgency overtook him. Countless individuals gathered around Iron Man, and the crowd continued to swell. Spider-Man, Ant-Man, and the Fantastic Four converged at Iron Man's side. The medical system was temporarily incapacitated, and the best they could hope for was to expedite his transport to the nearest hospital. Just then, Tony Stark suddenly emerged from his state of unconsciousness, gasping for breath, and opened his eyes. "Hey, what is going on?" Upon witnessing Stark's awakening, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, including Chen Ze, who lay on the ground, finally feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. As Stark took in the relieved expressions surrounding him, he inquired, "What happened? But please don't tell me someone just kissed me." The levity in his tone reassured everyone. "No one kissed you, but someone did save your life." Black Widow replied with a warm smile. "You should thank Chen Ze. He risked everything to rescue you. Otherwise, you truly would not have been able to open your eyes." "I must indeed thank him. But where is he now?" Stark asked. "Tony, I'm right here," Chen Ze responded, gradually regaining his strength as he sat up on the hard ground and addressed Stark. "What's wrong? Did my condition affect you as well?" Iron Man queried. In that fleeting moment, no one truly grasped the situation. It was only known that Chen Ze had saved Iron Man. Yet the details of his rescue remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, the onlookers cast curious glances at Chen Ze, questioning why Iron Man, in such a dire predicament, had become so weakened. Chen Ze explained, "I was utterly exhausted. You fell from such a great height, and to catch you, I expended an immense amount of energy. Upon hearing this, no one doubted his words. However, Chen Ze had resolutely decided that, unless compelled, he would prefer to keep his newfound ability of momentary teleportation concealed from others. Indeed, he wished to guard this secret, primarily for self-preservation, as he needed to retain a hidden advantage. Otherwise, he felt an unsettling vulnerability within himself. Chen Ze had acquired considerable strength. Ever since he had absorbed Venom, his powers had grown exponentially, transforming him from the feeble individual who had first arrived in this world. Yet, when compared to the formidable members of the Avengers, Chen Ze felt he possessed no real advantage. The sheer number of extraordinary beings within the Avengers was overwhelming. Especially after the recent battle in New York, he had come to a stark realization. For the time being, he was no match for them. Setting aside the legendary figures, even facing Iron Man, the Hulk, and Johnny Storm seemed impossible for him at this moment. If SHIELD and the Avengers harbored any intentions towards him, they would undoubtedly be fully aware of his circumstances. Should they choose to attack, it would be an effortless endeavor, leaving Chen Ze with no room for retreat. However, the situation had changed. At the very least, he had acquired the ability to teleport, albeit at a significant cost to his own energy and limited in range. It was still a hidden ace up his sleeve. Thus, Chen Ze resolved to keep this power closely guarded within his heart. As the feeling of weakness gradually subsided, he slowly rose from the ground, at which point Iron Man also managed to maneuver his suit to stand upright, having recharged some energy through sunlight. Chen Ze, thank you, Tony Stark exclaimed, extending his arms, seemingly intent on embracing Chen Ze. The latter reciprocated the gesture casually, yet Tony Stark abruptly turned to address those around him, stating, "Did I really exhaust Chen Ze just now? Was there no one who thought to fly up and save me during my fall? I mean, was that really such a daunting task? You're always encased in that iron shell. Who knows what state you were in at that moment?" Johnny Storm quipped from a low altitude, hovering nearby. "Very well," Tony remarked. "What's the current situation?" Suddenly, he ceased his inquiries and stated, I see. We must have emerged victorious, for I have spotted the individual draped in a sheet. High above, Thor, the god of thunder, was floating there, his hand firmly grasping Loki's throat, which evoked a particular conclusion in Iron Man's mind. Upon hearing Thor referred to as the one in the sheet, some among them could scarcely contain their laughter. "Since we have triumphed, I propose we take a day off tomorrow," Iron Man suggested, stretching his limbs after taking a few steps. "Oh, come now," Captain America replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "Look at New York now. Do you believe it is suitable for a holiday?" Indeed, the surrounding city lay in ruins, a scene of devastation with debris strewn everywhere, and the air still bore the remnants of smoke from recent explosions. The lifeless bodies of Chitauri soldiers and their flying beasts littered the ground. Setting aside the Chitauri warriors, the enormous flying beasts, some stretching dozens to hundreds of meters long, posed significant challenges for the impending cleanup efforts. Moreover, given the severe destruction wrought upon the city, the question of how to restore it to its former glory loomed large. What measures must be taken to return New York to its original state? This was the dilemma confronting the American government. "Behold, a scene of utter chaos," Captain America exclaimed, gesturing emphatically as he walked. "How shall we commence the cleanup? How many excavators shall we require? Do we even have enough workers?" At this, Chen Ze could not contain himself and erupted in laughter. The others looked at him in confusion, and Captain America regarded him with a bemused expression. "Do I appear to be a comedian?" Chen Ze shook his head, suppressing his mirth. "I merely recalled something from the past." He thought of Captain America's inquiry about the number of excavators needed, instantly reminded of the classic question regarding which excavator brand is superior. Nevertheless, despite the extensive damage to New York, these matters no longer fell within the purview of the Avengers, as the subsequent cleanup would primarily involve the American government. The government, being robust and capable, would undoubtedly manage the restoration of New York, albeit with considerable exertion. Hence, several superheroes had already begun to contemplate their departure. At this juncture, Thor descended from the heavens with a rush, hoisting Loki in one hand and his mighty hammer in the other. Upon landing, he knelt, creating a substantial crater in the ground. Loki, entirely ensnared by Thor, was in no condition to resist, having expended vast amounts of energy in battle. He was far from recovery, and Thor's might undeniably surpassed his own, rendering Loki virtually defenseless in the grip of the god of thunder. Chen Ze felt a quiet alertness within him. This Loki was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, he had been embroiled in a chaotic battle with numerous superheroes, yet now, Thor had captured him effortlessly. Thor, a legendary figure from Norse mythology, exuded a power that heightened Chen Ze's awareness of his own inadequacies. 2 streets away, there was an Arabic barbecue that I found quite delightful. Would you care to join me? At that moment, Tony Stark, reminiscent of his character in the original film, began to extend an invitation. However, many declined outright. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, they were eager to retreat and recuperate. Chen Ze, come along with me, Iron Man urged, along with Agent Romanoff, encouraging everyone to join. Well, I mean, if that place hasn't been destroyed, he added. Ah, true enough. Iron Man remembered the state of New York. Who could say if that establishment was still open? With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, all right, my friend. Perhaps next time. Chapter 68. Aftermath. Many superheroes were now departing in an orderly fashion, gradually returning to their respective origins. Hey, a voice called out. And Chen Ze turned to see Spider-Man and Green Goblin approaching. The bond among the three had deepened significantly following the battle. Their camaraderie had been forged in conflict, and now it flourished even more robustly. How are you feeling? I just saw you take quite a fall, Spider-Man remarked to Chen Ze. I'm all right. I exerted too much force trying to pull Tony, which left me somewhat drained, Chen Ze replied with a nod. That's good to hear, Green Goblin chimed in from above. What are your plans now? Are you returning to Asgard? I may head back to the airborne battleship, Chen Ze responded. I need some equipment from there. He required the training apparatus on the floating vessel, as he had concentrated nearly all the energy absorbed from Venom into his own body. However, transforming that energy into a part of himself would demand significant time and effort. Such training equipment was more comprehensive on the battleship or at the SHIELD headquarters. Given his current circumstances, Chen Ze felt that returning to SHIELD would be the safer option. He was not suited to be elsewhere. Well, Green Goblin said after hearing this, if you've made up your mind, I won't press further. But if you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to reach out. I possess some resources over there. His words were heartfelt, as he genuinely appreciated Chen Ze's earlier act of salvation. Spider-Man added his support. Yes, if anything arises, we won't stand idly by. Well, my friends, thank you both. If anything arises, I shall seek your assistance, Chen Ze remarked. All right, we shall take our leave, Spider-Man said, giving Chen Ze a reassuring pat on the shoulder. To which Chen Ze responded with a smile. After exchanging farewells, the Green Goblin accelerated away on his glider, vanishing into the sky, while Spider-Man drifted away amidst the buildings. How do you feel? Has your body recovered? Captain America approached Chen Ze, having seen him converse with Spider-Man and bid farewell to the Green Goblin. Yes, thank you for your concern. I'm nearly back to normal, Chen Ze replied. Indeed, he was gradually regaining his strength, capable of clenching his fists, and could almost control his hands to shoot webbing. That is good to hear. Now, let us return to the floating battleship. There are numerous matters awaiting our attention. Captain America informed Chen Ze. Numerous matters? Chen Ze inquired, puzzled. The aftermath of the New York battle was to be handled by the government, and it was inconceivable for them to burden Chen Ze with the task of using his webbing as a crane. Such a notion was absurd. Soon enough, Chen Ze learned the nature of their impending responsibilities. Loki had been confined within the floating battleship's prison, a treacherous cell that could plunge him from great heights. Notably, this prison employed the most potent anti-magic measures, rendering Loki incapable of sensing the surrounding gravitational fluctuations, thus preventing him from utilizing his sorcery. Furthermore, the prison possessed the ability to sever space, thwarting any attempts at teleportation. Originally, this prison was not specifically designed for Loki. Its architecture aimed to preclude all potential superhuman abilities, ensuring it served as the ultimate fortress. Following some rudimentary modifications, Loki was swiftly imprisoned within. However, this Loki was no ordinary fool. He remained eerily calm, as if nothing had transpired. The floating battleship was now a congregation of numerous individuals, including representatives from the Fantastic Four, such as Mr. Fantastic, Ant-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, and Dr. Banner, among others. It was evident that, following the fierce battle, everyone appeared fatigued, their faces pale. Loki has grievously violated our laws. Preliminary estimates suggest he has caused $200 billion in direct and indirect economic losses to the entire nation, Ant-Man stated with utmost seriousness. He must bear the consequences of his actions and face our judgment. Judgment by mortals? Thor, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, bore a bemused expression, his eyes glinting with an enchanting allure as he spoke. After a brief pause, he continued, Loki belongs to our realm. You lack the authority to judge him. And I suspect you lack the capacity to do so as well. The god of thunder shrugged and replied, trust me, our realm will render a just verdict. Mortal? Ant-Man's voice now bore a hint of anger. With so many innocents perishing today, should they truly be sacrificed for the internal conflicts of your realm? Tony Stark also chimed in, asserting, you must provide an explanation. I stand in agreement with him. Thor glanced around, aware that these individuals were Earthlings. Despite his formidable power here, he felt somewhat isolated. We will provide an explanation, he reiterated. As for the purely economic damages, we will offer some technical sharing and other forms of compensation to America. Chen Ze felt the devastation of the New York battle acutely, especially when he thought of the woman and the innocent lives lost. His teeth clenched in anger. Yet, when it came to the economic losses borne by America, he found himself almost applauding. Moreover, this battle had bestowed upon Chen Ze immense power. Following the New York conflict, his strength had likely ascended to the advanced assessment phase of the first stage. His abilities now encompassed the full extent of Spider-Man's powers, instantaneous movement, and enhanced magical manipulation, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Thus, Chen Ze remained silent, adhering to a strategy of aligning with the greater force, standing alongside the Earthlings. Chapter 69, Provocation Now. Thor observed the Earth's superheroes, who seemed to be increasingly united in their opposition, and his brow furrowed. With so many voices in dissent, it appeared that this matter would prove rather challenging. In truth, when Thor first arrived on Earth, he did not receive the adoration of the Earthlings for the lost myth. Rather, his presence intensified their feelings of insecurity. Despite the existence of numerous superheroes, the realization dawned that the universe was far more complex than they had imagined. With the existence of legendary realms, who could say whether even more formidable beings might emerge? The Earthlings' lack of security compelled them, upon acquiring the Tesseract, to hastily investigate the advancements the Nazis had achieved with it, seeking to create weapons of mass destruction. Thor's assertive demeanor today only served to further irk those present. After all, everyone here possessed extraordinary abilities. Even Dr. Banner, who fundamentally detested his own powers, harbored an innate pride. Such proud individuals could never genuinely revere Thor as the Norse god of thunder. They regarded him as an extraordinary being, not as a deity. What is a god? God said, "Let there be light," and thus light came into existence. Therefore, God created the world and holds dominion over it. This is what qualifies him as divine. Though Thor, the god of thunder, bears the title, many perceive him merely as a powerful being endowed with extraordinary abilities. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Iron Man interjected, "Well, everyone, we might as well leave this matter to the higher powers to ponder. But Thor, how did you arrive on Earth? Wasn't he the Rainbow Bridge said to be destroyed? We detected the presence of the cosmic cube in the Celestial Palace, and thus, we harnessed its power to reactivate the Rainbow Bridge," Thor explained. "My purpose for descending today is to retrieve our cosmic cube." Upon hearing this, many could not suppress their outrage. Iron Man shrugged. Who would have thought that beneath your antiquated armor lies such a covetous heart? So, you are indeed here to collect spoils of victory? Thor's gaze hardened, the icy chill evident in his striking blue eyes. "Mortal, mind your words." "Mortal? How absurd." Iron Man retorted, his temper flaring. Fury observed the escalating tension. Though his expression remained stoic, it was clear to all that he, too, was simmering with anger and frustration. Within this assembly of Avengers, they seldom gathered, and when they did, it invariably led to disputes or combat. Thor bore no ill intent, and in truth, he held affection for Earth. Yet, there was an inherent disdain for these mortals. Each member of the group was essentially a contentious spirit, making conflict almost inevitable. It was precisely at such moments that Fury felt compelled to intervene, as he did now. He raised his hands, urging silence, and spoke. "All right, everyone, I understand your sentiments. Trust us, we will strive to provide a satisfactory resolution. The key point is, under the current circumstances, it is truly unwise to make enemies of the Celestial Palace." Reluctantly, the group acquiesced. Although their hearts brimmed with indignation, they recognized that executing Loki in a brutal manner would not mend the damages inflicted upon Earth. What punishment could be meted out to Loki if he faced judgment from Earth? The death penalty? Who could achieve that? If he were indeed killed, how would they contend with the repercussions from the Celestial Palace? What if the truth of the New York incident were revealed to all Earth's inhabitants, leading to a public trial of the heinous Loki, only to be met with fierce opposition from the Celestial Palace or unexpected complications? In such a scenario, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers would be left utterly humiliated before humanity, their credibility shattered. Such an outcome must be averted. If the truth were divulged and the collective cry for Loki's demise arose, they would find themselves in a perilously reactive position, devoid of any room for negotiation. Thus, the recent outbursts from the crowd were merely expressions of righteous indignation. If one were to truly advocate for the trial of Loki, a rational individual would not arrive at such a decision. Consequently, with Fury's presence, silence enveloped the gathering. His words served as a means for everyone to gracefully retreat from the heated moment. They proceeded to the location where Loki was being detained, and at that very moment, he sat there, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with an enigmatic allure. This was Loki. The multitude gazed upon him as though he were an exotic creature, yet he remained unfazed by their scrutiny, reveling in his own amusement, untouched by their collective gaze. What an outrageous villain, so utterly indifferent. The origin of this sentiment remains unknown. My dear brother, it seems your rapport with these mortals is rather tenuous, Loki remarked. His words sharply aimed at Thor, who stood amidst the crowd. Anger flickered in Thor's eyes. Loki's tongue, it appeared, wielded more power than his might, provoking ire at every turn. I shall return you to the realm of the gods to face our father's judgment, Thor stated coldly. And the individuals behind you. We will gradually unveil their identities. Ah, but you must first persuade your mortal companions, Loki replied. In my view, this matter is far from simple. How many perished in New York? How many structures were laid to waste? As the instigator, can I truly evade the condemnation of humanity? My brother, ponder this. If our kin were to be suddenly slain in such numbers, what would our sentiments be? Upon hearing this, the eyes of Captain America and his comrades reddened with fury, their instinct to charge in and eliminate Loki intensifying. Thor, filled with resignation, recognized Loki's manipulative tactics, which only served to exacerbate the situation. Should Loki continue, it was likely that many of Earth's champions would unite in their wrath, disregarding the potential ramifications in their quest to annihilate him. In that moment, Thor turned away, fearful of further provocation from Loki. Shrugging, Loki quipped, he is always so fragile. Some other superheroes chose to depart, fearing their own impulsiveness. Chapter 70. The prophecy, it must be said, Loki truly embodies the role of a troublemaker. Wherever he appears, tranquility is a fleeting notion. At least, this is the impression that Chen Ze currently perceives. Indeed, Loki's portrayal in the films evokes a similar sentiment. Observing many turn away, Loki's expression remained devoid of triumph, still bearing that enigmatic half-smile as he regarded those who lingered. Chen Ze remained, along with Captain America, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner, all casting wary glances at Loki, who remained unperturbed by their scrutiny. However, suddenly, his gaze shifted towards Chen Ze. Loki's eyes, which had casually glanced at Chen Ze, now fixated upon him with an intensity that revealed a growing intrigue. No one could discern Loki's intentions at that moment. Yet it was indisputable that he was intently observing Chen Ze. Iron Man and the others began to feel a sense of unease, sensing that Loki might be concocting some nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, Loki resumed his seated position on the ground, a smirk reminiscent of the one he wore during his conversation with Thor gracing his lips. That one over there, with black hair and dark eyes, is quite remarkable. Chen Ze furrowed his brow slightly, wishing to evade becoming the center of attention. Being the standout is fraught with peril. Furthermore, earning Loki's admiration was hardly an extraordinary feat. Thus, Chen Ze began to guard himself, wary of Loki potentially uttering words that could place him in an untenable position. Loki, the instigator, undoubtedly harbored some ulterior motive. The gazes of those around him now converged upon Chen Ze, for Loki had just addressed him, and even the most oblivious among them had begun to comprehend the implication. Feeling their scrutiny, Chen Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you wish to convey? What I intend to say is that you are indeed remarkable, including your peculiar abilities. Do those around you not fear you? At this juncture, he cast a furtive glance at the Hulk and the others. Is this all you can do? Inciting discord with words? Chen Ze was not swayed by his insinuations. The recent success of Loki's provocations against Thor and the others stemmed from the undeniable reality of the devastation wrought during the Battle of New York. Though they recognized Loki's attempts at sowing discord, the memory of the city's losses ignited their fury. However, the circumstances were different now. Chen Ze had never acted to the detriment of others. On the contrary, he had consistently played the role of a hero, particularly as he had recently rescued Iron Man. Thus, it was implausible for Loki to successfully instigate discord among them. Shut your mouth. You cannot always achieve your desires, Captain America interjected. Perhaps this time you may escape unscathed, but believe me, you will eventually pay the price. Yet, Loki did not silence himself. Instead, he scrutinized Captain America and remarked, I have heard you slumbered beneath the sea for decades. How is it? Is your mind still intact? You need not concern yourself with that, Captain America replied, his tone unusually frosty. Very well, since there are no further inquiries, let's return to the matter at hand. That fellow, why do your abilities allow you to associate with these individuals? Chen Ze recognized that Loki had once again turned the spotlight on him, and he responded with a smile. This matter is of no concern to you. Tell me, have you ever bested Thor even once? In his presence, you shall forever remain a pathetic, tail-wagging failure. Loki's expression remained seemingly calm, yet a flicker of anger momentarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chen Ze continued, You have chosen Earth as your place of vengeance, but even if you were to annihilate this planet, what benefit would you derive from it? The future ruler of Asgard will still be Thor, and you will remain the insignificant, pitiful figure you have always been. I apologize. Perhaps I should not speak the truth. At this, Loki's countenance finally twisted into a more sinister form. The others exchanged surprised glances at Chen Ze. They had not anticipated his sharp wit. As Loki rose to his feet, Chen Ze pressed on, a friendly warning. It would be wise not to touch the glass beside you, for if you do, you may find yourself plummeting from thousands of feet in the air alongside this behemoth. In that moment, devoid of magic and power, you would merely become a heap of flesh. Upon hearing this, the malice in Loki's eyes intensified, yet just as it seemed he would erupt with rage, a smile unexpectedly graced his face. He appeared to dismissively shake his head and remarked, "Very well, say what you will, but I advise you to prepare yourself. Perhaps you are already ready. After all, you and those few around you will soon be embroiled in a cataclysmic battle, a scene of life and death." As these words left his lips, several faces shifted in apprehension. Iron Man, his expression darkened, retorted, "Refrain from your nonsense. Do not presume that everyone is as selfish as you, nor cast such futile curses. No one will take you seriously." Curses? Do you perceive this as a curse? No. It is merely a prophecy of the future, and one day you shall have the opportunity to validate it. Loki's smile appeared even more beguiling. Chen Ze's gaze turned somber as he regarded Loki. Unlike Captain America and Iron Man, Chen Ze felt no particular anger towards the statement itself. In fact, he sensed an unsettling truth in Loki's words. It was indeed not a curse, but potentially a prophecy. Deep within, Chen Ze harbored a vague premonition that extraordinary events might soon unfold in this world, events he could scarcely anticipate. "Do not pay him too much heed," Iron Man advised, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. "Words from such a person are not to be trusted." "I understand." Chen Ze nodded in agreement with Iron Man's sentiment. Subsequently, Fury engaged in urgent discussions with Thor and his superiors. The subject of their discourse revolved around the punishment of Loki and Thor's demands concerning Earth. These were pressing matters. And crucially, once deliberated, they could lead to endless debate. The higher-ups naturally wished to retain both Loki on Earth and the Tesseract, unwilling to compromise. However, Thor would undoubtedly resist such an arrangement. Chapter 71. The aftermath of the battle in New York. The debate escalated to an intense fervor. Thor was now eager to return to Asgard, determined to bring Loki, the architect of chaos, back with him. However, the American government appears somewhat unyielding. The repercussions of the significant events in New York have profoundly impacted them, rendering it improbable for them to acquiesce to all of Raytheon's demands. Time is of the essence for Raytheon, and the situation seems to be approaching a stalemate, yet negotiations must persist. Chen Ze returned to his quarters, perusing his materials, which, upon inspection, had not been updated. It appears that he has unlocked all his abilities through the cosmic cube, a fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. may not have yet discerned. Perhaps, at that moment, the surrounding cameras were all rendered inoperative. Otherwise, had they possessed footage, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable analytical capabilities might have fully unveiled Chen Ze's powers, including an assessment of his teleportation ability. The prospect of his teleportation being analyzed is utterly disconcerting. He would be left with no secrets before them. This is indeed a terrifying notion. Ultimately, Chen Ze remains preoccupied with the prophecy Loki once spoke of. After all, preparation is undeniably essential. He must now meticulously evaluate the true extent of the strength he gained from the recent battle in New York. Regrettably, the only power he can perceive so clearly at this moment is his own strength, along with the comprehensive abilities of Spider-Man. This sensation is particularly vivid for Chen Ze. His physical strength has approached 20 tons, and he has fully integrated Spider-Man's web shooting and agility, a significant improvement from when Spider-Man's prowess was merely confined to his heart's vicinity. However, aside from this tangible strength, Chen Ze finds it challenging to grasp the full scope of the abilities he has acquired. For instance, he has garnered a greater force field from the magical flying beast, and through the New York battle, he has absorbed a considerable amount of magical energy. Yet even so, it remains arduous for him to discern the magical power within himself or gauge his current magical output. These are uncertainties that Chen Ze has yet to unravel. Furthermore, regarding his teleportation ability, it is indisputable that this capacity originates from the cosmic cube, as he was attempting to absorb its power. After undergoing a transformation through the cube's energy, he seemingly acquired the ability to teleport. Nevertheless, this teleportation manifested only in a moment of utmost peril, when no other options remained. Yet, when Chen Ze later sought to rekindle that power and reconnect with his teleportation ability, he found it exceedingly difficult to awaken. This could be attributed to the fact that his teleportation energy was limited, having been entirely expended during the previous battle in New York. This possibility loomed large in his mind. Nevertheless, he believed that since he possessed such energy, it should be capable of replenishing itself after depletion. allowing him to teleport once more. Another possibility was that he hadn't actually teleported at that moment, but this seemed exceedingly unlikely. Thus, moving forward, Chen Ze needed to meticulously attune himself to the power of his teleportation. It was undeniably a life-saving skill, one that he could not afford to take lightly. Teleportation was indeed a remarkably formidable ability. Even though his current range of movement was rather limited, it was impossible to predict what might be gained from that distance. Moreover, teleportation was a capability that Chen Ze intended to keep concealed. However, he was currently at a loss regarding how to practice this skill, nor did he comprehend the extent of his teleportation abilities. This would require time to discern. Based on the distance of his previous teleportation, it was undeniably short, to the point of being disheartening. If he did not strive to enhance this power, there would be little difference between having it and not. To augment his teleportation energy, Chen Ze surmised that he would likely need to continue absorbing the power of the cosmic cube. Yet, such absorption was no simple feat currently. Thor demanded that the Earthlings hand over the cosmic cube, intending to return it to Asgard, justifying his claim by stating that it rightfully belonged to them. Should the cosmic cube reach Asgard, even if Chen Ze's strength were to increase significantly, he would find himself at a considerable disadvantage. Conversely, if the cosmic cube were to remain on Earth, Chen Ze would have to earnestly contemplate the potential for continued energy absorption. Since practicing teleportation was temporarily unfeasible, and understanding the true magnitude of his teleportation capability was equally elusive, Chen Ze resolved to begin honing the force field and magical abilities he had recently absorbed. Considering that the magical energy was currently aboard a hovering battleship, Chen Ze found it challenging to utilize. Thus, he focused on mastering the force field. He initiated the release of his force field, exerting control over it through his will. To his astonishment, he began to ascend slowly from the ground. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, he managed to levitate through the force of his repulsion field. This absorption of the force field had indeed significantly enhanced Chen Ze's abilities. However, he soon descended back to the ground. Although he had utilized the force field only slightly, it had consumed a considerable amount of his force field energy. Yet, even this easily depleted energy represented a substantial improvement over his previous capabilities. Chen Ze continued to draw upon the power of the force field, but this time, instead of levitating himself, he focused on manipulating objects around him. In his own room, the tablet began to levitate from the ground, soaring into the air, guided by his thoughts. Such control demanded far less energy from the force field. After extensive practice, Chen Ze had significantly enhanced his mastery over this force field. On other occasions, feeling fatigued, he would rest in his room for several hours, awakening the following morning. The most significant news was that the negotiations between Asgard and Thor had concluded. Chapter 72, Compromise. The Earth ultimately yielded before Thor. Of course, Thor and his celestial realm also made certain concessions. The final outcome was that Thor and his companions would escort Loki away from Earth, returning him to the Celestial Palace to face his rightful punishment, while the Tesseract remained on Earth. However, as Thor departed, he expressed a hope that the inhabitants of Earth would refrain from using the Tesseract to attempt the creation of large-scale weaponry. Yet, they could only linger in hope. For although the connection of the Bifrost had been re-established, a journey to Earth was still no simple feat deep within Thor's heart. He harbored feelings for the people of Earth. Despite his frequent references to them as mortals, he did not wish for any harm to befall them. Thus, before leaving, he advised that if any insurmountable problems arose, they should feel free to seek him out. This statement immediately triggered a myriad of thoughts among SHIELD and government officials, as they sensed that Thor's demeanor hinted at an approaching threat, possibly related to the previous Chitauri encounters. What problems? One might ponder. The day's negotiations were conducted via video communication. Thor and Fury occupied one room, while other high-ranking officials engaged with them through video projections. At that moment, Fury, ever so astutely, posed a question to the god of thunder. Thor paused, responding, "I do not possess explicit intentions. Do not overthink it. If you truly seek the welfare of Earth, I believe there are certain matters you ought to elucidate, so that we may have clear targets and objectives for our defenses." Fury asserted solemnly. This sentiment indeed reflected the long-standing philosophy of SHIELD and the American government, to extinguish all threats in their infancy. I cannot elaborate, as I currently lack the means to substantiate it. That is a figure I myself am wary of, Thor replied, shaking his head. However, should Earth face genuine peril, you should trust that I will not remain idle. That is a substantial promise. The formidable concern for Thor lay with the individual orchestrating events behind the scenes. His knowledge of this figure was limited, and his familiarity even more so. Thus, Thor chose to remain tight-lipped. Indeed, whether pressed by Fury or interrogated by those figures on the projection screen, the god of thunder remained almost entirely silent. Consequently, the matter faded without resolution, and no one dared to broach the topic again. The deal between Thor and Asgard had been thoroughly consummated. The next step was for Thor to escort Loki back to Asgard. Naturally, some of Asgard's technology had likely been transferred to the United States government, which was presumably one of the stipulations. When this announcement was officially made, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Fundamentally, they were reluctant to see the executioner Loki meet such an end. This conclusion left those who had fought valiantly quite discontented. Yet, to speak candidly, they possessed no means to retaliate against the realm of the gods, leaving them with no choice but to remain silent. On this day, Loki was about to emerge from his confinement, and at that moment, Iron Man arrived, having rushed over from Stark Industries. Surprisingly, he had taken a commercial flight. This was peculiar, as he typically donned his armor and soared through the skies, eager for all to behold his flamboyant suit. Yet today, he had opted for a mere airplane. What could possibly be going through his mind? Upon his arrival, he joined the fray of the Battle of New York, and all the superheroes willing to be present had gathered. Their assembly served a dual purpose: to guard against any potential treachery from Loki and to bid him farewell. The reasons for their gathering were manifold, and Chen Ze was also present at the scene. Loki still wore that enigmatic half-smile, his handsome visage betraying neither indifference nor a sense of concern for others. Ultimately, he remained tranquil, as if merely an observer in the tales of others, unaffected by the tumult surrounding him. This demeanor provoked considerable disdain among the onlookers, yet no further actions could be taken. Thor, assuming control over Loki, ensured that no unpleasantness would transpire in this moment. They were on the verge of activating the Bifrost, preparing to return to Asgard. As Loki faced the assembled heroes for the final time, his gaze suddenly fell upon Chen Ze once more. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Remember what I once told you. One day, you shall find yourself in a life-and-death struggle alongside them." With this parting remark, he turned away. Chen Ze remained silent, as if the words were not directed at him. His reticence stemmed from a desire to avoid arousing the suspicions of others. He had his own considerations to ponder. With one hand exerting control over Loki and the other wielding his mighty hammer, Thor abruptly turned to face all the superheroes, bowing deeply. For this being, who often referred to mortals with disdain, to bow before them was indeed a most unexpected occurrence. However, before anyone could react, Thor and Loki left only two fleeting shadows in their wake, vanishing from sight. At this moment, everyone realized that the two had returned to the Celestial Palace. Soon, they intended to disperse, each returning to their respective abodes. "Hey, Tony, regarding the Tesseract, I may need your assistance, Doctor." Banner suddenly interjected as he noticed Tony Stark preparing to depart. Iron Man turned around, yet his smile seemed somewhat disingenuous. "I apologize. I've been preoccupied with other matters lately and may not be able to assist you for the time being." A sense of unease washed over the crowd. They sensed that Iron Man was indeed acting strangely. Even after the battle, he had seemed fine, but after a night had passed. Today he arrived at the floating warship by plane and now declined Dr. Banner's invitation. What could be troubling him? Only Chen Ze pondered thoughtfully. Was Iron Man's change akin to what he had observed previously? Could it be that the visions he encountered through the open spatial portal had left him psychologically scarred? Nevertheless, it was merely a slight deviation in Tony's behavior, not enough to draw definitive conclusions, so Chen Ze set this thought aside for the moment. Chapter 73. The time of restoration. The Tesseract remained on Earth. Chen Ze began to contemplate the potential advantages this situation might offer him. Had the Tesseract been present before the Battle of New York, he would have shown little interest. Although it was glorified in other timelines, both in comics and films, he never believed the Tesseract would hold any utility for him. However, circumstances had shifted. He discovered that the power of the Tesseract had bestowed upon him numerous formidable abilities. Thus, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of the Tesseract lingering on Earth. Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, for he wished to conceal his fascination with the Tesseract from others. Loki was a harbinger of chaos. His words often harmed others without benefiting himself, or, beneath his glamorous exterior, carried the corrosive force of sulfuric acid. Yet, Chen Ze took his words to heart. Deep down, he sensed that one day he might indeed confront the current Avengers in a violent clash. He understood that such an encounter would inevitably lead to a cataclysmic battle. Though this was merely speculation, after arriving in this world, Chen Ze grasped the significance of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he began to discreetly investigate the whereabouts of the Tesseract, but this matter had been temporarily sealed off by Asgard. It was likely that only a handful of technologically adept superheroes, such as the Hulk, Dr. Banner, Ant-Man, and Iron Man, were privy to its location. However, Iron Man's recent state has indeed raised some doubts. Many have observed that he seems to have transformed into a different person and is seldom seen. Following the battle in New York, much of the world gradually returned to normalcy. In truth, this conflict dealt a significant blow to the United States, with losses amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, a matter not to be taken lightly. Various repercussions are beginning to accumulate, ready to erupt. Nonetheless, New York has embarked on its reconstruction with remarkable speed. The corpses of the Chitauri and flying beasts are being steadily removed, and a multitude of construction machinery is busily at work. At this juncture, other nations are unlikely to provoke the United States, given the vast oceans that separate them. The United States' exceptional geographical position renders it nearly impervious to external threats. Moreover, aside from a few major powers such as Russia, China, and the United Kingdom, each of which faces its own challenges with superhuman crime, nations are largely preoccupied with their own affairs. Consequently, the world has gradually shifted its gaze away from the aftermath of the New York battle. In this information age, countless events occur globally each day, disseminated across the internet. Even when significant appointments arise, they swiftly become overshadowed by the deluge of new information. The smoke from the New York battle appears to be dissipating. Chen Ze, in the meantime, has been diligently honing his abilities. He has chosen to train at a major SHIELD headquarters. Given the substantial enhancement in his powers, the training facilities aboard the floating battleship began to feel insufficient, prompting him to seek a more formal and formidable environment. At this headquarters, many other superheroes engage in training, aspiring to refine their superhuman abilities. Regrettably, for numerous superheroes, once their powers were established, subsequent training could only enhance their control over their abilities and improve their combat skills, with little hope for an increase in their inherent strength. However, Chen Ze is an exception. His powers are indeed augmentable, and the methods he employs to enhance them are rather unconventional, at least in the eyes of other superheroes. Chen Ze has begun training to harness the powers he acquired from the battle in New York. This time, both his force field and physical prowess have seen tremendous advancement. It is evident that, according to the superhero rating system, Chen Ze has ascended to the status of a high-level Phase 1 superhero. Indeed, the current Chen Ze is incomparable to his former self. At this moment, a towering tree, soaring to a height of 100 meters, looms above Chen Ze. Of course, this is merely a visual projection, yet it is far more sophisticated than the projections aboard the floating battleship, capable of achieving a remarkable level of realism. On this grand tree, leaves cascade gracefully to the ground. The descent of the leaves accelerates, and each leaf displays a myriad of hues. Depending on the color, Chen Ze must respond accordingly. For instance, should a yellow leaf fall, he would pierce it with silk threads. For a red leaf, he would ensnare it with sticky silk, while a green leaf would meet its end through a direct strike from his web shooter. Occasionally, when purple leaves drift down, Chen Ze deftly manipulates the force field, guiding these purple leaves to a designated location under his control. An advanced electronic computer meticulously records all of Chen Ze's achievements. His training sessions last 15 minutes, after which the falling leaves cease, and the results are calculated. As usual, Chen Ze dedicates himself to honing his physical prowess. The leaves fall increasingly swiftly. Initially, he navigates this challenge with ease, launching sticky silk or piercing threads with remarkable speed, even finding moments to catch his breath. However, as time progresses, his focus intensifies out of necessity, for the influx of leaves grows relentless. The endless cascade quickens, and at times, he fires 2 or 3 silk threads with his left hand to pierce leaves while simultaneously launching more to ensnare others with his right. He must also multitask to maintain control of the force field, sending several leaves soaring upward under its influence. Just as he begins to manage this intricate dance, a fresh flurry of leaves of various colors descends, demanding different responses. Some require the force field, while others necessitate the web shooter. Chen Ze finds himself overwhelmed. Given that this is a state-of-the-art training facility, the leaves are not static. The variability ensures that he cannot simply master a routine, as this is no mere game, but a rigorous training regimen. After 15 minutes of relentless effort, Chen Ze, drenched in sweat, gazes at his score, 10,478 points. Chapter 74. The terrifying rate of progress. As the training session progresses, Chen Ze becomes increasingly flustered, with little time for respite, while maintaining acute mental and physical focus, which begins to take its toll. Yet, upon concluding the training and witnessing the score, he feels a sense of satisfaction. This scoring system operates under stringent rules. Points are awarded based on his successful handling of the leaves in accordance with the established parameters. The total score is calculated by subtracting the leaves that fell to the ground due to his failure to react, as well as those he misjudged. For instance, if a leaf that should have been pierced with silk is mistakenly shattered due to overwhelming numbers, that results in a deduction. After such rigorous computation, he arrives at the impressive total of 10,478 points. After absorbing the power of the cosmic cube and the combined strength of Venom and the Black Spider, Chen Ze devoted nearly an entire month to rigorous training within the confines of the training room. Initially, his score was slightly over 100 points. But after more than a month of relentless effort, it has surged to an impressive 10,478 points. While this figure is merely a numerical representation and cannot fully encapsulate Chen Ze's true combat prowess, it undeniably reflects a significant enhancement in his mastery over his physical abilities. For instance, he has now attained the ability to project spider silk with precision. In an instant, with a mere thought, the silk materializes exactly where it is needed. Should he require a spider projectile, it instantly manifests. His command over the force field has also grown increasingly adept. Following the consumption of the magical flying beast, his force field expanded considerably, signifying a marked improvement in his control over magical energies. Lacking systematic guidance, Chen Ze's grasp of magical power remained in a rudimentary and unrefined state, yet many have emerged from such beginnings. Humanity, too, once relied on primitive agricultural methods before gradually evolving into a highly developed and civilized society. Currently, Chen Ze's control over magical energy continues to strengthen. Venturing outside New York, he found an open space in the suburbs, where he focused intently on a swirling mass of energy before him. This energy gradually coalesced into a tangible dark form. Growing from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist, Chen Ze maintained unwavering concentration, directing his mental faculties towards this black energy as it began to shift. From initially struggling to compress the energy, he now skillfully maneuvered it to glide leftward. After traversing approximately 10 meters, Chen Ze unleashed a burst of energy through his force field. The explosion resonated like distant thunder, filling the air with a deep rumble. This detonation instilled in him a profound sense of achievement. His relentless efforts to master magical abilities in the force field had borne fruit, culminating in a moment of notable success. The recent explosion demonstrated considerable power, a result of prolonged concentration and effort. Moreover, other tasks proved significantly easier for him. He could now condense a dark energy sphere the size of a fingernail in about a second, deftly guiding it toward its intended destination. In terms of force field defense, Chen Ze is capable of erecting a protective shield. However, he harbors doubts about the reliability of his current physique. Having fully merged with the powers of Venom and the Black Spider, he has become exceedingly formidable. Bullets are unable to penetrate his skin. Nevertheless, the force field defense shield he employs is, by no means, as robust as his bodily defenses, as it cannot withstand bullets. His control over the force field is still an area needing enhancement, a fact that is indisputable. "I'm coming," Chen Ze exclaimed, contemplating various matters as he gazed at his hands. At that moment, his acute senses detected an approaching presence behind him. Swiftly, he turned around to find a figure descending from the sky, adorned in red and blue, charging directly towards him, accompanied by several spider projectiles. While daily training can augment one's strength, such improvements pale in comparison to the growth achieved through actual combat. Thus, Chen Ze has not relinquished his pursuit of honing his combat abilities, as he is scheduled to spar with Spider-Man in a few days. Today, Spider-Man has arrived as well. Had Chen Ze just recently absorbed Venom's energy, he would have undoubtedly been no match for Spider-Man, given that the strength he had absorbed was minimal and incomparable to Spider-Man's prowess. However, the situation is now different. Although his power has diminished due to absorption, the Black Spider's inherent strength surpasses that of Spider-Man, allowing Chen Ze to hold his own against him. After executing a backflip to evade several spider projectiles from Spider-Man, Chen Ze retaliated with a few projectiles of his own. Spider-Man, agile in the air, deftly dodged each attack and swiftly closed the distance between them, launching a kick. Chen Ze blocked the strike with his hand, while simultaneously delivering a counterkick. As Spider-Man evaded, Chen Ze unleashed his offensive webbing. In a synchronistic display, Spider-Man's own webbing shot forth, colliding midair. Both fighters are remarkably nimble, and within a mere 10 seconds, they had exchanged over 30 blows. Yet, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, after a brief period, Chen Ze began to find his rhythm against Spider-Man, his movements fluid and airborne. Utilizing the power of his webbing, they leaped into the woods, the sounds of projectiles slicing through the air echoing in succession. After a minute, Spider-Man spread his arms and, with a hint of resignation, declared, "I concede." Chen Ze smiled, retracting one of his web strands, which he had only just managed to halt. Otherwise, it would have marked the beginning of an overwhelming defeat. Spider-Man appeared quite disheartened, remarking, "Buddy, your rate of improvement is simply astonishing." Chapter 75, The Underlying Tide. Indeed, Spider-Man was profoundly vexed. During this month, Chen Ze engaged in numerous competitions with him. Initially, Chen Ze refrained from utilizing force fields or teleportation. Given his current level of mastery, even with these offensive techniques, they would not significantly enhance his strength. Consequently, in the early stages of their contests, Chen Ze frequently found himself bested by Spider-Man, often succumbing to the latter's precise control over his own energy and extensive combat experience. As time progressed, however, Chen Ze's abilities grew increasingly formidable, rendering Spider-Man increasingly challenged to defeat him. Hence, he remarked on the astonishing rapidity of Chen Ze's progress, which left Spider-Man feeling somewhat disheartened. As if he had become merely a sparring partner for Chen Ze. With a hint of humility, Chen Ze attributed his improvement to the commendable training facilities within Asgard, mentioning that he had heard of specialized training apparatuses designed for individuals like them. However, he dismissed such advantages as trivial in comparison to broader aspirations. As they spoke candidly, Spider-Man openly articulated his skepticism regarding Asgard and the Avengers. A sentiment Chen Ze acknowledged with a nod, refraining from offering counterarguments. Shifting the topic, Chen Ze inquired about the current state of affairs in New York. Admitting he had not been paying much attention, Spider-Man responded, "After a fierce battle, superhuman crime has nearly vanished for the time being. However, this may merely be the calm before a greater storm." At this moment, Spider-Man had shed his alter ego, revealing the tall, handsome figure of Peter Parker. As he spoke, a shadow of concern crossed his face. "I sincerely hope we do not witness another catastrophe like the recent conflict in New York. For we cannot predict whether we will withstand the next onslaught. The issue is not merely whether we can endure. It is that our nation may struggle to bear such repeated assaults." Spider-Man's words bore a palpable sense of civic responsibility. "Indeed, I share your sentiments," Chen Ze replied, somewhat noncommittal. To speak candidly, aside from the shared human experience of facing invasion, especially when witnessing fellow humans tormented by extraterrestrial or otherworldly creatures, Chen Ze harbored little fondness for America. This sentiment largely stemmed from another world. In that realm, the presence of numerous deities and supernatural elements often constrained America's resources. However, in an alternate timeline, the United States did treat its citizens well, yet, in order to sustain its existence and maintain a standard of living above water, it inflicted profound calamities across the globe. Countless lives have been shattered, and numerous places have been engulfed in the flames of war. Many individuals live in constant trepidation, day and night. Thus, even if he were to join the Avengers, he would resolutely refuse to be a part of Asgard. After all, the Avengers are a consortium of superheroes. While they have intricate connections with Asgard, those ties are not insurmountable. Conversely, Asgard is an embodiment of the American governmental apparatus, an arm of the state. Under no circumstances will Chen Ze become a pawn of American imperialism. Spider-Man, noticing Chen Ze's apparent disinterest in the topic, refrained from further discussion and inquired, "How have things been at Asgard lately? Are you deployed frequently?" "Generally," Chen Ze replied, "I haven't encountered much lately. My focus has been solely on training." Spider-Man nodded and continued, "However, there have been some peculiar occurrences. A surveillance video captured a man in a rather strange scenario. Truth be told, I believe it seems to stem from within. I understand this may sound rather far-fetched, yet it appears to be the case." "From within? Could you elaborate?" Chen Ze asked. "It's as if his own intrinsic factors triggered his, you know. He didn't pour gasoline upon himself nor ignite a flame, yet an explosion ensued. I suspect something significant may be unfolding." A look of concern deepened on Peter Parker's face. "I see," Chen Ze acknowledged with a nod, yet his thoughts began to drift far and wide, for this incident, coupled with Iron Man's recent unusual behavior, sparked myriad reflections within him. Perhaps, an event he had witnessed in a film was on the verge of manifesting. Contemplating this, Chen Ze glanced at his grotesquely deformed right hand, and a fervent anticipation welled within him. It seemed he was on the cusp of an extraordinary opportunity. Los Angeles. Hollywood Boulevard, the Chinese Theater. Nightfall had descended. We inhabit an age of information, a time where entertainment reigns supreme. Despite the recent cataclysmic battle in New York that reverberated around the globe, inflicting irreparable losses, the vibrancy of Los Angeles remained unscathed. At this moment, on Hollywood Boulevard, the lights shone brilliantly, illuminating throngs of people bustling along the streets. A brawl erupted nearby, yet it hardly drew attention. Only the portly individual being assaulted gazed in horror at his assailant, who, astonishingly, had hurled him back over 10 meters with sheer arm strength. Landing him atop a massive garbage bag. Weighing over 220 pounds, the man had been tossed effortlessly. Now, the frightened, portly fellow stared wide-eyed at the approaching bald man, terror etched across his face. However, The bald man suddenly halted his steps, turning around to cast a glance. After that fleeting glance, he appeared to have perceived something troubling, prompting him to retreat in an entirely opposite direction. Within the gaze of this rotund figure, he beheld a man clad in work attire, now prostrated on the ground, extending a vivid crimson left hand, hoarsely pleading for help. Yet, many assumed him to be a beggar and merely recoiled in disgust. Chapter 76. The threat of Master Man. All individuals, with disdainful glances, distanced themselves from the man in work clothes, oblivious to the impending crisis lurking mere inches away. Only the rotund man felt an escalating sense of terror in his eyes, sensing calamity on the horizon. Help! Save me! The man crawled upon the ground, his right hand raised high, as if reaching for something elusive. However, his right hand had turned a deep crimson, emanating a golden glow from its center. His head, too, bore a similar transformation, a golden radiance seemingly brewing within his being. The surrounding crowd began to sense the anomaly, the dense throng erupting into screams as they scattered. But it was too late. Boom. A deafening explosion. The Hollywood Chinese theater was blasted open, a massive crater forming on the ground from the man's self-detonation, leaving many charred and blackened. The previously assaulted rotund man, rendered immobile, could only watch helplessly as disaster unfolded before him, clinging to the last remnants of life. Through his severely impaired vision, he vaguely discerned the bald man who had struck him earlier emerging once again, his trousers singed away at the right leg, revealing a crimson thigh, his face illuminated by a faint red glow. Yet, this individual did not self-destruct. He merely tossed an indiscernible object into his mouth, chewing as he stepped through the smoke, vanishing into an unknown realm. At that moment, the rotund man felt the final vestiges of vitality slipping away, his eyelids heavy as lead, ultimately surrendering to darkness. However, the rotund man, happy, did not perish. He was transported to the hospital. Within the confines of the hospital, Tony Stark felt an overwhelming tide of fury. At that very moment, a video began to circulate around the globe. This video was rife with carnage, showcasing Iron Man's arch-nemesis, Master Man. The true identity of the enigmatic Master Man is said to have originated during the tumultuous era of warlords in early 20th century China. Much like Iron Man, he was born into wealth, possessing an abundance of riches that could sustain multiple lifetimes. Amidst the chaos of civil strife, he fled to Europe, where he acquired formidable technological prowess, subsequently orchestrating a series of terror-laden events. According to various accounts, Master Man later endeavored to seize genuine power in China through his substantial economic clout, only to encounter fierce opposition from local metahumans, resulting in his expulsion from the country. Following this, he redirected his focus to the Middle East, where he largely faded from the public eye for an extended period. During his exile from China, he became acutely aware of the immense potential of traditional energies and, upon arriving in the Middle East, adopted a semi-concealed existence primarily dedicated to the study of mystical forces. In subsequent years, he engaged in a few confrontations with Iron Man, yet remained largely absent from the limelight. Now, following the recent cataclysmic battle in New York, as Iron Man appears to be grappling with an issue, Master Man has resurfaced. He has openly acknowledged his involvement in the incident at the Chinese theater in Hollywood. It is evident that Master Man's actions are not solely his own. He currently resides in the Middle East and maintains intricate ties with various factions and nations in the region. Thus, his motives extend beyond a mere vendetta against Iron Man. They are likely intertwined with broader Middle Eastern affairs. In a chilling revelation at the conclusion of a video, he proclaimed his intent to eliminate the President of the United States, prompting widespread alarm. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that many are now directing their ire towards Iron Man, as Master Man explicitly named him as his target. Astute observers can discern deeper implications regarding Stark Industries, a vast industrial conglomerate involved in numerous enterprises, particularly in the arms trade, which spans the globe, including the Middle East. The underlying support for Iron Man's arms dealings undoubtedly connects back to the U.S. government. Additionally, many technological advancements utilized by S.H.I.E.L.D. are supplied by Stark Industries, illuminating the intricate web of relationships between them and the government. Consequently, this situation is surely steeped in political complexities. If not handled with utmost care, it could spell a significant blow to Stark Industries. However, these interpretations are held by a minority. The majority perceive Master Man's actions as a unilateral act of retribution against Iron Man, inflicting substantial harm upon innocent individuals. As a result, Iron Man now faces scrutiny from the American public, with countless journalists awaiting his response. Thus unfolds the turmoil that arises when a superhero's true identity is unveiled. On that fateful morning, having just emerged from the hospital, Iron Man was besieged by a throng of reporters as he attempted to enter his sports car. In a fit of exasperation, Iron Man erupted in a moment of hysteria. In this discourse, we shall not delve into any political matters. Rather, it is merely a traditional tale of vengeance, wholly unconnected to the Pentagon, concerning only you and me. Stepping back 1,000 paces, Iron Man calmly articulated this sentiment. Yet in doing so, he shattered a journalist's camera into smithereens. It is evident to all that Iron Man now finds himself in a predicament. That morning, Chen Ze rubbed his weary eyes, perplexed by an inexplicable fatigue. Despite having recently augmented his strength through the complete absorption of Venom and Black Spider, his physical condition had markedly improved. However, each morning, he awoke feeling utterly drained, as though he had engaged in some exhausting endeavor the night before. This perplexing sensation left him in a state of bewilderment, with no clear understanding of the underlying issue. After completing his morning routine, Chen Ze received a summons to the conference room, where a video projection meeting was to take place. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he surmised that a significant event was unfolding. Upon arriving in the conference room, he found a multitude of participants present, including Captain America and others. In the upper left corner of the projection, a clip played, showcasing the moment when Man in the Suit reprimanded and threatened Iron Man. This footage caused Chen Ze to frown. His suspicions were confirmed. Man in the Suit's retribution against Iron Man had indeed commenced. However, if we were to adhere to cinematic narratives, this Man in the Suit was merely a performer, while Iron Man's true adversary was the biologist Aldrich Killian, whom he had previously rejected. It seemed that tumultuous events were on the horizon. Chapter 77. The reconstruction plan soon. Chen Ze discerned the gravity of the situation. The discussion revolved around Man in the Suit's threats directed not only at Iron Man, but also at the President of the United States. Such threats bore considerable weight, which is precisely why everyone had convened for this meeting. The involvement of the President inevitably prompted further contemplation. Subsequently, SHIELD found it necessary to make certain arrangements, as they were wholly unaware of when the President might be imperiled. Steve, in the forthcoming hours, we require your presence alongside the President, Fury had arranged. Indeed, Captain America was the quintessential figure to stand by the President's side. He epitomized the American spirit, embodying numerous admirable qualities such as loyalty, which made him entirely trustworthy in the eyes of Fury and the President alike. Had it been any other superhero, there might have been a modicum of hesitation. Yet, with Captain America, there was no cause for concern. Understood. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Captain America promptly affirmed, naturally unwilling to decline such a vital responsibility. After all, who is Captain America? He has spent over 70 years proving his worth. That's good. Fury paused momentarily before addressing Ant-Man. Scott, during these days, you and Janet should also be vigilant regarding this matter. Ant-Man and Janet, his wife, known as the Wasp, both possess the extraordinary ability to change their size, with the Wasp capable of shrinking while flying. In this regard, they hold the potential to uncover the truth. The task of safeguarding the President of the United States requires a suitable candidate, not just anyone haphazardly chosen. For instance, if the Hulk were assigned to protect the President, many would undoubtedly question the decision. Once these matters were clarified, Fury turned to Chen Ze, saying, Chun, in the coming days, there may be a need for your assistance, and I hope you can remain on standby. Understood. Chen Ze nodded in agreement. He bore no resentment towards this situation. On the contrary, he was eager to join such a team, as he had his own objectives tied to this endeavor. After these discussions concluded, Fury exited the conference room. At that moment, a craft descended from the airborne battleship, and a woman clad in black attire disembarked, striding directly into the vessel. Let her in, Fury instructed upon seeing her request for an audience on the screen. The door opened, and Fury escorted the woman into a dimly lit room, devoid of surveillance equipment. This was a space where Fury could discuss more confidential matters. How are things progressing? Fury inquired, arms crossed, as he faced the woman. She shook her head in response. It's not working. We have tried numerous approaches, but we still see no results. If we are to continue the reconstruction plan, we may have to resort to a surgical procedure. However, this could render him a mere shell of his former self, and during that process, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss. His powers may be difficult to contain. A shell of a person? Fury furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? About a year ago, an incident occurred in Detroit, the woman explained. Our company previously provided the police with robotic officers. However, these mechanical enforcers executed their duties with rigid adherence to robotic protocols, leading to their perception as cold machines, ultimately discarded in law enforcement. Indeed, I am aware of that, Fury acknowledged. However, a sudden whim struck them. They discovered a police officer who had died in the line of duty, his lower body, right arm, and skull consumed by an explosion. They transformed his head into a mechanical law enforcer, a being endowed with an impervious shell of machinery, and a human brain. At that time, some even believed that this mechanical lawman could replace the superheroes of Detroit. Fury, already aware of what she intended to say, waved his hand dismissively. I understand your point. Let us continue with our previous approach, avoiding any radical measures. He was cognizant of the potential consequences. Ultimately, the mechanical enforcer gradually developed its own memories, becoming increasingly humanized, and thus lost the machine's impartiality. Consequently, they were compelled to repeatedly inject hormones to obliterate the police officer's emotional self, eventually leading to the officer's brain death. Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, the woman slightly shook her head. The people at the Department of Defense do not share that sentiment. Their intention is to possibly leverage other forces to forcibly initiate the Reconstruction Plan, thereby providing some support for the Superhero Registration Act. Fury spread his hands, shaking his head with a wry smile. To be honest, from the very beginning, I never believed we would need this Reconstruction Plan. As for the Registration Act, it is nothing more than a ticking time bomb. However, since it is their decision, I cannot alter it. So be it. After uttering these words, his expression darkened considerably. The woman nodded, opened the door, and stepped onto the deck of the floating battleship. Fury watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brow. After Mantis had issued threats against the President of the United States and Iron Man, he had vanished without a trace, and no attacks had occurred thereafter. It seemed that calm was slowly returning. During these days, Iron Man had not appeared within S.H.I.E.L.D., nearly vanishing from everyone's sight. Perhaps he was conducting his own investigation into Mantis's whereabouts, or perhaps preparing some secret weapon to confront him. In any case, Iron Man had virtually disappeared. It was not until a month later that Chen Ze's score in the training room surpassed 15,000 points, indicating his increasing mastery over his abilities. On this particular day, Chen Ze received a call from Iron Man. The call was an invitation for Chen Ze to visit his home, though the specifics remained undisclosed. To your home? What prompted this sudden thought? Chen Ze wondered, puzzled by Iron Man's unexpected outreach after such a long absence. On the other end of the video call, Iron Man replied, "You will understand once you arrive. Of course. The reason for today's invitation is that I have yet to properly thank you for saving me last time. So I would like to invite you for dinner at my home as a gesture of gratitude." Very well. I shall arrive punctually. Since Iron Man has made this statement, Chen Ze no longer hesitated or inquired excessively. Rather, he found himself somewhat eager to discover the reason behind Iron Man's visit. After a while, Iron Man arrived, piloting a luxurious white sports car that seemed capable of skimming the ground, coming to a halt before Chen Ze, who had been waiting. "How do you like it?" Iron Man emerged from the vehicle, adorned in dark sunglasses and a crisp white suit. Upon seeing Chen Ze, he removed his shades, leaned against the car, and spoke with a hint of pride. Observing him, Chen Ze noted that the previously conflicted Iron Man appeared to have vanished, as if he had triumphed over some internal struggle. "It's acceptable," Chen Ze remarked, scrutinizing the sports car, then added with a slightly peculiar tone, "But seriously, are you truly planning to drive around in a sports car with another man? What's wrong with that?" Iron Man jested. "Come on, darling. Go on your own. I don't see the need to ride in your car," Chen Ze retorted. "Get in. I'm not joking anymore," Iron Man insisted. The car sped along the highway at an exhilarating pace. Chen Ze sensed that Tony Stark was quite different from before. Although his words retained the same humor and sharp wit, they now conveyed a deeper resonance, as if he were deliberately imitating his former speaking style. This sensation struck Chen Ze as somewhat peculiar. However, he could empathize with Iron Man, knowing that he was grappling with significant psychological issues. Thus, the two engaged in a casual exchange. In truth, Chen Ze and Iron Man were not particularly close. He felt a greater camaraderie with Spider-Man and Green Goblin, forged through shared adversities. Nonetheless, his rapport with Iron Man had not evolved to a level of complete openness. Yet, friendships often hinge on fate. Some individuals who seem unlikely to become friends may unexpectedly bond, while others who appear to be destined for friendship may find themselves at odds. Such occurrences are commonplace, as certain experiences can transform unrelated individuals into friends. Chen Ze's act of saving Iron Man during the battle in New York might very well serve as the catalyst for their burgeoning friendship. After a lengthy drive, they arrived at Iron Man's villa, not his residence in the heart of New York. "So this is what you meant," Chen Ze mused as he gazed at the imposing structure. "Indeed, this is the place, and there are others here as well," Iron Man replied with a smile. The villa, perched by the sea, was bathed in the golden light of the approaching twilight, the shimmering waves of the ocean reflecting the sun's descent. Iron Man's villa boasted an abundance of vast glass panels, through which one could gaze directly upon the ocean's surface. It is undeniable that this dwelling was truly enviable. Chen Ze, filled with a sense of admiration, remarked to Iron Man, "Ah, how wonderful it is to be wealthy." Iron Man, with a hint of pride in his voice, retorted, "So, have you become a wealth hater now?" I suggest you choose your words more carefully. With a smile, Chen Ze responded, I am right here beside you. And you are not in your armor. If you perceive me as a wealth hater harboring animosity towards you, then be wary of your life. Iron Man chuckled noncommittally, then drove the car further up the road, eventually emerging alongside Chen Ze into a room. Darling, a woman clad in a white suit approached them. The Caucasian woman appeared somewhat aged. Her facial skin exhibited slight laxity, yet her figure remained splendid, with graceful curves that captivated the eye. Recognizing her instantly, Chen Ze knew this was Pepper Potts, Iron Man's girlfriend and the current head of Stark Industries. Darling, the two exchanged an intimate greeting, and then Pepper turned to Iron Man, inquiring, aren't you going to introduce your friend? Oh right. Iron Man chuckled, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. This is Chen Ze. He is my comrade who saved my life during the Battle of New York. Upon hearing this, Pepper's gaze towards Chen Ze held a newfound appreciation. Thank you for saving this rascal, she said, extending her hand. I'm Pepper. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Ze reciprocated the handshake. Pepper then shifted her focus entirely to Iron Man, stating, Tony, a woman just came looking for you, claiming to be your ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Iron Man responded nonchalantly. I wonder which one. Apologies, my memory has been rather poor lately. Pepper shot him a disapproving glare before suggesting, you should go see for yourself. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Chen Ze. The trio, Iron Man, Chen Ze, and Pepper, ventured inside, where indeed, a woman sat in the hall. Upon seeing Iron Man, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, and she rose to her feet. Tony, long time no see. Long time no see, Iron Man replied, his demeanor slightly awkward. Chen Ze's heart raced with alarm. He recognized this woman all too well from the films. Cursing under his breath, he proposed, shall we talk outside? Why outside? Iron Man queried, stepping closer, his face betraying a hint of discomfort. Yes, it has indeed been a while. Chen Ze, now increasingly anxious, turned to Pepper and asked, is there a weapon system here? Not installed outside, but Tony's armor has one, Pepper replied, looking at Chen Ze with a puzzled expression. Chen Ze found himself in a precarious predicament. If he were to announce that an attack was imminent, he would struggle to explain how he had acquired such knowledge. Yet, remaining silent posed its own risks. In his mind, Chen Ze hesitated, but only for an instant. Suddenly, a missile streaked through the air from a great distance, traveling at a staggering speed of at least 10 Mach. The missile, trailing a long plume of fire, hurtled into Iron Man's villa before either Chen Ze or Iron Man could react. The explosion was deafening, accompanied by a wave of heat and shock that erupted with ferocity. Chapter 79. Life and death in an instant. Everything transpired far too swiftly. As the missile detonated, Chen Ze's warnings fell tragically short. The force of the blast propelled him backward, but his recent training proved invaluable in that critical moment. A protective field instinctively enveloped him, utilizing the most potent barrier at his disposal to deflect the debris that rained down from the explosion. Most of the heavier fragments plummeted earthward, unable to be propelled by the shockwave. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Chen Ze caught a glimpse of a massive stone hurtling towards Pepper Potts on his left. With her lack of defensive capabilities, a collision with that boulder would undoubtedly spell her doom. In an instant, Chen Ze's webbing shot forth with pinpoint accuracy, intercepting the stone moments before impact. With a powerful tug, he unleashed over 10 tons of force, successfully diverting the rock's trajectory. This maneuver, however, disrupted Chen Ze's balance as he descended. Yet, he deftly regained control, using his left hand to brace against the ground, transforming his backward tumble into a poised position reminiscent of Spider-Man. His agility was astonishing, a testament to his remarkable speed. Pepper, witnessing the enormous rock soaring towards her, felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude as she watched Chen Ze's swift intervention. At that moment, Iron Man's former girlfriend was flung far from the chaos, nearly losing consciousness on the ground. Iron Man himself fared no better. The force of the explosion had sent him crashing into a nearby sofa, and he ultimately collided with the wall, where he came to a halt, dazed and incapacitated. In the eyes of Chen Ze and his companions, Iron Man, devoid of his armor, appeared utterly defenseless. After enduring such a violent impact, he lay on the ground, struggling to regain his bearings. Despite his disorientation, he retained clarity of thought, promptly commanding his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to equip Pepper with the latest suit of armor. At this very moment, Chen Ze's keen ears were filled with the relentless sound of missiles soaring towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed incessantly, and fortunately, Iron Man's structure did not continue to collapse. The newly armored Pepper Potts emerged unscathed, yet Iron Man's former lover, Maya Hansen, remained unaccounted for. Pepper, at this critical juncture, Chen Ze disregarded everything and shouted, "Get that woman out of here. I will save Tony." Having witnessed Chen Ze's prowess, Pepper felt assured and, clad in her armor, awkwardly maneuvered towards Maya, enveloping her in her arms and propelling them upward with a powerful push. Chen Ze, too, was determined to rescue Iron Man. However, at that moment, another pair of missiles hurtled towards them, detonating with a cacophony of debris. The site where Iron Man had been was now reduced to rubble, evidently struck by one explosive. Thanks to the activation of his force field, combined with his agility and the strength of his webbing, Chen Ze evaded the blasts. Yet a dreadful thought struck him. Had Tony Stark perished? His mind buzzed with disbelief. The fragility of life was starkly apparent. The highs and lows were exhilarating. After all, this was the real world, not a film, and Iron Man was devoid of any narrative protection. Once hit by a bomb, death was inevitable. Chen Ze swung across to the other side and peered down through the gaping hole. He did not spot Tony Stark, but caught sight of Iron Man's armor submerged underwater. Suddenly, the armor surged skyward, hovering midair, and with a thrust of its right hand, unleashed an energy sphere towards the armed helicopters above. Boom. The helicopters stood no chance against such a formidable energy attack, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. However, at least 7 armed helicopters were still airborne. The armor Iron Man donned had limited energy reserves, having just destroyed 2 helicopters. It could not sustain flight nor continue to unleash energy attacks. Gripping the edge of a building, Iron Man faced the peril of plunging into the ocean. In a flash, Chen Ze released his webbing, aiming to pull Iron Man and his armor to safety. But suddenly, a catastrophe unfolded as the ruins of the building cascaded down. Chen Ze's webbing lashed onto a large rock, and as he yanked it away with all his might, Iron Man was struck by the falling debris, plunging into the sea. Witnessing Iron Man narrowly escape death only to be submerged again was unbearable for Chen Ze. Although aware that the armor was equipped with an underwater life support system, he could not afford to hesitate. With a leap propelled by his webbing, he aimed to dive down and retrieve Iron Man. But in that fleeting moment, bang, 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 the 23mm cannon mounted on the helicopter unleashed a torrential barrage of ammunition towards Chen Ze. This was a cannon of considerable caliber. If it struck an ordinary individual, it would be sufficient to cleave a person in two, obliterating whatever part it hit. This was no ordinary firearm. It was an aircraft cannon. While standard bullets would undoubtedly fail to kill Chen Ze, given the extraordinary resilience of his skin, which surpassed any common understanding, he still dared not confront the cannon head-on. Should he be struck, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, Chen Ze reluctantly abandoned his plan to rescue Iron Man. And with the aid of his webbing, he swiftly took refuge behind a pile of debris. The robust rounds shattered the surrounding structures, sending debris flying. The destructive power of such a cannon was undeniably formidable. It dawned on Chen Ze that despite his status as a superhero, he remained exceedingly vulnerable in the face of human weaponry, as long as his abilities had not reached their zenith. Chapter 80, Threat Boom. Before Chen Ze could fully contemplate his predicament, another missile was launched at them. Seizing the moment of their missile launch, Chen Ze propelled himself upward with his web, experiencing a brief moment of weightlessness in the sky. This suspension in the air was fleeting. Yet, even in that brief interval, he managed to purge all distractions from his surroundings. The world around him seemed to lose all color and sound, enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the roaring, armed helicopters before his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bullets, slicing through the air, were in fact Chen Ze's spider projectiles. Bang! If one were to compare their caliber, these spider projectiles also measured in the tens of millimeters. Such formidable ammunition effortlessly shattered the glass of 2 helicopters. The protective standard of the glass on these armed helicopters was designed to withstand fire from a 127 caliber machine gun at a distance of 300 meters. However, it was utterly inadequate against Chen Ze's spider projectiles, which possessed the force of over 10 tons. One helicopter pilot was struck directly by a spider projectile, his upper body reduced to a gruesome pulp. Another pilot was similarly afflicted, his left side obliterated. The 2 helicopters, now devoid of their operators, began to wobble precariously before plummeting from the sky. This turn of events momentarily diminished the helicopter's firepower directed at Chen Ze. Without hesitation, he leapt to a structurally sound portion of the building, wielding his hands to unleash a volley of spider projectiles towards the remaining helicopters, obliterating 2 more in the process. At this juncture, Pepper Potts, lacking control over the armor, could only passively defend against the bullets raining down from the helicopters. However, she had the foresight to relocate Maya to a safer location. Chen Ze relentlessly fired spider grenades at the helicopters soaring above, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation in them. The concentrated barrage of cannon fire rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. In response, Chen Ze swiftly sought refuge behind the debris. However, despite his efforts, A cannon shell grazed his chest, shattering his protective force field. Fortunately, it veered slightly off course, sparing his heart from destruction. Yet, the bullet still tore a significant gash in his clothing, leaving him with a shallow wound. This brush with danger rendered Chen Ze far more cautious. A direct hit could prove fatal. Consequently, he adopted a more stealthy approach. Nevertheless, the armed helicopters were equally wary, knowing that fighter jets could materialize at any moment, rendering them utterly defenseless. Thus, they began to withdraw. At that moment, Iron Man's suit appeared to malfunction, seemingly beyond his control. In a sudden burst, he ascended from the ocean, then vanished from sight. Jarvis! Jarvis! Chen Ze called out, uncertain whether the system had been damaged or if it would respond. Yet he felt compelled to shout. Hello, a mechanical voice replied. Where has Tony gone? Chen Ze inquired. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that information. Despite Jarvis's advanced anthropomorphism, he remained fundamentally an intelligent program bound by his parameters, incapable of contravening his programming. At that moment, Pepper Potts interjected, Jarvis, tell him. Clearly, she possessed the authority to access Jarvis's information. Very well, I will inform you, Jarvis conceded. I have lost contact with him. Chen Ze nearly choked on his disbelief. Meanwhile, the armed helicopters wobbled away, leaving Pepper and the shaken Maya Hansen standing nearby. Upon spotting Maya, Chen Ze's eyes narrowed. He could not let her escape. Don't you know? Pepper exclaimed anxiously. How can you not know? You can track him. His armor has been completely incapacitated. I currently cannot locate him. And I have lost contact. Otherwise, I would not be here now. To re-establish communication, we must first wait for his suit to be repaired, Jarvis responded calmly. Without a hint of emotion, Pepper, suddenly feeling adrift, watched as the armor detached from her, nearly causing her to collapse. With a graceful leap, Chen Ze bounded over 10 meters, landing softly beside her. Then, Chen Ze gently patted her shoulder and said, Do not overthink it. He will not perish. For now, I recommend you swiftly relocate to a secure place. We are unaware of the organization that has set its sights on Tony, but it is conceivable that they might abduct you to leverage against him. To avert such a day, you must prioritize your safety. All right, thank you, I understand. Pepper Potts replied, managing to raise her head and uttering, Next, I will head to Stark Industries. The security there is more robust, and I should be safe. That is good. You must wait safely for Tony's return. After Chen Ze spoke this phrase, he approached Maya Hansen. At that moment, Maya's face bore traces of blood, her arms crossed, and her gaze towards Chen Ze was remarkably calm. Are you not concerned about your ex-boyfriend's uncertain fate? Chen Ze remarked with a hint of amusement. You mentioned he is my ex, Maya replied, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes as she addressed Chen Ze. Chen Ze glanced at Pepper and then said, I have something to discuss with you. Please follow me. Why should I accompany you? At this moment, recalling how Chen Ze had effortlessly neutralized an armed helicopter with a spider projectile, she shivered involuntarily, her expression turning uncertain as she regarded this rather handsome Oriental man. Well, are you waiting for SHIELD to apprehend you? I suspect they would be quite interested if I were to divulge information regarding your organization. Chen Ze whispered softly in her ear, a statement too quiet for Pepper to hear, as she could only observe Chen Ze leaning close to Maya and speaking. Who exactly are you? Maya's composure was markedly different from Aldrich's, now tinged with a hint of panic. Chapter 81. The deadly virus. Maya Hansen looked at Chen Ze, her astonishment unmistakable in her eyes. Who exactly was this individual? Why did he seem to possess knowledge of everything? Rather than answering her unspoken questions directly, Chen Ze remarked, So, are you now willing to have a conversation with me? Very well, as you wish. Although she recognized that the man before her was no ordinary individual, she also understood that rejecting him would be futile. His strength was formidable. Thus, Chen Ze exchanged a brief nod with Pepper and led Maya to a nearby area where their conversation would remain unheard by her. Are you one of his subordinates? After much hesitation, Maya finally posed the question to Chen Ze. Which individual? Chen Ze responded, slightly puzzled at whom she thought he might be associated with. Surely, it could not be anyone benevolent, a notion he was well aware of. Are you affiliated with him? Maya inquired tentatively. In her mind, given Chen Ze's Asian appearance, it was most probable that he was linked to someone of similar descent, presumably a figure like Mandarin. However, there remains a question that she cannot elucidate. If this individual truly is an associate of Master Man, what could he possibly wish to convey to her? Is such elaborate maneuvering truly necessary? Conversely, if he is not affiliated with Master Man, how could he be privy to her affairs and the organization? After all, the organization remains largely clandestine. While one might speculate about the existence of such a group, they are unaware of its true nature. Such inquiries cascade in her mind. Yet none are as menacing as the imminent threat looming nearby. I do not recognize anyone named Mandarin, Chen Ze stated decisively, shaking his head. Let us not entangle ourselves with such matters. My sole inquiry is regarding the status of the Doomsday virus's development. Is it ready for deployment? Chen Ze's question left Maya Hansen in a state of disbelief, her astonishment intensifying. She found herself utterly confounded by the identity of the man before her. How could he possibly be aware of the Doomsday virus? We are currently grappling with financial constraints, she confessed. However, since you have brought these matters to light, I feel there is little point in concealing the truth. My safety is at stake, after all. I sought out Tony today in hopes of securing his financial support. Our current version of the Doomsday virus is largely a work in progress. Its application on subjects has yielded poor results, proving to be quite unstable and resulting in numerous fatalities. Maya continued, thus, we require additional funding to facilitate the mass production of the Doomsday virus and to realize its potential applications. There was another reason she withheld from divulging. She intended to utilize Iron Man's financial backing to legitimize the Doomsday virus. Wishing to extricate herself from entanglements with certain individuals whose methods she despised. Application? Who knows? Chen Ze mused, and suddenly, a thought pierced through her intentions. It's not merely about application, is it? You aim to have your endeavors sanctioned by Iron Man, transforming them into something officially recognized rather than a source of terror? As he uttered these words, his gaze fixed upon her with an unwavering certainty, causing Maya to feel increasingly flustered and at a loss for words in Chen Ze's presence. I do not comprehend what you mean, nor do I see the connection between your statements and my knowledge, Maya stammered, her tone betraying her confusion. Chen Ze offered a peculiar smile, one that Maya noted with a sense of unease. Given the formidable support your organization has, it is implausible that you would encounter financial difficulties. So, do not use that as a rationale, for it will bear no fruit. Very well, Maya replied, her surprise exhausting her. It seemed this man was aware of everything, including the powerful forces behind her. Then perhaps you might clarify the purpose of your visit? She inquired, her voice laced with resignation. I require a complete version of the despair virus. Chen Ze stated directly. For now, I have temporarily confined you. Please contact Aldrich Keelan and have him bring the despair virus in exchange for you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what you may encounter next. Indeed, what Chen Ze sought was the despair virus. The rationale behind his desire for the virus was quite straightforward. He needed to restore his own hand. Ever since his inexplicable arrival in this world, his right hand had remained in a state of ghastly decay. Despite having absorbed numerous life energies, there had been no signs of recovery for his hand. The despair virus offered him a glimmer of hope. The despair virus has the capacity to rewrite human genetic codes, replacing entire organ tissues to enhance their efficacy. This virus can bestow upon the human body a self-healing factor, granting those transformed into despair soldiers superhuman strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and the ability to emit energy waves from their hands. However, Chen Ze did not pay much heed to the superhuman strength aspect, as he already possessed nearly 20 tons of power, leaving him unperturbed in that regard. The energy wave impact held some utility for him, but not significantly so. What Chen Ze genuinely required was the self-healing factor of the virus. Maya Hansen swiftly grasped Chen Ze's intent. She regarded him with a puzzled expression and remarked, I just witnessed your combat scene. I believe you do not require the despair virus. It could potentially diminish your physical prowess. After all, you must understand. This is not a serum, it is a virus. It possesses destructive capabilities for the human body. Even the complete version of the despair virus would damage bodily tissues, with a considerable risk of mortality. I fail to comprehend your need for it. Chen Ze smiled faintly, offering no further explanation as he removed his right-hand glove. Upon seeing Chen Ze's skeletal right hand, Maya Hansen's complexion paled, nearly causing her to retch. Such a horrific hand was a sight she had never encountered before. The hand before Maya resembled a skeleton, with the eroded areas not covered in skin, but instead displaying a disturbing, raw flesh tone. Interestingly, although these areas lacked flesh, there was no pain, which was quite perplexing. What has happened to your hand? Maya Hansen exclaimed, feeling a wave of nausea. This is truly astonishing. Therefore, I trust you understand why I seek the despair virus. Chen Ze replied as he donned his glove once more. However, Maya Hansen interjected, even so, I lack the authority to provide you with a sample of the despair virus. I do not possess such capability. And I must inform you that the despair virus may not necessarily remedy your condition. Your hand is extraordinarily peculiar. The question of whether the virus of desperation can heal my hand is a separate matter. What truly occupies my thoughts at present is whether I can acquire the virus itself. Chen Ze addressed Maya Hansen with unreserved candor. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to instruct your associates to deliver that item to me. They do not regard my presence with much concern. You are overthinking it. Maya Hansen retorted. Do you truly believe that Aldrich harbors feelings for me? You are gravely mistaken, one-handed man. Silence yourself. Chen Ze felt a flicker of irritation at her appellation and replied, I did not suggest that man would fall in love with you. Were I in his position, I too could not find affection for someone like you. I am aware that his heart belongs to Iron Man's wife. Good heavens, who are you to possess such knowledge? Maya Hansen marveled. It's nothing. Chen Ze curtly interrupted her curiosity, as he deemed it unlikely that he could elucidate matters adequately, opting instead to leave her with a sense of intrigue. At that moment, Chen Ze sensed the imminent arrival of SHIELD agents. With such a significant event unfolding at Iron Man's residence, it was inconceivable that they were unaware. Thus, he resolved to depart. As for Maya Hansen, he wished to keep her existence hidden from SHIELD. Should they become aware, many developments would diverge from Chen Ze's expectations. Hence, he advised her, very well, I must impose upon you. Listen closely. You need to contemplate what you wish to convey to Aldrich forthwith. In truth, Chen Ze had no intention of truly abducting her. Taking her away was already his limit, and further transgressions were out of the question. However, instilling a sense of fear in her was deemed appropriate, and if Aldrich and his associates were to pose a threat to Iron Man in the future, Chen Ze could leverage her as a bargaining chip. He was convinced that Maya Hansen was far from the inconsequential figure she claimed to be. On the contrary, he perceived her value to be significant. After all, the organization needed to grow and would not wish to wither. Thus, individuals like Maya Hansen were essential. With this in mind, Chen Ze scanned the vicinity with his keen gaze, and upon confirming the absence of others, he seized Maya Hansen and dashed into a nearby thicket within the residential area, where numerous trees stood. Once there, he promptly dialed a number for the Green Goblin. Harry, it's Chen Ze. Chen Ze, what brings you to contact me? The Green Goblin sounded particularly bewildered, as opportunities to communicate with Chen Ze were rare. Do you have a secure location? I mean, I currently have someone with me, and I require your assistance in keeping her under watch, as she will serve a purpose for me. The phonetic distinction between he and she altered the Green Goblin's tone to one of heightened curiosity. Honestly, what are you planning? She possesses some utility for me. Chen Ze stated, I intend to use her as a bargaining chip. Thus I require you to keep a watchful eye on her temporarily. He made no effort to conceal his words from Maya Hansen, who was standing nearby. The Green Goblin contemplated Chen Ze's character, reasoning that he was unlikely to engage in any heinous acts. He nodded in agreement and inquired about Chen Ze's current location, to which Chen Ze replied that he would arrive shortly. You villain! Maya Hansen exclaimed, her face contorted with rage. You amoral scoundrel! Ignoring her outburst, Chen Ze proceeded to bind her hands and feet with webbing. Demon! You revolting creature! God will punish you. That hideous hand of yours is merely the beginning. Maya continued her tirade. Chen Ze felt a surge of anger as he retorted, Will I be punished by God? Perhaps you should reflect on who truly deserves divine retribution. Do you believe the truth behind the explosion at the Hollywood Chinese Theater is unknown? I am aware. It was orchestrated by your half-baked experiments, resulting in a catastrophic self-detonation. Your technology not only condemned your subjects to a tragic demise, but also led to the deaths of numerous innocent lives in the ensuing chaos. Do you not recognize the greater evil within yourself? His face was etched with scorn. For a moment, Maya Hansen found herself at a loss for words. Realizing she had no adequate response to Chen Ze's accusations, she had long deceived herself, insisting that she played no part in such matters and bore no guilt for decisions she did not make. Yet, Chen Ze's words pierced through her facade. If it were not for your virus, none of this would have transpired, he continued. After a moment's contemplation, Maya could only retort that she had not participated in the events at all. As she opened her mouth to defend herself, unexpectedly, smack! A web of spider silk covered her lips, stifling her words. Anger radiated from her gaze as she glared at Chen Ze, feeling utterly bewildered by his audacity in denying her the chance to rebut. Where on earth did this person come from? The Green Goblin worked efficiently, and within 20 minutes, a sleek green vehicle pulled up beside Chen Ze. Is this the beauty you mentioned? He asked, a hint of amusement in his voice as he regarded the woman ensnared in webbing. Maya Hansen could do nothing but glare furiously at the two men, though it was clear that her anger would have little effect. Chapter 83, Progress Indeed. It's her, Chen Ze affirmed to the Green Goblin. This woman is of some utility to me. I need her to negotiate for something. What is her significance? The Green Goblin's interest was piqued. Let's discuss that later. We must leave now. SHIELD. Agents are approaching, Chen Ze advised. Very well, as you wish. The Green Goblin accelerated, swiftly transporting them to the designated location he had arranged. The room is equipped with a restroom, and as for food and drink, we can have them delivered. The Green Goblin regarded Chen Ze with a hint of suspicion, remarking, But this certainly makes it seem as though you are abducting her. I truly require her possessions. Chen Ze explained to the Green Goblin. What does she possess? The deadlock virus, Chen Ze casually replied. However, the Green Goblin was unaware of the existence of such a virus. Although Oscorp is a considerable corporation that has produced numerous viruses and similar substances, the deadlock virus is exceedingly confidential, solely belonging to Aldrich Killian and his organization, which refrains from disclosing such matters. Thus, the Green Goblin remained oblivious to the nature of the deadlock virus. Indeed, if you are unaware, I cannot elucidate it to you at this moment, Chen Ze chuckled, shaking his head. Here is the plan. I will enter and speak with her. If she is willing to make a call to resolve this matter, I shall do my utmost to provide her that opportunity. Let us hope for that, but do not act recklessly, the Green Goblin replied with a mischievous grin. Please. With her demeanor, I have no interest, Chen Ze waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Maya Hansen shot a murderous glare at Chen Ze. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, he would have been long since obliterated. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Chen Ze challenged Maya Hansen. Dissatisfied? Then come and insult me. His words nearly brought Maya Hansen to tears, marveling at the absurdity of his character. After entering the room, Chen Ze retracted the webs from Maya Hansen's mouth. She inhaled deeply several times, preparing to unleash a torrent of insults at Chen Ze. If you intend to continue your tirade, Chen Ze interjected, I will proceed to reapply the webbing to your mouth, for I have no desire to hear such utterances. However, if you wish to discuss more rational matters, then I am open to conversation. Maya Hansen, gritting her teeth and contemplating for a long while, recognized her precarious position under Chen Ze's control, who was unreasonable and could easily ensnare her mouth again with his webs. Realizing that if she did not quickly agree, she would lose her right to speak, she reluctantly nodded in acceptance of his proposal. Very well, agreement is all I seek, Chen Ze smiled. Here's what you shall do. Contact Aldrich directly, inform him of your current predicament, and request a complete version of the deadlock virus to save you. I suspect he would be inclined to assist. Regarding this matter, Maya Hansen remained silent. I have told you. He will not provide you with the deadlock virus for this reason, she said with resignation. You do not understand him. I hold no standing in his eyes. You have approached the wrong person. Do not speak so poorly of yourself. In truth, I do not believe he will be indifferent to you, Chen Ze remarked. Of course, if you are truly unwilling to cooperate, rest assured, I shall not take any action against you. I will simply relay your situation to SHIELD. And thereafter, prepare yourself for the consequences of imprisonment. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Maya Hansen inquired, her voice laced with anger and anguish. I am not pursuing you, Chen Ze replied. Very well, hand me your phone. I shall give it a try. Maya complied. And Chen Ze requested an untraceable phone from the Green Goblin, which arrived promptly in Maya's hands, devoid of a SIM card. The mechanics of its operation eluded him. Maya began to dial, but despite her efforts, the line remained silent. Are you toying with me? Chen Ze's expression darkened. I am not, Maya insisted, her gaze sincere. I genuinely cannot reach him. I do not know what has gone awry. My calls remain unanswered. Chen Ze scrutinized her eyes intently. Then try again. Very well. Yet, Maya's attempts continued to be in vain, and Chen Ze felt his patience waning. Let us do this. Take me directly to your headquarters. Though the prospect was fraught with peril, the thought of his grotesque and dysfunctional right hand quelled his trepidation. Maya's face contorted in uncertainty. Forget it, Chen Ze suddenly declared, turning to exit the room. You shall remain here for the time being. My friends will ensure your safety. As for what comes next, I will arrange for you to communicate with him. Maya bit her lip and nodded as Chen Ze closed the door behind him. In that final moment, he managed to convince himself that should he venture alongside Maya Hansen, the unknowns awaiting him might prove dire. After all, it was their organization's stronghold, backed by the formidable Hydra and its allies. Should he find himself among them, he could easily meet a grim fate. I shall trouble you with this woman for now. Chen Ze addressed the Green Goblin. I need to return to SHIELD. There are matters I must discuss with them. Very well. Since you have requested it, I assure you I will fulfill your wishes, the Green Goblin nodded. Upon his return to SHIELD, Chen Ze sought to gather further intelligence. His curiosity regarding the dire virus was insatiable. Once there, the news of Iron Man's disappearance swiftly garnered significant attention. Tony Stark has vanished. Fury's face reflected concern. From the reports I have received, it seems that when he departed, his armor began to malfunction, which leaves me deeply worried for his safety. Indeed, such circumstances were quite alarming. At this very moment, Ant-Man's expression bore a hint of concern as he remarked, It seems that since the day I met him, I have never seen him in such peril. I speak from the heart. Indeed, this is the case. Dr. Banner appeared somewhat at a loss as well, stating, however, given his capabilities, I believe he will soon reach out to us. Fury issued a command for everyone to commence the search for Tony Stark. Data analysis team, please expedite the calculation of Tony Stark's possible flight trajectories to locate potential landing sites. This was a commendable arrangement. At that juncture, a voice interjected. But what if Tony is currently trying to avoid trouble and intends to resolve this matter on his own? He might choose to conceal himself and not seek us out immediately. The speaker was Chen Ze, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Upon reflection, the others found merit in his assertion. It was indeed plausible that Iron Man would act in such a manner. If it were any other time, it might not have mattered, for Tony Stark is not only a man of formidable armor, but also possesses a resilient spirit. Yet, since the catastrophic events in New York, certain peculiarities surrounding Iron Man have amplified, particularly after the recent assault on his home, leading to the possibility that he might genuinely choose to handle this situation alone. Fury nodded in agreement. What you say holds weight. There is indeed a likelihood of that. Nevertheless, we must strive to locate Tony. We cannot afford to lose him. The Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. would suffer immensely without Iron Man. I share your sentiments, Chen Ze affirmed, without contesting this viewpoint. It is crucial that we find Tony. Chen Ze had returned primarily to gather information, intending to do so discreetly, as there were matters he wished to keep from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny. Once the discussions had reached a conclusion, Fury took Chen Ze aside for a private conversation. Chen Ze, were you present when Tony Stark vanished? Yes, Chen Ze replied with a nod. Can you recount the details of what transpired? Of course, Chen Ze responded, recounting the events while deliberately omitting his capture of Maya Hansen. I see, Fury acknowledged, before adding, you need to remain vigilant. We may require your assistance soon. Understood. I shall remain aboard the floating battleship for the next few days so that I can respond promptly if needed. That sounds perfect. In the ensuing days, Chen Ze would also make time to check on Maya Hansen, yet she continued to express her inability to contact Aldrich, leaving him somewhat exasperated. He suddenly realized that many things he took for granted were, in fact, far from easy. The matter of kidnapping was unfamiliar to him, and it became evident that he lacked the ruthlessness required for such an endeavor. After 3 days of fruitless efforts on Maya Hansen's side, S.H.I.E.L.D. had made some progress. Through meticulous observation and the infiltration of agents, they had identified a suspicious address. At this juncture, Fury addressed everyone. We can ascertain that this location is likely connected to the group that previously attacked the Chinese theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Therefore, we shall proceed with a raid there. Chen Ze inwardly chuckled, realizing that his own efficiency was abysmally low, while he received no returns from Maya Hansen. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already pinpointed the location, although he was not entirely certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. had identified the organization's headquarters. He guessed that they were close to the truth. With this in mind, he understood that Maya Hansen had lost all value to him, and it would be best to let her go. However, there was no time to inform the Green Goblin to release Maya Hansen, for at that moment, Fury unexpectedly called out Chen Ze's name. Chen Ze, we would like you to take charge of this matter. What do you think? Given that Steve is currently responsible for the president's security detail, others are not suited for this task, but we will have personnel to assist you. Chen Ze nodded, feeling pleasantly surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. entrusted him with this responsibility, as it opened the possibility of acquiring the extinction virus. He wondered who would be assisting him, ordinary soldiers? He needed clarity on this matter. If it were merely regular soldiers, he felt some apprehension, as he might not be able to contend with Aldrich, the monstrous figure, not to mention the Mandarin. Although the Mandarin in Iron Man 3 was portrayed as a formidable actor, this was the real world, and the Mandarin had caused considerable turmoil on multiple occasions, with abilities that were not mere fabrications. Thus, Chen Ze suspected that this Mandarin could indeed exist in reality. If he were to encounter the Mandarin, he was certain he would be outmatched. As soon as Chen Ze finished his thoughts, a clear female voice accompanied by the rhythmic sound of heels echoing against the floor entered the room. Nick, I believe you should clarify that today. It is he who is assisting me, rather than the other way around. Upon hearing this, Chen Ze beheld a woman standing before him, approximately 170 centimeters tall. Her black leather pants clung to her long, straight legs, accentuating their breathtaking allure. She wore a black fitted top beneath a striking red leather jacket, which highlighted her well-defined curves, revealing a dazzling expanse of alabaster skin above. The woman possessed a cascade of golden hair and an exquisite beauty that would cause many a man to involuntarily swallow in awe. Hello, Chen Ze. Approaching him with meticulous grace, she extended her left hand, introducing herself. I am Wanda Maximoff. Upon hearing her name, Chen Ze recognized her instantly, replying, I have long heard of you, the Scarlet Witch. Indeed, upon hearing that name, Chen Ze was well aware of the strikingly beautiful woman before him. endowed with a figure that was nothing short of captivating. The Scarlet Witch. Her lineage was remarkable. She was the daughter of Magneto and the twin sister of Quicksilver, possessing formidable powers. Previously, Chen Ze had learned of her surveillance over Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants and had felt a sense of tragedy for Magneto himself. Now, he stood face to face with the very source of that tragedy. Chen Ze, however, was not entirely informed of the Scarlet Witch's capabilities, as he had never perused the Marvel comics. Only having seen the films, his interest in her stemmed from having glimpsed her in the trailer for Avengers: Age of Ultron, where Elizabeth Olsen's portrayal had struck him with its charm, prompting him to follow her character with anticipation for the film's release. Alas, he had traversed into another realm before he could witness it. Yet, this live-action incarnation of Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, bore a striking difference from Elizabeth Olsen in that dimension. She was far more stunning, her legs more slender, and her upper body not as robust. This authentic version of the Scarlet Witch was undeniably more beautiful, her physique vastly superior, though her bosom remained comparably modest, just to Chen Ze's preference for women of a balanced stature. How had his thoughts strayed to such trivialities? Realizing the impropriety of his recent reflections, he swiftly dismissed them. I am not unfamiliar with the name Devourer. Let me retract my earlier statement. We shall proceed together in collaboration, rather than with you merely assisting me. No matter, as long as we achieve our objective, Wanda replied, and Chen Ze, having encountered the Scarlet Witch, shifted his focus back to the task at hand, searching for that elusive virus, while also recalling Aldrich Killian's abilities and considering the powers possessed by those individuals. Very well. Since you are both acquainted, prepare yourselves. Let us depart. At that moment, Fury interjected, prompting the two to respond in unison. Understood. Subsequently, the pair boarded a private plane, soaring towards their destination. The speed of the aircraft was exceptionally swift. Chen Ze, who was not particularly eloquent, found himself in an awkward situation. He had only ever dated women who pursued him. Chen's appearance was somewhat appealing, fair-skinned, and possessing a delicate charm. Occasionally, he would pen a few modern poems reflecting the influence of Western literature for the university magazine, which garnered him a modest following among female students. However, in the present scenario, Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable and momentarily at a loss for conversation. It was the Scarlet Witch who broke the silence first. Devourer. I need to ascertain your specific combat capabilities. Of course, I have already perused the analysis of your powers from the documents, but that is merely an analysis. You understand my meaning? I wish to comprehend your true strength. Well, it's somewhat challenging to demonstrate on an aircraft, Chen replied. His profile had been updated, and he was now classified as a high-level superhero in the first phase. Previously, during his interest in battling the police and the daughter of Magneto, he had looked into the Scarlet Witch's ranking. She was classified as a mid-level superhero in the second phase. Chen suspected this was a result of suppression. Otherwise, based on the information he had gathered in another timeline, the Scarlet Witch's abilities were remarkably potent, wielding chaos magic that could obliterate anything in her path. Having a superhero who had already entered the second phase by his side provided Chen with a sense of relief. Nevertheless, he simultaneously recognized that obtaining the Doomsday virus without detection would be exceedingly unrealistic. All right, I believe your combat strength exceeds the aforementioned assessment. Is that correct? The Scarlet Witch inquired. One could say that, Chen responded. However, my overall power still resides in the first phase, and I fall considerably short compared to you. As he uttered this, Chen felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing how significantly he lagged behind a woman. It was indeed a poignant narrative. Yet, there was no denying the disparity. Some truths must be acknowledged. At that very moment, high above in the sky, Air Force One was taking off, accompanied by Captain America and an Iron Patriot. The plane soared steadily into the upper atmosphere. Once at cruising altitude, everything appeared to be as it usually was. Suddenly, a fierce turbulence erupted within the cabin. The Iron Patriot had been switched, now heading towards the President's location with malicious intent. Captain America swiftly received the alert and rushed through the aisle, hurling his shield at the Iron Patriot. Bang! The Iron Patriot effortlessly caught Captain America's shield and retaliated with a barrage of gunfire, all of which Captain America deftly evaded. Rebels began to emerge in increasing numbers, plunging Captain America and the protective forces into a fierce aerial battle. Now, upon hearing this command, the Scarlet Witch and Chen exchanged a knowing nod. Beneath them stood a house elegantly transformed into a European manor. After all, Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch were not to be trifled with. Thus the aircraft refrained from launching missiles in order to avoid damaging the interior or provoking a significant backlash. You can descend on your own, can't you? The Scarlet Witch inquired, gazing down at the ground still over 100 meters below. Chen Ze offered no verbal response, merely gesturing towards her. Consequently, the Scarlet Witch leapt from the plane, gracefully treading upon the void as she descended. This woman possessed the ability to fly. Chen Ze followed suit, leaping from the aircraft. His webbing adhered to the fighter jet, and as he plummeted over 40 meters, he utilized the elasticity of the webbing to execute a slight hover. In an instant, his webbing secured itself to the highest structure below, allowing him to drift downwards. After gliding several meters, he released the webbing, landing soundlessly like a cat. This maneuver was truly impressive, prompting the Scarlet Witch to steal an additional glance at Chen Ze. Chapter 86. Formidable foe indeed. Chen Ze's execution was commendably skillful. This was largely attributed to the powers he had assimilated from Venom and the Black Spider, which he had now fully mastered. Through extensive training over time, Chen Ze had honed his abilities to the pinnacle of what the Black Spider could offer. The pair reached the rooftop of the imposing building, where Chen Ze noticed a steel door before him. This steel door posed a significant challenge. According to his spider sense, it was at least 50 centimeters thick. Even utilizing magical energy to bombard, it would yield little success in breaching its defenses. Just then, a vivid crimson light, akin to bioluminescence shimmering against the black night sky, surged towards the massive steel door with remarkable speed. Boom! The explosion reverberated loudly as the door was blown apart. This was the Scarlet Witch's power. For the first time, Chen Ze experienced a direct and visceral understanding of her capabilities. A mere burst of light was sufficient to obliterate such a formidable barrier. The force of her attack resonated through the surrounding energies, which he could now perceive distinctly. It was a profound surge of magical tremors and an intense disturbance of the force field. The sheer might behind such a magical onslaught was staggering. Then, the Scarlet Witch transformed into a blazing red light, descending from the heights, and Chen Ze followed her into the breach. 1 minute prior, within the vast edifice, a horrifying scene unfolded. Pepper Potts, ensnared by steel, was firmly affixed to a post. Her upper body was ruthlessly restrained, and she appeared to be in immense agony. Her skin bore numerous ghastly red marks, and dark crimson veins were visibly pulsating beneath the surface. She is faced with the choice of enduring such torment. Should she withstand it, I believe she could become a magnificent creation of mine. However, if she cannot bear it, I dare say her explosion would be nothing short of spectacular. At this very moment, diagonally opposite Pepper Potts, a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, with a hint of mischievous mirth at the corners of his mouth, engages in light-hearted banter. He feels that everything is well within his grasp. The individual he converses with is none other than Iron Man. Yes, Tony Stark. This unfortunate fellow had rushed in here to rescue Pepper, only to find himself captured. It is no simple task for an Iron Man without his armor to negotiate with adversaries. Pepper, previously cautioned by Chen Ze to safeguard herself and avoid complicating matters for Iron Man, was blissfully unaware that Aldrich Killian was a villain. Consequently, when Aldrich approached her, she followed him without suspicion, leading her to this very place. She has since been injected with the extremist virus, causing her body to writhe irregularly in agony. After all, the extremist virus directly affects the human body, reprogramming its genetic chain and restructuring one's flesh. Thus, the suffering that accompanies its injection is all too predictable. Iron Man remains silent, exerting all his strength to free himself from his restraints. He now deeply regrets not summoning a few Avengers to accompany him. Had he done so, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Nonetheless, she will continue to endure this pain for the time being. At that moment, Killian rises and approaches Iron Man, gripping his neck with his hand. Let us discuss the matter of compensation, shall we? How much do you think an appropriate tip would be? Killian's grip tightens, and the air available for Iron Man to breathe diminishes. Simultaneously, Killian's hand flushes crimson, radiating intense heat. Tony Stark is in excruciating pain. On one hand, he is suffering from the burning temperature of Killian's right hand, while on the other, he finds himself in a state of asphyxiation. Stark realizes that this wretched Killian is not interested in negotiating. He simply wishes for his demise. Indeed, veins of red appear on Killian's forehead, and his face begins to contort grotesquely. In this manner, Iron Man is perilously close to meeting his end at Killian's hands. Just then, Killian suddenly hears a report indicating that S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft are approaching. Before he can react, a massive explosion reverberates as the steel door is blown open by Scarlet Witch. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Killian releases his grip on Iron Man's neck, a twisted snarl spreading across his face as he charges toward the source of the explosion. Iron Man finally managed to carve out a moment to catch his breath. He had just narrowly escaped suffocation. Fortunately, the sudden explosion had saved his life. Who could it be? Iron Man pondered, realizing that such scan information would hardly lead him to deduce the identity of the intruder. Regardless, the priority at this moment was not to unravel the identity of the visitor. Tony Stark gazed, wide-eyed, at the still suffering Pepper Potts. Yet, the current Iron Man even if he were unbound, dared not make a reckless move toward her. As a scientist, Tony Stark understood all too well that any hasty action on his part could inadvertently jeopardize her life, which would create an insurmountable predicament. Fueled by rage, Kieran unleashed his superhuman abilities and charged forward. This individual possessed formidable power. In Iron Man 3, he had even managed to breach Iron Man's armor. What an extraordinary notion. At the entrance, Scarlet Witch and Chen Ze stood poised. Upon seeing Kieran rush toward them, Scarlet Witch made no move. Instead, a cerulean magical hexagram materialized above Kieran, descending upon him with intent. Boom! The explosion erupted, yet Kieran emerged from the fiery chaos, his attire riddled with holes, leaping high to deliver a punch at Scarlet Witch. Swoosh! A strand of web shot forth, ensnaring Kieran's arm. The web was remarkably resilient, impervious to the heat emanating from Kieran's body. Grateful for the support of Ching Feng Lia Dao, book friend 141018085714607, Tu Chingwei, and book friend 141007113911260. I express my heartfelt thanks for their generous contributions. I humbly request recommendations. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 87. Chaotic Magic. At this moment, Kieran let out a furious roar and swung his right hand. Chen Ze immediately felt a tremendous force barreling toward him. Caught off guard, he was unable to release the web in time, and thus was violently hurled against the adjacent wall. The force of Kieran's swing was estimated to be around 50 tons. How could he be so powerful? As Chen Ze was flung away, a thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, Kieran's strength was truly unfathomable. Normally, one would assume that he was merely an individual injected with the dead-end virus. How much power could he possibly wield? Yet, he had proven to possess immense strength. Naturally, if his power were not so formidable, he would not have been capable of shattering Iron Man's armor with a mere punch. Nevertheless, as Chen Ze was thrown, he remained composed. His body slammed against the steel wall on the other side, and it seemed inevitable that he would crash violently upon it. A regular person would likely be reduced to a mere pulp from such an impact. However, Chen Ze's muscular body exerted force, his legs contorted in an enigmatic manner, seemingly maintaining balance while simultaneously dismantling it. In an instant, he gracefully landed upon the steel wall, dissipating most of his momentum, his hands and feet firmly adhering to the surface. Whoosh! 3 spider bullets hurtled towards Killian. Faced with these projectiles, Killian readily discerned that their offensive capabilities were formidable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a dramatic transformation occurred around him, and he suddenly realized that the air had vanished from his vicinity. This revelation struck Killian with sheer horror. Despite having undergone modifications through the Abyss virus, it merely perfected certain aspects of his being. It did not endow him with the ability to survive in the absence of air. Consequently, he was unable to deflect the 3 spider bullets. All 3 struck his chest, and although his physique was extraordinarily resilient, he was still propelled backward, blood bursting forth in 3 sprays. In agony, Killian roared, but Chen Ze could not hear him. Glancing at Killian's pained expression and then at the Scarlet Witch nearby, he understood what had transpired. She had directly siphoned the air from around Killian. This was one of the Scarlet Witch's abilities. Killian, however, was not one to succumb easily. He immediately sought to escape the air-deprived space created by the Scarlet Witch. As she adjusted her control over the area, Killian's speed surpassed her ability to shift the spatial confines, and he swiftly unleashed a fiery orb of energy with his right hand. This orb, imbued with tremendous power, surged toward the Scarlet Witch like a colossal serpent. Yet, just before it could reach her, it began to dissolve, akin to salt dissolving in water, vanishing without a trace. This astonishing spectacle was truly eye-opening. It undoubtedly fell within the realm of the Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic. Chen Ze observed that although Killian was incredibly powerful, he was no match for the Scarlet Witch, prompting him to withdraw from the scene. He noticed Iron Man on the other side, his eyes wide with horror, watching in despair as Pepper Potts grew increasingly tormented, as if he wished for death itself. The battle between the Scarlet Witch and Killian raged on, with Killian being thoroughly suppressed in a bewildering manner. His fists, capable of penetrating Iron Man's armor, struck towards the Scarlet Witch but suddenly encountered an overwhelming force that repelled him, sending him reeling backward. The Scarlet Witch's magic was indeed elusive and formidable, leaving onlookers in awe at its inexplicable power. Chen Ze arrived at the side of Iron Man, who was bound by a crucifix. His legs were ensnared in iron shackles. His waist was similarly confined, and his chest was also encircled. His hands were restrained at the top of the cross. Chen Ze began to dismantle the iron binding him with his bare hands. Without his armor, Iron Man was merely a shell of his former self, his physical prowess insignificant compared to that of a true superhero. Thus, Kieran had only used ordinary iron to bind him. which paled in comparison to Chen Ze's 20-ton strength. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ze relentlessly attacked, and in no time, all the iron bands encircling Iron Man had been twisted apart, liberating him. Iron Man wasted no time in uttering words, hastening towards Pepper Potts, for she was his utmost concern. However, his worry was limited to standing beside her, feeling helpless as he watched her expression contort in distress, unsure of how to act. Although a scientist, he was paralyzed with fear at the thought of inadvertently causing an irreparable disaster. After a while, he realized that his presence was of no help to Pepper. So he knelt down and looked up at Chen Ze, saying, "Thank you. Once again, you have saved me. It seems I truly owe you my gratitude." Chen Ze smiled, saying little in response. He wished to join Scarlet Witch and Kieran in their battle, only to find them engaged in a fierce confrontation. His intervention might inadvertently hinder Scarlet Witch's formidable magic. At that moment, Iron Man addressed Chen Ze, "I've conducted some research. As long as I take all the instruments connected to Pepper, there shouldn't be any issues. Therefore, I might need to don my armor and leave first. Can you understand?" Chen Ze replied, "I can understand, but where is your armor?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sound sliced through the air as a red box erupted into the room, trailing flames. Upon reaching Iron Man, it automatically opened and enveloped him in his suit. Within mere seconds, the golden helmet had snugly encased his face. "This armor truly looks magnificent," Iron Man exclaimed. "My armor is here." He then addressed Chen Ze. "I shall take my leave now, if that is agreeable." "Go ahead," Chen Ze replied. Iron Man then began to execute his plan, carefully lowering Pepper from the platform. He fired a missile to shatter the window, soaring into the sky with Pepper in tow. Chapter 88. Masterman Iron Man's speed was remarkable, and he vanished in an instant. However, Chen Ze did not fixate on him. Instead, he prepared to coordinate with Scarlet Witch to launch an assault against Kieran. Despite Kieran's inferiority in strength compared to Scarlet Witch, his remarkable regenerative abilities posed a significant challenge, allowing him to recover swiftly after each encounter. This reminded the Scarlet Witch of Wolverine. However, even so, it was merely a matter of time before the Scarlet Witch could deal with him. As Kieran's powers were steadily depleting, including his stamina and the energy sustaining his combat. While engaged in battle with Kieran, the Scarlet Witch instructed Chen Ze, "Take a look around for any targets. It would be best to gather some to bring back to S.H.I.E.L.D. later." Her ability to issue such commands amidst the fray indicated that she was indeed in a stable condition. Chen Ze nodded in agreement. For this directive was most fortuitous for him. He could search for the desperation virus among Kieran's belongings, hoping to inject it to regenerate his right hand. Chen Ze began to search nearby, in a space filled with numerous experimental apparatus and an array of unfamiliar vials. However, he hesitated to trust these vials, uncertain of which contained the desperation virus. Thus, he resolved to collect one of each color to bring back for Maya Hansen's identification. Just as he prepared to gather these vials and seek a box, the Scarlet Witch's confrontation with Kieran was reaching its climactic moment. Kieran sensed the air around him transforming into a mass of solidifying molten iron. Though not scalding, the sensation of compressed air felt akin to iron gradually solidifying into steel, leaving him with no strength to escape. "Am I to perish here?" Kieran's heart brimmed with rage and unwillingness. In that fleeting moment, without warning, an all-encompassing darkness descended. It was not the dimming of daylight. Even with Chen Ze's current vision, he could discern much, but now, even he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable void, unable to see anything. It was as if all light had been stripped away. The sudden onset of darkness thrust Chen Ze into a state of panic, not a fear tied to strength, but rather an instinctive dread born from the abrupt shift in his environment. Nevertheless, having endured numerous harrowing experiences, including the brutal conflict in New York, he quickly acclimated to the situation. Responding swiftly, he began to utilize other means to sense his surroundings. Having absorbed the powers of Venom and the Black Widow, he had inherited some of their heightened perceptions, allowing him to maintain awareness of his environment. Chen Ze dashed toward Kieran and the Scarlet Witch, who had fallen due to the unexpected deprivation of light. "Are you all right?" he inquired. As he uttered these words, his hand reached around the waist of the Scarlet Witch, who leaped high into the air. Indeed, at that moment, Killian rushed forth, delivering a punch that merely dissipated light. The sound remained unrestrained. "No worries. We have a new adversary." The Scarlet Witch began to regain her composure and resumed her assault on Killian. In that fleeting instant, the vanished light returned in an overwhelming rush, creating a disorienting effect akin to its sudden disappearance, which forced the Scarlet Witch to interrupt her attack. However, she had already sensed the presence of the individual responsible for the abrupt absence of light. Suddenly, a large hole erupted above her as if the very roof had been torn apart, followed closely by a magical hexagram soaring skyward, reminiscent of the attack on Killian. This breach in the roof was likely a manifestation of the Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, a force that defies reason and materializes her desires. Yet, she seldom employed such chaotic magic, for its unpredictability posed a danger of losing control, leading to mental disarray, a condition far more terrifying than many others. One that the Scarlet Witch feared above all. At the moment the roof shattered, Chen Ze glanced upward and beheld a figure suspended in the air. His vision, remarkably acute, allowed him to discern every detail of the individual, despite the considerable distance. This person was clad in a well-tailored suit, tall and striking, exuding an aura of undeniable charm. His face bore a resemblance to Chen Ze's own, yellow skin and black pupils. But this individual appeared to be around 20 years of age. His beauty transcended mere handsomeness, veering into the realm of the otherworldly. With exquisitely defined features, a sharp and elegant nose, pale skin, delicate lips, and eyes as deep as the cosmos. He possessed long black hair cascading down his back, amplifying his enchanting allure. As Chen Ze first laid eyes on him, he felt once more that the surrounding light was being siphoned away, only to be restored swiftly thereafter. The abrupt disappearance and reappearance of light was profoundly unsettling. However, Chen Ze could sense through his own force field that the figure above had indeed deprived the area of light, only for the Scarlet Witch to counteract this with her chaotic magic, restoring illumination. This maneuver left an unusual flush upon the Scarlet Witch's visage. "We must flee," she exclaimed to Chen Ze. "He is Master Man, and he will prove difficult to confront." Upon seeing that this individual shared his yellow complexion, Chen Ze's suspicions began to crystallize, and the Scarlet Witch's words confirmed his conjecture. Indeed, this was the legendary Master Man. However, the portrayal of Master Man in the comics and films diverges significantly from reality. He is not depicted as a mere old curmudgeon, but rather as an extraordinarily handsome and enchantingly peculiar individual. This stark contrast is indeed breathtaking. There is no escape, Killian bellowed at that moment. Suddenly, two scorching beams of white light descended from the heights, effortlessly tearing through the roof, hurtling towards Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 89. The Fierce Battle Sizzle. Sizzle. The two beams of searing white light surged downwards, but just as they shattered the roof, Chen Ze, poised to leap away, found that the white light above him had vanished without a trace. This must have been the Scarlet Witch's magic. She had merely dispelled the white light directed at Yi Ling, leaving the one above her own head unresolved. Just as Chen Ze intended to rush over to assist her, a blue defensive shield materialized above her. The white light collided heavily with the shield, resulting in a deafening explosion, after which both the shield and the white light dissipated simultaneously. The white light had been successfully repelled by the Scarlet Witch. "Huh!" Chen Ze heard a roar, and with his keen ears, he immediately executed a backflip. Indeed, at that very spot, Killian's fist came crashing down towards him. However, Killian was quick to close the distance, delivering another powerful punch aimed at Chen Ze. In a moment of urgency, Chen Ze activated his defensive shield and evaded a critical hit. But his own fist was easily crushed by Killian's formidable blow, which then slammed into Chen Ze's left shoulder, propelling him against the iron wall behind him. The impact was substantial, nearly shattering his scapula. Whoosh! Chen Ze heard the sound of slicing air once more. Killian lunged at him again, this time with his knee. The strength behind this fiend's fist was already immense, and a collision with his knee would spell disaster for Chen Ze. In a flash, Chen Ze's spider silk quickly adhered to the ceiling, lifting his body aloft. Killian's knee struck the iron wall with a resounding thud, and Chen Ze could almost hear the cracking of his kneecap. While the virus of desperation had undeniably enhanced Killian's strength, his body still seemed somewhat fragile against such robust steel. Of course, Killian's knee was rapidly recovering. Yet, suspended in midair, Chen Ze unleashed a flurry of spider projectiles, sending a dozen or more towards Killian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a fierce confrontation erupted between the Scarlet Witch and Master Man, both intent on eliminating one another. Master Man remained aloft, while the Scarlet Witch surged upwards through the gaping hole in the roof, striving to confront him directly. Her previous efforts from the ground had felt constrained, making it difficult to unleash her full potential. Master Man's current combat prowess primarily derives from the ring he wears. It is presumed he possesses other formidable abilities, as there are legends suggesting he is the inheritor of some mystical artifacts from the East. Despite his advanced age, he retains an otherworldly appearance, which undoubtedly attests to the authenticity of such heritage. However, he has yet to reveal these capabilities, opting instead to rely on the power of the ring in his battle against the Scarlet Witch. Even this singular source of power has begun to overwhelm her. Within the Grand Mansion, Chen Ze's spider silk projectiles struck Killian relentlessly, leaving numerous bloodied holes in his form, yet his body was already in the process of regeneration. This situation was unsustainable. The so-called despair virus was exceedingly formidable. Chen Ze contemplated the reality that continuing in this manner was futile. While this adversary could regenerate indefinitely, his own stamina was waning. Ultimately, he might not be able to outlast him. With this thought in mind, Chen Ze charged forward, intent on bombarding Killian's wounds. At that moment, Killian suddenly raised his right hand. A profound sense of danger surged through Chen Ze's mind, prompting him to leap instinctively, executing a lateral somersault to his right. Indeed, where he had just stood, a fiery burst of energy surged past, narrowly grazing his head before crashing into the steel wall on the opposite side. The resilient steel wall, upon confronting this torrent of crimson energy, was pierced, creating a gaping hole. The sheer power of such an assault against his own body was a thought Chen Ze dared not entertain. Almost forgetting this adversary's additional capabilities, Chen Ze surmised that Killian must also be experiencing some cooldown period. Such attacks could not be unleashed consecutively without depleting energy reserves. Seizing the moment, Chen Ze dashed forward and landed a punch against Killian, but to his dismay, Killian merely staggered back a step. However, in the instant Chen Ze created distance, his spider silk had already adhered to Killian. As Killian retreated 3 steps, Chen Ze sprang into action, his body appearing here and there in rapid succession, quickly ensnaring Killian's arms and legs with numerous strands of silk. Without a moment's pause, Chen Ze continued to entangle him. Killian roared in fury. Feeling utterly constrained by the spider silk, Chen Ze, whom Killian had always considered inferior, was now forcing him into such a precarious position. In a fit of rage, he struggled desperately to break free from the silk that Chen Ze had propelled forth. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile. The silk was simply too powerful. However, if Julian were to continue struggling in such a manner, Chen Ze feared that the delicate threads might be torn or even snapped by his brute strength. Consequently, several spider projectiles were launched directly towards his head and eyes. Chen Ze believed that if these projectiles struck such vital areas, he would find it far more challenging to defend against them than he could against the threads and projectiles aimed at other parts of his body. Bang! Julian made a valiant effort to evade, successfully dodging the spider projectile aimed at his eyes, yet one still struck him squarely on the forehead, causing him to roar in pain, clearly suffering a significant blow. While Chen Ze's strength paled in comparison to Julian's, and his regenerative abilities were no match, his agility was something Julian could not rival. Thus, Chen Ze skillfully maneuvered, using his dexterity to outmaneuver Julian. Chen Ze charged forward, attempting to absorb Julian's energy. But in that fleeting moment, his surroundings transformed into the scene of his university graduation night, filled with the sounds of merriment and clinking glasses. Chen Ze found himself immersed in this nostalgic tableau. Chapter 90, Mirage. It felt as if everything had returned. His right hand was no longer the horrifying skeletal form he had feared. He had not been captured by data. None of it had transpired. It was a wildly exuberant night of graduation. A group of individuals was inebriated beyond measure. This isn't meat. Nearby, his dorm mates watched Chen Ze with amused expressions, while several girls from his class hurried to intervene as he carelessly tossed a napkin into a dish, insisting it was stir-fried pork, ready to partake. They were utterly unable to stop him, and Chen Ze happily savored what he perceived as the delectable dish. This scene enveloped Chen Ze in a sense of surreal nostalgia. It seemed that the grand world of superheroes was the illusion, while this moment was the true reality. Like all his classmates, he had graduated and was now seeking employment. With a degree in philosophy, his prospects were limited to either teaching or pursuing a career unrelated to his field. With a stroke of luck, he might marry a woman of moderate beauty and grace, starting a family and living out his days. No, this was the illusion. Suddenly, as if the two worlds were merging, Chen Ze's mental and spiritual fortitude surged, allowing him to swiftly comprehend that this was the illusion. He could not return. He was now the devourer, having absorbed the powers of Venom and the Black Spider, bearing countless responsibilities and objectives. His primary goal was to harness the powers of the Abyss virus to restore his lost right hand. With that realization, Chen Ze opened his eyes. He understood that everything he had just experienced was a mere mirage, most likely conjured by Master Man, who could not possibly know that Chen Ze hailed from another realm. This merely stimulated his mind, evoking scenes that could ensnare or bewilder him. Chen Ze opened his eyes to find Julian nearly breaking free from his webbing. With a swift motion, more strands were released, ensnaring Julian once again, yet offering little improvement to the dire situation. Chen Ze then glanced upward, an unsettling sensation washing over him as he beheld the scarlet which still suspended in the air. However, through his keen gaze, it was evident that her condition was far from right. A look of confusion clouded her face, suggesting she too had fallen victim to the illusions cast by Master Man. Moreover, Chen Ze observed Master Man charging toward the Scarlet Witch. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ze launched his threads, which swiftly enveloped the Scarlet Witch, pulling her downwards. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch was indeed trapped within a phantasm, nearly unable to escape. Within this illusion, she encountered an overwhelming array of horrors. A veritable hell on earth. Smoke filled the air, and the remnants of war lay scattered about. Many mutants, whom the Scarlet Witch knew well, roared amidst the chaos. Due to her unique abilities facing these mutants, they found themselves stripped of their extraordinary powers, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. At that instant, Magneto confronted the Scarlet Witch, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips, laden with myriad implications. Suddenly, a metallic shard hurtled from a distance, racing toward Magneto with incredible speed. With a sharp sound, the shard pierced Magneto's skull. These visions overwhelmed the Scarlet Witch, prompting her to cover her ears, unable to bear the weight of it all. Most alarmingly, she had completely submerged herself in this illusion, failing to recognize it as such, believing instead that it was an undeniable reality, a realization that proved to be the most terrifying aspect of her predicament. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch felt herself plummeting rapidly, her eyes snapping open to confirm the swift descent. It was Chen Ze below, grasping her tightly. Above, she caught sight of Master Man's sinister visage, a hint of amusement gracing his features. A cold sweat nearly broke out over the Scarlet Witch. The preceding moments had been perilously close to disaster. Had Chen Ze not pulled her down with his threads, she might well have faced death at Master Man's hands. Master Man retracted his recent attack and suddenly called out, "Hey, the one below, who are you?" His voice resonated with a low timbre, reminiscent of a middle-aged man. Initially, Chen Ze was taken aback by the inquiry. But after a fleeting moment, he abruptly recalled that this individual was speaking Mandarin. Recently, Chen Ze has been living solely within the confines of the English language, and it has indeed been quite some time since he last spoke Chinese. Thus, upon suddenly hearing the conversation, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, his mind is now beginning to awaken. "Do you not know me?" Chen Ze replied with a hint of perplexity. After all, even the Hydra agents are aware of his existence, so one would assume this individual, well informed as he is, would soon learn the truth as well. "Why should I know you?" Master Wan retorted, simultaneously on guard against any potential attack from the Scarlet Witch, having just barely extricated herself from an illusion. The Scarlet Witch now wished for a moment to recuperate. Although she could not comprehend the conversation taking place, she felt it was quite impressive and chose not to dwell on it further. "Oh," Chen Ze uttered, "why do you ask this?" "I wish to inquire why. As a Chinese individual, you have become a lapdog for the Americans?" Chen Ze shrugged. "Your statement is rather presumptive. I am not their lackey. I merely appear at certain times, endeavoring to assist humanity in whatever way I can." "Well said," Master One remarked. "However, if that is the case, you two shall first serve as subjects for my new toy." The malevolent smile on Master Wan's face sent a chill down their spines. Then, the world around them began to shift dramatically. One moment, they were engulfed in darkness. The next, blinding light flickered back and forth, seemingly intent on dazzling Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. Amidst this torment, both found it increasingly difficult to maintain their vigilance. Suddenly, they felt themselves drawn by an enigmatic force, as if transported to another realm. Upon opening their eyes, they were surrounded by an emerald glow, a shimmering green that obscured all else. "Apologies, everyone. Today's update is delayed. I had to visit the doctor during the day and returned not long ago. Hence, it will be a single chapter today. Sigh, some doctors nowadays seem quite irresponsible, failing to inform you of your issues and simply directing you to pay for medication. Fortunately, it appears to be nothing serious. I hope you all can cast a few more votes. This week's tally is rather low. Thank you." Chapter 91. A Strange World. What is this place? Chen Ze exclaimed, finally processing his surroundings, which were engulfed in an endless sea of green. The verdant expanse stretched infinitely before him. Chen Ze felt as though he were firmly grounded, yet beneath him lay nothing but an unbroken blanket of green. "Wanda!" Chen Ze called out to the Scarlet Witch. Having plunged into such an alien world, fear gripped his heart. Despite being a superpowered individual, the sheer unknown and the inability to perceive anything beyond the omnipresent greenery filled him with an overwhelming sense of unease. Thus, Chen Ze's initial reaction was to seek out his companion, the Scarlet Witch, who had also plummeted into this enigmatic realm. "Devourer, where are you?" "I am here." Despite her formidable strength and prowess, the Scarlet Witch, at her core, remained a woman. In this moment, her heart was laden with fear, and she yearned to find Chen Ze. "I am here." With a hint of helplessness, Chen Ze suddenly declared, "Release your magical energy field. I shall come to you." Given the absence of solid footing in this place and his inability to fly, he needed this method to approach the Scarlet Witch. Very well. Although the Scarlet Witch was momentarily perplexed by Chen Ze's intentions, she complied with his request. Chen Ze sensed the magical energy field she emitted, and with a flick of his right hand, a thread of webbing adhered to her position. Instantly, the webbing propelled Chen Ze to the side of the Scarlet Witch. His speed was remarkable. Upon feeling his sudden presence beside her, she felt an inexplicable lightness in her being. Strangely, as Chen Ze dashed from his previous location to the Scarlet Witch, he experienced a resurgence of groundedness. As if his feet were once again firmly planted on solid ground, a most wondrous phenomenon. What manner of place is this? At that moment, illuminated by the surrounding green glow, Chen Ze discerned the features of the Scarlet Witch, whose beautiful visage bore an unmistakable hint of alarm. How did you ascend? She inquired. My web can adhere to your energy field, Chen Ze replied candidly. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. Yet, within the Scarlet Witch's words lingered a trace of concern as she remarked, some of my magic is utterly ineffective here, which is astonishing. Chen Ze, intrigued by this revelation, felt a growing curiosity, accompanied by a hypothesis that began to crystallize in his mind. Could it be that the rules here diverge from those of our world? Chen Ze posited to the Scarlet Witch. She paused, then nodded. It is quite possible. My chaotic magic fails to manifest here, yet my energy field remains functional, suggesting that some aspects of this place have been altered. However, she mused, where did Mandarin acquire such power? Could it be that he has created an entire world? That is simply unfathomable. Indeed, if Mandarin had truly forged a world of his own, he would be nearly invincible. It must be due to some extraordinary circumstance that this peculiar place has emerged. In truth, it is not an entirely new world, but rather a strange point within existence. Chen Ze analyzed for the Scarlet Witch. Nonetheless, we have descended into this realm. Damn it. The Scarlet Witch could not help but utter a harsh exclamation. The situation was undeniably frustrating, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. There must be a solution. In that moment, Chen Ze, maintaining a remarkably composed demeanor, reassured her, it will be all right. Alas, I feel as though my magical powers are being consumed by this world, the Scarlet Witch exclaimed, her voice laced with increasing panic. The thought was indeed terrifying. Her magic was being devoured without her awareness. I do not feel anything, Chen Ze replied candidly. Indeed, both his physical strength and Spider-Man's powers, along with his magical abilities and force fields, remained intact within him, showing no signs of diminishment. Aside from finding the pervasive green light in this realm rather irksome, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. What is happening? This is dire, the Scarlet Witch declared. If this continues, the energy within me will be drained entirely. Chen Ze furrowed his brow at her words. Although he was unharmed while the Scarlet Witch's energy was being siphoned away, her power far surpassed his own. If her energy were to be entirely depleted, their escape today would be impossible. Do not fret. We will find a way, Chen Ze reassured her. Very well. I shall attempt to regain the energy I have lost, the Scarlet Witch responded, striving to control her body and reclaim her dissipated energy. However, her efforts proved futile. She struggled even to prevent her energy from being usurped by others. The situation grew increasingly arduous, prompting Chen Ze to ponder potential solutions. Countless thoughts flitted through his mind. Yet none seemed viable. Time elapsed, and the two found themselves leaning on one another in this strange world. From this vantage point, amidst the verdant glow, Chen Ze observed the Scarlet Witch's profile, which was strikingly beautiful. Her emotions had gradually calmed. Previously, she had been tumultuous, affected by the illusions she encountered. Upon entering this unforeseen realm, she sensed her powers waning, altering her mindset. Fortunately, Chen Ze was by her side. Without him, she might have succumbed to despair. The Scarlet Witch was not mentally unstable, but she harbored profound inner demons that could wreak havoc if left unchecked. At that moment, inspiration struck Chen Ze. He conceived a potential method to disrupt this place. Chapter 92. The arrival of the war machine. Upon formulating this idea, Chen Ze promptly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energy fields. However, although Chen Ze's force field energy had significantly increased, it was still not formidable enough to be insurmountable. He turned to the Scarlet Witch and inquired, can you sense the energy sustaining this space? There is oxygen and an abundance of elements here. It certainly requires energy to maintain this realm. This was the calculation that occupied Chen Ze's mind. Very well, I shall investigate. The Scarlet Witch did not decline Chen Ze's request. She closed her beautiful eyes and began to meticulously attune her magical energy to the elements that might sustain this world. At this very moment, numerous events were transpiring in the outside world. Where have they gone? On the ground, Killian donned a pristine white suit and asked Mr. Man. As one of my test subjects, Mr. Man replied with a stoic expression, you guard this place. I will take a look over there. Killian understood the implication of Mr. Man's words and nodded promptly. In truth, Mr. Man's intentions were not particularly complex. He merely sought to intimidate the American government while simultaneously demonstrating his capabilities to Hydra. On the surface, Mr. Man was a subordinate entity to Hydra, yet within Hydra's ranks, few possessed the power to truly command him. Despite appearances suggesting that Mr. Man could match the Scarlet Witch in combat, his actual strength was far beneath her. Even Killian himself could not fully comprehend Mr. Man's prowess. This man possessed rings on his fingers, each imbued with distinct powers. When combined, his abilities transcended the ordinary. More importantly, Mr. Man had spent decades in the Middle East studying ancient Chinese mystical traditions, as well as various spells from Europe, the ancient Arab empires, and ancient India. These esoteric arts rendered his strength unfathomable. For instance, Mr. Man was now over 100 years old, yet his visage appeared to be that of a man barely in his 20s. If Mr. Man were to unleash his full power, the consequences would be unpredictable. Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Captain America, after all, was Captain America. Not only was he endowed with formidable strength and remarkable physical capabilities, but he also possessed a keen intellect. As a tactical hero, he exhibited meticulous thinking, especially honed through the trials of World War II, which endowed him with strategic foresight and tactical acumen. Thus, Captain America, employing various methods, successfully dispatched the false Iron Patriot to the ground, signaling the end of a fierce confrontation. Iron Man had also returned home with Pepper Potts, whose physical enhancements appeared to be complete, leaving her in a state of slumber. Iron Man vigilantly stood by her side. Exhausted, Captain America used his headset to communicate to the airborne battleship that he had successfully accomplished his mission. At that moment, Master Man appeared next to Air Force One, swiftly pursuing the aircraft. Damn it, Master Man has shown up. Captain America urgently issued a warning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. had breathed a sigh of relief after Captain America had saved Air Force One, they were struck with the grim news. Master Man was an exceedingly formidable opponent. In all honesty, even S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored a certain fear of provoking him, let alone facing a direct assault. Who is in that airspace? Inquire immediately and report back. Fury's voice nearly roared. If Master Man were to eliminate the president, it would be an irreparable catastrophe, a transgression that no one could bear. It was too late to dispatch superheroes to intervene. They had to urgently determine if any superheroes were in the vicinity to thwart the potentially deranged Master Man. At that moment, through the cameras of Air Force One, one could see Master Man floating ominously in the air. Were it not for his fearsome reputation and extraordinary abilities, he might resemble a mere young man from China. Devoid of any threat, some women might even find him appealing. Suddenly, Master Man raised his right hand, and a cutting beam erupted from his ring, hurtling toward Air Force One. This beam had the capacity to slice through most earthly materials, capable of cleaving the aircraft in two. Just then, Captain America leaped into action, tossing his shield to intercept the cutting beam. Immediately after, the enormous mechanical wings attached to his back unfurled, allowing him to soar into the sky. The situation was dire. However, Captain America sensed that Master Man did not genuinely intend to kill the president. If Master Man had aimed to eliminate the president, he possessed myriad powers to attack Air Force One. Moreover, Captain America's strength was hardly sufficient to withstand Master Man's onslaught. Although Master Man was classified as a high-level second-stage superhero, this assessment was based on previous combat footage. His true power was rumored to rival that of Thor. Yet, what was Master Man truly plotting? Captain America pondered, remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, Fury finally discerned who was present near Air Force One. After some deliberation, he decided to contact the Academy, urging the professor to swiftly reach out to Storm. This was a grave situation, and even the War Machine would have to be called upon to intervene. Faced with this dire situation, the professor, despite his self-contained principles and the profound wounds inflicted upon him by purebred humanity, could not refuse. It was universally acknowledged that a ray of sunshine resided within his heart. He swiftly reached out to Storm, urging her to join the fray. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. hastily mobilized its forces, hoping to thwart the advances of the formidable Mandarin. Thus commenced an explosive confrontation. Storm's prowess was formidable, and the Mandarin appeared disinclined to shift the battlefield to the vicinity of Air Force One, seemingly intent on restraining both Storm and Captain America. The three engaged in a fierce battle within the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 93. Surge of Force Field. Storm's power was indeed remarkable. A bolt of lightning, astonishingly, descended from the clear blue sky, targeting the Mandarin. The Mandarin's intention today was not to eliminate the president. Such an act would likely plunge the world into chaos, serving the interests of Hydra but not his own. Instead, he sought to display his might, relishing the prospect of drawing more attention to himself. Confronted by Storm, He initially perceived no threat. However, as the lightning struck, the Mandarin's perception of her shifted slightly. Such a display of power was undeniably impressive, though it merely captured his attention momentarily. Annihilate. The Mandarin uttered a few esoteric syllables that, while incomprehensible to most, commanded the powerful lightning to vanish without a trace. His words were pronounced in classical Chinese, rendering their meaning elusive even to those who understood modern Mandarin. Storm felt a surge of frustration welling within her, nearly causing her to spit blood. "Old friend, were you waiting for me?" At that moment, a searing light surged towards the Mandarin, accompanied by Iron Man's mocking voice. As a century-old relic, still sporting that effeminate face, do you not find yourself rather grotesque? Thus, three superheroes now confronted the Mandarin. Upon seeing Iron Man, Captain America exhaled a sigh of relief. The corners of the Mandarin's mouth curled into a peculiar smile as he uttered, "You dare insult me." Though Iron Man's J-A-R-V-I-S possessed a translation system, it faltered with classical Chinese, yet it effortlessly rendered modern Mandarin. Consequently, Iron Man erupted in fury. He had just secured Pepper in the safest location, allowing her to rest, and now rushed into the fray, fully aware that Air Force One was in peril. Three superheroes engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable villain, only to find that with the arrival of Iron Man, the villain's patience seemed to wane. Although Captain America suffered no grave injuries, he was ultimately rendered unconscious, having fallen into the aircraft. Storm was nearly depleted of energy. Reduced to a mere spectator in the fray, it became evident to all that the villain had merely been toying with them, his strength overwhelmingly formidable. However, in the presence of Iron Man, the villain appeared somewhat apprehensive, for many of his tactics were countered adeptly by Iron Man naturally. Iron Man was not a match for the villain either. Soon, he too found himself in dire straits, struggling to maintain his ground. In a special realm, a revelation dawned upon Scarlet Witch as she finally conveyed to Chen Ze the encouraging news that she had located the source of sustaining energy within this space. Through the ethereal green glow, Chen Ze discerned that Scarlet Witch's complexion was pale, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "Take me there," he urged, fully aware that Scarlet Witch was adversely affected by the energy-draining environment. Yet, he had no choice but to implore her to lead him swiftly to the source of the energy. "Very well," Scarlet Witch responded, extending her hand to grasp Chen Ze's right hand and guiding him in a particular direction. Chen Ze was taken aback by her sudden gesture. He had anticipated that she would unleash an energy field, allowing him to ensnare her with a web-like substance. Instead, she directly took his hand. Yet, in this peculiar realm, they were comrades in battle, and pondering such matters seemed trivial. Thus, Chen Ze allowed himself to be led by Scarlet Witch as they advanced forward. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes, she finally halted. "This is the spot. I sense that the energy fluctuations here are the most potent. Likely the very force sustaining this realm." "Understood," Chen Ze nodded, and Scarlet Witch released his hand. He began to activate his own force field and magical energy, keenly attuning himself to the formidable energy present. Previously, due to the limitations of his power, he had been unable to discern the source of this space as support. However, now, at such close proximity, he could feel its essence. "Now that we are here, what are your intentions?" Scarlet Witch inquired, her voice trembling slightly, revealing the toll the energy drain had taken on her physical state. Chen Ze refrained from responding to her question. Instead, he temporarily removed the glove from his right hand and cautiously extended it towards the vicinity of the energy field. Then boom, Chen Ze felt as if his head might explode. The sensation of absorbing the energy from the cosmic cube resurfacing instantaneously, as if his very entrails were scorched by the onslaught of that energy. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a tremendous force that surged through his entire being. "Chen, what is wrong? What has happened?" The Scarlet Witch was taken aback by Chen Ze's reaction, rushing to support him and inquiring about the unfolding situation. Chen Ze found himself momentarily speechless. However, the Scarlet Witch could sense that his muscles were undergoing violent spasms. "What is it? Speak to me," she urged, feeling an unexpected helplessness despite her formidable powers in the presence of Chen Ze. "Cough. I'm fine." Chen Ze finally emerged from the overwhelming sensation, clearing his throat a few times before addressing the Scarlet Witch. "I was just struck by a surge of energy. From the looks of it, my plan seems to have encountered some issues." "Forget about that plan. You have no idea how terrifying you just were," the Scarlet Witch exclaimed. "All right," Chen Ze nodded. Although he had not succeeded in his objective to collapse this isolated space by consuming energy, thus enabling his and the Scarlet Witch's escape, the act of consumption had nearly tripled his field energy, a truly formidable advancement. Meanwhile, outside, Master Man, who was intent on teaching Iron Man a lesson, suddenly sensed a disturbance within the isolated space, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Chapter 94. Instantaneous movement. At that moment, Master Man perceived a significant upheaval. In the isolated space he had created, no subtle changes could escape his vigilance. He was acutely aware of any alterations occurring within. However, he noticed a drastic reduction in the energy sustaining this isolated realm. Although such a loss of energy should not render the space inoperative, the abrupt disappearance raised his alarm. For this had never occurred before. He surmised that the two individuals he had confined within were responsible for this anomaly. Distracted by this revelation, he recognized that in battles among skilled opponents, numerous events could transpire in mere moments. At that instant, Iron Man unleashed a beam of energy that surged toward Master Man. He raised a finger, effortlessly deflecting the energy beam. Deciding to temporarily disregard Iron Man and his cohort, he resolved to investigate the situation within the isolated space. Certainly, once Master Man entered the isolated realm to assess the situation, Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch would remain at his mercy, particularly since neither stood a chance against him. Did it seem ineffective? After the Scarlet Witch confirmed that Chen Ze was unharmed, she began to inquire about the efficacy of his recent actions. Chen Ze nodded in acknowledgement without denial, then extended his right hand once more, attempting to connect with the source of the energy. Once again, the familiar sensation coursed through his body. However, this time he was prepared, and the reaction within him was not as pronounced as before. Accompanying this sensation was a profound feeling of fullness within him, as he sensed his body brimming with force field energy. Compared to the previous feeble energy, his current force field energy had significantly increased. Yet, at that moment, he contemplated the potential dangers and told the Scarlet Witch, "We must leave at once, otherwise. I fear that once Master Man detects the anomalies here, he will swiftly arrive." The Scarlet Witch's face reflected her urgency. She had long desired to escape, but had yet to discover a means to do so. Recently, Yiling had suggested he might have found a way, but it had proven to be untrue. What could they possibly do? In that moment, Chen Ze pondered, then addressed the Scarlet Witch. "I might still have a solution, but I need you to promise me something." "What is it?" The Scarlet Witch inquired hastily. "If my method succeeds, and we manage to escape, you must agree that when you recount our escape to others, you will state that I previously absorbed the sustaining energy of this space. Is that acceptable?" The Scarlet Witch paused, a hint of curiosity in her expression. "Why? There is no reason. Either you agree or not." "What do you say?" Chen Ze replied. "Very well. I have little choice at present. Besides, I have no inclination to divulge your personal secrets. If you possess a method, it is best we depart swiftly. Do you not agree?" Chen Ze nodded in affirmation. As Chen Ze first absorbed the energy within this independent space, Master Man sensed it and sought to enter the realm to investigate the unfolding events. However, at that moment, Iron Man intensified his assault, presenting a formidable threat. A fully unleashed Iron Man indeed possessed remarkable combat prowess. Thus, Master Man engaged in a few exchanges with Iron Man, only to realize that the energy in his independent space had diminished further, deepening his perplexity. Seizing the moment when Master Man hesitated due to the vanishing energy, Iron Man unleashed a torrent of attacks, compelling Master Man to respond urgently. Although he possessed immense power, he was still bound by the limitations of his own energy. In contrast, Iron Man's energy did not stem from within. Rather, his current suit exhibited remarkable endurance, allowing his energy to surge boundlessly. Consequently, the Mandarin was compelled to swiftly contend with Iron Man. Moments later, Iron Man sensed an overwhelming force enveloping him, a power so potent that its origin eluded both his sight and perception. Thus, he hastened to devise a means to counter this formidable force. Seconds later, an extraordinarily violent explosion erupted at Iron Man's location. Although the explosion lacked a deafening roar or blinding light, it violently disoriented him, leaving him in a daze, as if teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, due to the suit's exceptional life support systems, he remained physically unharmed. However, the exterior of his armor was severely compromised by the unexpected blast. "Disaster! I'm plummeting. Someone assist me," Iron Man bellowed. Yet tragically, the suit's speakers had also been destroyed, rendering his cries unheard as he continued to descend towards the ground. Simultaneously, the Mandarin had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. After instilling a glimmer of hope in the Scarlet Witch, Chen Ze suddenly closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to some unseen force, striving for a union of spirit and matter. Although the Scarlet Witch found Chen Ze's actions somewhat dubious, she chose to wait and observe him, placing her hopes entirely in his hands. The prospect of the Mandarin's imminent return ignited an anxious urgency within her, yet she refrained from disturbing Chen Ze's concentration. Chen Ze's closed eyes were not a quest for enlightenment. Rather, he sought to recapture the sensation he had experienced previously, the moment when he had soared downward with Iron Man, only to be instantaneously transported to the ground. Lacking extensive experience, Chen Ze had awakened to this ability in a life-or-death moment. leaving him uncertain of his success this time. However, fortune favored him. That feeling resurfaced. Chapter 95. Impulse. I found it. At last, I found it. Chen Ze's heart surged with exhilaration. Yet, he was careful not to let this excitement distract him from his purpose. He had trained in this realm before, although each attempt had nearly drained him of all energy. Uncertain of his success again, he nonetheless seized the moment. In an instant, both Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch felt a flicker before their eyes. The verdant glow of the previous space vanished, leaving only the expanse of the blue sky. They had successfully achieved instantaneous movement. Chen Ze finally felt a sense of relaxation within himself. After all, he had at least achieved success. Just as the two of them instantaneously moved out, Master Man also entered this independent space, yet he could no longer sense the presence of Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. This fellow is indeed intriguing. Reflecting on the sudden disappearance of energy within his independent space and the unanticipated escape of the two from his domain, Master Man's mind began to churn with further thoughts. He found Chen Ze to be quite captivating. At that very moment, two figures were plummeting rapidly from the sky. The first was Iron Man. Although he could not utter a word, his continuous descent without activating his thrusters immediately alerted Captain America and the others. Captain America promptly instructed Storm to rescue Iron Man. Though burdened by a metallic wing, he understood that it could not bear Iron Man's weight. His armored strength was undeniably formidable. The second individual was Chen Ze. His flying ability was limited to hovering a few centimeters above the ground, yet he was now several kilometers in the air. Furthermore, having just teleported out of that independent space, he had nearly exhausted all his physical strength and energy, plunging him into a state of weakness once more. Initially, the Scarlet Witch was unaware of this, but upon witnessing Chen Ze plummeting at a speed akin to Iron Man's, she sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? The Scarlet Witch immediately began her descent. Although she had recently lost a significant amount of energy, maintaining her flight posed no issue. Swiftly, she dove down, grasped Chen Ze's hand, and with a firm tug, pulled him into her embrace, supporting his shoulders and legs with her hands. This action left Chen Ze feeling quite awkward. Despite the fact that this teleportation had nearly drained him, his current state was far better than the last time he had exhausted himself saving Iron Man, when he had been too fatigued to lift even a finger. Now, he was nearly recovered. However, this situation felt undeniably uncomfortable. In films and dramas, it is typically the male protagonist who carries the female lead when she is unable to stand. Yet now, it was Chen Ze being cradled by the Scarlet Witch. At this moment, a faint, elusive fragrance emanated from her, not resembling any perfume. Perhaps it was the renowned scent of the body. Moreover, due to the Scarlet Witch's straightforward and forceful embrace, Chen Ze could feel sensations he ought not to have felt. Her softness was undeniably alluring. Oh no! Chen Ze inwardly cursed, realizing that he was experiencing an involuntary response in a rather inappropriate place. He quickly recited the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, delving deep into the essence of Prajnaparamita. In a previous existence, when he was still in another realm, being a youthful individual filled with vigor often resulted in an uncontrollable surge of passion. However, one could not indulge in such desires too frequently, leading him to develop methods to divert his attention over time. In this world, due to perhaps his extraordinary abilities or other factors, the occurrence of these impulses had diminished significantly. Yet today, the stimuli proved overwhelming for him, prompting him to employ his distraction techniques hastily. After a while, he managed to suppress those urges. Otherwise, if the Scarlet Witch were to perceive his agitation, he feared it would lead to calamity. At that moment, the Scarlet Witch noticed Chen Ze with his eyes wide open and leaned down to ascertain his condition. "Chen Ze, how are you feeling?" she inquired, her breath fragrant like orchids, intertwining with her alluring scent, which once again stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Damn it! Chen Ze cursed inwardly, yet he responded. "Every time I utilize this, there's always a slight backlash, temporary exhaustion, but I'm nearly there now." He then reminded her, "Wanda, don't forget your promise to me." "Is everything truly all right?" The Scarlet Witch replied. "Well, that's good," she added, finally addressing his earlier question. "As for the promise I made you, it depends on my mood." "Hey, I am your savior, after all. You must keep your word." With a huff, the situation shifted as Doctor Strange had essentially vanished upon re-entering that dimension, while on the other side, Storm had caught up with Iron Man, supporting him. At last, everyone was safe. The SHIELD aircraft arrived in the blink of an eye, allowing the group to board and ensuring their escape from peril. Iron Man removed his helmet and turned to Chen Ze, asking, "Can you tell me why you two suddenly appeared there, and in such altered identities and genders?" "Honestly, it was my first time seeing a woman hold a man in that manner. Are you jealous?" Chen Ze retorted, undeterred by Iron Man's sarcasm. Iron Man, unlike Chen Ze, had not received such treatment from Storm, who had simply lifted him by his legs and soared upwards, an entirely different nature of rescue. After saving Iron Man and exchanging a brief greeting with the Scarlet Witch, Storm vanished. There existed a significant divide between mutants and the Avengers. Individuals like the Scarlet Witch were rare. Iron Man chuckled at Chen Ze's remarks. Chen Ze proceeded to explain the circumstances that led him and the Scarlet Witch to that independent space, though he refrained from revealing his ability to teleport. Chapter 96. Must we still inject? After absorbing all the explanations, everyone comprehended the cause and effect of the situation, prompting someone to remark. Upon grasping the entirety of the events, Iron Man suddenly realized. Does this imply that Aldrich Killian is still in his previous location? This was Iron Man's focal point. As Killian had harmed Pepper Potts, an affront that Iron Man could not abide. He must still be there. After all, at that time, we were merely led into his isolated domain by the Mandarin, seemingly leaving Killian behind in that place. Very well. This is precisely what I desire. Iron Man declared. I shall make him aware of the consequences of crossing me. With that, Iron Man leapt from the aircraft without hesitation. His armor was already brimming with energy, especially given the rapid rate of energy replenishment it was currently experiencing, rendering the armor nearly fully charged. Iron Man soared into the sky. Having undergone a period of recuperation, Chen Ze's strength had significantly returned, almost to the extent of regaining at least half of his capabilities. Consequently, he began to feel restless. We must hasten to investigate, Chen Ze urged Captain America, as the latter typically had the authority to command the group and influence the course of battle. Steve, I harbor concerns for Tony. After all, it is possible that the Mandarin has returned to that locale. We cannot predict his actions, can we? Captain America found merit in this statement. He then turned to Scarlet Witch and inquired, Wanda, what are your thoughts? Scarlet Witch glanced at Chen Ze with a questioning look. In truth, she was reluctant to return. But seeing the determination in Chen Ze's eyes, she nodded in agreement. I too support the idea of going back. Very well. Captain America nodded and instructed the pilot to prepare for the journey in that direction. In fact, Chen Ze had garnered significant benefits from this experience. Primarily the absorption of the force fields within the Mandarin's isolated space, which was of utmost importance to him. The magical energy within his mind was not weak. After extensive consumption, it had become quite powerful. However, his control over force fields had always been lacking, making it challenging for him to truly harness such magical energy. The absorption of these force fields would grant Chen Ze a greater ability to control his magical energies. Yet, he remained unsatisfied for a simple reason. He sought the extinction virus. Hurry up, Chen Ze silently urged himself. Simultaneously, he felt a growing desire for flight. If he could soar through the skies, he would not need to travel by aircraft. Of course, he could possess mechanical wings like Captain America, yet their speed was limited. Their adaptability restricted, and they were difficult to maneuver. Thus, Chen Ze opted against mechanical wings. At long last, after more than 20 minutes, the aircraft hovered over the site where Chen Ze had previously battled the Scarlet Witch. Iron Man had likely just arrived, as the sounds of fierce combat emanated from within. Shortly thereafter, Iron Man soared into the sky, promptly followed by a red beam from Killian aimed at him. Fortunately, it seemed that Mandarin was not present at this location. With Mandarin absent, the Scarlet Witch felt no psychological burden and joined the fray against Killian. With a swift motion, Chen Ze shot forth a long strand of webbing, securing it to a nearby building. Rather than allowing the aircraft to land, he leapt from the side of the cabin, the aircraft resembling those seen in films, equipped with helicopter-like rotors, enabling his descent. He glided down to the base of the structure and, gripping the webbing, leapt up to the rooftop. At this moment, Killian was on the verge of a berserk state. His clothes had been charred to tatters, revealing his fiery red muscles, with terrifying veins prominently displayed. However, he was no match for either Iron Man or the Scarlet Witch, let alone the two of them together. Before long, Killian was increasingly incapacitated, his discomfort growing as he floated about. His energy was nearly depleted, and the speed at which he could regenerate his body had begun to slow. With a thunderous crash, he was struck by another energy attack from Iron Man, sending him plummeting from the rooftop several meters high to the ground below, where he lay nearly immobile. At that moment, Chen Ze could no longer concern himself with Iron Man's intentions. He too leapt from the rooftop, descending from the same height. Despite his rapid descent, he landed almost silently, swiftly reaching Killian's side. He discarded his right glove and aimed directly at Killian's body. Observing this, Iron Man merely shrugged, showing no intention to intervene. And the Scarlet Witch likewise did not object. A surge of energy flowed from Killian into Chen Ze, who selectively absorbed it without siphoning away his life force. This process continued for over half a minute, during which Chen Ze nearly drained all of Killian's energy. However, His right hand remained unchanged. In the course of absorption, Chen Ze had anticipated this possibility. He had not discovered anything within Killian that could repair his hand. Thus, two scenarios emerged, the first being that the extremist virus had no effect on his right hand, which was rather disheartening. The second was that he had failed to extract from Killian the substance that would enable the virus to work effectively. In essence, what Chen Ze truly required was the direct injection of the despair virus into his own body, rather than merely consuming energy. Contemplating this, he seized Killian by the collar and demanded, "Tell me, where can I find the despair virus? I need to inject it." "Are you jesting?" Killian replied. Having just been drained of energy by Chen Ze, though he felt no pain, he was utterly exhausted. "Injecting that could very well lead to your demise. Enough of your prattle, just tell me." After a moment's reflection, Killian deemed it prudent to comply and divulged the information to Chen Ze. Chapter 97. Injection of the despair virus. Following Killian's instructions, Chen Ze ventured into the room, where he indeed discovered the despair virus. However, he was unable to discern its authenticity and hesitated to place complete trust in Killian. Despite his own body's peculiarities, Chen Ze feared being deceived into injecting something harmful. With this apprehension in mind, he carefully stored the vials of the liquid in a box and summoned Iron Man and Scarlet Witch from the skies to descend. They were now poised to reap the fruits of victory. Killian had become utterly weakened and was now at Chen Ze's mercy. Soon, Iron Man whisked him away. Chen Ze, unable to conceal the small box, surmised that even Captain America, high above, had overheard their exchange. Thus, hiding the box had become impossible, and he willingly handed it over to Captain America. The aircraft soared through the skies before landing on a floating battleship. The despondent Killian was promptly taken for interrogation. He remained oblivious to the reason why Master Man had not returned for him, yet a cadre of superheroes had arrived. After these matters were settled, Chen Ze specifically instructed Green Goblin to release Maya Hansen. However, prior to her release, Chen Ze had Green Goblin inquire, via photographs, which vial contained the authentic despair virus. Maya Hansen's response aligned with Killian's, confirming Chen Ze's identification of the genuine, effective variant of the virus. Though it was labeled as perfect, this despair virus was merely a relatively mature strain, still fraught with the potential for fatality and adverse side effects. Despite this confirmation, the samples of the despair virus were ultimately submitted to SHIELD's research facility. Subsequently, Chen Ze's foremost endeavor was to apply for the injection of the desperation virus, articulating his desire to become a test subject for this formidable pathogen. However, he was not the sole individual coveting the desperation virus. Iron Man, too, harbored a profound yearning for it. This desire stemmed partly from his lack of the most essential component, a mechanical heart, which increasingly constrained him. Moreover, the ramifications of the Battle of New York and a series of recent events had led Iron Man to a stark realization. He needed to embody the true essence of Iron Man, rather than merely donning the iron suit. "I, Tony Stark, am Iron Man." This was the declaration Tony yearned to proclaim with utmost conviction. Yet, unlike Chen Ze, he lacked the formidable physique to confront the high mortality rate associated with the desperation virus. Hence, Iron Man was compelled to obtain an optimized version of the virus to integrate it into his own being. The potential power of the desperation virus could liberate him from his mechanical heart, and, with its acquisition, many of the iron armors that had previously remained dormant due to his frail condition would be unleashed, manifesting formidable combat capabilities as his body underwent transformation through the virus. Chen Ze's application garnered significant attention from SHIELD, which ultimately approved it, recognizing that the desperation virus had been procured by Chen Ze himself. It would be inconceivable to deny him its injection. However, prior to the official administration of the virus, Chen Ze faced counsel from several individuals, notably Captain America and Fury. "Chen Ze, you must contemplate this thoroughly," Captain America cautioned, "for even you, the desperation virus carries a substantial mortality risk in your case. And you must weigh this before proceeding." Fury added, "Your body is your own. I believe you need to meticulously consider all implications." Captain America echoed, "The desperation virus may offer you numerous advantages, yet it could also lead to your demise. I believe it is essential for you to deliberate carefully. Thank you for your advice, but I must assert that I am truly prepared. I will endeavor to undertake this, as I have faith that I will not perish." "Very well, then we can only wish you good fortune." The two exchanged glances, each reflecting an undeniable sense of helplessness. The moment for Chen Ze to receive the desperation virus swiftly approached. Amusingly, he noted the presence of many attendees at the event, including Scarlet Witch. As if he were preparing for the gallows, these individuals seemingly there to bid him farewell. "Hey, what are you all doing? Please do not heighten my anxiety," Chen Ze remarked with a smile. "Well, we simply hope for your safety," they replied. "Rest assured, I shall be safe." You may now attend to your own matters temporarily. If you remain here, I am certain my anxiety would only intensify. With no other recourse, everyone reluctantly departed. The worker clad in a white coat, responsible for administering the dire virus to Chen Ze, inquired, "How do you feel? Are you ready?" "Very well, let us commence." Chen Ze cast a glance at the syringe containing the dire virus, which appeared no different from what he had previously observed. Then, the virus began to infiltrate Chen Ze's body. Initially, he felt little sensation, but soon, the virus surged through him, particularly upon entering his bloodstream. In that fleeting moment, Chen Ze experienced an overwhelming agony, far more excruciating than when he injected the super soldier serum, wishing he could roll on the ground in torment. Damn it! This is unbearable. At this juncture, Chen Ze empathized with the suffering endured by the little pepper. However, the monitoring device displayed that his physical condition was stable, albeit many of his cells and even genes were undergoing a painful reorganization. Gradually, Chen Ze began to grow somewhat numb to the pain. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at his right hand, and an uncontrollable ecstasy washed over his face. There, some granulation tissue was slowly emerging, enveloping the bone. Chapter 98. The long-awaited right hand. Witnessing the reaction on his right hand, Chen Ze felt an impulse to shed tears of joy. Time had indeed elapsed too long. In his mind, he gradually recalled that nightmarish scene, haunted by those horrific memories. The accursed saw, in every conceivable aspect, had wrought severe damage upon him. Reflecting upon that dreadful moment, Chen Ze felt a profound, almost hysterical rage deep within his soul. The torment, so intense it made him wish for immediate death. The sight of his right hand transformed into a skeletal remnant, ignited feelings of fury and madness, compounded by an overwhelming panic at the loss of his perfection. All these emotions lingered in his heart. Yet today, it seemed his right hand was finally showing signs of recovery. Granulation tissue was gradually forming, initially a fiery red, then slowly transforming into a flesh-like hue. Gradually, the bone was being covered by this tissue, and some blood vessels were beginning to sprout. Though the entire process appeared rather grotesque, especially the emergence of the granulation tissue, which was indeed repulsive, to Chen Ze, it was imbued with immense hope. For his right hand was, at long last, regrowing. The sensation of hope gradually led Chen Ze to forget the agony coursing through his body due to the injection of the despair virus. His singular focus was on the swift restoration of his right hand, a thought that increasingly overshadowed his mental torment. At times, one must acknowledge the profound influence of the mind, with the emergence of his right hand serving as a pillar of strength. Chen Ze found solace from much of his suffering, something that many other circumstances could not achieve. An hour and a half later, Chen Ze was drenched in sweat, feeling as if he had been cleansed by it. However, this sensation was accompanied by an overwhelming euphoria, a genuine ecstasy he had not experienced in quite some time. At that moment, he gazed at his right hand before him. It was a fair and delicate hand, with fine pores, sparse hair, and long fingers reminiscent of a pianist's. Each nail and joint appeared to be a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding beauty and elegance. Chen Ze was certain that before his injury, his hand could never have been as perfect as it was now. He began to curl his 5 fingers, feeling an immense strength coursing through them. The mechanical glove he had relied on, while somewhat dexterous, was no substitute for a real hand, often proving cumbersome. Thus, he had predominantly used his left hand for daily tasks such as brushing his teeth and washing his face. After consuming the venomous black spider, Chen Ze had developed remarkable control over his left hand, even finding it more agile than his original right hand, a testament to his status as a superhero rather than an ordinary individual. However, at this moment, he realized that his newly regenerated right hand far surpassed his left in both strength and agility. This right hand brought him immense satisfaction. Finally, it had returned to normal. This operation had been a complete success. Chen Ze stepped out of the injection room, bare-chested. He felt as though he had grown taller and inquired with a young woman in a white coat. She quickly produced a marvelous device and waved it in front of him, proclaiming, "Your current height is 158 centimeters. Astonished, Chen Ze realized that he had not merely grown a little, he had increased by nearly 10 centimeters. He couldn't help but marvel at this extraordinary phenomenon. When Captain America received the super serum, he grew taller and became stronger, but after his injection, he had actually become shorter. Yet, the despair virus, injected into others like Julian, had not resulted in height increases for them, while it had granted him a notable boost. Now, as Chen Ze stepped outside, he stood tall at a height of 1.80 meters. Chen Ze stepped out, revealing his upper body to the gaze of all. His physique was undeniably captivating. His skin, though of Asian descent, was remarkably fair, surpassing that of many Caucasians. The musculature of his torso showcased a perfect aerodynamic form. existing in a state where even the slightest alteration would be excessive or insufficient. Unlike bodybuilders or trainers with exaggerated physiques, his form epitomized perfection, prompting involuntary exclamations of admiration. Truly, the only fitting description of his muscles was perfection. They embodied humanity's innate reverence for strength, speed, and the limits of physical capability, a reverence ingrained in our very genes, evoking a universal sense of awe for Chen Ze's physique. His upper body lacked the intimidating chest hair often seen in Western men, appearing smooth and refined. While this might have diminished a hint of ruggedness, it deepened the impression of perfection. "Goodness, this is astounding," exclaimed Tony Stark as he approached Chen Ze. "You've grown from 1.50 meters to 1.80 meters. Fortunately, the extinction virus didn't impose such side effects on her." "Damn it, Tony, I've known you since elementary school," Chen Ze retorted. "Really? If you didn't know me back then, when did you see me at 1.50 meters? Stark inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, and he chuckled heartily. The others were equally entranced by Chen Ze's impeccable upper body. At that moment, Captain America turned to Chen Ze and asked, "Chen, has your right hand fully healed?" Indeed, Chen Ze's right hand had regained its perfect form. Following Captain America's remark, everyone directed their gaze towards Chen's hand, which resembled a sculpted masterpiece akin to Michelangelo's David. It was evident that Chen Ze had reaped substantial benefits from the extinction virus, and there was no doubt among the onlookers regarding this transformation. "Show me your right hand," Scarlet Witch requested. "What's the matter?" Chen Ze extended his right hand toward her, perplexed. "My goodness, I can only imagine how many girls would willingly undergo the extinction virus treatment," Scarlet Witch mused, shaking her head in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Chen Ze was uncertain of her meaning. "Don't you feel that since you received the extinction virus, you have transformed remarkably? Especially your physique, in many respects. It could only be described as perfect. Don't you think this is something many desire, particularly beauty-seeking women?" Scarlet Witch remarked, a hint of envy lacing her words. "Sometimes. It seems God isn't fair. I would gladly trade for such attributes." Chen Ze, hearing her response, could only chuckle. "Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Moreover, you must refrain from recklessly injecting the despair virus." "Why?" Scarlet Witch inquired. "Does it not enhance my abilities?" Iron Man, intrigued by the conversation, perked up his ears. "I am different from you. The injection of the despair virus may pose no threat to me, but truthfully, I cannot guarantee that it would be the same for you. Setting aside the excruciating agony that follows such an injection, the peril of the despair virus is the most daunting aspect. The odds of surviving after its injection are exceedingly slim. I do not exaggerate." Upon hearing this, Scarlet Witch furrowed her brow. If it meant risking her life, she would not willingly accept it. "Why say that? Did you not survive?" At this moment, Tony Stark approached Chen Ze, concern evident in his eyes. "Moreover, Pep and Killian also survived such injections, so I believe your assertion regarding the slim chances merits scrutiny, don't you think?" Iron Man's reasoning was sound, indicating his intention to support Chen Ze. "You are correct," Chen Ze replied. "Pep and Killian's ability to endure such life-and-death trials, I believe, was largely due to luck. You know, luck is often difficult to articulate and even harder to quantify using the logic of reality, wouldn't you agree? And what about you? Let me share something." Chen Ze glanced at Captain America and said, "Previously, Batman and I raided a Joker stronghold, where I acquired a vial of super soldier serum, albeit a severely flawed version." Upon hearing severely flawed version, both Captain America and Tony Stark comprehended its implications. The super soldier serum is a fearsome concoction, where only 1 in hundreds survives. Many fail to endure its injection, and that pertains to the complete version. One can only imagine the consequences of the incomplete variants. "You actually injected that substance. What happened next?" Captain America inquired. "Subsequently, after enduring prolonged suffering, I managed to persevere." "Is that so?" Iron Man stroked his chin thoughtfully, having grasped Chen Ze's meaning. If Chen Ze could survive the formidable super soldier serum, it stands to reason that he might also endure the injection of the despair virus. Chen Ze continued, "Therefore, I merely wish to convey that my constitution is quite unique and may not be suitable for others." He then turned to Tony Stark and added, "Thus, if you intend to inject the despair virus, it would be prudent to first address the inherent issues of the virus itself, at the very least. You should enhance its survival rate and conduct a dialectical study of the despair virus." "Very well, thank you for your advice," Iron Man nodded in acknowledgement. As the gathering gradually dispersed, Chen Ze had fully adapted to his newly grown right hand. He clenched his fist, feeling a potent force brewing within. A force that could potentially alter many aspects of his life. Contemplating this, he approached Iron Man before he departed from the super battleship. "Hey Chen, what's up? Are you here to collect that meal I owe you? By the way, the Arabic barbecue place I mentioned has reopened. Are you interested in savoring that exquisite cuisine?" "Absolutely. Chen Ze felt a curious inclination towards the Arabic barbecue that had appeared in the post-credit scene of The Avengers, where a few characters silently enjoyed the delicacy. Nodding in agreement, he followed Iron Man out. It was only when he began to relish the Arabic barbecue that he truly appreciated its delightful flavor. However, he was selective with his choices, opting only for chicken, as he found the strong taste of beef and lamb unappealing. Even as a superhero, his innate aversion to the flavor of mutton persisted. Tony, remember that, your ex-girlfriend I saw when I visited your home last time? Of course. I can never forget her taste, Tony Stark replied with a mischievous grin. That experience was quite memorable. You seem to reminisce about it? A bit. But don't mention this to Pepper. Iron Man's expression turned serious. Right now, I'm too wary of her, and you know why. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in your romantic history. I brought her up because she had collaborated with that individual, Killian, on the extremist virus. If you wish to optimize the virus, I believe she could be of assistance. Is your information reliable? Tony Stark immediately took Chen Ze's words seriously. Certainly. In fact, I once held her captive to acquire the extremist virus. Held captive? Tony looked at Chen Ze with a puzzled expression. I mentioned it was for the extremist virus. If you deem me a villain for that, I have no retort. Of course, you can contact her and inquire about everything yourself. Well, thanks, buddy. Iron Man's tone was unexpectedly heartfelt. Honestly, Chun, you've been a tremendous help. You saved my life during the Battle of New York. Showed up just in time when things went awry at my home, and now this. All I can say is thank you. Iron Man's gratitude was genuine. It's no trouble. After all, we are friends. Regardless of our camaraderie, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Iron Man affirmed with sincerity. You will always be my best friend, I promise. All right. Chen Ze smiled and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Ze sought out the Green Goblin to express his gratitude regarding their previous encounter. Since arriving in this world, he has endeavored to integrate himself into its fabric, gradually familiarizing himself with its intricacies and its inhabitants, one by one. Among the relationships he has forged, the most steadfast have been with Spider-Man, Peter Parker, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, and now, he can count Iron Man, Tony Stark, among them. Naturally, both Stark and Osborn are remarkable figures, affluent and charismatic. And Chen Ze has previously rescued them, which he values greatly. Iron Man has embarked on a quest to find Maya Hansen, striving to refine the extremist virus. Otherwise, he would hesitate to undergo the procedure, as Chen Ze's safety and remarkable transformation stem from his unique constitution. Although Stark possesses a distinct physiology, notably his mechanical heart, this may hinder his resistance to the extremist virus rather than aid him. Returning to his base, Chen Ze intended to continue honing his newfound energy. Following the recent battle, he had gained an abundance of insights. Foremost among these was the restoration of his right hand, undoubtedly the most significant development. Furthermore, through this confrontation, he experienced a tremendous surge in power, primarily due to his absorption of energy from the dimensional man's independent space, which exponentially amplified his force field abilities. Chen Ze began to gradually transform his force field into a repulsion field, directing its effect towards the ground, allowing himself to hover in midair. At this stage, he had yet to master other techniques, meaning his repulsion field could only support his levitation. Advancing forward proved to be a more formidable challenge. As Chen Ze descended from the air, he employed the repulsion field not for the purpose of flight, but rather to refine his control over the force field. Currently, the magical energy within his mind aligned closely with his force field capabilities. Thus, his primary focus was to master the force field and utilize it to manipulate his magical energy. Training is invariably intricate, yet it remains an endeavor from which Chen Ze will not waver. The more he trains, the more formidable his abilities become, enabling him to unleash their full potential in critical moments. Consequently, he is resolute in his commitment to training across all dimensions. A humming sound reverberated through the air as an invisible, colorless entity, distinct from the surrounding atmosphere, surged forward under Chen Ze's command. With a mental incantation, he willed the entity to explode, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, the shockwave reverberating towards him. Indeed, Chen Ze felt a sense of satisfaction with his current level of control. He could manipulate this entity to follow the trajectory he envisioned, allowing it to detonate in accordance with his intent. Indeed, he possesses the ability to manipulate energy into impossibly fine and swift projectiles, capable of exploding upon piercing a person's body. However, for Chen Ze, mastering such control remains a formidable challenge, as he is merely at the threshold of his journey. After extensive practice, he began to hone his physical agility, speed, and the integration of strength. With a swift flick of his right hand, a thread spun forth, piercing an approaching object that required such a filament. Chen Ze's right hand could expel threads directly, allowing him to engage in combat, significantly enhancing his prowess. He diligently practiced these skills, achieving a remarkable score exceeding 30,000, signifying his ascent to a new level of capability. Yet, his primary combat potential remains confined to the first stage, as his abilities are currently limited. Unless he significantly amplifies his magical control, his strength rating would not ascend to the second stage. Conversely, the classification of second-stage powerhouses is an internal delineation within S, H, I, E, L, D, and such ratings do not authentically reflect a superhero's combat prowess. In truth, Chen Ze possesses the strength to defeat several individuals rated at the second stage, a fact that is indisputable. After an arduous training session, culminating in a profuse sweat, he halted his regimen, gaining mastery over his inherent abilities and magical prowess. However, Chen Ze has consistently withheld his teleportation ability, revealing it would elevate his strength rating and allow for further training within the confines of the training facility. Yet, he resolutely refrains from doing so, reserving this skill as a last resort, to be kept hidden from view. After a refreshing shower, Chen Ze ventured outside to admire the scenery. The American twilight was particularly enchanting, with the vast wilderness bathed in a warm, golden hue. The boundary between black and yellow shimmering with a surreal brilliance that captivated the senses. The light cascading from the sky resembled oil splattered across the world above. A truly mesmerizing sight. At that moment, he heard a voice, a woman's voice. Chen Ze recognized it instantly, having fought alongside her, and shared intimate moments in the realm of the unknown. He turned to find none other than the Scarlet Witch standing before him. At this very moment, the golden halo of the setting sun cascades over the exquisite visage of the Scarlet Witch, her profile adorned with a layer of dusk's gilded hue, her eyes seemingly reflecting the sun's gentle glimmer. A breeze sweeps by, causing her golden locks to dance freely in the air, fragmenting the surrounding space, yet enhancing her enchanting beauty. Chen Ze, smiling, accepted a bottle of beer from her hand, taking a sip before inquiring, "How did you come to be here?" "My mission has been momentarily fulfilled," she replied with a shrug. "Thus, I intend to reside here for a while. Not only can I train, but I can also enjoy some splendid scenery." Chapter 101, a dialogue between the philosophical youth and the mutant beauty planning to stay for an extended period? Just as Chen Ze was about to ask her reason for choosing this place, he suddenly recalled the answer. The Scarlet Witch had joined the Avengers, a decision that, from the perspectives of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the Avengers, was undoubtedly a righteous choice. However, for the Brotherhood of Mutants, and particularly for her father, Magneto, it represented a profound betrayal, a deep-seated wound. Therefore, it could be said that the Scarlet Witch now found herself without a home. She would only go to places she needed at times, and when there was no such need, she was left to wander in search of a refuge. Now, she had resolved to settle here. Indeed, the Scarlet Witch affirmed, reclining on a lounge chair she had somehow acquired. The chair was oval-shaped, allowing her to sway contentedly as she lay upon it. "I hear you have been training here consistently?" She glanced at Chen Ze before speaking. "Yes," he replied. "I have been here predominantly to enhance my combat prowess. Alas, my grasp of the energies within my own body remains rather superficial." "Oh," she nodded, then gestured with her beer bottle towards him. Chen Ze understood her implication, smiling as he raised his own bottle in a distant toast. "Cheers." They both uttered the word before taking a swig of beer. The flavor cascaded into their stomachs, and the sensation permeated Chen Ze's limbs. His mood seemingly lifted by the beverage. After a sip, he remarked to the Scarlet Witch, "It is evident that your command over magical energy and force fields is quite formidable. I find your prowess rather enviable." The Scarlet Witch smiled softly. "It is an innate skill, yet I must admit, it has taken me considerable time and training to reach this level. Throughout my training process, I can say I have stood on the shoulders of giants." At this juncture, her gaze dimmed slightly, and Chen Ze understood precisely who those giants were. It could only be Magneto. Having been active for so long, leading the Brotherhood of Mutants and the school, and contending with the entire realm of superheroes, his prowess had been honed to an extraordinary degree. However, when Magneto is mentioned, a sense of melancholy inevitably envelopes the heart of the Scarlet Witch, for he is, after all, her father. Do not dwell too much on it. Observing the Scarlet Witch's demeanor, Chen Ze quickly comprehended, addressing her, "You both lead your own lives now. One day, he will reflect upon his actions. Do you truly believe his actions are wrong?" The Scarlet Witch suddenly inquired. Chen Ze paused momentarily, then replied, "I am uncertain how to articulate this. From the perspective of humanity, I would certainly deem his actions erroneous. Yet, from your viewpoint, I find little fault in them." In truth, Chen Ze's words were quite radical, as he suggested that Magneto's actions were not entirely misguided. "But do you not believe that the professor's ideology is the most suitable for mutants?" The Scarlet Witch contended. "Shouldn't we strive for harmonious and amicable coexistence with humanity? The issue lies in the fact that, in terms of evolution, You have surpassed humanity. In everyday life, even the most intimate of human companions, such as dogs, can they truly be regarded as equals in your eyes? I acknowledge that my analogy is flawed, yet you are well aware of humanity's inherent nature. The events in Nazi Germany, the sentry robots created by that scientist, were manifestations of humanity's fear and apprehension towards you. Humans are incapable of coexisting harmoniously with mutants. That is not necessarily the case, the Scarlet Witch countered. The ordinary populace still yearns for amicable relations with us, do they not? I trust you cannot deny this. However, do not the majority harbor feelings of jealousy and envy towards you? Moreover, and most crucially, can the common populace truly represent the will of humanity? Upon posing this question, the Scarlet Witch found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the will of humanity is not held by all, but rather by a select few, a fact universally acknowledged. The Scarlet Witch recognized that even in the so-called democratic United States, the government is not genuinely under the control of the people and has, in fact, been infiltrated by the formidable Hydra. This illustrates the strength of such organizations on Earth. They represent humanity, thus rendering the sentiments of ordinary individuals towards mutants occasionally less significant. In fact, it is not certain that all ordinary people feel warmly towards mutants. Yet, does this imply that we must overthrow humanity's dominion? The Scarlet Witch inquired at this juncture. Chen Ze shook his head. That is why I assert that from the mutant's perspective. This is indeed correct. Just look at what humanity is doing now. Since humans ascended to supremacy, have they not treated other creatures as mere playthings? In China, we have an ancient adage, heaven bestows, yet if not taken, one suffers for it. The potential for such consequences exists, yet to refrain from seizing it contradicts the laws of nature. The laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest. It is a harsh reality, yet it remains a fact. Is this a facet of your Chinese philosophy? The Scarlet Witch inquired. Chen Ze suddenly appeared somewhat elated. As a beleaguered student of philosophy, his greatest aspiration in life was to be perceived as an erudite and pretentious young philosopher by others. When presented with an appreciative audience, he could eloquently discourse from the philosophical tenets of ancient Greek tragedies to Heidegger's being and time. However, at this moment, he found it particularly odd to engage in a philosophical discussion with the Scarlet Witch, prompting him to say, if we must invoke Chinese philosophy, I believe this aligns with the Taoist perspective that heaven is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. I have perused the Tao Te Ching, yet I am somewhat unclear about the meaning of this phrase. Heaven is neither benevolent nor malevolent. It is impartial, as all entities are equal and receive no favoritism. Thus, the laws of nature dictate that those who survive will do so, while those who cannot, will not. The Buddhist concept of karma, which posits that good and evil must eventually be repaid, falters in the face of this assertion. If the heavens truly sympathized with the virtuous, that would indicate favoritism. Indeed, Chen Ze's command of English was boundless. He could articulate such thoughts fluently. The Scarlet Witch was momentarily taken aback by his discourse, finding his points quite valid. Yet a question suddenly arose in her mind. If heaven is indifferent, why is it that some individuals are born strong while others are inherently intelligent? Why is it that humans can think and utilize tools while other animals cannot? What justifies this disparity? Given that they have been endowed with different starting conditions, why should they be treated equally? Chen Ze was astounded. Realizing he had been cornered by her inquiry, he attempted to navigate the conversation away from the topic. Chapter 102. The Essence of Magic. The Scarlet Witch's question left the philosophical youth momentarily speechless. The scant education provided at university had rendered him incapable of addressing such profound issues despite his ability to engage in grandiloquent discussions. Feeling quite embarrassed, Chen Ze responded. It ultimately depends on one's fortune. Fortune? The Scarlet Witch regarded him with curiosity. At this moment, Chen Ze chuckled lightly and then said, by the way, I noticed you mentioned that your magical abilities are significantly derived from that individual. Is that correct? His remark carried a hint of an attempt to shift the topic. Yet it was clear that the Scarlet Witch was not entirely cognizant of this. Indeed, much of the knowledge I possess was imparted to me by him, allowing me to gradually comprehend it, she replied. Can such knowledge be shared again? Chen Ze inquired. What I mean to say is, can what you have learned be taught to others? The Scarlet Witch cast a glance at him. Do you wish to learn? Her words pierced through to Chen Ze's underlying intentions, and he awkwardly smiled. If possible, the Scarlet Witch responded. Do you possess the ability to harness such energy? She had not thoroughly examined Chen Ze's background, believing his powers were akin to those of Spider-Man, along with that peculiar ability of instantaneous teleportation. Surely, there was nothing more. Was there? Indeed, even if she were to uncover Chen Ze's information, it would merely consist of a brief mention stating that he possesses a modicum of magical prowess. With little else elaborated upon, Chen Ze then proceeded to demonstrate his abilities to the Scarlet Witch. In the void, a sphere of energy gradually coalesced, condensing into a form no larger than a fingernail. This luminous orb rendered the previously transparent air imbued with an unusual essence. The sphere advanced a distance of 5 or 6 meters before, under Chen Ze's mental command, it erupted brilliantly. Boom. The sound of the explosion resonated within the eardrums of both Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. She regarded him with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "I had no idea you possessed such a skill." Chen Ze chuckled softly, replying, "My current mastery is quite limited, making it arduous to execute more intricate maneuvers. Progressing from simplicity to complexity takes time, especially since you are not a natural-born master of magic." The Scarlet Witch remarked, "So, do you have a method? Can you impart some of your experience to assist me?" Chen Ze inquired, gazing at her earnestly. She blinked thoughtfully, slightly raising her chin as if contemplating. "Well, that could be arranged, but I am curious about the benefits I might derive." "Benefits? I am, after all, your savior," Chen Ze retorted. "Were it not for me, you would have been drained by that villainous figure. I believe it is only fair to request a small reward." With a smile, the Scarlet Witch responded, "In that case, perhaps we should not meet again. I dislike being indebted to anyone. If I owe a debt, the best course of action is to avoid seeing the person altogether." "Very well, I shall propose a different form of recompense. How about this? I offer my body in gratitude." Chen Ze flexed the bicep of his left arm, jesting, "Such a splendid physique. Had I been a woman, I would surely be enraptured." "Good heavens, you repugnant creature," the Scarlet Witch retorted. "I require no such token of gratitude. When you have the time, simply treat me to an ice cream, and that shall suffice." As she uttered these words, she seemed to ponder for a moment. "All right, your price is rather modest, yet I must say you are missing out on one of the finest individuals on earth." Chen Ze continued to jest. "First, enlighten me. Is your magic propelled by a force field?" The Scarlet Witch queried, casting a glance at Chen Ze. "Are there forms of magic that do not rely on a force field?" Chen Ze felt somewhat uninformed. "That depends. Are you referring to magic in a broad sense or a more specific definition?" "Please elaborate. I wish to expand my knowledge," he replied, adopting a studious demeanor as he leaned in closer to her. "In the broader sense, any method of harnessing energy in this world is considered magic, including the techniques employed by humanity itself. For instance, the recently achieved controllable nuclear fusion technology in your country falls under this category, and such phenomena are all regarded as magic." The Scarlet Witch remarked, "From this perspective, the majority of individuals in this world are indeed practitioners of magic. But what of narrow magic?" "Narrow magic pertains to our ability to harness the surrounding energies through force fields and intention, thereby altering reality." Her response mirrored that of a textbook. Narrow magic encompasses numerous categories, including those that manipulate fire, water, and even space. Your abilities, as I have just perceived, appear to belong to the most expansive form of magic. "The most expansive form of magic?" Chen Ze mused, finding himself rather uninformed in this regard, compelled to listen to the Scarlet Witch's self-aggrandizing discourse. "The most expansive form of magic is one that can evoke energies of any attribute and transform into any type of energy existence." In this context, Loki from the previous New York battle exemplified such extensive magic, as did Dr. Doom and others, whose abilities are also devoid of specific attributes, allowing for a multitude of magical transformations. This type of magic boasts remarkable adaptability and practicality. However, due to its lack of specialization, it tends to exhibit limited combat prowess. The Scarlet Witch continued, "This is indeed a drawback. Much like in life, a diplomatic person can navigate various social circles. Yet an absence of distinctiveness may lead to being looked down upon." "Ah, we are delving into life lessons." Chen Ze internally scoffed, while vocally expressing, "Does that imply that my form of magic is rather poor?" "Not necessarily," she clarified. "You possess the option of choosing a specialization within your magical practice, dedicating yourself to that path, while temporarily setting aside others. I believe this is feasible. However, without specialization, you may lack the energy to delve deeply into every type of magic." "How might I achieve specialization?" This inquiry naturally led to the essence of magic itself. Chen Ze pondered, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the nature of magic, yet the Scarlet Witch elaborated further. "The universe, in all its facets and all forms of energy, are fundamentally unified, ultimately coalescing into the most diminutive unit, the energy string. These strings, when combined and played in various manners, give rise to diverse phenomena." "Oh, this seems akin to the principles of quantum mechanics," he observed. "Precisely. Thus, your type of magic involves mastering the most fundamental energy strings." "Must I insist on pushing for recommendations? If the votes remain so low, I shall have no face to show my fellow Jiangdong compatriots. I also request memberships, as I aspire to reach the homepage rankings. I've scheduled my posts. It is nearly time for slumber, for tomorrow I must return to the hospital." Chapter 103. Extreme Training. For centuries, humanity has sought a means to unify all theories, striving for a grand unification of the universe. This pursuit led to string theory, positing that the fundamental units of nature are not point-like particles such as electrons, photons, neutrinos, or quarks, but rather minuscule, linear strings. How does one invoke your energy strings? How might these forces be combined? These are the considerations you must contemplate. The Scarlet Witch remarked that the essence of magic lies in the ability to alter reality and everything within it. Indeed, with the advancement of technology, such transformations are becoming increasingly feasible. In fact, following technological progress, we may even achieve the alchemical feat of turning base materials into gold. Thus, many phenomena resonate with the physical systems of our world. Even if they momentarily appear to contravene the laws of physics, such discrepancies may only be transient. In this regard, Chen Ze wholeheartedly concurred. After all, the evolution of human physics has undergone numerous cycles of deconstruction and reconstruction. Once, luminaries like Newton meticulously erected an impervious edifice of classical physics, believing it contained all conceivable solutions to the dilemmas of the discipline, rendering further breakthroughs impossible. However, the subsequent emergence of relativity and quantum mechanics dismantled that edifice, leaving no one bold enough to assert that the realm of physics would forever remain confined within that framework. Consequently, while many concepts may sound ethereal, continual advancements in theoretical paradigms will ultimately render these phenomena explicable through scientific inquiry. Rationality will illuminate the cosmos with the brilliance of science. Now, regarding practical application, Chen Ze's primary concern remained this question. He inquired, additionally, may I enhance my force field and magical power through personal practice? The response was affirmative, though individual talent plays a significant role. The Scarlet Witch elaborated. Some individuals exhibit rapid progress, while others may not experience such substantial advancement, remaining at a certain level throughout their lives. Chen Ze nodded in understanding. He recognized that his energy augmentation was not solely reliant on consumption. He had previously engaged in training related to force fields and magical abilities, observing that each time he depleted his energy reserves, a subsequent restoration resulted in some increase. This principle mirrors the way one trains muscles. Chen Ze communicated this experience, prompting a look of astonishment from the Scarlet Witch. How much can your magical power increase each time? She asked. If one considers the initial energy level as a baseline. He responded that he could typically augment it by about 3 to 5 units initially, although this rate of increase eventually diminished. Goodness, the Scarlet Witch exclaimed, placing a hand on her forehead in exasperation. You are indeed a prodigy. Chen Ze took offense at the term indeed. Please refrain from using that word, he requested. Very well, very well. In any case, I now comprehend your capabilities. Next, I will teach you the nuances of energy control. Once you have fully expended your force field and energy, I will share methods for more rapid restoration and enhancement of both. Thank you, Chen Ze expressed, aware that such knowledge was exceedingly valuable. The Scarlet Witch was now prepared to impart it all to him. No need for further elaboration. Just don't forget the ice cream. Of course, he replied. I certainly do not seem like someone who shirks responsibility, do I? I apologize. But no matter how I perceive it, you bear a striking resemblance. Indeed, it is as such. The Scarlet Witch addressed Chen Ze. Are you certain about this? I sense my psyche is on the verge of collapse. The Scarlet Witch did not compel Chen Ze to lift an impossibly heavy burden. Such exaggerated feats of strength training were beyond her expertise. What she instructed Chen Ze to undertake was a regimen of mental discipline, a rigorous training of magical energy and the force of the field. At this moment, Chen Ze was engaged in field training. Before him, 10 small spheres of iron danced in a circular formation, each under his distinct control. Transform, commanded the Scarlet Witch. Instantly, Chen Ze manipulated the 10 spheres into a cross shape, tracing different trajectories. These exercises were quite elementary. After my departure, you could easily replicate them, albeit in accordance with my methodology. The Scarlet Witch elaborated. My approach prioritizes mastery over sheer strength. As your control gradually enhances, the augmentation of power will naturally follow. Control must be refined and sharpened. As Chen Ze absorbed the Scarlet Witch's teachings, he endeavored to maintain command over the 10 spheres before him. Gradually, as her persistent calls for transformation echoed around him, beads of sweat began to cascade uncontrollably down his forehead, contorting his visage into a grimace as veins throbbed visibly. Nightfall had arrived, yet Chen Ze pressed on, feeling his mental fortitude waning to its limits. Is it not sufficient? Observing the Scarlet Witch leisurely reclining with crossed legs and indulging in snacks, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him like a relentless tide, eroding his endurance. I am on the brink of depleting my field energy, Chen Ze confessed. If I continue, I shall exhaust myself. Just 5 more minutes, the Scarlet Witch replied. raising her slender fingers. Your constitution is remarkably robust. Even 5 days of exhaustion would pose no issue. There is indeed a problem, Chen Ze retorted, yet he persevered. After 5 minutes, he felt on the verge of collapse. The Scarlet Witch remarked, "Very well, I have gleaned an understanding of your mastery over the energy field. Given this, I can confidently allow you to wield the energy for magical practice." Chen Ze nearly choked on his own frustration. "So, you merely sought to assess my capabilities?" "Indeed. Refrain from cursing. I shall now instruct you in methods to restore your energy field." To his surprise, Chen Ze found the Scarlet Witch's approach, a blend of sternness and encouragement, quite effective. Subsequently, she began to impart the genuine techniques for recovery. Chen Ze experienced an epiphany, and he promptly initiated the restoration of his energy field. Once fully restored, he perceived a remarkable enhancement of approximately 5 to 6 units in his power. Such a velocity of improvement was astounding. Chapter 104. The terrifying power and speed of progress. Next comes the training of harnessing magical energy through the force field. The Scarlet Witch said to Chen Ze, "This is not merely casual practice in controlling magic. It also requires training in your command over magical energy and the force field itself. You may perceive them as a unified whole, for they are indeed interconnected." "Very well. I shall heed your guidance," Chen Ze replied. Thus, the Scarlet Witch commenced instructing Chen Ze to practice according to her methods. This indeed constituted a comprehensive training regimen, encompassing the utilization of one's own force field, mastery over magical energy, and the subsequent execution of spells. For Chen Ze, this approach was far more refined than his previous, more rudimentary methods. After 30 seconds, a blade of water gradually took shape in the air before Chen Ze and then sliced downwards. The droplets dissipated into nothingness. Such precise control would have been unattainable for Chen Ze without the Scarlet Witch's guidance. This is magic that you may wield freely. However, to those who lack understanding of its intricacies, they might categorize your magic as water-based. The Scarlet Witch explained to Chen Ze, if one were to employ flowing water as an attack, in truth, water bullets or water columns possess limited offensive strength. For water is the gentlest of substances. To harness the energy of water, one must compress it. Extreme compression. For instance, consider our industrial water knife. When the pressure of water reaches its zenith, it becomes an indomitable force. Moreover, if one can truly attain a state of pure water, a protective membrane may even form atop it, which most materials cannot breach. The adage of softness overcoming hardness may not hold universally, but it is certainly true in the realm of water. Water is indeed a remarkably gentle substance, yet as the pressure of water intensifies, it can unleash cataclysmic force. In the presence of an extremely compressed water blade, few substances can withstand it. The principal challenge lies in swiftly extracting hydrogen and oxygen from the surrounding environment or directly drawing moisture from the air to form the attacking stream of water, followed by the compression of that stream. Although the penetrating power of the water stream, once maximally compressed, is astonishing, it necessitates immense pressure. Regrettably, I have not made significant advancements in this area, the Scarlet Witch lamented. Otherwise, I could offer you more insights. However, I do possess some knowledge regarding water compression and the utilization of such energy that I can share with you. The Scarlet Witch explained in great detail. And as Chen Ze's magical and force field energies gradually diminished, his control over them continually improved. All right, let us give it a try. At this moment, the Scarlet Witch held a steel plate in her hands. Very well. Chen Ze began to sense his surroundings using his magical and force field energies, and he immediately received a response from the environment around him. The moisture in the air was extracted, and some hydrogen and oxygen were immediately synthesized into water. These elements gradually coalesced, transforming not into a water blade, but into a column of water, approximately 1 millimeter in diameter. 25 seconds had elapsed, and this column of water had finally achieved what Chen Ze considered the pinnacle of compression. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. Ahead, the steel plate in the hands of the Scarlet Witch had been penetrated by Chen Ze's stream of water. Indeed, the Scarlet Witch finally offered a tentative compliment to Chen Ze. This power is somewhat acceptable. However, beneath her words lay a genuine astonishment at Chen Ze's innate grasp of magic, which was truly remarkable. Many individuals required a month to half a year to condense water, and it would take even longer before they could launch an attack. Yet, with just a little guidance, Chen Ze had already manifested such formidable offensive capability. Chen Ze himself, however, was not entirely satisfied. I spent over 30 seconds. What does that even mean? I believe no adversary, no matter how foolish, would grant me half a minute to pierce their heart with a stream of water, don't you think? This was indeed the case. Moreover, the Scarlet Witch remarked, in comparison to your spider projectiles, although the water stream possesses superior penetration, its overall might is lesser. However, this is precisely the essence of practice. With your persistent efforts, The time required will eventually diminish until you can employ it seamlessly in combat. Furthermore, as your magical prowess and force field strength increase, the time needed for this technique will significantly decrease. Practice, relentless practice. Once Chen Ze's magical energy was depleted, he commenced the recovery training as advised by the Scarlet Witch. Surprisingly, her method was quite a fantastical form of meditation. Yet, this approach proved remarkably effective. Once his magical energy was fully restored, he experienced an approximate 5% increase in his magical capacity. At this rate of growth, his strength was set to expand exponentially. Following the conclusion of his meditation, Chen Ze, feeling a spark of curiosity, inquired of the Scarlet Witch, "Wanda, what about your magic? Is it adaptive like mine, or is it of a specific type?" The Scarlet Witch shook her head. "My magic, in addition to being adaptive like yours, possesses another characteristic. It is will-based." "Oh," Chen Ze pondered for a moment, recalling the information he had gathered about her, and responded, "Does this will-based magic pertain to the legendary law of causality?" "It is somewhat similar, yet vastly different," she replied. Chen Ze decided not to press further. In the time that followed, he embarked on a journey of excruciating yet exhilarating training. The Scarlet Witch proved to be an excellent instructor. After all, she had little else to occupy her time, her own words. So she dedicated herself to teaching Chen Ze diligently. Under her tutelage, Chen Ze's abilities advanced at an astonishing pace, and before long, his rate of water expulsion had markedly increased. 6 days later, in merely 6 seconds, a stream of water, approximately 2 millimeters in diameter, materialized in the air. Moments later, this stream, moving faster than a bullet, pierced through a steel plate with remarkable precision. This application was undeniably a resounding success, the entire process taking just 7 seconds. While practical application in real combat remains challenging, Chen Ze's progress is nothing short of astounding compared to the initial half-minute required. The Scarlet Witch, though silent on the matter, was equally astonished by Chen Ze's rapid advancement. Consequently, she became even more earnest in her teachings, eager to witness the heights Chen Ze could reach through his own efforts. Alas, the beauty of yesterday is but a memory, and the terrors of tomorrow have yet to arrive. Today, I can only choose to confront what lies ahead. Chapter 105. The little bird leans on someone. Another week has elapsed. Chen Ze's strength has grown increasingly formidable. Today, he once again showcased his magical prowess before the Scarlet Witch. After days of diligent practice, his magical power has nearly doubled since the time she first began to instruct him, and his force field strength has seen a similar amplification. This surge in capability is indeed remarkable. Alongside this growth, Chen Ze's mastery over both magical and force field energies has never been as precise as it is now. His control has reached a level akin to an extension of his own will. With but a thought, his force field and magical powers can be directed as he desires. Suddenly, a stream of water materialized in the air, darting towards a relatively thick steel plate situated 10 meters away at an almost imperceptible speed. The ensuing impact produced a simple yet resounding sound as the steel plate was effortlessly pierced by Chen Ze, signaling yet another enhancement in his abilities. Most impressively, the entire sequence from conception to execution took a mere 1.87 seconds. While this duration may still seem lengthy for real combat, particularly compared to the utility of spider projectiles, the progress from requiring half a minute in the initial stages to this current proficiency is indeed remarkable. Let us explore another aspect, the Scarlet Witch suggested after assessing Chen Ze's water magic. "Very well," Chen Ze replied, maintaining his focus on the steel plate 10 meters away. With a mere thought, a subtle gust of dark yellow wind stirred in the air, almost imperceptible to the casual observer. 2 seconds later, this wind abruptly congealed into a slender cone. As soon as this cone took shape, it swiftly penetrated the space, embedding itself firmly into the steel plate. Although the steel plate was not completely penetrated, it had nonetheless been punctured with a significant gash, a mark of sheer force. Scarlet, which remained stunned within, her beautiful visage betraying only a faint expression. Chen Ze, accustomed to her demeanor, paid little heed to her countenance. This form of magic exists to adapt to varying environments, the Scarlet Witch stated. Hence, diligent practice is essential. In a location abundant with moisture, such as over the ocean, Chen Ze could execute his first spell in a mere half a second. Conversely, in a desert setting, the time required could extend to an hour. Thus, he possessed an alternative spell capable of absorbing airborne dust to instantaneously form an attacking cone. While the cone's power may not rival that of a water arrow, it remained formidable. Next, the Scarlet Witch instructed Chen Ze. "All right," he replied. The Scarlet Witch silently counted to 3, then drew her gun, aiming for Chen Ze's chest. The bullet surged through the air, spinning with increasing kinetic energy. Just as it was about to strike him, a layer of grayish-yellow sand materialized within mere centimeters of Chen Ze, dispersing the bullet's force, which then fell feebly to the ground with a crisp sound. Well done. You can now deflect bullets, the Scarlet Witch said with a smile. Sweat trickled down Chen Ze's forehead, not from anxiety, but due to the demanding nature of conjuring multiple spells in rapid succession, each requiring a degree of combat efficacy. His force field provided decent defense. However, it was insufficient to stop a bullet. Forming a targeted defensive field proved challenging. He could not concentrate the shield entirely at the bullet's trajectory. Instead, he had to deploy a full-body shield, which, while impressive in theory, resulted in a dispersed defense that left vulnerabilities. Thus, Chen Ze resorted to magic to construct a temporary protective barrier. His enhanced sensitivity, acquired after consuming the venomous black spider, allowed him to detect the bullet's approach and raise his shield in time. This approach resembled an engineering validation before a weapons test. While deflecting bullets was not of paramount importance to Chen Ze, painful though it may be, the bullets could not breach his skin. Through this method, he continuously trained, aspiring to attain greater defensive capabilities. Chen Ze's relentless efforts were yielding increasingly significant results. The temporary test has concluded, the Scarlet Witch remarked to Chen Ze. It seems that having a good teacher truly brings numerous advantages. I must admit, I envy you for having such an excellent mentor. Well, shall I fulfill my promise today? Chen Ze replied with a smile. The promised ice cream? Indeed, the Scarlet Witch declared. Shall we take our leave then? Let us go. Just as Chen Ze finished speaking, the Scarlet Witch suddenly swooped in and lifted him into her arms. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Ze found himself cradled in the classic manner of a man carrying a woman, with one of her hands resting upon his shoulder and the other beneath his knee. As they soared toward the hospital, the scenery around them shifted rapidly. Chen Ze felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. What exactly is this position? Who can elucidate what this stance is? Shouldn't I be the one carrying the Scarlet Witch? Yet, there was no recourse. After all, she possessed the ability to fly. In her embrace, Chen Ze experienced a sense of vulnerability akin to that of a little bird nestled against its mother. I have truly had enough. Once they descended to the ground, Chen Ze quipped, be careful, or one day I might just absorb your energy. Then I would be able to fly on my own. I am right here. Come and absorb me. The Scarlet Witch replied with a teasing smile. Chen Ze felt exasperated. Indeed, he was rather powerless against this woman. As for the votes of recommendation, dear friends, prior to the official launch, I hope to receive at least one recommendation. Chapter 106. Shall we hold hands? In New York, the afternoon sun tilted toward the west. Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch strolled along the street, standing at approximately 170 centimeters. The Scarlet Witch complimented Chen Ze's height of 180 centimeters, a result of his injection with the desolation virus. As they walked, their proportions harmonized beautifully. Furthermore, the Scarlet Witch was exceptionally beautiful, her lineage as Magneto's daughter completely overshadowed by her appearance. She radiated the essence of a charming American girl, possessing a perfect figure and a sweet smile. Chen Ze, having become even more handsome and refined post-injection, added to the pair's striking aesthetic. Thus, they appeared as a quintessential couple, a golden boy and a jade girl. In that moment, both Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch savored the atmosphere, basking in the envious glances of passers-by. There was a serene silence as they strolled under the sun, the only sounds being the rhythmic footsteps echoing through the air. This place is quite lovely. Chen Ze spoke up. What flavor would you like? It is indeed beautiful. I want that one. The Scarlet Witch indicated a row of shops nearby. Very well, Chen Ze nodded in agreement. After a while, the two of them strolled through the broad, bright streets of New York, each holding an ice cream cone. They walked and indulged in their treats, relishing the silence that enveloped them, a subtle understanding between them. During the time when the Scarlet Witch was guiding Chen Ze through his training, it can be said that the two engaged in extensive conversations, reaching a new pinnacle of understanding about one another. Essentially, apart from revealing his origin as a time traveler and a few other secrets, Chen Ze confided in the Scarlet Witch regarding most matters. In turn, she shared numerous insider details about the X-Men, filled with both gossip and revelations, creating a vivid tapestry of intrigue. Although the X-Men possess formidable superpowers, especially with an Omega-level mutant like the Scarlet Witch whose abilities are unparalleled, their interactions with mainstream superpowered organizations are rather limited. Even the Brotherhood of Mutants has minimal overlap with teams like the Avengers, mostly existing in a state of mutual vigilance and competition with the X-Men, each striving to counter the other's advancements. Consequently, much of the internal dynamics of the X-Men remain unknown to many in the Avengers and other superpowered beings, making it quite entertaining for Chen Ze to listen to the gossip. This deepened the understanding they had of each other. However, Chen Ze harbored a lingering annoyance towards the Scarlet Witch due to her penchant for embracing him in a rather uncomfortable manner while flying, which left him quite displeased. As they walked through the bustling crowd, With time flowing like a swift current, Chen Ze glanced at the Scarlet Witch's left hand, delicate, slender, and beautiful. In a fleeting moment, he was overwhelmed by an impulse. Why not hold her hand? He felt as if he had been transported back to his university days. Walking hand in hand with his former girlfriend across the campus, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, drawing envious glances from onlookers. Alas, such moments were irretrievable. Reflexively, he withdrew his hand, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. Just then, a teasing voice broke the moment. Am I interrupting your romantic escapade? Are you about to hold hands? Chen Ze, momentarily distracted, had not sensed the approach of the speaker, but upon hearing the voice, he recognized it unmistakably as Tony Stark. Both Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch turned to find Tony, accompanied by his girlfriend Pepper Potts. Dressed in a tailored black suit, his customary attire, Tony exuded confidence, while Pepper, clad in a chic white suit skirt, complemented him perfectly, resembling a harmonious pair in a corporate setting. Tony, stop joking around, Chen Ze exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You should be spending quality time with Pepper. We don't need your sarcastic commentary here. With a playful grin, Iron Man responded, all right, I'll hold my tongue. But I know of a delightful CAF up ahead. Shall we sit down for a drink? Let's go, the Scarlet Witch replied, her demeanor unperturbed by Tony's antics, simply smiling in response. As Iron Man and Peppa walked ahead, Scarlet Witch and Chen Ze followed closely behind. Scarlet Witch playfully pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, then parted her lips to emit a sound that successfully captured Chen Ze's attention. With a subtle nod of her chin, she inquired, hey, why were you so tense just now? When was I tense? Chen Ze retorted angrily, don't joke around. Scarlet Witch suddenly stood upright, her left index finger playfully lifting Chen Ze's chin, intending to tease him further. Chen Ze, despite having experienced a romantic relationship, displayed a remarkable shyness, lacking the decisive demeanor he exhibited when confronting adversaries. Consequently, Scarlet Witch felt her hand rebuffed by Chen Ze's invisible barrier, prompting her to chuckle. All right then, let us hasten our pace. The CAF was filled with melodious music, a rather pretentious venue. In another realm, Chen Ze's ex-girlfriend would have insisted on taking photographs in such an ambience. Otherwise, what would be the point of enjoying the coffee? Chen Ze asked, Peppa, how are you feeling now? I mean, post-injection of the despair virus? Peppa nodded, smiling. I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. I just have this overwhelming sense of energy lately. Perhaps I should be out saving the world? Saving the world is the duty of your noble husband, Iron Man interjected. You need only to manage my business affairs. Then, turning to Chen Ze, Tony continued, by the way, Chen Ze, I am aware of your unique abilities. Could you possibly extract the powers from Peppa's despair virus, allowing her to return to being an ordinary person? I've had enough of this lifestyle. Chen Ze chuckled. I indeed possess such abilities, but honestly, I believe that Peppa's powers could help remedy some of your issues. Scarlet Witch chimed in with a laugh. I concur. The two pairs enjoyed their coffee in the CAF, exchanging playful banter that enlivened the afternoon. However, as the conversation progressed, Iron Man broached a grave topic. I have discovered a significant issue currently plaguing Asgard. What kind of significant issue? Scarlet Witch raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. I believe we are under invasion, Iron Man declared, uttering a chilling statement. The booth provided a semblance of privacy, ensuring their conversation remained contained. Chen Ze, initially indifferent, began to sense the weight of the matter. Invasion? Why do you say that? What prompted this sudden topic? Scarlet Witch queried, puzzled. There's nothing particularly alarming, Tony replied. I merely wish to caution you. Chen Ze, you must be vigilant about certain matters. All right, I understand, Chen Ze acknowledged, though he had initially brushed it off. Yet, upon witnessing Iron Man's earnest expression, he realized that this situation was indeed more complex than it appeared. Especially, he contemplated his own wariness towards Asgard. Furthermore, he understood that Tony Stark was not merely a member of the Avengers. His Stark Industries had numerous collaborations with the U.S. government, and Stark himself possessed many ambiguous connections with it. Therefore, if it were to be said that Tony Stark was privy to certain internal matters, Chen Ze would undoubtedly believe it. However, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Wait, can we change our approach? As they prepared to return, the Scarlet Witch intended once more to embrace Chen Ze in her previous manner. Chen Ze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, remarked, you could activate your protective field, and I could suspend myself using webbing within it. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Yet, I find it rather peculiar. The Scarlet Witch replied without hesitation, goodness. Even the thought of it seems too strange. Never mind, it cannot be done. Very well, you return first. I shall find a way back, Chen Ze said. Feeling quite helpless. Are you certain? She inquired. I am certain, he affirmed. Then I shall accompany you, but I won't carry you back, the Scarlet Witch stated. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Ze responded, I believe that would work. He borrowed a flamboyant sports car from Green Goblin and declared, this is my method. But do you possess a driver's license? Such trivial matters are inconsequential. After all, this is a vehicle from the Northbourne Group. I need not worry about such things. I obtained my license during my university days, so driving this car poses no problem. After over 2 hours of driving, Chen Ze returned to the previous location. Upon awakening, he discovered that familiar hazy sensation had returned, leaving his mind in a fog. What could be the cause of this? Chen Ze felt a sense of helplessness. As in his current state, visiting a hospital was out of the question. Even if he did, the hospital would likely have no solutions for him. However, after some time, once he had freshened up, he noticed that this feeling had dissipated. After experiencing this phenomenon multiple times, Chen Ze became increasingly aware that there might be underlying issues at play. Thus, he diligently practiced his teleportation skills to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Ze was quite diligent in honing his ability to teleport, yet he trained in areas where SHIELDS cameras could not capture him, as he needed to retain some secret techniques. As was customary, he sought out the Scarlet Witch for guidance in his training, only to discover upon arrival that she was no longer present. Where has she gone? Chen Ze promptly inquired of a staff member. She had a mission today and has departed. Oh, Chen Ze nodded, yet an unmistakable feeling of loss weighed upon him, a sentiment he could not deceive himself about. The Scarlet Witch has left, and I have once again experienced a sensation of dizziness that I had not felt in quite some time. Today, it has returned, seemingly more intense than before. This exacerbation of my condition has given rise to many speculations in my mind. Time continues to slip away, and I persist in my training, striving to enhance my prowess to the fullest extent possible. 5 days later, an unexpected event unfolded within SHIELD. A vessel belonging to the agency was commandeered by terrorists. Subsequently, it was reported that Captain America and Black Widow intervened. The following day, a cataclysmic announcement reverberated through SHIELD. I currently find myself at a training facility, rather than aboard the floating fortress of SHIELD. To be honest, I have a lingering psychological shadow regarding that place. It is not fear that grips me, but rather an instinctual sense that it harbors immense peril. This is merely a hunch, yet at times, intuition proves remarkably accurate. It was here that I learned of the seismic shifts occurring within SHIELD. Nick Fury was declared deceased, and posthumously, allegations of treachery surfaced. The earlier hijacking of the SHIELD vessel was attributed to Fury's disclosure of sensitive information to the terrorists. These two monumental revelations were soon followed by a further announcement. Captain America had betrayed SHIELD. A cascade of news left many in a state of bewilderment. Countless individuals were left in the dark, uncertain of the underlying truths. However, I possess some insight into these events as I have viewed Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which mirrors the narrative of that film. Yet, I do not delude myself into believing that reality will unfold as I envisioned it. Following Iron Man 3 and numerous other incidents, I have come to understand that this is the real world, not a cinematic tale, and many factors are intertwined within it. Thus, the turmoil within SHIELD is likely to implicate a multitude of issues and alter the destinies of many individuals. I remain uncertain whether Nick Fury is alive, as in the original storyline, nor do I wish to delve into that matter for now, as it is ultimately an affair belonging to the Americans. Yet, it must be acknowledged that many occurrences are not swayed by personal desires. Simply wishing to remain uninvolved does not preclude events from transpiring. Consequently, I too became embroiled in this significant affair, emerging as one of its pivotal figures. Chapter 108. The Blaze Night. Due to the profound upheaval within SHIELD, even the director has been eliminated, plunging the organization into an era of chaos. Many find themselves at a loss, uncertain of their next course of action. However, it was not long before a new commander began to gradually dismantle the existing SHIELD. The individuals within SHIELD were led by Alexander Pierce. The unfolding events carried an unexpected flavor for each individual, leaving everyone uncertain about their next steps and the future of SHIELD. Chen Ze could distinctly sense the attitudes of the numerous personnel within the organization. Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, events continued to transpire, and the turmoil in the world began to escalate. On that very day, Tony Stark unexpectedly reached out to Chen Ze, appearing on his tablet. "Tony, what's the matter?" Chen Ze inquired, observing Stark's image on the screen. Given the recent upheaval in SHIELD, I trust you are not oblivious, Tony remarked. Indeed, I am aware to some extent, Chen Ze replied. His primary focus was on enhancing his own strength for self-preservation. Other matters did not significantly concern him. Consequently, his reaction to the situation was somewhat indifferent. However, Stark, sensing Chen Ze's apathy, did not exhibit much emotion and simply stated, the current SHIELD is markedly different from its former self. At least during Alexander's tenure, I believe the circumstances here warrant distinction from the past. I trust you understand my implication. I shall leave it at that for now. The next steps are yours. Upon hearing Stark's convoluted remarks, Chen Ze felt a tinge of doubt, yet did not linger in confusion for long, knowing that Iron Man would not speak without purpose. 3 days later, Chen Ze received a notification instructing him to report to the airborne battleship. The message detailed that he was to accept a reassignment from SHIELD. Upon receiving such orders, Chen Ze sensed that matters were undoubtedly more complex than what was being publicly conveyed. Recalling Stark's previous comments, he became increasingly vigilant. They want me aboard the airborne battleship? What are their intentions? Chen Ze understood that the current SHIELD was no longer akin to the era of Nick Fury. Even during Fury's time, Chen Ze had never felt completely at ease, let alone now. Furthermore, although he had indeed joined the Avengers, this did not equate to becoming a member of SHIELD. He was quite clear on that distinction. Thus, Chen Ze faced a choice, yet he was unequivocally aware of the answer and had already made his decision. He could not go to the airborne battleship. Promptly, Chen Ze declined their request, citing his lack of affiliation with SHIELD as a reason and claiming that his health had recently deteriorated, rendering him unable to attend. After receiving the command several times, Chen Ze still refused and subsequently departed from the SHIELD base. He was uncertain about the adversaries he might encounter there, and during his stay, he felt an increasing sense of unease, compounded by the presence of numerous unidentified individuals in the vicinity. He believed that remaining there would jeopardize his safety. However, as Chen Ze left the SHIELD headquarters, he remained vigilant, aware that many of SHIELD's advanced technologies could potentially deceive him, and he suspected these methods might still be monitoring him. He contemplated his next steps, concluding that his best options were to seek out Captain America or perhaps Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether even they could fend off those who might take an interest in him. Driving the Green Goblin's vehicle, he traveled over 20 kilometers when suddenly, a long chain engulfed in crimson flames appeared from thin air. With a thunderous crash, a flaming horse emerged from the void, landing heavily on the road before Chen Ze. That long chain was hurtling towards his vehicle. Instinctively, Chen Ze slammed on the brakes, causing the car's rear to lift due to inertia. Ghost Rider? Chen Ze thought, astonished at the sight before him. But it shouldn't be, he pondered. Why would Ghost Rider intercept him here? Nevertheless, he noticed differences. This entity rode a horse rather than the usual flaming motorcycle, leading him to suspect it might be an earlier incarnation of Ghost Rider, though he could not discern clearly. The chain struck the road, creating a deep gash in the once pristine asphalt, flames flickering above it. Who are you? Chen Ze squinted at the figure. The one here to take you away, the Death Rider shouted, brandishing his chain, which ignited once more, lunging towards Chen Ze. Boom. A powerful impact reverberated through the air as a surge of red energy erupted from Chen Ze's right hand. This energy caught the knight's attention. Upon collision, the knight's chain recoiled violently, bouncing back to his steed. This was a byproduct of Chen Ze's injection of the despair virus, enabling him to conjure a sphere of energy in his hand. The knight began to scrutinize Chen Ze closely, and where the horse trod upon the asphalt, flames erupted. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a small jet of water shot forth, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The torrent of water arrows surged forth with formidable force, directly aimed at the knight. In that fleeting moment, his chains were unable to intercept the onslaught, compelling him to conjure a fiery barrier around himself in a desperate attempt to deflect the deluge. Ultimately, the water arrows were indeed thwarted by his flames. Yet several ominous spider bombs had already materialized before him, demanding his attention. Chen Ze's assault resembled a torrential downpour. Chapter 109. The Curse. The knight swiftly sensed Chen Ze's overwhelming prowess, a stark deviation from the information he had previously acquired. Consequently, he began to contemplate a rather unique offensive strategy, albeit one that remained concealed for the time being. Chen Ze's relentless onslaught was so intense that, despite the knight's superior capabilities, he found it challenging to achieve his desired outcome. In that instant, the knight's long chain once again blazed with crimson flames as it swung towards Chen Ze. the massive chain glimmering with a fiery radiance. Chen Ze leaped high into the air to evade the attack, but the chain, as if possessed of its own sentience, swiftly folded in midair, its tip hurtling towards him with ferocity. Swish! Chen Ze launched his spider bombs at the knight, but the chain's speed was staggering, leaving him no choice but to hastily activate a magical defense shield composed of sand. The shield was, without a doubt, shattered upon impact, the chain striking his right chest and forcing him to cough up blood. However, the formidable crisis virus within Chen Ze immediately began to mend the damage he had just sustained. The virus's restorative powers required energy from his body. Simultaneously, Chen Ze's spider bombs reached the knight, yet they too were repelled by his flames, though Chen Ze could feel the repercussions of the engagement. Any form of impact was preferable. The knight's chains were decidedly sinister, reminiscent of the hell cops he had encountered in an alternate dimension, albeit with notable differences. This was Chen Ze's inaugural encounter with such an adversary. Nevertheless, the knight's offensive tactics were severely limited, relying solely on his chains for continuous assaults. Thanks to his consumption of venomous black spiders and the agility honed from extensive training, Chen Ze found it relatively uncomplicated to evade the majority of the knight's attacks. The fierce battle raged on, the knight's features, his fiery form and skeletal visage, definitely deviating from human characteristics. Whoosh! A flurry of water arrows and spiraling sand surged towards the knight. Chen Ze had distanced himself, now approximately 20 meters away, as the area surrounding the knight was engulfed in flames, the aftermath of his raging chains. Due to the burning, the temperature in this place escalated, and Chen Ze sensed that the flames conjured by this knight were not ordinary. They seemed capable of extracting something from those affected by the fire, creating an intense discomfort. Chen Ze even harbored a vague suspicion that this flame might be siphoning his very soul. The mere thought startled him, for as a student of philosophy, he fundamentally believed in the existence of the soul, even subscribing to the notion of a deity, not the God of Christianity, but a philosophical abstraction. The idea of his soul being drained was too horrifying to contemplate, prompting Chen Ze to distance himself from the knight. As he increased the space between them, he unleashed a variety of ranged attacks. By now, his arsenal had expanded considerably, incorporating magical assaults, spider silk projectiles, and energy bursts from the abyssal virus. At that moment, it seemed the knight had also realized the potency of Chen Ze's magic and ceased to rely solely on his fiery aura for defense, opting instead to use his chains to counter these attacks. Nevertheless, Chen Ze's energy was steadily depleting. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Chen Ze suddenly inquired. "You do not need to know," the knight replied, his voice grating and harsh, reminiscent of two wooden boards scraping against each other. "Hydra?" Chen Ze uttered a term that immediately caught the knight off guard. It was evident that his words had struck a chord. Seizing the opportunity while the knight was momentarily dazed, Chen Ze launched two energy attacks, accompanied by a concentrated mass of magical energy that detonated explosively. Boom! With a resounding crash, the knight was finally struck by Chen Ze's offensive, tumbling from his peculiar, fire-enshrouded steed and crashing to the ground. Chen Ze cautiously approached the knight. Filled with trepidation, acutely aware of the potential danger he posed, he advanced slowly, wary of any unforeseen attacks from the knight. However, just then, another booming sound erupted, this time emanating from within Chen Ze's own mind. He felt an energy infiltrating his consciousness, eroding some unknown aspect of his psyche. As this force entwined and consumed his mental energy, his thoughts began to blur, and his focus waned. Damn it, what is this? Chen Ze's heart raced with vigilance. Yet he found himself helpless against this insidious invasion. At that moment, the knight sprang to his feet, leaping back onto his blazing horse, which accelerated towards Chen Ze with fierce intent. A lengthy iron chain, accompanied by an eerie flame, surged directly toward Chen Ze. At that moment, Chen Ze felt a surge of alertness. He leapt, soaring 7 or 8 meters into the air, performing several somersaults. However, at that very instant, the knight's horse adeptly pivoted, sending the chain hurtling toward Chen Ze, having anticipated his descent. Yet, little did the knight realize that Chen Ze, upon witnessing the peril, activated his repulsion field, allowing him to hover midair and evade the strike. Simultaneously, 2 water arrows shot forth, aimed directly at the knight. One could not deny the knight was a formidable opponent. His voice, harsh and grating, echoed, "However, you have just fallen victim to my curse, and thus, you must perish." A curse? Upon hearing this term, Chen Ze's heart raced with astonishment. It dawned on him that a curse had indeed entwined itself around his mind. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming pressure intensifying within his head, while the knight's fiery chain charged once more toward him. Chapter 110. The will to counterattack. Chen Ze had never anticipated encountering the force of a curse in this realm. Such power, he had always believed, existed solely within the realm of legend. Yet, the Marvel Universe was inherently chaotic, where the presence of various mythical beings was entirely plausible. Whoosh! The knight's blazing chain hurtled toward Chen Ze once again with astonishing speed. Just as he prepared to evade, a sudden explosive sensation erupted within his mind, catching him off guard in that critical moment. Although instinctively he managed to dodge the most lethal strike, a fraction of a second too late. His right chest was nearly shattered, and the flames seemed to consume his very soul, inflicting excruciating pain upon his mind. Submit. The knight's steed, ablaze with crimson flames, charged at Chen Ze, the massive chain slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, poised to strike. Moreover, within his mind, the knight's so-called curse seemed to brew and intensify. It was no wonder Hydra had dispatched this individual to capture him alone. They must have had their confidence. The crux of the matter lay in the unpredictability of this so-called cursed attack. It was sudden and relentless. Was it truly his fate to be captured by this adversary? Chen Ze felt a violent throb in his head, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. However, transformation occurred within that fleeting moment. It was as though a multitude of elements converged within his mind, memories from another realm flickering briefly. A kaleidoscope of genuine emotions flooded Chen Ze's consciousness in a matter of instants. This sensation swelled, growing ever more profound. It has been said that shortly before death, one's mind rapidly replays the entirety of their life, allowing a person to traverse the entirety of their existence in mere seconds. However, Chen Ze was acutely aware that his current experience was not one of such retrospective reflection. Instead, as these sensations intensified, his mental fortitude surged correspondingly. Suddenly, he found himself recalling the memories of his early childhood, specifically the time when he was 4 or 5 years old, moments that had long faded from his conscious mind. He vividly recalled the instance of his innocent infatuation with a girl from kindergarten, in which he would tease her relentlessly in an attempt to capture her attention. This recollection intensified his feelings even further. In that moment, he seemed to perceive the curse that the knight had instilled within him, akin to a seed taking root and sprouting, binding his spirit with its tenacious tendrils. Although the unfolding of these events felt prolonged, they transpired within the blink of an eye. As Chen Ze reconnected with this newfound mental clarity, his willpower blossomed, not merely as a force of spirit, but rather as a gradually cultivated resolve. In the face of such determination, the knight appeared to suffer a sudden and significant blow, tumbling from his steed in silence. And this time, it was not a feigned fall. A wave of relief washed over Chen Ze's mind. Curses, indeed, possess an enigmatic power and can yield remarkable effects. However, they also come with a formidable drawback. Should the target of the curse possess a robust will, the curse may rebound with ferocity, potentially inflicting severe repercussions upon the caster. Thus, those wielding such cursed powers are often compelled to direct their malice toward individuals of lesser will, lest they encounter troublesome backlash. Initially, the knight had assessed Chen Ze's prowess as commendable, yet deemed his will to be only marginally stronger than that of an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to him, during the cursing process, Chen Ze's mental energy surged forth like a wild stallion, shattering the curse and transmitting the backlash with it. Although Chen Ze was oblivious to the precise mechanics behind this turn of events, he sensed that his recent recollections had influenced the knight, causing him to fall from his mount. Regardless of his understanding of the underlying reasons, Chen Ze was resolute in seizing this fortuitous opportunity. With a decisive leap, he performed a front flip, landing beside the knight. Though flames continued to rage around him, he momentarily cast aside his concerns. Curiously, following his recollection, he found himself seemingly impervious to the consuming flames that threatened his very soul. Without hesitation, Chen Ze extended his right hand, ready to absorb the knight's energy, intrigued by the strength that lay within him. However, this individual would not simply surrender. He summoned all his strength, suddenly concentrating the flames around Chen Ze. Chen Ze felt an immense pressure. I have heard of your abilities, yet draining my energy will not be as effortless as you might hope. The knight uttered in a fragmented manner. He had not anticipated such a significant change in Chen Ze, but now that Chen Ze was upon him, he had no choice but to exert his utmost effort. This inferno not only elevated the surrounding temperature to unbearable levels, but more crucially, Chen Ze sensed a profound strain on his psyche, akin to being roasted alive. The mental anguish was unimaginable. Yet, this torment seemed to rekindle a sense of recollection within Chen Ze. This sensation alleviated his psychological suffering almost instantaneously. Moreover, Chen Ze felt a surge of vibrant energy emanating from the knight's body. Suddenly, a fiery steed lunged to attack Chen Ze from behind, but he deftly used a force field to lift the knight high into the air. Several magical water arrows shot towards the horse, just as the knight's chains unexpectedly surged forward, encircling the two without the knight even raising a hand. Energy continuously coalesced around the knight. Was this the fabled self-detonation? Chen Ze instantly grasped the knight's intentions. If he truly self-destructed, it would spell doom for him as well. In that fleeting moment, Chen Ze sensed that a portion of the energy he had absorbed from the knight could be wielded instinctively. Consequently, the knight suddenly felt his mental core sustain a devastating blow, causing him to momentarily lose focus. The energy sustaining his self-detonation surged into Chen Ze's body. Tomorrow morning, another chapter will be released before the official launch, along with some reflections on the launch. Chapter 112. New Abilities. Once again, Mental Power. Chen Ze had just begun to sense the energy at his disposal. This might belong to the knight's curse, though Chen Ze was unsure if it was the curse that had abruptly halted the knight's self-detonation. Nonetheless, he had managed to suppress the knight, preventing himself from being obliterated in the explosion. The searing heat rapidly entered Chen Ze's body, gradually merging with the energies he had previously possessed, transforming into his true power. This newfound strength permeated his being. Chen Ze's energy, comprising that he had absorbed from the venomous black spider and the cosmic cube, intertwined within him, only to coalesce in his heart when needed, swiftly reaching the designated place for releasing his energy. The sources of energy are quite diverse. However, when the moment of need arises, they can be seamlessly transformed into the specific type of energy that one desires, devoid of any errors. Thus, if we liken the energy utilized by characters in fantasy novels to a rechargeable battery, which becomes depleted and cannot be utilized further, then within Chen Ze resides an ability to convert various forms of energy, akin to his own stamina, intrinsically linked to his vitality. As long as he senses a reservoir of strength within, he can unleash it. At times, he is capable of a powerful eruption of energy that surges through his right hand and into his heart, coalescing into a massive sphere of heat. This thermal mass begins to permeate his being, transforming into stored energy. The sudden influx of energy causes Chen Ze's heart to strain under the pressure, making his chest feel as if it were a drum, the violent sensation of energy crashing within him inflicting considerable discomfort. Yet, this feeling dissipates almost instantaneously. The energy integrates fully into Chen Ze, enhancing the techniques he has acquired from the dire virus and amplifying the potency of the energy gleaned from the venomous black spider. However, as the energy from the black spider differs in nature from the one he currently possesses, the enhancement will not be substantial. At this moment, Chen Ze does not perceive these energies as his most significant gain. Rather, it is the profound mental impact he has experienced. He temporarily designates this recent assault as a mental shock, believing it to be the most fitting description for such an attack. This ability to disrupt or even severely damage an opponent's psyche is undeniably formidable. In the heat of a life-and-death confrontation, a sudden distraction can decisively determine the outcome of a duel. This could become another secret weapon in Chen Ze's arsenal, complementing his previous skill of teleportation. Should he master both abilities beyond their current state, they would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Having absorbed the energies, the imposing horse seems to lose its vigor, beginning to wilt beside him. Chen Ze also perceives that the fiery red flames engulfing the knight's skeletal form are gradually extinguishing. I did not seek you out today. You came to find me. Therefore, your current predicament is not a result of my deliberate targeting, Chen Ze states. The skeleton remains silent. At that moment, an intriguing sensation washes over Chen Ze, as if he possesses the ability to access fragments of its memories. Reading memories? Chen Ze finds it hard to believe. Could this truly be possible? Yet, each time he feels capable of accomplishing something, he has indeed succeeded, a fact consistently validated by the powers bestowed upon him. Chen Ze immediately began to delve into the memories of the skeletal fire knight. He speculated that perhaps his newfound ability to read memories had emerged as a result of his confrontation with this fiery adversary. Yet, he pondered whether he could only access the memories of ordinary beings, for how could he possibly consume the essence of something that appeared devoid of intellect? Nevertheless, as Chen Ze directed his capacity towards the skeletal fire knight, an overwhelming torrent of vivid information surged into his mind. This influx of information was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was as though, in the blink of an eye, he comprehended knowledge without prior study or recollection. The flood of information inundated him, akin to a relentless deluge, leaving him with the sensation of having fasted for an eternity while reciting an unfamiliar foreign text for 3 days and nights. After a couple of deep breaths, Chen Ze managed to stabilize himself, shaking his head vigorously as the information began to disperse within his consciousness. It became clear to him that this ability to read memories should not be employed recklessly, for it likely inflicted harm upon his own mind. The skeletal fire knight, having undergone Chen Ze's memory extraction, seemed to lose its vitality, the flames that once enveloped it extinguishing entirely. The disparity between its prior strength and its current frailty was stark. Chen Ze cast a glance at the knight's lifeless form. As the information from the memory stream began to take shape in his mind, he sifted through the influx, akin to a person struggling to recall forgotten events, needing to piece together the sequence of occurrences to gradually remember. The first memory he accessed was the recent battle they had fought, a moment of little significance for Chen Ze. Following that was a recollection of the knight's journey from another location to confront him, which too bore little relevance. As he continued to search, he realized that these two segments constituted the majority of the information he had gathered. However, as he delved further back, he finally grasped the process through which the knight had been assigned the task of capturing him. This figure held considerable importance for them, thus he must be captured alive. Chen Ze perceived a man clad in a suit, flanked by several bizarre individuals. Among these peculiar figures, one caught his eye and widened his gaze in astonishment. This individual donned a long black robe reminiscent of an academic gown, adorned with a large red hood that bore a crimson border. What stirred Chen Ze's excitement was the mask worn by this person, a pale visage with two eye sockets, lips painted of vivid crimson, and red spirals tracing outward along each cheek. Vertical saw, at last, I have found you. The agony and humiliation of his right hand transforming into a skeletal form, accompanied by a deep-seated loathing for his own inadequacy, surged to a zenith in an instant. Revenge. Chapter 113, The Path of Retribution. The flow of information gradually expanded in Chen Ze's mind, akin to an electric current stimulating his senses. Perhaps it was due to his recent acquisition of the abilities of the skeletal fire knight, which he was yet unable to fully wield. The memories he absorbed were scant. Leaving his mind weary, Chen Ze swiftly traced back through his recollections, seeking the whereabouts of the jigsaw. Very well, sir, do not forget the promise you made to me, the skeletal fire knight stated before the impeccably dressed man who had vowed to capture Chen Ze. Chen Ze was indifferent to this promise. His only concern lay with Jigsaw. I must take my leave. S.H.I.E.L.D. has numerous matters to attend to, and my friends will arrive shortly. Please ensure they are well received. The man in the suit remarked, to which Jigsaw nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the skeletal fire knight directly approached him. What is the reason these Hydra scoundrels are so fixated on me? Chen Ze pondered, a flicker of resentment lingering in his heart, yet it was swiftly washed away by a torrent of hatred. The memories of the skeletal knight emerged. Yet he was unaware of the exact location as his steed ascended into the air, pursuing him. How could he locate this place? Chen Ze's memory absorption ability was indeed limited, capturing only a fragment and lacking further information about the skeletal fire knight. However, this snippet was nearly sufficient. Chen Ze dialed the Green Goblin's number, who promptly began searching for the location based on Chen Ze's description. Leaning against the Green Goblin's luxury vehicle, Chen Ze awaited his response. 10 minutes later, I have transmitted the coordinates to your vehicle. It can either navigate automatically or you may opt for manual control. The Green Goblin informed Chen Ze. Do you require my assistance? No, this is a Hydra stronghold. I will handle it myself, Chen Ze replied. Very well, good luck. My brother, the Green Goblin wished him. The Green Goblin's luxury car roared to life, the engine growling as exhaust billowed behind it. The speedometer soaring to 120 miles per hour. The location lay over 300 kilometers away, and without the ability to fly, Chen Ze had no choice but to drive. Speed is of no concern, he thought, his fury still simmering within him. The waves of vengeful emotion rising and falling in his chest. Yet, amid this unusual anger, Chen Ze remained remarkably composed, encountering no other vehicles along the way, allowing his speed to continually escalate. After more than 2 hours, Chen Ze arrived at the outskirts of the Hydra hideout. Gazing ahead, there lay an abandoned factory, surrounded by vigilant guards, with drones circling menacingly overhead. Chen Ze surmised that his presence had undoubtedly attracted their attention. The Green Goblin's vehicle concealed more than met the eye. It harbored miniature surveillance devices. Although Oscorp primarily focused on biotechnology, its technological prowess in other domains was equally formidable. After all, as the Green Goblin, he was well equipped. Chen Ze released 4 small drones from the vehicle and began receiving the imagery transmitted back to him. These diminutive drones were ingeniously designed to resemble bees, matching in shape, weight, and size. Though Chen Ze was not entirely adept at maneuvering them, his Spider-Man agility allowed him to swiftly activate the drones, which commenced their tasks with remarkable speed. Inside the factory, there indeed lay hidden secrets. The disarray of steel rebar, layers of dust, and weathered walls bore little distinction from other forsaken sites. Yet Chen Ze methodically piloted the drones forward, aware of the concealed door from which the skeletal fire knight had emerged. However, this door required a password, and Chen Ze realized that without it, he would be unable to gain entry. His plans had encountered an obstacle. What to do now? An idea struck him. He tapped his forehead, a solution forming. He instructed the drones to refrain from activating any recording functions and to return stealthily to avoid detection. While he stealthily approached the 2 guards stationed at the forefront, the air outside was bright, making a surprise attack a delicate endeavor. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 water arrows, swift as serpents, shot forth, incapacitating the outermost guards. Their robust forms crumpled before Chen Ze's magic, as if they were mere paper. In a fleeting moment, Chen Ze's body soared into the air. His drones had swiftly relayed the locations of the surrounding surveillance cameras, enabling him to navigate through their blind spots. He moved like a shadow, racing into the interior with unparalleled speed. Now, his strength had reached nearly 30 tons, with velocity translating into power, further amplified by his physical prowess. This incarnation of Chen Ze was so swift that the guards could scarcely perceive anything more than a fleeting specter. In approximately 12 seconds, he reached the door, having traversed nearly a kilometer. Swish, swish. Chen Ze's 2 strands of webbing pierced through one guard's skull, rendering him silent as he collapsed to the ground. A strand then sealed the remaining guard's mouth, pulling him close to Chen Ze's gaze, where their eyes locked in an intense stare. Boom. The guard felt a resounding explosion within his mind, as if his consciousness had fractured, and a torrent of data surged from his brain into Chen Ze's. Having anticipated such an event, Chen Ze withstood the influx of information, sifting through it in a matter of seconds to unveil the password to the door. Upon inputting the correct code, he prepared to breach the threshold. Behind the imposing door stood a row of towering robots, each brandishing a small cannon with a caliber exceeding 30 centimeters. Although Chen Ze's physical defenses rendered him impervious to bullets, he remained acutely aware of his vulnerability in the face of such formidable weaponry. On the other side, Data, encased in pale masks, was meticulously preparing the information. Bang, bang, bang. The instant Chen Ze opened the door, the thunderous roar of the cannons reverberated through the space. However, he had already leaped aside, not out of foresight, but rather from caution, acutely aware that the adversary might not be foolish enough to await his entrance. The correctness of his instinct was swiftly validated as he felt the shockwave of the cannon fire. Had he not evaded, he could have been torn asunder. He sensed the presence of over a dozen robots, each armed with devastating cannons. Despite his superhero status, facing such artillery in a confined space rendered him uncertain of his ability to evade all attacks. If struck by one of those cannons, the dire virus might salvage him from other injuries, but a direct blow to his head would be insurmountable. What should he do? Should he simply watch as the jigsaw slipped away under his very gaze? At that moment, 5 robots charged forth, their cannons aimed squarely at Chen Ze. Yet, rather than fear, Chen Ze felt a surge of exhilaration. He dashed into the midst of the 5 robots, his body moving with remarkable agility. These machines, lacking true artificial intelligence, could not distinguish friend from foe, rendering their cannons ineffective. They resorted to attacking him with the mechanical blades affixed to their left arms. Today, Chen Ze was no longer the same individual who had once been vulnerable to mechanical warriors. He felt no trepidation in the face of their blades. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the area densely packed with electronic components of one robot, as Chen Ze's right hand unleashed the energy of the dire virus, creating a gaping hole in its chest and neutralizing its combat capability. Simultaneously, magical water arrows surged forth, targeting the vital points of the remaining robots. These robots, being more focused on offense, are inadequately armored, and Chen Ze's attacks have rendered 3 of them inoperable. The energy emanating from the devouring Venom black spider, particularly its sensing ability, has allowed Chen Ze to perceive the situation within the room, including the presence of the jigsaw, who is busy packing. As Chen Ze continues to engage in combat with the robots, he maneuvers through their ranks with remarkable agility. If these machines were to utilize their targeting systems and their mechanical advantage of swiftly aiming and firing at Chen Ze, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage, forced to retreat. However, when the robot's friend or foe recognition systems malfunction, leading them to attack with melee weapons, Chen Ze finds the situation considerably easier to handle. Jigsaw, witnessing this scene, remains unperturbed. Instead, he simply approaches a door and prepares to enter, vanishing into the dark passage. Damn it! Chen Ze catches sight of this through the gaps between the robots. Where do you think you're going? He bellows, extending his webbing, which adheres to Jigsaw. To his astonishment, Jigsaw's clothing inexplicably falls away as he attempts to close the door. However, Chen Ze activates all his speed, reaching Jigsaw in less than a second, his hand like a vice around the other's neck. The robot's recognition systems are temporarily incapacitated, preventing them from attacking Chen Ze. To be continued. Chapter 114. Magneto. Chen Ze had meticulously devised a plan upon realizing that these robots possessed a functioning friend or foe recognition system. He understood his combat strategy, to disrupt their thought processes through the very system designed for their advantage. Thus, Jigsaw fell under Chen Ze's control, and now, Chen Ze has ensnared these robots in a web of confusion regarding their recognition systems. While possessing a recognition system may offer developmental benefits in theory, when these robots are confined in a cramped space, the system becomes a liability, adversely affecting their combat effectiveness. It is a form of self-imposed interference. Now, as Jigsaw attempts to escape, Chen Ze swiftly formulates a countermeasure. "Let me down, you damned fool." At that moment, suspended in midair, Jigsaw resembles a cat whose tail has been stepped on, springing up in alarm. He no longer exudes the imposing aura he once had while tormenting others. Perhaps he is simply taken aback, having not experienced such treatment in a long time. Regardless, words are futile now. Chen Ze's grip tightens around Jigsaw's neck as he retreats from the room. These robots, having identified the Jigsaw as an enemy, were unable to direct their artillery towards Chen Ze. Jigsaw was no longer the same as he had just been. He gradually fell into silence, seemingly accepting his fate, or perhaps concocting some scheme deep within his mind. In any case, he did not utter a word at that moment. Chen Ze moved with remarkable swiftness, the scenery racing past their eyes at breakneck speed, and before long, he had secured Jigsaw inside the luxurious vehicle he had arrived in. At that moment, a voice broke through the air. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, Chen Ze's opulent car lifted off the ground, floating above the earth, rendering it nearly immobile. Chen Ze gazed in astonishment at the sky, where a figure hovered above. It was a long-haired individual, cascading locks falling to his waist, arms outstretched as if embracing something unseen. Magneto? Chen Ze recognized the figure from photographs, and recalling the predicament his vehicle found itself in, he immediately grasped the identity of the person suspended in the air. How had Magneto come to be here? This marked Chen Ze's first confrontation with him, and he was acutely aware that he was no match for Magneto. Yet, he retained a flicker of confidence. This situation was dire. "Young man, put him down." Magneto's resonant voice commanded. "I will not allow you to take him." "Then come at me," Chen Ze declared, as a surge of crimson energy, infused with the essence of a desperate virus, erupted in his hand and rushed towards Magneto at blinding speed. Magneto extended his hand forward, and the energy dissipated instantaneously in the air. Electromagnetic force. Chen Ze realized that Magneto wielded not merely control over metal, but possessed a profound electromagnetic field. Magneto was immensely powerful. At that moment, Chen Ze's luxury vehicle charged at him. "Break it," Chen Ze commanded, attempting to intrude upon Magneto's mental domain, believing this to be his most effective strategy. "Do you think you are Harris?" Magneto's voice dripped with derision. "This meager mental energy is merely a display of your ignorance." Suddenly, Chen Ze felt a thunderous resonance within his head. It was unclear if Magneto had grown accustomed to enduring such mental intrusions due to his encounters with the professor. But at that moment, Chen Ze's willpower had no effect on Magneto. Meanwhile, the luxury vehicle continued its rapid approach. Should it be destroyed? Chen Ze knew not how he would advance. "Damn Magneto." Chen Ze gritted his teeth, preparing to conjure a spell around Magneto, but found that his magic could not materialize. The force field was dismantled by Magneto. Chen Ze sensed the overwhelming electromagnetic field surrounding Magneto, which disrupted his own standing. Thus, "I find myself utterly incapable of conjuring even a semblance of magic. Cursed be this predicament." Cursed indeed. Chen Ze leapt high into the air, executing a flawless somersault before bracing himself with both hands against his luxurious vehicle, determined to prevent it from sustaining any damage. However, the force exerted by the car grew increasingly formidable. As Chen Ze's feet met the ground, he strained with all his might to hold the vehicle steady. "Let us see how you withstand this." Magneto bellowed, and Chen Ze felt a tempest raging within his very being, his internal organs tumultuous and blood surging violently. "My body is being ravaged," he realized with a sudden clarity. The electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, permeated every corner of existence. Magneto's assault on his adversary revealed that, unlike the cinematic portrayals where metal must be manipulated to inflict harm, he could directly impact the corporeal form of his opponent. It was akin to an individual wielding the ability to control water, rather than expending effort to unleash torrents upon an enemy. One could simply drain the moisture from their very being, an execution in its most efficient form. Yet, Chen Ze's dire virus continually mended his physique, sparing him from excessive agony. Nevertheless, the weight of the vehicle overhead intensified. Moreover, he discovered himself inexplicably sinking into the ground. The electromagnetic force beneath him dissipated under Magneto's influence, causing Chen Ze to lose the repulsive force that kept him aloft, plunging him directly into the earth, where countless soil particles began to bond with his own molecules. In Magneto's grasp, Chen Ze found himself nearly devoid of any means of defense. But in that fleeting moment, a voice resonated through the air. Enough. The weight of the car returned to normal, allowing Chen Ze to set it down gently by the roadside. He gazed skyward, observing Magneto's countenance, which, though inscrutable, conveyed a profound discontent. The voice was one Chen Ze knew well. Soon, Magneto sensed a disturbance within his own energy, compelling him to focus intently on this interference. Indeed, Wanda's silhouette materialized in the sky, the Scarlet Witch had arrived. At last, Chen Ze was spared from an untimely demise at Magneto's hands. The latter raised his gaze toward the Scarlet Witch, inquiring, "You have come?" "Yes, let him go," she replied, her tone imbued with an icy resolve. "Furthermore, you would do well to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Hydra seeks merely to exploit. Why can it not be said that I, too, am utilizing them?" Magneto retorted. "You are ever so obstinate, treading a path towards self-destruction," the Scarlet Witch admonished. "Cease all of this. Cease?" Magneto's voice crescendoed. "You have betrayed me, and now you intend to harm me? For his sake?" He continued, "Devourer. Do you not fear that one day he may consume your energy? That is of no concern to you. Now, let him go," she asserted. Chen Ze gazed at the peculiar father-daughter duo, listening to their conversation with a sense of bemusement. However, the sudden appearance of the Scarlet Witch provided him with a temporary reprieve from the looming shadow of Magneto. "Chen, you should leave now. I will handle this," the Scarlet Witch instructed him. Chen Ze felt no concern for her, for beyond her astonishing magical abilities, she possessed a formidable power to disrupt the genetics of mutants, inflicting profound effects upon them. Moreover, from the recent encounter, it was evident that while Magneto was indeed powerful, he was not beyond the capability of the Scarlet Witch to suppress. "Very well, I leave this to you," Chen Ze said, and after taking a few steps, he used his web to pull the bound Jigsaw into the passenger seat of his vehicle. He then jumped into the driver's seat and sped off towards New York. The car swiftly accelerated beyond 100 miles per hour. High above, Magneto remarked to the Scarlet Witch, "He truly lacks loyalty. Is this the man my daughter favors? As a father, I find it regrettable. You need not concern yourself. I am merely here to warn you not to involve yourself in this matter. The waters run deep." With that, he concluded, stating that once Chen reached a safe distance, he would cease to interfere. As Chen Ze's vehicle surged forward, gaining speed, he exerted his force field to remove Jigsaw's mask, revealing the pale, youthful face that had long been concealed. At that moment, Jigsaw's expression had settled into calmness. "How will you deal with me, my prey?" he suddenly inquired. "You shall find out in due time. Are you certain you wish to know in advance?" Chen Ze replied with a sly smile. "Speak," Jigsaw urged. "You see, I am Chinese, and I wonder if you know what the most brutal punishment in my country is?" Jigsaw, seemingly unconcerned, responded coolly, "I have studied your nation's punishments meticulously. The Chinese are among the most adept at self-torture. In my opinion, the most heinous punishment is lynching, and the most brutal era for such was during your Ming dynasty. So, are you planning to use lynching on me? What I intend to convey is that you will suffer a fate far more horrific than lynching," Chen Ze retorted, contemplating that sometimes the true horror of punishment lies not in the anticipation of it, but in its immediate confrontation. By the way, subscriptions are far too few. Please, do not leave me in such a predicament. Enduring physical torment while witnessing such scant subscriptions is simply unbearable. Chapter 115. An eye for an eye. Chen Ze was convinced that no matter how many individuals Jigsaw had previously tormented or the myriad of methods he had employed, he would undoubtedly prefer to avoid experiencing such punishments himself. Furthermore, the world often operates under a brutal dichotomy. One is either the butcher or the lamb. Prince Asaka, a puppet master behind the Nanjing massacre, now enjoys a peaceful twilight in his life. Many of the depraved members of the infamous Unit 731, responsible for countless atrocities, also managed to survive. However, this time, the tables have turned, and the saw is in his hands. His fate will undoubtedly be far from easy. The saw, perhaps, has indeed studied ancient Chinese punishments, and, contemplating the torturous method of lynching, beads of sweat have begun to emerge, betraying his composure. "Would you care to hear my story?" the saw suddenly inquired of Chen Ze, sensing his curiosity. "I'm afraid I have no desire to listen," Chen Ze replied, worried that engaging in conversation with this fiend might soften his heart and lead him to hesitate in his actions. "You may not wish to hear, but I shall speak," the saw continued, undeterred. "Initially, that individual was my mentor, a true genius, proficient in criminology, mechanics, and architecture to an astonishing degree. However, he was abruptly diagnosed with cancer. Witnessing so many people fail to cherish life, he resolved to employ certain methods to illuminate its value." Chen Ze could empathize with this sentiment. During his university years, he endured a grave illness that cast a shadow over his existence. Yet, He often observed certain foreigners engaging in self-destructive antics for amusement, a stark contrast to those who genuinely cherished life. This imbalance was maddening. Those who embraced suffering appeared to value their lives less than those who frivolously squandered their own bodies. Nevertheless, this cannot justify the wanton destruction of others. With a cold smile, Chen Ze remarked, "Yet, it seems you increasingly realize that the game itself is more addictive, is it not? In this cat-and-mouse dynamic, one gradually perceives oneself as the god of life and death. Why not? When my mentor passed away, I inherited his game," the Saw acknowledged. "I discovered it to be an insatiable yearning and sensation. Dare you assert that God does not treat humanity as mere playthings? The blessings and trials are all his gifts." Suddenly, the Saw began to recite a passage. "You must gird yourself like a warrior. I ask you, how can you discard my judgment? How can you declare me guilty to prove your own righteousness?" The recitation grew longer. Chen Ze, having studied philosophy, recognized the source. This was from the book of Job in the Old Testament. Job, once blessed with a happy family, lost much due to a conversation between the Lord and Satan, leading him to question his faith, only to eventually reclaim it. The book of Job articulates the nature of suffering while extolling the greatness of the Lord, showcasing the intricate theoretical foundation of Christianity. Their logical arguments are rather intriguing. However, while Chen Ze believes in God, it is a philosophical deity he reveres, and he harbors a profound disdain for such notions. It is akin to the Sinicized version of Buddhism, which seeks to transform individuals into compliant subjects, forbidding even the act of suicide. One must endure suffering, for to take one's life is to become a wandering spirit, requiring a substitute to descend into hell and continue to suffer. What sort of logic is this? Thus, Chen Ze's sardonic laughter intensified. Do you truly see yourself as a deity? Do you perceive the suffering you impose upon others as a form of benevolence? Do you believe such delusions can deceive even yourself? You are merely venting your inner beast, deriving pleasure from the torment of your kind. Upon uttering these words, Chen Ze promptly sealed his mouth with strands of spider silk. The Jigsaw, within his mind, cursed Chen Ze vehemently, questioning how such a person could exist and lamenting the lack of opportunity to voice his grievances. Cursed be it. Yet, no matter how he cursed, it was confined to his thoughts. Chen Ze drove to New York, arriving at the location where he had previously memorized the code. There, he discovered the liquid he had obtained from the Cherutans, capable of dissolving a body inch by inch while allowing consciousness to remain and endure pain. This liquid still resided in the large box. Chen Ze extracted the substance, deliberately allowing the Jigsaw to see it. He sensed the Jigsaw begin to tremble, clearly aware of the contents. Chen Ze paid it no mind. The Jigsaw began to struggle desperately, yet how could he escape the spider silk? "This is the punishment you deserve," Chen Ze stated to the Jigsaw. "I am not merely seeking vengeance for myself, but also for those you have tormented." The data writhed like a snake ensnared by a hunter, its body bound by silk. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ze declared, "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to deliver your last words." He then lowered the silk that had sealed the Jigsaw's mouth and gestured with his chin. "Is there anything you wish to say? Speak now." The Jigsaw's face was etched with terror as he braced for the horrors soon to befall him, experiencing the anguish of those he had previously tormented. "Do you not wish to know why we captured you?" the Jigsaw exclaimed. "I have no desire to know," Chen Ze replied. He sensed that the Jigsaw might be attempting to buy time, perhaps harboring some special positioning technique to summon Hydra's agents. Even if the Jigsaw had but a breath left, he could still be revived in a world rife with extraordinary abilities and formidable viruses. Thus, Chen Ze unceremoniously cast the Jigsaw into the liquid and sealed the lid. The Jigsaw could no longer move or speak, yet the sensation of his body dissolving inch by inch gnawed at his very heart. Unable to emit a sound, only his eyes, filled with agony, remained, pleading silently with Chen Ze. Indeed, such individuals are merely strong in appearance yet feeble at heart. If they were truly steadfast in their convictions and believed their actions to be just, they would endure even the most profound torment. Yang Jixing impeached Yen Song, suffering grievous wounds that festered into decay, and resorted to severing his flesh with a broken bowl, cursing incessantly. Shi Dakai faced the brutal punishment of the Qing army, enduring hundreds of cuts, a scene so horrific it defied description, yet he remained silent. Jiang Jie withstood the cruel tortures inflicted by the reactionary Kuomintang, resolutely maintaining her silence. This exemplifies true spiritual fortitude. Thus, in the face of such genuine torment, the frailty and superficial strength of the Saw were wholly exposed. At the very least, this fade of strength was laid bare. Perhaps the original Saw would not have succumbed to such a fate. Nonetheless, witnessing the anguish of Saw, Chen Ze found it difficult to bear. Murder was trivial to him, yet the notion of torture was another matter entirely. He decided to step outside for a moment. Upon venturing outside, Chen Ze absorbed the powers of the venomous black spider, allowing him to attune to his surroundings. The bustling streets were momentarily devoid of any irregularities. After more than 20 minutes, he returned to find the corrosive solution had eroded to the very roots of Saw's thighs, beginning to consume his upper body. The eyes of Saw conveyed nothing but a desperate plea for mercy. "Damn it!" Chen Ze exclaimed upon witnessing such a sight, and without hesitation, he opened the lid, unleashing a magical water arrow that obliterated Saw's head. Yet, he had not entirely succeeded in torturing him to death. Enough is enough. He has suffered enough. Chen Ze consoled himself, deciding not to dwell excessively on the finer details of cruelty. Before Chen Ze undertook this action, the Scarlet Witch and Magneto, father and daughter, had reached a most peculiar peace agreement. In essence, they mutually decided to part ways, with Magneto refraining from pursuing Chen Ze, and the Scarlet Witch making no demands regarding the current situation. Chen Ze's phone rang, and upon answering, he discovered it was the Scarlet Witch. "Wanda? Thank you for your help earlier." Chen Ze expressed his gratitude. "No problem. Where are you now?" "I'll come to find you." "All right," he replied, suggesting a location while expressing concern that Hydra might arrive, prompting a change of venue. Before long, the Scarlet Witch, capable of flight and magic, appeared swiftly by Chen Ze's side. "At last, I found you. How are things? What about the person you took?" "I killed him," Chen Ze replied nonchalantly. "Killed him? Why?" The Scarlet Witch sensed a shift in Chen Ze's typically gentle demeanor, finding his sudden willingness to take a life somewhat disconcerting. "I remember you saw my skeletal right hand." "Yes, but it's healed now. Now it has improved, though it was once quite painful. My right hand bears the scars of his torment. And he has not only inflicted suffering upon me, but upon many others as well." The Scarlet Witch nodded, indicating her understanding, and then said, "I intend to take you to meet Captain America and his team. The Asgard is currently under siege by a formidable conspiracy. They require our assistance just as we need theirs." Chen Ze pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, I shall accompany you." At this juncture, Chen Ze found himself grappling with numerous considerations. Hydra's interest in him had become unequivocally clear, and he needed to navigate this situation with utmost care. Chapter 116. The counterattack plan. Bucky was captured in 43, and subsequently, Zola conducted experiments on him. In the dimly lit vehicle, Captain America's face was etched with guilt as he spoke. "This is not your fault." Falcon reassured him. It was merely an accident. Captain America's hands were firmly restrained against the steel walls of the vehicle, rendering him nearly immobile, along with Black Widow and Falcon, who shared a similar predicament. They had been captured by Asgard, now compromised by Hydra. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted at the front of the convoy, causing one vehicle to be blown apart. Its rear elevated dramatically as it toppled over. The convoy was under attack. With a resounding crash, the armored vehicle containing Captain America, Black Widow, and Falcon was hurled into the air, its sturdy exterior flung asunder. The vehicle was breached, and both Captain America and Black Widow sensed a shift in fortune. Indeed, at that moment, the Scarlet Witch appeared within the confines of the vehicle, effortlessly neutralizing the remaining guards, leaving only Captain America and Falcon. "This is excruciating." One guard managed to rise, removing his helmet, and with a wry smile, he addressed Wanda. "Thank you for your mercy." The Scarlet Witch had spared the guard's life, merely incapacitating him, which inadvertently allowed Hill to escape. She had been impersonating a guard, waiting for the opportune moment to rescue Captain America and Black Widow. Who could have anticipated the Scarlet Witch's arrival? "Oh," the Scarlet Witch said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "I apologize, Hill. I was unaware of your presence." "It's all right. My legs are nearly immobile. Could you assist me?" Hill replied. "Of course," the Scarlet Witch responded, waving her hand, and Hill regained her mobility. "Who is this?" Hill inquired, glancing at the new member, Falcon, a friend of Captain America. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from above, and Captain America and Black Widow turned to see Chen Ze's figure. Chen Ze noticed Captain America's hands still trapped within the steel confines and asked, "Do you require my assistance?" "No, thank you," Captain America replied. Hill promptly released Captain America from his restraints and inquired of Chen Ze, "What brings you here? Are you not aware that Captain America is now a wanted man?" Upon hearing this, Captain America shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "I possess some knowledge of the circumstances surrounding this matter, yet I refuse to believe that Captain America would betray the nation he holds dear." The Scarlet Witch interjected, "We stand with you. I believe we can fully trust them." Captain America addressed Hill, stating, "If we intend to thwart some impending threat, we must place our trust in them. Unity is paramount." "Very well, let us proceed together," Hill affirmed. An hour later, two large vehicles transported the group to the base of a towering dam, which rose over 50 meters in height, sloping upward at a sharp angle. A gunshot rang out, She lost half a liter of blood. Hill pushed open a steel door and entered the dam, announcing loudly that Black Widow had sustained a gunshot wound to her left shoulder during the previous battle, and blood continued to flow uncontrollably. If the bleeding did not cease, she risked succumbing to severe blood loss. Captain America and the others surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. This was a fully operational underground base. Upon opening the dam's entrance, they discovered an extraordinary hidden realm. Although the environment appeared rather austere and rudimentary, it was nonetheless well-equipped. Led by Hill, the group pressed onward, and through the crack of a hospital room door, they beheld an astonishing figure. Captain America stood momentarily speechless at the sight of this person, his mind swirling with enigmas that seemed to be on the brink of revelation. In any case, his thoughts were a tumultuous mess, both Black Widow and the Scarlet, which exhibited expressions of astonishment. After all, they were within a base, and there was no need to maintain a facade of calm. Everyone believed Nick Fury to be deceased, yet here he lay in a hospital bed, at least on the surface. Nick Fury's countenance bore no signs of despair or grave illness. He merely lay there, observing them with his eyes. Only Chen Ze remained impassive, unaffected by this revelation. Having previously watched Captain America, he knew that Nick Fury did not perish in battle. However, he was uncertain whether, in this particular timeline, Fury would meet a different fate. Regardless, seeing Nick Fury did not surprise him excessively. Spinal injuries, fractured sternum, shattered clavicle, liver perforation, and a relentless headache. Nick Fury recounted his injuries with familiarity. Meanwhile, a doctor tending to Black Widow's wounds lifted his gaze and reminded, "Let us not forget the ruptured lung." "Certainly, this cannot be forgotten," Nick Fury remarked. "In any case, apart from this, all is well." The group finally discerned the reasons behind Nick Fury's feigned death and learned that he was entirely uncertain about whom to trust. Subsequently, Nick Fury convened a meeting in the conference room, presenting the photograph of the current director of SHIELD, Alexander, before everyone. "What is this?" Falcon inquired about the 3 cards. Hill then addressed the assembly, stating, "When the airborne aircraft carrier ascends to 3,000 feet, these items will form a triangle with the InSight satellites, rendering them fully weaponized. We must strike at 3 airborne carriers and replace the positioning blades with our own. Substituting just 1 or 2 will be futile. All 3 must be connected." Hill and Nick Fury exchanged dialogue regarding their mission. "I must assume that the majority of individuals within SHIELD have become Hydra operatives," Nick Fury asserted. "Hydra is flourishing right beneath your nose, and as a result, many will perish needlessly while you remain oblivious." The sense of justice in Captain America emerged as he addressed Nick Fury. "It is precisely because I discerned this that I have become what I am now." Nick Fury intended to shrug, but with his left arm immobilized, he grimaced in pain. "Otherwise, why would we convene in a cave?" The others selectively chose to disregard the conversation between the two, as it was a commonplace occurrence for those in SHIELD and the Avengers to engage in disputes and debates, leading them to become accustomed to such arguments. Indeed, after some time, consensus was ultimately reached. Captain America stood at the summit of the dam, his thoughts adrift. Chen Ze stood beside him. Captain America's thoughts returned to the present as he smiled at Chen Ze. Chen Ze nodded. Their acquaintance was not particularly intimate. Thus their interactions were marked by decorum. Chen Ze remarked, "In truth, I have encountered Bucky before. I believe I mentioned this to you." "Yes, you did," Captain America replied, shaking his head. "It is a painful matter, yet one must confront it." "Indeed, one must face it all," Chen Ze responded. "He has now become a different individual. You must recognize each other on the battlefield." "Indeed, you speak the truth," Captain America smiled. "Thank you for your consolation. What was the situation when you saw Bucky?" Chen Ze reminisced. "At that time, I was quite weak, alongside Batman. We infiltrated a Joker's lair and encountered Bucky there. His strength was formidable. We were no match for him. I mentioned your name, and he was taken aback, allowing us to escape." At this revelation, a sense of relief washed over Captain America's expression. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have now become adversaries, and you ought to treat him as one." At this moment, a resonant voice reverberated. This was the Falcon. In Captain America's eyes, a glint of determination flickered as he began to wholly embrace this reality. Subsequently, the group commenced formulating a strategy to infiltrate the aerial mothership. In truth, the combined might of Scarlet Witch and Chen Ze had already suggested that this offensive would not be ineffectual. However, they were acutely aware that Hydra had undoubtedly established formidable countermeasures in this location, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Ze absorbed every word of their operational plan, his mind meticulously cataloging each detail. In reality, His return alongside Scarlet Witch to participate in Nick Fury's counteroffensive was not primarily motivated by justice or the plight of the innocents who might be targeted by the mothership's artillery. Rather, Chen Ze was driven by a profound desire to comprehend the whereabouts of the cosmic cube within SHIELD's intricate schemes. Following his confrontation with Magneto, his yearning for personal power intensified, prompting him to seek clarity on this matter. Chapter 117. Ambiguity and Retaliation. The cosmic cube held significant importance for Chen Ze at this juncture. His mastery over teleportation had grown increasingly adept. After numerous trials, he could now effectively control the instantaneous burst of his teleportation abilities, achieving distances of up to 100 meters. His diverse capabilities had been on the rise, including his teleportation. With additional time, this ability was likely to further enhance. Should he gain more power from the cosmic cube, Chen Ze's strength would undoubtedly amplify. The primary advantage of the cosmic cube was its potential to augment his teleportation prowess. Furthermore, he believed it would enhance his other abilities as well. Thus, his longing for the cosmic cube became fervent. That night, slumber eluded them all, including Chen Ze and the rest. Captain America gradually emerged from his quarters and made his way to Nick Fury's room. Fury lay reclined against the wall on his bed, supported by plush pillows, with various instruments attached to his chest. Observing Fury's condition, Captain America let out a sigh. "Hey, what are you doing? Sighing is not your usual demeanor," he remarked. With a smile, Nick Fury responded, "Do you have any objections to the forthcoming counteroffensive?" "None whatsoever," Captain America replied. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling of unease. As if I am perpetually kept in the dark about many matters. I suspect many others share this sentiment. This shouldn't be a question for you to raise. I simply dislike this sensation," Captain America remarked, "especially Chen. I believe you must be concealing certain matters from him. Am I correct? We are, after all, a government agency. Complete transparency is not feasible. Moreover, do not underestimate the devourer. Although I am presently unaware of his intentions, I am convinced that he harbors complexities beneath his seemingly simple exterior. This may indeed be plausible, yet I wish to convey that we have reached a critical juncture. There are matters that you ought to disclose to me. Could you articulate your thoughts more specifically, or perhaps, just elucidate what it is you wish to know?" Captain America paused momentarily, then stated, "I seek to acquire all information concerning the Tesseract. I need to comprehend everything that transpired during World War II, as well as the events that unfolded during my recovery and what lay in the surrounding environment. Furthermore, I am eager to understand the circumstances of Hydra's invasion this time. Beyond the surface explanations, I wish to unearth the underlying reasons. All such information is of paramount importance to me." Nick Fury offered a rueful smile. "Your requests are indeed numerous. Very well, I shall share what I can." After contemplating in silence, Nick Fury's thoughts began to expand. When Captain America exited the premises, he unexpectedly encountered Black Widow outside, who was gazing at him with a cheerful expression. "What brings you here? Are you not asleep?" Captain America inquired. "I cannot sleep. I merely stepped out to take a look," Black Widow replied. "So much has transpired recently, especially the fact that I have stolen someone's first kiss," she added, eliciting a swift blush from Captain America. Although his chronological age approached a century, in certain respects, he possessed an endearing quality that Black Widow found charming. "Why must you bring that up again?" Captain America protested. This incident had occurred earlier in the day when they feigned a romantic couple to evade Crossbones and his associates. At that moment, Black Widow had suggested that engaging in public displays of affection could provoke discomfort amongst onlookers, hence she resorted to kissing Captain America to throw off Crossbones' pursuit. However, she was aware that she had indeed claimed Captain America's first kiss. "Well then, do tell me, was that truly your first kiss?" Black Widow pressed, her curiosity unabated. Captain America abruptly interjected, "Look over here." "What is it?" "Come take a look." As a super spy, Black Widow was certainly cognizant of Captain America's diversionary tactics. Yet she chose not to expose him, for she recognized his inherent shyness. Nevertheless, she was genuinely intrigued by what Captain America intended to reveal. As he was showing her a surveillance feed, the surveillance footage captures the activities atop the dam, equipped with dual systems and multiple cameras, including standard and night vision devices, allowing for clear visibility even in the darkness. However, night vision is unnecessary at this moment, as the brilliant moonlight illuminates the scene. Under its glow, two figures stand on the dam, Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. "My heavens, I've always sensed there was something intriguing about these two," Captain America remarked, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, such an event has transpired today." Black Widow, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "I had no idea you were so curious." As she spoke, she regarded Captain America, her elegantly proud nose held high. "This isn't mere gossip. I simply have an inkling," Captain America countered. "But truthfully, I suspect someone might end up on the receiving end of Magneto's wrath. A sense of schadenfreude washed over him as he spoke. Black Widow, too, seemed to envision the scene of Chen Ze receiving a stern lesson from Magneto, her amusement barely contained, exuding a certain allure in the dim light. Their outing may not necessarily imply mutual interest, she suggested. Let us not overthink it, she continued. I believe matters are seldom that straightforward, Captain America replied, his smile unwavering. On the dam, Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch leaned against the railing, gazing at the shimmering lake below. The moonlight fractured into delicate layers upon the water's surface. The night, profound and tranquil, enveloped them. I apologize for my actions towards him, the Scarlet Witch confessed. To be honest, I find myself uncertain about how to confront him now. I may not have experienced it myself, but I think I understand your sentiment. Chen Ze reassured her. Do not dwell on it. Some matters will resolve themselves in due time. Let us hope so. By the way, have you considered the possibility of being drawn into conflicts that do not rightfully belong to you? The Scarlet Witch inquired suddenly. Not a concern, Chen Ze replied casually, not wishing to delve further into the topic. We have known each other for a while now, the Scarlet Witch remarked. Yet, I realize I know so little about your past. I have shared bits of my history, but some things are difficult to articulate, Chen Ze responded. You've said that many times. However, if you're unwilling to share, so be it, she replied with a smile, shaking her head. Let me see your current magical energy. Very well, Chen Ze said, and with a thought, a water arrow surged forth. This arrow, propelled with remarkable speed and power, was a finely compressed stream of water. Your progress is truly astonishing, she noted. At this moment, the Scarlet Witch declared, I shall grant you a decade. During that time, you may become invincible on Earth. Chen Ze mused internally that he did not possess such an abundance of time, yet he remained silent outwardly. Very well, that should suffice. Let us return, he said to the Scarlet Witch. A fierce battle awaits us tomorrow. Indeed, the following day bore witness to a daunting confrontation. Upon rising, Captain America hastened to the museum to procure a suit from a Captain America mannequin, an act that stirred quite a commotion, though that was a tale for another time. We must traverse this forest to reach the storage point of the SHIELD airborne aircraft carrier, Captain America informed the few individuals trailing behind him. Today, all the council members from other regions of SHIELD will converge here. It is highly probable that they will use this opportunity to solidify their plans, and subsequently, all airborne carriers will be repurposed as weapons, igniting the war and resulting in the demise of countless souls within the blink of an eye. To minimize their visibility, they chose not to fly overhead as they navigated through the woods. As they advanced, distant structures and a vast pool came into view. Beneath the water's surface lay two concealed airborne carriers. At this juncture, Captain America remarked, in total, there will be 3 airborne carriers, forming a formidable weapon system. We must disrupt this balance of power. Apart from Black Widow, the remaining members were present. She had previously utilized a mask generator akin to that in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol to infiltrate the SHIELD Council. The battle was poised to commence swiftly. I will oversee the weapon systems and chips. The gifted individuals shall be entrusted to you. Captain America addressed Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch. My apologies. Chapter 118. The power of will very well. The gifted will be managed by Chen Ze and myself. The Scarlet Witch assured Captain America. After all, while both Captain America and Falcon possessed formidable physiques, they lacked superpowers. Encountering a superior adversary could lead to an endless struggle. Now let us commence. Captain America suddenly extended his right hand, prompting Chen Ze and the others to momentarily hesitate before placing their right hands atop his. Then, they all abruptly withdrew their hands. Captain America and Falcon began their stealthy infiltration into the core reactor zone of the airborne carrier, employing the most clandestine methods, with the Scarlet Witch providing her supernatural assistance. Currently, the majority of superheroes maintain neutrality amidst this conflict, largely unaware that SHIELD had fallen under Hydra's control and was orchestrating an operation that would claim many lives. Most were oblivious to this grim reality, leaving only this small group to engage in battle. Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch navigated through the crevices, advancing towards the operational core of 2 aerial battleships. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ze's spider projectiles incessantly erupted, swiftly eliminating the numerous SHIELD soldiers stationed before him, either killing them outright or severing them in 2. Among these soldiers, many were affiliated with Hydra, as they too harbored concerns about these agents causing trouble, hence the presence of some Hydra operatives here was not surprising. However, the majority belonged to SHIELD. Unlike other heroes, such as Captain America, who typically aim to incapacitate rather than kill, Chen Ze exhibited no hesitation in his lethal approach. He bore no psychological burden. After a considerable tenure with the Avengers and an extensive period within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had grown increasingly aware of the organization's true nature. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not the global cooperative entity portrayed in films and original comics. Rather, it functioned as an American governmental agency. If circumstances allowed, they would even enlist superhumans to fight for the interests of the United States. Yet, most superpowered individuals fought for the sake of humanity as a whole, not merely for American interests. S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in essence, a pawn of American imperialism. Fortunately, many countries targeted by the U.S. for superhuman intervention possessed formidable strength in their own superhuman organizations, such as China's National Security Special Group and Russia's Siberian Star. Chen Ze did not consider himself a radical. However, he harbored deep-seated disdain for America and a visceral hatred for Japan, a sentiment that extended from superficial animosity to profound loathing. Yet America, cloaked in the guise of righteousness, was rife with hypocrisy, claiming the moral high ground while igniting countless conflicts and shattering innumerable families. His presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. was purely a strategic decision, devoid of compassion for its members. As he fought his way forward, he gradually approached the core. He and the Scarlet Witch were not on the same path. At that moment, a flurry of bullets began to rain towards Chen Ze. These projectiles were indiscriminately fired. And with his extraordinary vision, he discerned the size of each bullet, which appeared to be fired not from a conventional firearm, but from a hand cannon with a caliber exceeding 30 millimeters. The barrage not only targeted Chen Ze, but also the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft on the deck, leaving their wings and fuselages riddled with holes, while many fighter jets were reduced to mere wreckage. 6 robots materialized before Chen Ze. Another set of mechanical foes? This felt rather elementary. Chen Ze recalled the robots equipped with friend or foe identification systems, perceiving them as merely possessing superior firepower, lacking in other aspects. Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate the situation, for it was an occasion of utmost significance, and the 6 robots before him appeared even more exquisite and formidable. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets incessantly rained down around Chen Ze. Their precision was astonishing. He immediately realized that these machines were unlike any he had encountered previously. The robots from that day were merely artificial constructs, executing tasks based on complex or rudimentary programs, such as friend or foe identification systems. However, today's robots emitted an uncanny sense of life, for reasons unknown to him. Bang! At that moment, a colossal bullet penetrated Chen Ze's abdomen. The immense kinetic energy, while insufficient to topple someone of his considerable strength, still breached the layers of his muscle and severed several sections of his intestines, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, the formidable virus within him initiated self-repair immediately upon impact. Simultaneously, his powerful physique allowed him to absorb all remaining nutrients and energy from his intestines, expelling the unusable waste through his pores. Chen Ze's body was astonishingly resilient. Upon sustaining the injury, it reacted by expunging everything within his intestinal cavity to prevent contamination during the healing process. Having been struck by the bullet, Chen Ze felt the undeniable strength of these robots. They were indeed targeting him with relentless precision. The bullets seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, launching an assault directly at him, while the 6 robots gradually encircled him in a strategic formation. Suddenly, an explosion erupted within their ranks. Though the blast was not overwhelmingly powerful, it momentarily disoriented the robots. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ze surged forward, advancing towards the center of one robot, and delivered a powerful punch to its chest. Bang! His fist collided with the robot's circular shield, which successfully deflected his strike. From behind him, an acute sense of danger prickled at his nape, prompting him to react instinctively. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a forward somersault over the robot. Several bullets flew past, striking the robot's shield, thereby confirming his suspicion. These machines lacked friend or foe identification systems. With this realization, he understood that employing previous tactics would be futile. Chen Ze's agility surpassed that of a civet cat, and he leaped with a grace that outmatched even the nimblest flea. With a flick of his delicate webbing, he propelled himself from the bridge, leaving the mechanical adversaries to futilely strike against the ground. In an instant, Chen Ze emerged from the opposite side of the bridge, his left hand adhering to the iron wall, while his right hand unleashed a searing ball of energy, striking the chest of one of the mechanical beings. Through his encounters with various automatons, Chen Ze had discerned that their most vulnerable point resided in their chests. However, the machines operated in unison, lacking an enemy recognition system, which rendered Chen Ze's movements significantly more challenging. In that moment, the mechanical construct raised its circular shield to thwart his assault. Yet, in a fleeting instant, numerous thick strands of spider silk surged forth, ensnaring the machine completely. The automaton found itself utterly incapable of severing the webbing. As the time was too brief and Chen Ze's silk possessed an extraordinary adhesive strength that left the mechanical creature defenseless. With a vigorous pull, Chen Ze yanked the machine towards him. The automaton's feet were equipped with magnetic devices, designed to anchor it firmly to the steel plating and counteract the tremendous recoil. However, Chen Ze's speed was overwhelming, and the machine was momentarily caught off guard, drawn swiftly to his side. In midair, the mechanical being activated its weapon, unleashing rounds as thick as cannonballs towards Chen Ze. Nevertheless, his predictive abilities were exceptional, allowing him to evade the onslaught with ease. At last, when he had pulled the machine close enough, his right fist transformed into a vivid crimson hue. This was not merely a remnant of his previous injuries, where flesh had eroded to expose bone. Rather, it was the manifestation of his dire virus, causing his hand to reach an unimaginable temperature, even more searing than flames. Break! Chen Ze's fist plunged into the automaton's chest, but just as he was about to penetrate its core, he halted abruptly. Something felt amiss. He sensed an unusual presence within the chest cavity of the machine, an energy of will. Indeed, his instincts had not misled him. There was an essence of willpower residing within these constructs. Since acquiring the ability to perceive will energy, Chen Ze had developed an acute sensitivity to such forces. Begone! Chen Ze's own will surged forth, swiftly expelling the willpower contained within the machine. In that moment, he realized he could exert control over the automaton. The will that had governed the machine appeared to be fragmented and weak, allowing Chen Ze to easily usurp its command. Chapter 119. Battlefield. Chen Ze's will began to permeate the sensors of the robot. He felt as though this mechanical entity had transformed into a part of his own body, albeit a particularly agile one. He could command the robot with the precision of a maestro directing an orchestra, executing every thought with uncanny accuracy. Thus, the robot under Chen Ze's control engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the others. The unexpected betrayal seemed to astonish the remaining robots, providing Chen Ze the opportunity to deploy several strands of spider silk from his newly acquired robot, ensnaring another mechanical foe and pulling it towards him with fervor. This robot, unable to withstand the force exerted by Yi Ling, was drawn closer once again. Chen Ze intended to replicate his earlier success and claim this robot for himself. However, just as he attempted to assert dominance over this new machine, he realized that the robot he had previously controlled was slipping from his grasp, moving sluggishly and being pelted by a barrage of large bullets. It became evident that he could not divide his focus too extensively. He could only maintain control over one robot at a time. Swiftly, Chen Ze grasped the situation and relinquished control of the new robot, opting instead to use his own fist to pierce the most intricate part of the robot he commanded, rendering it devoid of its core function and reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. With the assistance of the robot under his command, he initiated an assault on the remaining 4 mechanical adversaries. Although these robots were not alone and had backing from unseen forces, they began to anticipate Chen Ze's tactic of using the spider silk to draw them in. Nonetheless, with only 4 robots remaining, and one under his control as an ally, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. 2 minutes later, Chen Ze's fist had reached the chest of the last remaining robot. A single, forceful strike could reduce this mechanical foe to mere ruins. At that moment, Chen Ze attempted to momentarily relinquish control of the initial robot, redirecting his will towards the one before him. However, the will residing within this robot was exceptionally potent, and even Chen Ze found it momentarily insurmountable. Yet, he did not emerge empty-handed. Through this consciousness, he gleaned insights into the elements supporting the robot, discerning the direction of its source of will. Though he could only ascertain the general direction, precise details eluded him. He sensed that the consciousness controlling this mechanical entity bore an immense willpower. Despite Chen Ze's own enhanced will, he was still not a match for the entity orchestrating these robots. The Hydra, with the power of will to control the robots. Chen Ze felt an unmistakable realization. This was not a mere matter of exerting will over machines. It dawned on him that these robots might very well be manifestations of a single individual. This astonishing conclusion, while perplexing, seemed the most plausible explanation given the present circumstances. To regard the robots as extensions of that person raised a chilling possibility. Was his adversary, in fact, a robot or perhaps an artificial intelligence program? Artificial intelligence, alongside formidable robots, is not an uncommon phenomenon within the Marvel universe. Even Iron Man possesses a sophisticated AI system. Nevertheless, Chen Ze mused that artificial intelligence, regardless of its capacity for thought, reflection, or even emotion, should inherently lack true will. This realization deepened his intrigue. Could it be that human consciousness had been transferred into these robots? Or perhaps stored within a hard drive? Chen Ze recalled having heard of such concepts in a previous timeline, whereby, upon a person's demise, their thoughts could be preserved on a hard drive, thereby granting a semblance of immortality. Was he now confronting such a form of existence? One that embodied both human essence and the characteristics of robots and artificial intelligence? If so, he considered the most likely owner of this will to be none other than Dr. Zola, the legendary figure within Hydra. Dr. Zola had indeed transferred his consciousness into a hard drive. The robots before him were likely his avatars. Dr. Zola was a remarkable individual who had persisted from the mid-previous world to the present. Should he choose to intervene, it would surely spell trouble for Chen Ze. However, his immediate concern remained the robots. He opened the chest of the last remaining robot, which had already been rendered inoperable. Rising to his feet, he directed the robot he had previously commandeered to walk ahead of him, guiding him to the command center of the aircraft carrier, where he swiftly completed his mission. Upon fulfilling his task, Chen Ze leaped from the airborne vessel, aware that he had other pressing matters to attend to, equally significant in nature. Meanwhile, in another location, numerous events were concurrently unfolding. As I have previously warned, it would be wise to refrain from getting involved. The depths of this situation run profound, and you remain blissfully unaware of the impending developments. The Scarlet Witch gazed at Magneto, suspended before her, her heart brimming with frustration. Magneto chuckled softly, I understand. But some matters are beyond one's control. Moreover, how dare you assert that you are undoubtedly correct? In that moment, the Scarlet Witch sensed a sudden surge of pressure surrounding her, as the once harmonious and orderly configurations within her began to undergo profound transformations. She realized that Magneto had initiated an assault against her. Yet, truth be told, although the Scarlet Witch is indeed the daughter of Magneto, he may not necessarily be her match. Their mutual restraint would become evident when genuine conflict arose. Swiftly, the Scarlet Witch employed her chaos magic to dispel all adverse conditions afflicting her, and simultaneously, she began to retaliate, launching an offensive against the very bloodline of Magneto within him. This tactic represented her most formidable means of confronting mutants. The father-daughter duo soon embarked on a journey of mutual harm, each striking fiercely at the other. Meanwhile, Captain America found himself targeted by the Winter Soldier. However, before engaging in a cataclysmic battle, Captain America first entered a control room and activated the speaker system to ensure that everyone could hear him. Attention all SHIELD agents. This is Steve Rogers. I trust you have all been made aware of recent developments, and some of you may have received orders to pursue me. It is time for you to learn the truth. SHIELD has changed. It has been taken over by HYDRA. Alexander Pierce is their leader, and the Strike and Insight teams have also been compromised. I do not know who else has been affected, but I suspect they are all within this building. Possibly right beside you. They assassinated Nick Fury, yet that was merely the beginning. Should you launch those helicarriers, Hydra will eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Unless we can stop them. I understand this is a daunting task, but the price of freedom is often steep. Captain America's words resonated in every ear, and at the very least, Chen Ze heard them as well. You arrogant bastard. Such words were naturally heard by the council members convening in the meeting room. Consequently, doubt began to creep into the minds of the counselors, with one directly addressing Alexander Pierce, having sensed that something was amiss with him. In the vast operations area designated for launching the helicarriers, a rebellion erupted. Captain America's allies, SHIELD agents, began to resist, sustaining grave injuries at the hands of Crossbones. Nevertheless, the remaining two helicarriers continued their ascent into the sky. Change was afoot everywhere. This floor is under my command, declared Alexander within the council's meeting chamber, attempting to persuade them with his reasoning. Truthfully, the notion of quelling danger in its infancy is indeed alluring. Yet the idea of allowing computers to dictate life and death is profoundly unsettling. After all, who knows when a formidable black cannon will be aimed directly at oneself from the heights? Moreover, the Captain America had just declared that SHIELD had been taken over by Hydra. Consequently, the situation grew increasingly intricate. Alexander Pierce drew his pistol, intending to shoot the council member who had persistently opposed him. In that fleeting moment, a woman in a blue suit, appearing at least 50 years of age, suddenly exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly incapacitating Alexander and the three soldiers accompanying him. She then seized a firearm and aimed it at Alexander Pierce. Gradually, she removed her hood and mask, revealing the visage of Black Widow. It was indeed Black Widow. Chapter 120. Memory Heist. However, subsequent events unfolded with remarkable rapidity. After various threats, Alexander addressed Black Widow, stating, To unlock the highest security clearance, 2 individuals of level 2 or above are required. What do you think? Fear not, your old partner has arrived. No sooner had Black Widow spoken than Nick Fury and Ant-Man approached. You are still alive, Alexander exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, yet a politician's smile graced his face. Why did you appoint me as the commander of SHIELD? Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce stood face to face. Because you are the most exceptional and composed individual I have ever encountered. Everything I do is to protect others. Our adversary is your adversary. Chaos and war are our common foes. The targets we have set all represent the instabilities of this world, potentially leading to a cataclysmic nuclear war. Is that not sufficient? Alexander declared. With this, we shall seize control of the entire world. If we sacrifice 20 million lives, we can establish a new world order. Do you lack the courage to execute this? No, Nick replied. I simply find it impossible to carry out. Then, Nick Fury led Alexander to undergo a retinal scan, which, upon completion, would expose Hydra's secrets to the world. Do you naively believe I would retain your retinal records? Alexander retorted with a smile. Are we truly that careless? I am fully aware you will delete the data from my right eye. But if you think you can manipulate me, dear minister, you must open your eyes wide. As Nick Fury spoke, he removed his eye patch, revealing a damaged yet discernible left eye. His left eye still functioned. Thus, through Nick Fury's efforts, the clearance was ultimately granted. Meanwhile, Captain America was propelled off the aircraft carrier's deck by an explosion, and Falcon was struck down by the Winter Soldier, his wing damaged. Falcon swayed precariously in the sky, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. From such a height, even if he managed to open his parachute, it would be too late. This method of flight is untenable. At that moment, Chen Ze leapt from the aerial mothership, gripping the increasingly elongated strands of spider silk in midair. He shot out a strand that ensnared the plummeting Falcon, while his other hand remained secured to the mothership above. Chen Ze successfully captured the Falcon. Damn, that was close. Once Chen Ze brought the Falcon safely to the ground, he patted his chest. Hey, buddy, thanks, the Falcon remarked. No need for thanks. We are comrades, Chen Ze replied, briefly orienting himself towards the direction of the council meeting before adding, I'll head over first and check things out. All right, the Falcon nodded, but at that moment, Crossbones and a squad emerged, spotting Chen Ze and the Falcon, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from their submachine guns and pistols. Quick-witted, Chen Ze pushed the Falcon to the ground. The Falcon reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to evade the bullets. In an instant after subduing the Falcon, Chen Ze leapt high into the air. In the sky, he unleashed a flurry of spider projectiles that incapacitated Crossbones and his crew, limbs severed and body scattered. Then, Chen Ze summoned a surge of magical energy that erupted explosively. Boom. The squad was virtually annihilated. However, Crossbones proved formidable, though he was far from Chen Ze's match. His speed was remarkable. Reacting with incredible agility, he quickly retreated inside. Chen Ze intended to pursue him, but was increasingly concerned about the situation unfolding in the council meeting chamber. Indeed, much was transpiring within. Done. Everything is taken care of, Black Widow declared at that moment. Yet, suddenly, one council member let out a horrified scream, a gaping hole having been corroded into his chest by a potent dissolving force. Several other council members fell victim, leaving only Black Widow standing. If you prefer not to have a similar hole in your chest, it would be prudent to heed my words, Alexander chuckled sinisterly. Meanwhile, Ant-Man attempted to respond, but Alexander waved the remote control in his hand, stating, no matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace my remote. Moreover, should I perish, this device will activate automatically. Care to test it? Just as the situation appeared entirely under control, a sudden upheaval occurred. At that moment, Alexander had fully seized control of the council chamber, remotely commanding agents to summon the aerial mothership to attack those designated targets. However, only Chen Ze's mothership had successfully completed its mission, while the other two, whether belonging to Scarlet Witch or Captain America, were ensnared. On the mothership, dark cannon barrels began to open, poised and ready for action. Fortunately, at that moment, the Scarlet Witch swiftly depleted the air surrounding Magneto and maximized the pressure, subsequently inserting the control chip into the most critical part of the aerial battleship. Meanwhile, aboard another aerial battleship, Captain America, having endured the cost of 3 gunshot wounds, finally managed to place the chip into the most vital of the ships. Consequently, the cannons on these aerial battleships temporarily lost their targets. Instead, the 3 ships began to aim at one another, treating each other as adversaries. Boom, boom. The aerial battleships, now entirely free from Hydra's control, engaged in mutual assaults. Amidst this chaotic exchange, the battleships became increasingly battered and bruised. The 3 aerial vessels plummeted toward the ground. What a waste. Observing the aerial battleships attacking each other outside the window, Alexander furrowed his brow but spoke with the tone of a victor. He had now seized control over Black Widow's fate, rendering him relatively unconcerned. After all, if they failed, they could always regroup. Hydra would lose one head only to sprout another. The world could never extinguish them. Nick Fury, however, found himself powerless in this predicament. Even Ant-Man, in that fleeting moment, was under Alexander's watchful gaze, alongside several Hydra-controlled mechanical drones. Perhaps those drones, already under the control of Dr. Zola, had arrived on the scene. While they couldn't kill Ant-Man, they could certainly intimidate him. Goodbye, Alexander remarked, brandishing a remote control against Black Widow's slender waist, akin to a willow's grace. Shall we depart, Miss Imposter? I require Nick Fury's aircraft for my escape. Nick Fury's eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. In that brief instant, a peculiar phrase suddenly escaped Alexander's lips, and his body appeared to lose all control, crashing to the ground. What just happened? Black Widow remained unscathed, yet Alexander lay prostrate. Who did this? The suspense lingered but did not last long, as Chen Ze promptly emerged from the opposite side of Alexander. He had just used his mental prowess to breach Alexander's defenses. Simultaneously, Chen Ze's consciousness surged forth, invading Alexander's mind to siphon his memories with all his might. The speed of these events unfolded too rapidly. In mere moments, a drastic transformation had occurred. Chen Ze noticed Nick Fury and the others exhaling in relief, albeit with skeptical expressions, as he shrugged his shoulders. I recently learned a new trick. Revealing the technique of mental impact posed no issue. Yet the act of plundering another's memories was something Chen Ze would never disclose. At that moment, having absorbed this individual's memories, Chen Ze felt a cacophony within his mind, as though an explosion had transpired. Nevertheless, he swallowed all the side effects, maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance. Ant-Man also breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, not bad. A rather impressive new ability. Indeed, it is a commendable new ability. However, Ant-Man had no possibility of halting. He immediately enlarged fourfold, blocking the bullets from several mechanical foes, while his colossal fists began to strike down upon them. Chen Ze did not retreat either. He exerted all his strength against the machines. Boom. In Chen Ze's right hand, a blazing orb of crimson energy erupted, creating a gaping hole in one of the robots. Amidst the fray, he spoke. Natasha, you should quickly remove your insignia. Do not allow this fiend to control you any longer. Natasha, understanding the urgency, acted without needing further instruction. Together, Chen Ze and Ant-Man subdued the mechanical adversaries in less than 2 minutes. Once the last of the robots was vanquished, a sense of calm finally settled over the scene. Damn it, it's finally over, Ant-Man remarked with a hint of exasperation. Chen Ze, I must express my gratitude. Without you, it would not have been so effortless. No need for thanks. After all, I have joined the Avengers myself, Chen Ze replied nonchalantly. Determining right from wrong is a duty I must fulfill. Nick Fury extended his right hand towards Chen Ze, saying, Thank you, Devourer. However, I hope you will keep my presence here confidential. You understand my meaning? Chen Ze nodded. I comprehend your intent. I shall maintain secrecy. Gentlemen, I need to check on Wanda. It seems she has confronted her father, and I am somewhat concerned for her, Chen Ze declared before vanishing from their sight, without awaiting their agreement. Nick Fury glanced at Chen Ze, then turned to Black Widow with a questioning look. Black Widow smiled. Both Rogers and I believe there is a conflict between them. Nick Fury and the others were taken aback by this gossip, but did not dwell on it, as there were still numerous pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, on the enormous aerial aircraft carrier, Magneto uttered, Well, for now, you have won. He realized that Hydra's recent assault had utterly failed. Though Magneto faced Scarlet Witch, his own daughter, he found it quite challenging to contend with her. While he wielded the electromagnetic force, one impact from him could easily be neutralized by Scarlet Witch's protective field, which could fend off a myriad of threats. By the time Chen Ze arrived, Magneto had already departed. Scarlet Witch descended from the heights, and, upon spotting Chen Ze, inquired, What brings you here? How fares the situation? Chen Ze nodded and remarked, We have essentially eradicated all enemies now. That is reassuring, replied the Scarlet Witch, a hint of pallor gracing her visage. The recent skirmish had taken a significant toll on her, particularly given her confrontation with Magneto, leaving her utterly exhausted. Observing her countenance, Chen Ze swiftly deduced several things. Do not dwell too much on it. Regardless, we have resolved these matters today. And neither of you has inflicted severe harm upon the other, correct? You are indeed correct. The Scarlet Witch approached Chen Ze and inquired, Are you all right? You haven't sustained any injuries, have you? I am perfectly fine, Chen Ze assured her. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has largely regained control of the situation. Once Chen Ze and the Scarlet Witch emerged, the first piece of news they received was that Captain America had suffered grievously in his encounter with the Winter Soldier, having been shot 3 times in the abdomen. From what Chen Ze had seen in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, the captain's injuries stemmed from his initial reluctance to retaliate against the Winter Soldier due to his own feelings of guilt. Unsure if the scenario here was similar, Chen Ze speculated that the reality might align closely with his assumptions. At that moment, Black Widow approached Chen Ze, requesting his presence. Nick Fury needed to speak with him. Chen Ze hastened to Fury's location, where he found Fury preparing to board a helicopter. Upon noticing Chen Ze, Fury instructed, "Chen Ze, please remember my earlier words. Do not disclose my existence to anyone. Is that understood?" Chen Ze nodded and replied, "You have already conveyed this to me once. I assure you, I will not go back on my word." Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement, and Chen Ze sensed a profound gaze from him before he and several others boarded the helicopter. What significance lay behind that look? Chen Ze pondered, yet found no answers. Since the Hydra threat had mostly been neutralized, the recent tribulations for SHIELD had indeed been numerous, mirroring the strife faced by the U.S. government. The smoke from the Battle of New York had yet to fully dissipate when SHIELD faced this new catastrophe. The losses incurred were staggering. For instance, the 3 airborne aircraft carriers that had plummeted from the sky had cost the U.S. government and SHIELD at least $15 billion. The losses of intangible assets were even more daunting. In truth, should such occurrences persist, American imperialism would face a tragic decline, potentially stripped of its status as a superpower. Fortunately for them, such extraterrestrial invasions were not confined to the United States. Similar incidents had transpired in other nations, particularly Japan, which had narrowly avoided sinking on several occasions. Given that everyone is facing threats, the issue of America's decline seems unlikely. On the contrary, amidst countless wars, the United States has made remarkable advancements in technological prowess, including numerous impressive innovations. The SHIELD agency is on the brink of reformation, necessitating a complete transformation of many aspects. As SHIELD grapples with these pressing matters, Chen Ze diligently recalls the memories he acquired from Alexander. Chen Ze's initial speed was swift, though the information he extracted was not extensive. He remained uncertain whether the information he sought would be present, yet under the circumstances, his ability to swiftly procure memories from Alexander was already a commendable feat this time. The memories he unearthed from Alexander far exceeded those he had gathered from the skeletal Fire Knight, rendering the retrieval process considerably more complex. He managed to access Alexander's memories from the past 6 months, containing numerous elements of significant interest to SHIELD, such as the organizational structure of the Hydra. However, Chen Ze found little fascination in these matters. His current intrigue lay with the Tesseract. His pace in sifting through the memories was gradual, meticulously examining every fragment of information. As time elapsed, the depth of his search expanded, revealing an increasing abundance of content. Eventually, he paused at a memory from 5 days prior, where fleeting images presented themselves, yet he discerned something crucial. Sometimes, the act of extracting a person's memories can yield clearer insights than the individual's own recollections, as there are moments that remain elusive to one's memory. However, the seized memories are vivid, akin to photographs, allowing for repeated observation and analysis to uncover underlying issues. Chen Ze focused on a specific location within Alexander's memories, which flashed by, yet it revealed to him the whereabouts of the Tesseract. This site was heavily fortified, primarily guarded by special forces rather than superpowered beings. Additionally, a formidable defensive field had been established using the Tesseract, creating an extensive protective formation that made it difficult for ordinary individuals with abilities to approach. The government likely anticipated potential threats from those with powers, and thus opted for the current strategy of employing specialized soldiers for its protection. Chen Ze had successfully ascertained the location of the Tesseract, and began contemplating the timing of his visit. However, should he truly endeavor to seize the power of the cosmic cube, it would likely signify a definitive rift between him and both SHIELD and the Avengers. At that juncture, it is probable that many would not allow him to escape unscathed, rendering him a target for pursuit. Irrespective of whether he aligned himself with SHIELD or Hydra, the ramifications would be exceedingly grave. Thus, Chen Ze found himself in need of a strategy. Perhaps he should contemplate the matter more thoroughly. He was not necessarily compelled to appropriate the cosmic cube entirely. In truth, Chen Ze only sought to harness a fraction of its power. He harbored no grand ambitions of claiming the entire cosmic cube for himself. With this thought, Chen Ze began to conceive a new possibility. What if he directly presented this request to S-H-I-E-L-D? This time, considering S-H-I-E-L-D's ability to quell disturbances, it would not be remiss to mention that Chen Ze had expended considerable effort. However, this possibility required extensive deliberation, as he found it challenging to envision the potential consequences. There was a chance that S-H-I-E-L-D might interpret this as a threat from him. Conversely, if he sought to clandestinely absorb its power, he felt uncertain of his success, given the formidable defenses in place. Currently, he lacked a suitable identity to infiltrate that domain, leading him to deem this course of action inappropriate. He resolved to remain with S-H-I-E-L-D for the time being, convinced that a suitable opportunity would eventually arise. Chen Ze made this decision in his heart, indeed, adopting a step-by-step approach. When the moment of truth arrived, he would address it then. Should an opportunity present itself, he would certainly seize the chance to absorb the power of the cosmic cube. What are your plans? Scarlet Witch inquired of Chen Ze, coincidentally following this matter. I have no immediate plans. I have realized that Hydra has set its sights on me. So it is best I remain close to S-H-I-E-L-D for now, Chen Ze replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. My current strength is insufficient. Should I distance myself from S-H-I-E-L-D in the Avengers, I cannot ascertain whether I could withstand Hydra's onslaught. Scarlet Witch nodded in understanding. I comprehend your sentiment. However, you must exercise caution. I am aware that Hydra harbors certain intentions towards you. And you? She asked. I must provide an account in court regarding the recent S-H-I-E-L-D incident. Naturally, you are also required to participate. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D is a governmental agency in the United States, and given the magnitude of the events that transpired, an explanation is requisite. Numerous individuals, including Captain America and others, must testify in court. However, it has been collectively agreed to conceal the fact that Nick Fury is still alive. This detail shall remain undisclosed. The courtroom proceedings were rife with intrigue, and as Chen Ze engaged in the questioning, he sensed that the atmosphere within S-H-I-E-L-D was gradually becoming uneasy. On the surface, Nick Fury was presumed deceased, and thus S-H-I-E-L-D was temporarily under the jurisdiction of the Pentagon, until a new commander for S-H-I-E-L-D could be appointed. They would oversee the agency. Thus, the modus operandi of S-H-I-E-L-D is poised to transform into that akin to the United States military. Chapter 122, the Superhero Registration Act S-H-I-E-L-D has now been directly assimilated by the American government, prompting a re-evaluation of many operations. The selection of the next director of S-H-I-E-L-D has taken an unexpected turn, as current speculation suggests that the next head of S-H-I-E-L-D could very well be Tony Stark, the Iron Man. This revelation is rather astonishing, as few anticipated that Iron Man would be considered for such a pivotal role. While Iron Man is undoubtedly a member of the Avengers and affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D, he lacks the governmental backing that many would deem essential for such a position. The previous director, Nick Fury, has dedicated himself to the American government since the Second World War, whereas Tony Stark, born with a silver spoon, had little connection to such matters prior to acquiring his extraordinary powers. It is speculated that Stark's candidacy arises from his extensive involvement in the development of various S-H-I-E-L-D technologies and weaponry, much of which bears the imprint of Stark Industries. Therefore, the possibility of him stepping into this role has emerged. However, the prospect of Iron Man ascending to the directorship remains uncertain and has yet to be solidified. In light of recent events, including the previous crisis, S-H-I-E-L-D has initiated a significant undertaking, the Superhero Registration Act. The battles in New York, subsequent incidents involving Iron Man, and particularly the earlier invasion by Hydra have instilled a profound sense of urgency within the American government. Consequently, the contents of the Superhero Registration Act are currently in development, known only to a select few. Nevertheless, even this limited knowledge has sparked considerable debate and controversy among those privy to the information. The advantages of the Superhero Registration Act are readily apparent. It would enable the government to exert control over numerous superheroes on the planet, effectively neutralizing threats before they escalate. For instance, although the plan was compromised by Hydra's incursion, which transformed 3 aircraft carriers into combat platforms, the underlying concept of preemptively quelling dangers has garnered the attention of both and the government. This presents a significant allure. Simultaneously, the Superhero Registration Act will delineate a zone for registered superheroes. In essence, any superhero who has not registered within the United States, including those with abilities from other nations, will face severe repercussions if they appear on American soil without special dispensation. The Superhero Registration Bill has indeed commenced its discussions, and should it ultimately be ratified, the legislation will come into effect. However, for such a superhero act to be successfully implemented, the United States must undertake considerable preparations. The foremost challenge lies in maintaining the capacity to enforce this bill. Many matters cannot simply be resolved through rhetoric. Should the Superhero Registration Act come to fruition, it will undoubtedly face resistance from a multitude of recalcitrant superheroes, potentially leading to a series of explosive confrontations. Without a contingent of enhanced individuals as a safeguard, how can the U.S. government contend with these superheroes? Moreover, if these heroes were to ally with malevolent organizations such as the Brotherhood of Mutants, the situation would become exceedingly dire and difficult to manage. Therefore, it is imperative for the United States to establish a formidable enforcement mechanism, with Iron Man being a key figure in this regard. Currently, Iron Man possesses not only his own armor, but has also developed several suits that can be autonomously operated by the artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Thus, appointing Iron Man as a commander within SHIELD entails numerous considerations regarding the maintenance of the bill's authority. Recently, the U.S. government and SHIELD have engaged in various debates, of which Chen Ze has garnered some knowledge, though he has not paid it much heed. His primary focus remains on enhancing his own power, as he has several avenues to bolster his strength beyond merely absorbing his opponents. Through rigorous training, Chen Ze has notably strengthened his willpower. He can now render an ordinary person incapacitated with a mere glare. Furthermore, he has the potential to exert control over his adversaries, directing their movements at will. His ability to read opponents' memories has also significantly improved. Additionally, Chen Ze's magical prowess and field strength have been rapidly augmented. Compared to when he first encountered the Scarlet Witch, his capabilities have tripled. This substantial increase in both magical and field strength has resulted in a remarkable enhancement of his overall power. Presently, his array of offensive and defensive spells culminates in a formidable combat capability. Moreover, his teleportation ability has improved, allowing him to control his movements within a range of 500 meters, with a precision error of no more than 3 meters within 100 meters. Consequently, Chen Ze's prowess continues to grow exponentially. Nevertheless, he finds himself pondering how to reach the location of the Tesseract, specifically how to harness its power. Contemplating these matters, Chen Ze remains allied with SHIELD for the time being. On one hand, it is to prevent the retribution and capture by the Hydra, and on the other hand, it is to hope to receive more information regarding the Cosmic Cube. Ideally, he wishes to discover a method to harness the power of the Cosmic Cube himself. Chen Ze is currently faced with numerous challenges and tasks. However, he strives to maintain his training regimen daily, paying little attention to other matters. His cultivation has become increasingly targeted, leading to a rapid enhancement of his strength. The personnel from the Ministry of Defense have once again come to urge us. Our regeneration plan is currently underway, with all preparations completed. What remains is to commence this plan in earnest. Agent Hill of SHIELD has departed from the current location, resulting in a change of several key deputies within the organization. At this moment, the principal leaders of SHIELD have essentially been replaced. Some have been promoted from within, while others have been appointed directly by the Pentagon. Presently, one of SHIELD's deputies, Grant, is in conversation with an elegantly beautiful woman clad in a white lab coat. Even with her black-rimmed glasses, her allure remains undiminished, perhaps even enhanced. Although she wears a lab coat, it cannot conceal her voluptuous figure, as Grant has just remarked to her. Understood. However, regarding our objective of capture, it is imperative that you accomplish it yourselves, as we lack the capability. Despite her current rating not yet having reached the second phase, her overall combat prowess may have already attained that level. The issue of capture is one we can certainly handle. Grant nodded affirmatively, saying, just ensure you are fully prepared. All right, I understand. The woman adjusted her glasses and nodded in response. Countless events are unfolding, and many preparations are proceeding as usual. Is everything ready? What is his current state of defense? That evening, Grant addressed his elite soldiers. All preparations are complete, replied his subordinates. With each prior dosage, we are set to activate the heaviest one tomorrow. Time is passing swiftly. On that morning, Chen Ze awoke, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of discomfort. What is happening? He suddenly realized that he could not move his limbs, not even a single finger. As he opened his eyes, he was met with blinding whiteness. He found himself lying in an empty room, devoid of furnishings. At that moment, he seemed to be resting on a bed. However, it was no ordinary bed, but rather one designed for experimentation. What is going on? Chen Ze felt utterly bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Chen Ze struggled to lift his eyelids, his gaze penetrating the distance to behold a thick pane of glass. Beyond it stood 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man. The man was familiar to him, Ant-Man. One of the women, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, possessed an alluring beauty that was accentuated by her eyewear. The other, clad in a white lab coat, appeared vaguely recognizable to Chen Ze. He recalled that she was likely Ant-Man's wife, Huang Shanxia. Have you awakened? The voice of the woman with the black-rimmed glasses resonated from a microphone above Chen Ze. A profound sense of unease enveloped him, intensifying with each passing moment. Administer the 3rd dose, the bespectacled woman instructed. Instantly, a needle emerged from the apparatus behind him, piercing his waist, and Chen Ze succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When Chen Ze regained consciousness again, the only figure before him was the woman in the white lab coat, flanked by several female assistants dressed similarly. We have previously conducted dissection experiments and found no trace of the source of his devouring abilities. She seemed to be speaking to herself. We must proceed with Plan 2. However, a complication arose. The 3rd anesthetic indeed rendered him devoid of self-awareness and induced slumber, one of the assistants remarked, but it also suppressed the desperation virus within him, preventing its activation. Consequently, his self-healing ability is reduced to that of an ordinary person. As Chen Ze awoke, he absorbed this disconcerting information. A wave of intense panic surged within him as he attempted to lower his gaze. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, exposing his internal organs. The overwhelming sensations of humiliation and terror surged simultaneously, as the agony of his mutilated body tore through him once again. Commander-in-Chief, he has regained consciousness. What shall we do now? Inquired the female assistant. Do not administer the anesthetic for now, the woman with the black-rimmed glasses, identified as Chen, replied. First, inject a suppressor into his spine to control all his abilities. A syringe then penetrated Chen Ze's spine, rendering him powerless. As the anesthetic's effects gradually waned, the pain in his abdomen and head escalated agonizingly. Chen Ze endured unimaginable torment, his body racked with pain from the incision. Yet, amid this extreme suffering, a peculiar calm began to settle over him as he pondered the circumstances he faced. Why had they suddenly chosen to subject him to such treatment? What were their intentions? Long ago, Chen Ze had contemplated the possibility of a day when he might find himself at odds with SHIELD and the Avengers. He knew he could not afford to be without countermeasures or even an escape plan. His trust in SHIELD had always been tenuous, prompting him to devise a strategy to conceal his teleportation abilities. Indeed, he now faced the stark reality of SHIELD's ulterior motives. At this moment, many past events began to crystallize for him. For instance, despite his robust health and the advantages conferred by the desperation virus, he had often awoken feeling a profound heaviness in his head. Now, the reason for this became apparent. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Chen Ze suppressed the dual waves of anger and humiliation surging within him and proclaimed his belief, ensuring his voice reached the figures beyond the glass. The woman with black-rimmed glasses responded, "Are you certain you wish to hear this?" "Speak," Chen Ze replied, his tone surprisingly serene. His calm demeanor puzzled those present. They had anticipated that a person of his caliber would either erupt in fury or plead for the termination of their plans. Yet, Chen Ze's tranquility suggested he had foreseen this turn of events. In truth, he had long been prepared for it. "Our objective is to mold you into our war machine," the woman stated, her gaze fixed on a nearby screen displaying an array of Chen Ze's physiological data, including the rhythm of his heartbeat. Her words, laced with both truth and deception, aimed to unearth any psychological cracks in his composure. His body had been meticulously mapped in 3-dimensional holograms, allowing them to monitor every fluctuation within him. Thus, should any irregularities arise, they would be alerted at once. Consequently, and she showed no reluctance in her response. "Please, continue." The effects of the anesthesia were gradually waning, and Chen Ze felt a mix of pain and a peculiar itchiness on his scalp and abdomen, indicative of healing. To Anshi's eyes, this signified a perfect healing ability, and she smiled as she snapped her fingers. Upon hearing this, the tide of humiliation and anger surged within Chen Ze like a tsunami. The exposure of his body to their scrutiny, coupled with their unrestrained research on him, ignited a profound rage. Yet, remarkably, This anger did not manifest on his visage. Instead, he maintained an air of calm, as if his emotions were entirely composed. Continue speaking. The Superhero Registration Act is something we established long ago. However, as you are aware, relying solely on conventional weapons renders us incapable of easily confronting those with extraordinary abilities. Thus, our strategy must involve employing superheroes to combat superheroes, using powers to counter powers. Initially, our target was not you. We intended to capture other individuals with abilities to serve as our adversaries. Regrettably, we later discovered the existence of someone as remarkable as you. If we can control you, through relentless effort, we can enhance your vessel's combat prowess and augment your abilities. In due time, you shall become SHIELD's most formidable weapon. Annie remarked, despite employing various methods, even excising most of your hippocampus, your self-awareness persists. Yet, a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of Annie's mouth. Fear not. I shall ensure you become the most exquisite weapon in my arsenal. Damn. Chen Ze cursed inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm. Tell me, what must I do to gain complete control over you? Annie's tone was remarkably flippant. Behold your flawless physique, your exceptional abilities. Truly, they are irresistible. Chen Ze closed his eyes. His abdominal wound and the injury on his head had completely healed. He wondered if this world had ever known the film The Philosophy of the Sword. It is a Russian film depicting the atrocities committed by the Japanese 731 unit during the invasion of China. It is a movie that leaves one feeling that the only path to safety for the Earth lies in the complete annihilation of the Japanese. The harrowing scenes depicted within almost compel one to grind their teeth in fury. The dissection of pregnant women, radiation exposure, dental experimentation, steam trials, the creation of skeletal specimens, weapon performance tests, head bacterial erosion experiments, and in vivo biological experiments, all ghastly images, most significantly occurring while the subjects remain fully conscious and without anesthesia. An interview with a survivor further amplifies the chilling sense of reality. Yet, this is merely a film. It is highly likely that the true horrors of the 731 unit were even more dreadful. After all, the researchers responsible for these heinous crimes had their findings largely appropriated by the United States post-World War II, allowing these wretches to continue to thrive unimpeded. Now, Chen Ze finds himself in the position of one such experiment subject. However, no amount of rage or anguish serves any purpose at this moment. His immediate goal is to escape this place, locate the cosmic cube, and forcibly absorb those powers. One day, he shall return, seeking vengeance. Revenge. Revenge. These two words resonate in Chen Ze's mind. His fists clenched slightly before gradually relaxing. Damn it, what on earth are you doing? On this day, Tony Stark, having just learned the news, arrived at the Pentagon, seeking out several Defense Department officials who had recently taken over SHIELD. Is there a problem? They dispatched a representative, Rosen, to negotiate with Tony Stark. Chen Ze, he is my friend, you must release him at once. Good heavens, are we still living in the Middle Ages? Or what year is it, for heaven's sake? How can we engage in such barbaric dissection? The veins on Iron Man's forehead throbbed, his anger reaching a boiling point. Tony, surely you must think rationally about this. You know it is impossible, don't you? Rosen said. We have taken this step, and now we must see it through to completion, executing this reconstruction plan. These are not matters for me to contemplate. All I demand is that you release Chen Ze. If you intend merely to discuss this matter, you may leave, for there is no room for negotiation. Rosen replied. In time, you will take over SHIELD, and you should not speak of current affairs in such a manner. The Devourer will become our most formidable weapon. Iron Man narrowed his eyes. What I want is for my friend to be free from your clutches. For this, I do not find the position of SHIELD commander particularly enticing. Very well, Rosen shrugged. From another perspective, Chen Ze is already aware of these matters. If we release him now, what will he do? He will become our adversary, and we will have no means to contend with him. Let this serve as a lesson. Hearing this, Tony fell silent. For at this moment, he realized that some situations were indeed irrevocable and difficult to manage. If Chen Ze were to walk free, could he possibly refrain from retaliating against SHIELD? However, should he choose to take vengeance, how would the situation unfold? How would he himself fare in the end? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tony Stark increasingly felt that this matter might truly be beyond redemption. We are now at a point of no return, Rosen asserted. Irreversible. After a pause, Rosen continued. Such matters, for the sake of national interest, even if he is an American, we may have to sacrifice him, let alone the fact that he is not one. So, I implore you not to harbor any unnecessary goodwill in this regard. Tony fell into silence. After a long while, he spoke. But he participated in the Battle of New York. He has contributed immensely to SHIELD and the Avengers. Can you truly erase those contributions? Therefore, he is also a seeker of justice. Once he is transformed by us, he will relentlessly pursue a higher form of justice, will he not? In the face of such vehement arguments, Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, as Iron Man, he was not one to remain speechless. Rather, he had internally succumbed to the realization that if Chen Ze were to escape, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against SHIELD and the Avengers. From his understanding of Chen Ze, it was inconceivable that he would allow this incident to pass without consequence. Absolutely inconceivable. Thus, Iron Man began to falter in his speech. Observing Iron Man's expression, Rosen understood that Iron Man had, in fact, accepted his previous assertions. Indeed, Iron Man held a considerable regard for a friend like Chen Ze, although Rosen himself perceived their friendship as rather tenuous. Nevertheless, Iron Man could not risk the wrath of SHIELD and the United States to assist Chen Ze. For now, there was a saying that resonated. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Throughout history, many grudges began without such intent, yet as events unfolded, choices dwindled. The enmity between Chen Ze and SHIELD had solidified into a profound vendetta. Should Chen Ze manage to escape, it was inevitable that SHIELD would face a considerable backlash in the foreseeable future. If it were other superhumans, it might be more manageable, as their power growth was exceedingly arduous. However, Chen Ze was different. His registered name within SHIELD was the Devourer. A being capable of absorbing the abilities of others could soon evolve into a formidable threat. For the safety of SHIELD and indeed the nation, Iron Man would find himself compelled to compromise in such a scenario. Tony, our collaboration has always been smooth. With the current Superhero Registration Act, we require your weaponry support. Thus, I hope we can continue to foster our cooperation in the forthcoming period. I understand this situation is uncomfortable for you, but it must proceed. After all, he is not an American, and we need not concern ourselves too deeply with his affairs, Rosen stated. Shall we conclude today's discussion here? Iron Man pondered for a considerable time before eventually nodding gravely. I shall see you again. Meanwhile, Ant-Man arrived outside the laboratory. Within, Chen Ze's body gradually regained its mobility. Though unfortunately, his spine had been injected with a suppressant, akin to the legendary Peepa bone of ancient tales. It is said that piercing Sun Wukong's Peepa bone would render even such a formidable figure powerless. This was the predicament Chen Ze faced. Surrounded by an array of concealed equipment within the seemingly empty laboratory, he felt an overwhelming discomfort within his body. Although the apocalypse virus had mended all his wounds, the anger and humiliation of being brutally violated lingered in his heart, indelible and unyielding. Chen Ze also noticed Ant-Man outside the laboratory, accompanied by the familiar figure of Anchi. Despite harboring resentment towards Ant-Man and his wife, Wasp, Chen Ze felt no deep-seated hatred, for he had no personal ties to either of them. If they sought to apprehend him, he had little to contest, yet should he manage to escape, they would inevitably face his formidable wrath. Most of his body had already been subjected to meticulous modeling, allowing for microscopic examination. However, there remained certain areas beyond reach, constituting variables that sparked an intriguing notion. What notion? Anchi inquired. I sense that the variables do not reside within his body, but rather, the body itself is the variable. What do you mean? Ant-Man asked. He is an entire variable, with many secrets concealed within. However, it is challenging to seek out these so-called variables. I recall we had come to a consensus, he continued. We cannot extract variables like him. Our current goal is merely to control him. That is precisely why I assert he is a whole. His resistance to such control encompasses the entirety of his being, Anchi remarked. Confronting him is indeed no simple task. I have devised a new plan, but I require your assistance to refine it, Doctor. Ant-Man cast a glance at Chen Ze, their eyes meeting. He noted the brilliance in Chen Ze's gaze, seemingly polished and devoid of hatred or resentment, as calm as a placid sea. This very sensation sent a shiver down Ant-Man's spine, for he had an inkling that one day, Chen Ze would yield unexpected outcomes. In recent days, Tony Stark was burdened with heavy thoughts. Each night, upon returning home and lying in bed, he struggled to find slumber for even an hour. Pepper had become somewhat peculiar regarding this matter, yet whenever she inquired, Tony remained tight-lipped. The situation concerning Chen Ze was largely concealed, even from core members of SHIELD and the Avengers, especially for Scarlet Witch. A superhero closely tied to Chen Ze, It was inconceivable that she would be aware of these developments. Publicly, they maintained that Chen Ze had left S.H.I.E.L.D. without their knowledge. For the time being, no one suspected internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Ze's profile was not particularly high, so the matter had momentarily escaped scrutiny. Iron Man refrained from divulging his thoughts in front of Pepper, his conscience tormented, for Chen Ze had saved him thrice, and their relationship was notably close. Yet now, Chen Ze was enduring a misfortune that even he found hard to fathom. Thus, Tony Stark, unable to escape the pangs of his conscience, found himself in a quandary regarding the rescue of Chen Ze. Recalling Rosen's words, he deemed it a formidable task. An hour after Chen Ze regained the ability to move, a potent anesthetic gas permeated the laboratory, catching him off guard, and he was swiftly rendered unconscious. Numerous mechanical arms emerged from the surroundings, placing Chen Ze back onto the experimental platform. Subsequently, several mechanical appendages, along with an operational robot and the apparatus on the platform, began conducting experiments on Chen Ze's body, in accordance with Anshi's intentions. It appeared that this strategy was proving effective. Half an hour later, observing Chen Ze's cognitive responses, Anshi's countenance brightened with palpable excitement as she spoke to Ant-Man. Indeed, perhaps this was the method required to control him. Before their eyes, Chen Ze's cognitive responsiveness was steadily diminishing. Despite the prior severing of his hippocampus, he had maintained a robust sense of self-awareness. However, now this awareness was waning, approaching a critical threshold. Both Ant-Man and Anshi were invigorated by this revelation. The robot must exercise caution to avoid damaging Chen Ze's body, as they had only administered nutrient solutions over the past few days, significantly reducing the activity of his dire virus. It was imperative to succeed in one attempt, Ant-Man cautioned. Anshi nodded, fully comprehending the rationale. At this moment, neither Ant-Man nor Anshi realized that Chen Ze's mind had become nearly ethereal, akin to the meditative state imparted to him by the Scarlet Witch. Indeed, while Anshi and her team possessed formidable technological prowess, they would never fathom how profoundly Chen Ze's being clashed with this world, nor understand that certain elements transcended the bounds of technological advancement. Amidst this meditation, Chen Ze's memories began to retrace their path, echoing back to a previous instance when he had faced the Skullfire Knight. A moment that had traversed back to his early childhood, fortifying his will significantly. This time, however, his recollection journeyed back to his very inception, revisiting details previously overlooked, with every fragment of his past meticulously catalogued within his memory. In Chapter 125, The Mysterious Man, Chen Ze's recollections plunged into an intense retrospection, magnifying every detail. He became a spectator of his own memories, possessing the most advantageous vantage point, enabling him to perceive each nuance clearly and to grasp the unfolding of these events with acute awareness. This film surpasses even the most harrowing of horror movies and holographic experiences. Its intricate details render such comparisons futile, for nothing is more potent than memory itself. Is it true or false? When Chen Ze beheld the memory of his childhood self, casually consuming the excrement of pet dogs in the street, he, though merely an observer, experienced a profound emotional upheaval. He could scarcely believe that he had once engaged in such repulsive acts. Consequently, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within him. Despite being a mere spectator in this recollection, he felt as though he might vomit. How could I have been such a mischievous child? A deep sense of disbelief enveloped Chen Ze's heart. The most astonishing aspect was not merely that he had been a rascal, but that he had been a rascal to himself. As memories unfurled, numerous previously unexamined events resurfaced, including his childhood aversion to school and his relentless attempts to skip classes. In the midst of these recollections, Chen Ze glimpsed his parents, youthful and vibrant, in their 20s, radiating life and vitality. As he revisited these memories, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Mom and Dad, he called out in his heart. If only he could return to that time. He would forsake all his extraordinary abilities to honor his parents, to marry and raise a family, and to live a tranquil life. Yet, time is an unyielding river, and there is no turning back. At that moment, Chen Ze suddenly discerned a rather peculiar figure within his memories. While he was able to perceive every detail with remarkable clarity, this individual's visage appeared shrouded in a perplexing haze. It felt as though his sight was obstructed, not by himself, but by the very essence of the person's face, which seemed to oscillate at a high frequency, rendering it indistinct and elusive. What could this mean? Confusion flooded Chen Ze's mind. His intuition suggested that this figure bore a significant connection to his current predicament. This mysterious person then crouched before the younger Chen Ze, extending their right index finger to gently touch his forehead. In that moment, Chen Ze felt an immense warmth envelop his mind. Subsequently, He found himself slumbering on the street until someone alerted his parents to come and find him. Who was this person? What was their true identity? Chen Ze yearned to return to that moment, to confront that figure and unveil the truth behind their existence. Yet, the memories continued to march forward. Chen Ze found himself at the tender age of 3, weeping at the prospect of attending kindergarten, a place he dreaded. He lay on his bed, tears streaming down his face. The recollection then regressed to the age of 5, abruptly halting, just like before. Chen Ze sensed the familiar pang of nostalgia. His memories had become fragmented, and the regression was once again interrupted. At this moment, Chen Ze opened his eyes. His self-awareness had been restored, and it felt even more potent than before. Meanwhile, Qian, who had believed victory was within reach, suddenly recognized that circumstances had drastically shifted. The apparatus before Qian and Ant-Man displayed Chen Ze's previously tranquil self-awareness, which now surged back to life. At the instant Chen Ze opened his eyes, his self-awareness had returned to its normal state. Was all hope lost? Both Ant-Man and Qian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Chen Ze's self-awareness was remarkably formidable, and while others' self-awareness resided within their bodily organs, it appeared that Chen Ze's consciousness did not conform to such limitations. Why was it that what worked on others seemed utterly ineffective on him? What would be their next course of action? Ant-Man inquired. We shall continue the experiments, employing different methods to find a solution. There must be a way, and Qian declared, her earlier despondency dissipating. After Chen Ze opened his eyes, he swiftly succumbed once more to the anesthetic, slipping back into a deep slumber. However, this time, his sleep was accompanied by a heightened sense of self-awareness. This consciousness resembled a state of half-dreaming, where he could perceive the surrounding world, yet it felt as though he were still ensconced in a dream. Thus, Chen Ze witnessed the actions taken upon his body. They had incised his scalp and implanted a chip the size of a fingernail within his brain. Following this implantation, Chen Ze once again entered a state of memory regression. The recollection traversed through details prior to the age of 5, eventually arriving at his 6th year when he began 1st grade. Chen Ze was an exceptionally intelligent child, gifted with a knack for learning, consistently excelling in his studies and becoming the envy of others. This particular memory regression felt interminable as time stretched on, yet Chen Ze's recollections persisted. Throughout this journey, his conscious mind remained vigilant, yearning for the reappearance of the enigmatic figure, but the vision he sought remained unfulfilled. The mysterious individual never returned. By the time he reached 2nd grade, Chen Ze had developed an insatiable passion for reading. Chen Ze's mother, a primary school teacher, initially began her career as a substitute before securing a permanent position. She pursued further education through a continuing education program, bringing home a plethora of educational materials. During this period, Chen Ze's intellectual world was rather impoverished, yet he harbored a profound passion for reading. Given the family's limited financial resources, he could only delve into his mother's teaching materials, with a particular fondness for the comprehensive history of China. Consequently, he gained a foundational understanding of many subjects. In the 4th grade, a teacher casually mentioned that the Qing dynasty had 10 emperors. Young Chen Ze interjected, asserting there were 12. The teacher cast a scrutinizing glance at him, noting that Nurhasai and Hong Taiji were from before the dynasty's establishment, and thus could not be counted. As time progressed, many teachers began to recognize that, despite his tender age, Chen Ze possessed a wealth of knowledge. Before long, he transitioned to middle school, where he devoted himself to reading and studying, ultimately achieving the top score in his school and earning admission to a prestigious high school. During high school, he became enamored with basketball and harbored a secret crush on a girl who sat behind him. Upon graduating, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her in the vast sea of people, a moment that felt like his most beautiful spring, abruptly marking the end of that chapter. Upon entering university, however, he faltered in his performance, barely surpassing the cutoff for a first-tier institution by 30 points. Prior to the entrance examinations that year, his mother had intended to leverage familial connections to secure minority status points for him, but complications arose, and his father's opposition led to the abandonment of this plan. Consequently, he enrolled at Zhejiang University, albeit in a philosophy program due to a major adjustment. During his university years, he experienced a romantic relationship, but by his senior year, intoxication led him back to the very moment before his time travel. In a dimly lit corner, the stench of urine overwhelming the air, he found himself in a place steeped in memories, having lost consciousness countless times during his 4 years there. On this particular day, Chen Ze returned to that spot. Suddenly, amidst his recollections, he glimpsed the enigmatic figure once more in the sky. This time, he could scarcely discern the figure's form, only a vague silhouette. Then, a brilliant blue aura materialized, drawing him into its depths. Thus, the saga commenced. As Chen Ze's consciousness re-entered his body, he observed that it was moving autonomously. performing actions such as walking and raising his hand, devoid of his conscious control. Who was this mysterious figure? His mind brimmed with questions, yearning to reclaim full awareness. Just then, he came to an abrupt halt. After traversing through all his memories, Chen Ze's willpower surged to unprecedented strength, approximately tenfold compared to before. With each retrospective dive into his memories, his resolve intensified, and this time, the recollection took him back to the moments preceding his time travel, imparting a formidable sense of power. Now, his willpower made Chen Ze feel that with just a glance into the other's eyes, he could instantly dominate and access their memories. Of course, Chen Ze understood that controlling another required a significant disparity in willpower. If the difference were minimal, achieving control would be exceedingly difficult. However, at this moment, Chen Ze suddenly wished to conceal his own will, creating the illusion that his body had already been subdued. The reason was simple. Only in this way could he escape. In that fleeting instant, Qian and Ant-Man noticed Chen Ze's previous action, and thus, his self-awareness was once again detected. Initiate Plan 3. We must eradicate his self-awareness. Qian immediately began issuing commands. And Chen Ze felt a surge of electricity coursing through his mind, plunging him once more into a state of memory regression. This time, it was a comprehensive retrospective from birth to his crossing over. Chapter 126. Devour, Restore, Cultivate. In this instance of memory regression, Chen Ze experienced an overwhelming abundance of details. He perceived this regression as approximately 10 times longer than the previous one. Moreover, after regressing to just before his crossing, he did not awaken immediately. Instead, he regressed further, astonishingly reaching back to his parents. What on earth is happening? When Chen Ze suddenly encountered the imagery of his parents, he instinctively wished to terminate this memory regression. Yet, the regression did not cease. It merely bypassed that segment. Subsequently, on the day involving his parents, he once again saw that mysterious figure outside. Again, it has appeared again. Chen Ze felt an intense frenzy regarding the identity of this enigmatic person, while a tadpole that had transformed into Chen Ze was still battling countless companions. The mysterious figure had vanished. After completing this memory regression, Chen Ze felt as though he had expended 20 times the duration of the last regression. When he finally awakened, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his willpower. This time, it had increased approximately 50-fold compared to before. This terrifying surge in willpower instilled within Chen Ze a sense of formidable energy, and his body did not awaken in accordance with his will. This did not imply that he could not awaken. Rather, Chen Ze deliberately chose not to, as he remained within the laboratory. 10 days prior, at this very moment, a colossal space exceeding 5,000 square meters had been forged within the confines of steel walls. Outside this vast area stood Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Qian, Dr. Banner, and the Wasp. They beheld a figure, entirely blue and subdued by a suppressant, entering the expansive space. Before this individual stood Chen Ze, his upper body showcasing muscles that resembled a masterpiece of art. Yet, within his pair of eyes, the dark brown pupils possessed no luster whatsoever. Instead, they exuded a sense of lifelessness, as if devoid of any signs of vitality. As he moved forward, his energy was consumed. And she began to address Chen Ze through a microphone. Thus, the lifeless Chen Ze ambled forward for over 10 meters, arriving before a being entirely cloaked in blue skin. No, damn it. You heartless fiends. The blue-skinned individual, witnessing Chen Ze's approach, trembled with palpable panic. Nevertheless, Chen Ze extended his right hand, and the entirety of this individual's physical energy, along with their very essence of life, was devoured by him. How splendid. And she cast a proud glance at the Ant-Man beside her. The Ant-Man nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is now fully capable of language recognition. Yes, at present. He can comprehend English, Mandarin, and the Wu dialect. These are the languages he can temporarily identify. And she paused slightly before continuing. He can only recognize limited Japanese and German. Limited Japanese and German? In Japanese, he recognizes a few common words such as no, amazing, and climax. As for German, he understands a bit more, but still not extensively. Had Chen Ze overheard such remarks, even with a blood feud against this woman, he would have sought refuge in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. It seemed that everything had been successfully accomplished, remarked the Ant-Man. And she snapped her fingers. Yes, it has been successful. At that moment, Dr. Banner, standing nearby, suddenly frowned and said, "You are truly remarkable, conducting such experiments." Everyone was aware that Dr. Banner's words dripped with sarcasm. They remained silent. Veins bulged on Dr. Banner's forehead. Before he became this way, he was a humble youth, one who fought alongside us and had numerous accomplishments. Yet now, what I see is merely a lifeless shell, a pitiable machine. Damn it, what have you done? From Dr. Banner's expression, it was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Indeed, The sight of Chen Ze in his current state weighed heavily on many hearts, particularly Iron Man, who was equally tormented. Hey, Dr. Banner, take it easy. I am as distressed by this situation as you are, but we are beyond the point of regret. We cannot turn back, do you understand? Iron Man's tone bore a hint of a roar directed at Dr. Banner before him. Dr. Banner glared fiercely. Is this how you treat your friends? A friend whose life you claim to owe gratitude? Damn it. Tony Stark was suddenly filled with an inexplicable rage. The term inexplicable was used because, under normal circumstances, he would never have been provoked. However, the situation was evidently different now. Speaking is easy, isn't it? I want to ask you, who can't utter such grandiloquent words? However, have you considered the ramifications of terminating this plan? Is Chen Ze the type of individual who would endure such experimentation in silence? Tony Stark, having persuaded Bruce Banner with Rosen's rationale, elicited a faint bitter smile from Banner. He then shrugged and said, well, goodbye. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. The quarrel between the two had no bearing on Anchi, who simply gazed at Chen Ze's performance with delight. He is my most exquisite creation, Anchi remarked to Ant-Man. Ant-Man nodded in acknowledgement. Anchi continued, I have submitted a request to transfer the majority of the irredeemable superpowered extraterrestrials from the cube and the island prisons to this location, allowing my most perfect creation to absorb their energy. Ant-Man questioned, but can you truly guarantee that his self-awareness has been entirely eradicated? Anchi shrugged dismissively. Was what I previously showed you not sufficient? Well, to be honest, I meant no offense. I merely wish to ensure everyone has safety. This is not unreasonable, and I will submit the request to the higher-ups. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates 4 major prisons: the Dome, the Cube, the Island, and the Mansion. The Mansion is a unique space aboard the helicarrier, where inmates are shrunk by Ant-Man and placed in specialized confinement. The Cube primarily houses extraterrestrial offenders who have committed crimes on Earth and possess supernatural abilities, while the Dome, constructed by Stark Industries, contains high-tech criminals. The Island is home to native Earth superhumans and mutants. Each of these 4 prisons serves distinct functions, and the prisoners do not overlap. Anchi swiftly applied to transfer numerous criminals from the Cube and the Island to this facility. The personnel at the Pentagon quickly responded, granting her request. Thus, 3 days later, the first batch of inmates from the island appeared before Chen Ze. Devour. Anchi commanded the dazed Chen Ze, who approached and began absorbing the energy of the terrified superhuman before him, who possessed the mundane ability to manipulate fire. Chen Ze consumed him entirely. Next, Anchi coldly instructed. The next individual was presented to Chen Ze, a superhuman capable of controlling gravity within a limited range. However, his powers were not akin to those of Magneto. He could only manipulate the Earth's gravity. With further development, he might even harness this ability for flight, yet his powers were feeble, making true flight nearly impossible. Soon, Chen Ze completed the absorption of this individual as well. Next, as the first day came to a close, Chen Ze had consumed the powers of 21 individuals. That evening, Anchi began to summarize. Based on today's observations, the Devourer's ability to consume remains intact, and no critical threshold has been identified as of yet. However, from the response of his 3-dimensional holographic modeling, it appears that the diverse energies consumed have merely been transformed into energy within his own being, without yielding a significant number of new abilities. Nonetheless, considering the current circumstances, the abilities he possesses are already ample. Should he consume more individuals, his strength will undoubtedly escalate. Presently, based on his combat prowess, he has already ascended to the status of a second-stage superhero. Anchi's summary was dispatched to the group at the Bullhorn building, and after completing this assessment, she continued to express her thoughts. I propose that we allow him to absorb the energy of even more individuals. Some of these energies could indeed manifest as new abilities for him. For instance, he has already acquired a degree of gravitational control, and I believe he could become a formidable force in countering the backlash against the Superhero Registration Act. As time progressed, Chen Ze's form had absorbed the powers of 54 individuals. However, there were currently no supercriminals available to provide further energy. Moreover, it appeared that Chen Ze's capacity for absorption had reached a temporary saturation point. This state persisted until Chen Ze awakened once more. Yet this time, he exhibited no signs of self-awareness. He concealed his consciousness behind a veil of formidable willpower, maintaining the facade of his puppet-like demeanor. In truth, however, Chen Ze had indeed regained his faculties.